The most fruitful growth of Buddhism in the Far East has resulted in the development of Zen and Shin. Zen attained its maturity in China and Shin in Japan. The vigor and vitality which Buddhism still has after more than 2,000 years of history will be realized when one comes in contact with these two branches of Buddhism. The one appeals to the inmost religious consciousness of mankind, while the other touches the intellectual and practical aspects of the Oriental mind, which is more intuitive than discursive, more mystical than logical. If Zen is the ultra-self-power wing of Buddhism, Shin represents the other extreme wing known as the other power, and these two extremes are synthesized in the enlightened Buddha consciousness. Since the publication of my short note on Zen Buddhism in the Journal of the Pali Text Society, 1907, nothing of importance has been Religion of the Samurai, 1913. In fact, even in Japanese or Chinese, this branch of Buddhism has received very slight attention from modern writers of Buddhism. This is due to the peculiar difficulties which accompany the study of it. The Guroku, F1 sayings, is the only literary form in which Zen expresses itself, and to understand it requires some special practical training in Zen, for mere knowledge of the Chinese, classical and historical, is far from being enough. Even with the masterly understanding of the philosophy of general Buddhism, Zen is found quite hard to fathom. Some of such scholars sometimes try to explain the truth and development of Zen, but they sadly fail to do justice to the subject. On the other hand, the Zen masters so-called are unable to present their understanding in the light of modern thought. Their most intellectually productive years are spent in the meditation hall, and when they successively graduate from it, they are looked up to as adepts thoroughly versed in the koans. So far so good, but unfortunately from the scholarly point of view they remain contented with this, and do not show any lively intellectual interest in the psychology and philosophy of Zen. Thus Zen is left to lie quietly sealed up in the sayings of the masters, and in the technical study of the koans. It is thus incapacitated to walk out of the seclusion of the cloisters. Of course, great mistake it would be if one should ever take the notion, even for a moment, that Zen could be mastered from its philosophical presentation or its psychological description. But this ought not to mean that Zen is not to be intelligently approached or to be made somewhat accessible by our ordinary means of reasoning. I need not mention that my attempts in the following pages are anything but adequate for the rational treatment of the subject. But as a tentative experiment to present Zen from our common sense point of view, and as a direct lineage of Buddhist faith as first proclaimed or rather realized by the Buddha, I hope I have worked towards removing some of the difficulties usually besetting us in the mastery of Zen thought. How far I have succeeded, or how utterly I have failed, this is naturally for the reader to judge. The book is a collection of the essays originally published in the Eastern Buddhist, except one on the history of Zen Buddhism, which was written specially for this volume, but all of them have been thoroughly revised, and in some parts entirely rewritten and new chapters added. The book will be followed by a second series of essays before long, in which some more of the important points in the constitution of Zen will be treated. The publication of these essays in book form is principally due to the most liberal encouragement, both material and moral, of Mr. Yakichi Ataka of Osaka, who is an old friend of the author's, and who has not forgotten the pledge, half seriously and half dreamily made in our youthful days. The author also owes a great deal to his wife in the preparation and revision of the MS, without which the book would have shown many more imperfections than it does now in various ways. Lastly, in sending this humble work, not written in the author's native tongue, out to the world, he cannot help thinking of his late teacher in Zen, Soyen Shaku, of Engakuji, Kamakura, with regret that his life had not been spared for several years yet, not only for the sake of Japanese Buddhism, but for many of his lamenting friends. This is the 7th autumn for the maple trees to scatter their crimson leaves over his grave at Matsugaoka. Might his spirit not for once be awakened from deep meditation and criticize the book now before the reader. Daisetsu Taitaro Suzuki, Kyoto, October 1926. Preface VES. Essay Say. I. Introduction. 1. Essay 2. Zen as the Chinese interpretation of the doctrine of enlightenment. 26. Essay 3. Enlightenment and ignorance. Number 5. Essay 4. History of Zen. Buddhism in China, from Bodhidharma to the 6th Patriarch, Kuai-Ning, 49. ES. A 5 Satori 213. ESA 6. Practical Methods of Zen, Instruction 251. ESA 7. The Meditation Hall and the Ideals of Zen. Life 299. ESA Say. 8. The 10 Cow, Herding Pictures 347. Appendix. Chinese Notes 367. Index 413. Intellect for the solution of its deepest problems. By personal experience, it is meant to get at the fact at first hand, and not through any intermediary, whatever this may be. Its favorite analogy is, to point at the moon, a finger is needed. But woe to those who take the finger for the moon. A basket is welcome to carry our fish home. But when the fish are safely on the table, why should we eternally bother ourselves with the basket? Here stands the fact, and let us grasp it with the naked hands, lest it should slip away. This is what Zen proposes to do. As nature abhors a vacuum, Zen abhors anything coming between the fact and ourselves. According to Zen, there is no struggle in the fact itself, such as between the finite and the infinite, between the flesh and the spirit. These are idle distinctions fictitiously designed by the intellect for its own interest. Those who take them too seriously, or those who try to read them into the very fact of life, are those who take the finger for the moon. When we are hungry, we eat. When we are sleepy, we lay ourselves down. And where does the infinite or the finite come in here? Are not we complete in ourselves and each in himself? Life as it is, lived, suffices. It is only when the disquieting intellect steps in and tries to murder it that we stop to live and imagine ourselves to be short of or in something. Let the intellect alone. It has its usefulness in its proper sphere, but let it not interfere with the flowing of the life stream. If you are at all tempted to look into it, do so while letting it flow. The fact of flowing must under no circumstances be arrested or meddled with, for the moment your hands are dipped into it, its transparency is disturbed. It ceases to reflect your image which you have had from the very beginning and will continue to have to the end of time. Almost corresponding to the 4 maxims of the Nichiren sect, Zen has its own 4 statements, a special transmission outside the scriptures, no dependence upon words and letters, direct pointing to the soul of man, seeing into one's nature and the attainment of Buddhahood. EF 3, 111. This sums up all that is claimed by Zen as religion. Of course, we must not forget that there is a historical background to this bold pronunciamento. At the time of the introduction of Zen into China, most of the Buddhists were addicted to the discussion of highly metaphysical questions, or satisfied with the merely observing of the ethical precepts laid down by the Buddha, or with the leading of a lethargic life entirely absorbed in the contemplation of the evanescence of things worldly. They all missed apprehending the great fact of life itself, which flows altogether outside of these vain exercises of the intellect or of the imagination. Bodhidharma and his successors recognized this pitiful state of affairs. hence their proclamation of the four great statements of Zen as above cited. In a word, they mean that Zen has its own way of pointing to the nature of one's own being, and that when this is done, one attains to Buddhahood in which all the contradictions and disturbances caused by the intellect are entirely harmonized in a unity of higher order. For this reason, Zen never explains but indicates. It does not appeal to circumlocution, nor does it generalize. It always deals with facts, concrete and tangible. Logically considered, Zen may be full of contradictions and repetitions, but as it stands above all things, it goes serenely on its own way. As a Zen master aptly puts it, carrying his homemade cane on the shoulder, he goes right on among the mountains, one rising above another. It does not challenge logic, it simply walks its path of facts, leaving all the rest to their own fates. It is only when logic, neglecting its proper functions, tries to step into the track of Zen that it loudly proclaims its principles and forcibly drives out the intruder. Zen is not an enemy of anything. There is no reason why it should antagonize the intellect, which may sometimes be utilized for the cause of Zen itself. To show some examples of Zen's direct dealing with the fundamental facts of existence, the following are selected. Rinzai 42 1.2. Rinzai once delivered a sermon saying, "Over a mass of reddish flesh there sits a true man who has no title. He is all the time coming in and out from your sense organs. If you have not yet testified to the fact, look, look." A monk came forward and asked, "Who is this true man of no title?" Rinzai came right down from his straw chair and taking hold of the monk exclaimed, "Speak! Speak!" The monk remained irresolute, not knowing what to say, whereupon the master, letting him go, remarked, "What worthless stuff is this true man of no title?" Rinzai then went straight back to his room. 1.3. Rinzai was noted for his rough and direct treatment of his disciples. He never liked those roundabout dealings which generally characterized the methods of a lukewarm master. He must have got this directness from his own teacher, Obaku Huangnia 1.4, by whom he was struck 3 times by asking what the fundamental principle of Buddhism was. It goes without saying that Zen has nothing to do with mere striking or roughly shaking the questioner. If you take this as constituting the essentials of Zen, you would commit the same gross error as one who took the finger for the moon. As in everything else, but most particularly in Zen, all its outward manifestations or demonstrations must never be regarded as final. They just indicate the way where to look for the facts. Therefore, these indicators are important. We cannot do well without them. But once caught in them, which are like entangling meshes, we are doomed, for Zen can never be comprehended. Some may think Zen is always trying to catch you in the net of logic or by the snare of words. If you once slip your steps, you are bound for eternal damnation. You will never get to freedom for which your hearts are so burning. Therefore, Rinzai grasps with his naked hands what is directly presented to us all. If a third eye of ours is opened undimmed, we shall know in a most unmistakable manner where Rinzai is driving us. We have first of all to get into the very spirit of the master and interview the inner man right there. No amount of wordy explanations will ever lead us into the nature of our own selves. The more you explain, the further it runs away from you. It is like trying to get hold of your own shadow. You run after it, and it runs with you at the identical rate of speed. When you realize it, you read deep into the spirit of Rinzai or Obaku, and their real kind-heartedness will begin to be appreciated. Omen 5th 1.5. Yinmen was another great master of Zen at the end of the Tang dynasty. He had to lose one of his legs in order to get an insight into the life principle from which the whole universe takes rise, including his own humble existence. He had to visit his teacher Bokuju, Muchu Y 1.6, who was a senior disciple of Rinzai under Obaku, 3 times before he was admitted to see him. The master asked, "Who are you?" "I am Bunyan Wenyen," answered the monk. Bunyan was his name, while Amen was the name of the monastery where he was settled later. When the truth-seeking monk was allowed to go inside the gate, the master took hold of him by the chest and demanded, "Speak! Speak!" Amen hesitated, whereupon the master pushed him out of the gate, saying, "Oh, you good-for-nothing fellow, F6 1.7. While the gate was hastily shut, one of Amen's legs was caught and broken. The intense pain resulting from this apparently awakened the poor fellow to the greatest fact of life. He was no more a solicitous, pity-begging monk. The realization now gained paid more than enough for the loss of his leg. He was not, however, a solitary instance in this respect. There were many such in the history of Zen who were willing to sacrifice a part of the body for the truth. Says Confucius, "If a man understands the Tao in the morning, it is well with him even when he dies in the evening." Some would feel indeed that truth is of more value than mere living, mere vegetative or animal living. But in the world, alas, there are so many living corpses wallowing in the mud of ignorance and sensuality. This is where Zen is most difficult to understand. Why this sarcastic vituperation? Why this seeming heartlessness? What fault had Amen to deserve the loss of his leg? He was a poor truth-seeking monk, earnestly anxious to get enlightenment from the master. Was it really necessary for the latter, from his way of understanding Zen, to shut him out 3 times, and when the gate was half open to close it again so violently, so inhumanly? Was this the truth of Buddhism Amen was so eager to get? But the outcome of all this singularly was what was desired by both of them. As to the master, he was satisfied to see the disciple attain an insight into the secrets of his being, and as regards the disciple, he was most grateful for all that was done to him. Evidently, Zen is the most irrational, inconceivable thing in the world. And this is why I said before that Zen was not subject to logical analysis or to intellectual treatment. It must be directly and personally experienced by each of us in his inner spirit. Just as 2 stainless mirrors reflect each other, the fact and our own spirits must stand facing each other with no intervening agents. When this is done, we are able to seize upon the living, pulsating fact itself. Freedom is an empty word until then. The first object was to escape the bondage in which all finite beings find themselves. But if we do not cut asunder the very chain of ignorance with which we are bound hands and feet, where shall we look for deliverance? And this chain of ignorance is wrought of nothing else but the intellect and sensuous infatuation, which cling tightly to every thought we may have, to every feeling we may entertain. They are hard to get rid of. They are like wet clothes, as is aptly expressed by the Zen masters. We are born free and equal. Whatever this may mean socially or politically, Zen maintains that it is absolutely true in the spiritual domain, and that all the fetters and manacles we seem to be carrying about ourselves are put on later through ignorance of the true condition of existence. All the treatments, sometimes literary and sometimes physical, which are most liberally and kind-heartedly given by the masters to inquiring souls, are intended to get them back to the original state of freedom. And this is never really realized until we once personally experience it through our own efforts, independent of any ideation or representation. The ultimate standpoint of Zen, therefore, is that we have been led astray through ignorance to find a split in our own being, that there was from the very beginning no need for a struggle between the finite and the infinite, that the peace we are seeking so eagerly after has been there all the time. Sotoba Sutongpo 1.8, the noted Chinese poet and statesman, expresses the idea in the following verse. Misty rain on Mount Lu, and waves surging in Checheng. When you have not yet been there, many a regret surely you have. But once there and homeward you wend, and how matter-of-fact things look. Misty rain on Mount Lu, and waves surging in Checheng. This is what is also asserted by Sigen Ishin Qingyan Wei-sin, according to whom, before a man studies Zen, to him mountains are mountains and waters are waters. After he gets an insight into the truth of Zen through the instruction of a good master, mountains to him are not mountains and waters are not waters. But after this, when he really attains to the abode of rest, mountains are once more mountains and waters are waters. Mien.110, Bokuju Muchu, who lived in the latter half of the 9th century, was once asked, "We have to dress and eat every day, and how can we escape from all that?" The master replied, "We dress, we eat." "I do not understand you," said the questioner. "If you don't understand, put your dress on and eat your food." 1.1. Zen always deals in concrete facts and does not indulge in generalization. And I do not wish to add unnecessary legs to the painted snake, but if I try to waste my philosophical comments on Bokuju, I may say this. We are all finite. We cannot live out of time and space. Inasmuch as we are earth-created, there is no way to grasp the infinite. How can we deliver ourselves from the limitations of existence? This is perhaps the idea put in the first question of the monk, to which the master replies, "Salvation must be sought in the finite itself. There is nothing infinite apart from finite things. If you seek something transcendental, that will cut you off from this world of relativity, which is the same thing as the annihilation of yourself. You do not want salvation at the cost of your own existence. If so, drink and eat, and find your way of freedom in this drinking and eating." This was too much for the questioner, who therefore confessed himself as not understanding the meaning of the master. "Therefore," the latter continued, "whether you understand or not, just the same go on living in the finite, with the finite. For you die if you stop eating and keeping yourself warm on account of your aspiration for the infinite. No matter how you struggle, nirvana is to be sought in the midst of samsara, birth and death. Whether an enlightened Zen master or an ignoramus of the first degree, neither can escape the so-called laws of nature. When the stomach is empty, both are hungry. When it snows, both have to put on an extra flannel. I do not, however, mean that they are both material existences, but they are what they are, regardless of their conditions of spiritual development. As the Buddhist scriptures have it, the darkness of the cave itself turns into enlightenment when a torch of spiritual insight burns. It is not that a thing called darkness is first taken out and another thing known by the name of enlightenment is carried in later, but that enlightenment and darkness are substantially one and the same thing from the very beginning. The change from the one to the other has taken place only inwardly or subjectively. Therefore, the finite is the infinite, and vice versa. These are not two separate things, though we are compelled to conceive them so intellectually. This is the idea, logically interpreted, perhaps contained in Bokuju's answer given to the monk. The mistake consists in our splitting into two what is really and absolutely one. Is not life one as we live it, which we cut to pieces by recklessly applying the murderous knife of intellectual surgery? On being requested by the monks to deliver a sermon, Hyakujo Nehan Pai Chang Nehapan 12-2 told them to work on the farm, after which he would give them a talk on the great subject of Buddhism. They did as they were told, and came to the master for a sermon, when the latter, without saying a word, merely extended his open arms towards the monks. Perhaps there is, after all, nothing mysterious in Zen. Everything is open to your full view. If you eat your food and keep yourself cleanly dressed and work on the farm to raise your rice or vegetables, you are doing all that is required of you on this earth, and the infinite is realized in you. How realized? When Bokuju was asked what Zen was, he recited a Sanskrit phrase from a sutra, Mahaprajnaparamita, in Japanese, Makahanya Haramiai. The inquirer acknowledged his inability to understand the purport of the strange phrase, and the master put a comment on it, saying, "My robe is all worn out after so many years' usage, and parts of it in shreds loosely hanging have been blown away to the clouds." After all, such a poverty-stricken mendicant. Whatever this is, there is one thing in this connection which we can never afford to lose sight of, that is, the peace or poverty, for peace is only possible in poverty, is obtained after a fierce battle fought with the entire strength of your personality. A contentment gleaned from idleness or from a laissez-faire attitude of mind is a thing most to be abhorred. There is no Zen in this, but sloth and mere vegetation. The battle must rage in its full vigor and masculinity. Without it, whatever peace that obtains is a simulacrum, and it has no deep foundation. The first storm it may encounter will crush it to the ground. Zen is quite emphatic in this. Certainly the moral virility to be found in Zen, apart from its mystic flight, comes from the fighting of the battle of life courageously and undauntedly. From the ethical point of view, therefore, Zen may be considered a discipline aiming at the reconstruction of character. Our ordinary life only touches the fringe of personality. It does not cause a commotion in the deepest parts of the soul. Even when the religious consciousness is awakened, most of us lightly pass over it so as to leave no marks of a bitter fighting on the soul. We are thus made to live on the superficiality of things. We may be clever, bright, and all that, but what we produce lacks depth, sincerity, and does not appeal to the inmost feelings. Some are utterly unable to create anything except makeshifts or imitations betraying their shallowness of character and want of spiritual experience. While Zen is primarily religious, it also molds our moral character. It may be better to say that a deep spiritual experience is bound to effect a change in the moral structure of one's personality. How is this so? The truth of Zen is such that when we want to comprehend it penetratingly, we have to go through with a great struggle, sometimes very long and exacting constant vigilance. To be disciplined in Zen is no easy task. A Zen master once remarked that the life of a monk can be attained only by a man of great moral strength, and that even a minister of the state cannot expect to become a successful monk. Let us remark here that in China, to be a minister of the state was considered to be the greatest achievement a man could ever hope for in this world. Not that a monkish life requires the austere practice of asceticism, but that it implies the elevation of one's spiritual powers to their highest notch. All the utterances or activities of the great Zen masters have come from this elevation. They are not intended to be enigmatic or driving us to confusion. They are the overflowing of a soul filled with deep experiences. Therefore, unless we are ourselves elevated to the same height as the masters, we cannot gain the same commanding views of life. Says Ruskin, And be sure also, if the author is worth anything, that you will not get at his meaning all at once. Nay, that at his whole meaning you will not for a long time arrive in any wise. Not that he does not say what he means, and in strong words too, but he cannot say it all. And what is more strange, will not, but in a hidden way and in parable, in order that he may be sure you want it. I cannot see quite the reason of this, nor analyze that cruel reticence in the breasts of wise men which makes them always hide their deeper thought. They do not give it you by way of help, but of reward, and will make themselves sure that you deserve it before they allow you to reach it. And this key to the royal treasury of wisdom is given us only after patient and painful moral struggle. The mind is ordinarily chock-full with all kinds of intellectual nonsense and passional rubbish. They are, of course, useful in their own ways in our daily life. There is no denying that. But it is chiefly because of these accumulations that we are made miserable and groan under the feeling of bondage. Each time we want to make a movement, they fetter us, they choke us, and cast a heavy veil over our spiritual horizon. We feel as if we are constantly living under restraint. We long for naturalness and freedom, yet we do not seem to attain them. The Zen masters know this, for they have gone through with the same experiences once. They want to have us get rid of all these wearisome burdens which we really do not have to carry in order to live a life of truth and enlightenment. Thus they utter a few words and demonstrate with action that, when rightly comprehended, will deliver us from the oppression and tyranny of these intellectual accumulations. But the comprehension does not come to us so easily. Being so long accustomed to the oppression, the mental inertia becomes hard to remove. In fact, it has gone down deep into the roots of our own being, and the whole structure of personality is to be overturned. The process of reconstruction is stained with tears and blood. But the height the great masters have climbed cannot otherwise be reached. The truth of Zen can never be attained unless it is attacked with the full force of personality. The passage is strewn with thistles and brambles, and the climb is slippery in the extreme. It is no pastime, but the most serious task in life. No idlers will ever dare attempt it. It is indeed a moral anvil on which your character is hammered and hammered. To the question, what is Zen? A master gave this answer, boiling oil over a blazing fire. One of these utterances by the Zen masters that will stir a revolution in our minds is this. Hokoji Pyangyen, formerly a Confucian, asked Basomatsu, 788, "What kind of man is he who does not keep company with anything?" Replied the master, "I will tell you when you have swallowed up in one draught all the waters in the West River." 1-15. What an irrelevant reply to the most serious question one can ever raise in the history of thought. It sounds almost sacrilegious when we know how many souls there are who go down under the weight of this question, but Baso's earnestness leaves no room for doubt, as is quite well known to all the students of Zen. In fact, the rise of Zen after the sixth patriarch, Huineng, was due to the brilliant career of Baso, under whom there arose more than 80 fully qualified masters, and Hokoji, who was one of the foremost lay disciples of Zen, earned a well-deserved reputation as the Vimalakirti of Chinese Buddhism. A talk between two such veteran Zen masters could not be an idle sport. However easy and even careless it may appear, there is hidden in it a most precious gem in the literature of Zen. We do not know how many students of Zen were made to sweat and cry in tears because of the inscrutability of this statement of Baso's. To give another instance, a monk asked the master Shin of Chosa Changsha Qingqing, "Where has Nansen Nanjing gone after his death?" Replied the master, "When Sakito Shito was still in the order of young novitiates, he saw the sixth patriarch. I am not asking about the young novitiate. What I wish to know is, where is Nansen gone after his death?" "As to that," said the master, "it makes one think." 1.16. The immortality of the soul is another big question. The history of religion is built upon this one question, one may almost say. Everybody wants to know about life after death. Where do we go when we pass away from this earth? Is there really another life, or is the end of this the end of all? While there may be many who do not worry themselves as to the ultimate significance of the solitary, companionless one, there are none perhaps who have not once at least in their lives asked themselves concerning their destiny after death. Whether Sekito, when young, saw the sixth patriarch or not, does not seem to have any inherent connection with the departure of Nansen. The latter was the teacher of Chosa, and naturally the monk asked him whither the teacher finally passed. Chosa's answer is no answer, judged by the ordinary rules of logic. Hence the second question, but still a sort of equivocation from the lips of the master. What does this making one think explain? From this it is apparent that Zen is one thing and logic another. When we fail to make this distinction and expect of Zen to give us something logically consistent and intellectually illuminating, we altogether misinterpret the signification of Zen. Did I not state in the beginning that Zen deals with facts and not with generalizations? And this is the very point where Zen goes straight down to the foundations of personality. The intellect ordinarily does not lead us there, for we do not live in the intellect, but in the will. Brother Lawrence speaks the truth when he says, "The practice of the presence of God," that we ought to make a great difference between the acts of the understanding and those of the will, that the Zen literature is all brimful of such statements which seem to have been uttered so casually, so innocently, but those who actually know what Zen is will testify to the fact that all these utterances dropped so naturally from the lips of the masters are like deadly poisons, that when they are once taken in they cause such a violent pain as to make one's intestines wriggle 9 times and more, as the Chinese would express it. But it is only after such pain and turbulence that all the internal impurities are purged and one is born with quite a new outlook on life. It is strange that Zen grows intelligible when these mental struggles are gone through. But the fact is that Zen is an experience, actual and personal, and not a knowledge to be gained by analysis or comparison. Do not talk poetry except to a poet. Only the sick know how to sympathize with the sick. This explains the whole situation. Our minds are to be so matured as to be in tune with those of the masters. Let this be accomplished, and when one string is struck, the other will inevitably respond. Harmonious notes always result from the sympathetic resonance of 2 or more chords. And what Zen does for us is to prepare our minds to be yielding and appreciative recipients of old masters. In other words, psychologically Zen releases whatever energies we may have in store, of which we are not conscious in ordinary circumstances. Some say that Zen is self-suggestion, but this does not explain anything. When the word Yamato Damashi is mentioned, it seems to awaken in most Japanese a fervent patriotic passion. The children are taught to respect the flag of the rising sun, and when the soldiers come in front of the regimental colors, they involuntarily salute. When a boy is reproached for not acting like a little samurai and disgracing the name of his ancestor, he at once musters his courage and will resist temptations. All these ideas are energy-releasing ideas for the Japanese, and this release, according to some psychologists, is self-suggestion. Social conventions and imitative instincts may also be regarded as self-suggestions. So is moral discipline. An example is given to the students to follow or imitate it. The idea gradually takes root in them through suggestion, and they finally come to act as if it were their own. Self-suggestion is a barren theory. It does not explain anything. When they say that Zen is self-suggestion, do we get any clearer idea of Zen? Some think it scientific to call certain phenomena by a term newly come into fashion, and rest satisfied with it as if they disposed of them in an illuminating way. The study of Zen must be taken up by the profounder psychologists. Some think that there is still an unknown region in our consciousness which has not yet been thoroughly and systematically explored. It is sometimes called the unconscious or the subconscious. This is a territory filled with dark images, and naturally most scientists are afraid of treading upon it. But this must not be taken as denying the fact of its existence. Just as our ordinary field of consciousness is filled with all possible kinds of images, beneficial and harmful, systematic and confusing, clear and obscure, forcefully assertive and weakly fading, so is the subconscious a storehouse of every form of occultism or mysticism, understanding, by the term, all that is known as latent or abnormal or psychic or spiritualistic. The power to see into the nature of one's own being may lie also hidden there, and what Zen awakens in our consciousness may be that. At any rate, the masters speak figuratively of the opening of a third eye. Satori is the popular name given to this opening or awakening. How is this to be effected? By meditating on those utterances or actions that are directly poured out from the inner region, undimmed by the intellect or the imagination, and that are calculated successfully to exterminate all the turmoils arising from ignorance and confusion. EF7. It may be interesting to readers in this connection to get acquainted with some of the methods, F8 ISF8, used by the masters in order to open the spiritual eye of the disciple. It is natural that they frequently make use of the various religious insignia which they carry when going out to the hall of the Dharma. Such are generally the Hasu, if 9 Shippe, if 9 Nyoi, if 9 Nyoi, if 9, or Shujyo, or a staff. W121. The last mentioned seems to have been the most favorite instrument used in the demonstration of the truth of Zen. Let me cite some examples of its use. According to Yi Ryo Hui Leng of Choki Changqing 1.118. When one knows what that staff is, one's life study of Zen comes to an end. This reminds us of Tennyson's flower in the crannied wall. For when we understand the reason of the staff, we know what God and man is. That is to say, we get an insight into the nature of our own being, and this insight finally puts a stop to all the doubts and hankerings that have upset our mental tranquility. The significance of the staff in Zen can thus readily be comprehended. Ya, say, Hui Qing of Basho Pa Chao, probably of the 10th century, once made the following declaration: "When you have a staff, I will give you one. When you have none, I will take it away from you." Donzaus 1009. This is one of the most characteristic statements of Zen, but later Bokitsu. Muchi of Dai Tawei was bold enough to challenge this by saying what directly contradicts it, viz., "As to myself, I differ from him. When you have a staff, I will take it away from you, and when you have none, I will give you one. This is my statement. Can you make use of the staff, or can you not? If you can, Tokusan Te-shan will be your vanguard, and Rinzai Lin-chi your rearguard. But if you cannot, let it be restored to its original master." 120. A monk approached Bokuju and said, "What is the statement surpassing the wisdom of all Buddhas and patriarchs?" The master instantly held forth his staff before the congregation and said, "I call this a staff, and what do you call it?" The monk who asked the question uttered not a word. The master, holding it out again, said, "A statement surpassing the wisdom of all Buddhas and patriarchs. Was that not your question, O monk?" 121. To those who carelessly go over such remarks as Bokujus may regard them as quite nonsensical. Whether the stick is called a staff or not, it does not seem to matter very much as far as the divine wisdom surpassing the limits of our knowledge is concerned. But the one made by Amun, another great master of Zen, is perhaps more accessible. He also once lifted his staff before a congregation and remarked, "In the scriptures we read that the ignorant take this for a real thing, the Hinayanists resolve it into a non-entity, the Pratyekabuddhas regard it as a hallucination, while the Bodhisattvas admit its apparent reality, which is, however, essentially empty." "But," continued the master, "monks, you simply call it a staff when you see one. Walk or sit as you will, but do not stand irresolute." 1.22. The same old insignificant staff, and yet more mystical statements from Uman. One day his announcement was, "My staff has turned into a dragon, and it has swallowed up the whole universe. Where would the great earth with its mountains and rivers be?" Neat 23. On another occasion, Uman, quoting an ancient Buddhist philosopher who said that, "Knock at the emptiness of space and you hear a voice. Strike a piece of wood and there is no sound." Amun took out his staff, and striking space, he cried, "Oh, how it hurts!" Then tapping at the board, he asked, "Any noise?" A monk responded, "Yes, there is a noise, 424. Thereupon exclaimed the master, "O you ignoramus! If I go on like this, there will be no end. So I stop, but expect some of you asking me the following questions. Have these utterances anything to do with one seeing into the nature of one's being? Is there any relationship possible between those apparently nonsensical talks about the staff and the all-important problem of the reality of life?" In answer, I append these two passages, one from Jimyo Titsu, Ming 26, and the other from Yengo Yuan Wu. In one of his sermons, Jimyo said, "As soon as one particle of dust is raised, the great earth manifests itself there in its entirety. In one lion are revealed millions of lions, and in millions of lions is revealed one lion. Thousands and thousands of them there are indeed, but know ye just one, one only." So saying, he lifted up his staff and continued, "Here is my own staff, and where is that one lion?" Bursting out into a quats. He set the staff down and left the pulpit. In the Hekigan Pa Yen Lu F13, Yengo expresses the same idea in his introductory remark to the one-finger Zen of Gute, Chichi I Chitu Sha, Chitu Shai Chishi, I Chitu Shiti. One particle of dust is raised, and the great earth lies therein. One flower blooms, and the universe rises with it. But where should our eye be fixed when the dust is not yet stirred and the flower has not yet bloomed? Therefore it is said that, like cutting a bundle of thread, one cut cuts all asunder. Again, like dyeing a bundle of thread, one dyeing dyes all in the same color. Now yourself get out of all the entangling relations and rip them up to pieces, but do not lose track of your inner treasure, for it is through this that the high and the low universally responding and the advanced and the backward making no distinction, each manifests itself in full perfection. The foregoing sketch of Zen, I hope, will give the reader a general, though necessarily vague, idea of Zen as it is, and has been taught in the Far East for more than 1,000 years. In what follows, I will try first to seek the origin of Zen in the spiritual enlightenment itself of the Buddha, For Zen has been frequently criticized for deviating too far from what is popularly understood to be the teaching of the Buddha as it is recorded especially in the Gamas or Nikayas. While Zen, as it is no doubt the native product of the Chinese mind, the line of its development must be traced back to the personal experience of the Indian founder himself. Unless this is understood in connection with the psychological characteristics of the people, the growth of Zen among the Chinese Buddhists would be unintelligible. Zen is, after all, one of the Mahayana schools of Buddhism shorn of its Indian garb. Next, I have tried to write a history of Zen in China after Bodhidharma, who is the real author of the school. Zen was quietly matured and transmitted by the 5 successive patriarchs so called after the passing of the first propagator from India. When Hui Neng, the 6th patriarch, began to teach the gospel of Zen Buddhism, it was no more Indian but thoroughly Chinese, and what we call Zen now in the form as we have it dates from him. The course thus definitely given shape by the 6th patriarch to the development of Zen in China gained its strength not only in volume but in content by the masterful handling of it by the spiritual descendants of Hui Neng. The first section of the Chinese history of Zen therefore naturally closes with him. As the central fact of Zen lies in the attainment of satori, or the opening of a spiritual eye, I have next dwelt upon the subject. The treatment is somewhat popular, for the main idea is to present the fact that there is such a thing as an intuitional understanding of the truth of Zen, which is satori, and also to illustrate the uniqueness of satori as experienced by Zen devotees. When we understand the significance of satori in Zen, we may logically wish to know something about the methods whereby the masters contrive to bring about such a revolutionary experience, more or less noetic, in the minds of the students. Some of the practical Zen methods resorted to by the masters are classified under a certain number of headings, but in this classification I have not attempted to be thoroughly exhaustive here. The meditation hall is an institution quite peculiar to Zen Buddhism, and those who want to know something about Zen and its educational system cannot afford to ignore the subject. This unique organ of Zen Buddhism, however, has never been described before. The reader, I hope, will find here a subject interesting enough for his thorough investigation. While Zen claims to be the ultra-abrupt wing of Buddhism, it has a well-marked gradation in its progress towards the ultimate goal, hence the concluding chapter on the 10 cow-herding pictures. There are many more topics with which one ought to be acquainted in the study of Zen Buddhism, and some of them, considered by the author the more important, will be treated in the second series of the essays. Zen as Chinese. Interpretation of the doctrine of enlightenment. Zen as Chinese. Interpretation of the doctrine of enlightenment forward. Before I proceed to the discussion of the main idea of this essay, which is to consider Zen the Chinese way of applying the doctrine of enlightenment in our practical life, I wish to make some preliminary remarks concerning the attitude of some Zen critics, and thereby to define the position of Zen in the general body of Buddhism. According to them, Zen Buddhism is not Buddhism. It is something foreign to the spirit of Buddhism, and that it is one of those aberrations which we often see growing up in the history of any religion. Zen is thus, they think, an abnormality prevailing among the people whose thought and feeling flow along a channel different from the main current of Buddhist thought. Whether this allegation is true or not will be decided, on the one hand, when we understand what is really the essence or genuine spirit of Buddhism, and, on the other, when we know the exact status of Zen doctrine in regard to the ruling ideas of Buddhism as they are accepted in the Far East. It may also be desirable to know something about the development of religious experience in general. When we are not prepared thoroughly to understand these questions in the light of the history and philosophy of religion, We may come dogmatically to assert that Zen is not Buddhism just because it looks so different on its surface from what some people with a certain set of preconceived notions consider Buddhism to be. The statement of my position as regards these points will therefore pave the way to the development of the principal thesis. Superficially, indeed, there is something in Zen so bizarre and even irrational as to frighten the pious literary followers of the so-called primitive Buddhism, and to make them declare that Zen is not Buddhism but a Chinese anomaly of it. What, for instance, would they really make out of such statements as follows? In the sayings of Nan Chuan Tu Li, we read that when Tsui, governor of Qi district, asked the fifth patriarch of the Zen sect, that is, Hong Zhen, how it was that while he had 500 followers, Hui Neng, in preference to all others, was singled out to be given the orthodox robe of transmission as the sixth patriarch, replied the fifth patriarch, 499 out of my disciples understand well what Buddhism is, except one Hui Neng. He is a man not to be measured by an ordinary standard. Hence the robe of faith was handed over to him. On this comments Nan Chuan, in the age of void there are no words whatever. As soon as the Buddha appears on earth, words come into existence, hence our clinging to signs, and thus as we now so firmly take hold of words, we limit ourselves in various ways, while in the great way there are absolutely no such things as ignorance or holiness. Everything that has a name thereby limits itself. Therefore the old master of Changshi declared that it is neither mind, nor Buddha, nor a thing. It was in this way that he wished to guide his followers, while these days they vainly endeavor to experience the great way by hypostatizing such an entity as mind. If the way could be mastered in this manner, it would be well for them to wait until the appearance of Maitreya Buddha, which is said to be at the end of the world, and then to awaken the enlightenment thought. How could such ones ever hope for spiritual freedom? Under the fifth patriarch, all of his 500 disciples, except one Hui Neng, understood Buddhism well. The lay disciple Neng was quite unique in this respect, for he did not at all understand Buddhism. F15. He understood the way only and no other thing. These are not very extraordinary statements in Zen, but to most of the Zen critics they must spell abomination. Buddhism is flatly denied, and its knowledge is regarded not to be indispensable to the mastery of Zen, the great way, which on the contrary is more or less identified with the negation of Buddhism. How is this? In the following pages an attempt is made to answer this question. The life and spirit of Buddhism. To make this point clear and to justify the claim for Zen that it transmits the essence of Buddhism and not its formulated articles of faith as are recorded in letters, it is necessary to strip the spirit of Buddhism off all its outer casings and appendages which, hindering the working of its original life force, are apt to make us take the unessential for the essential. We know that the acorn is so different from the oak, but as long as there is a continuation of growth, their identity is a logical conclusion. To see really into the nature of the acorn is to trace an uninterrupted development through its various historical stages. When the seed remains a seed and means nothing more, there is no life in it. It is a finished piece of work, and except as an object of historical curiosity, it has no value whatever in our religious experience. In like manner, to determine the nature of Buddhism, we must go along its whole line of development and see what are the healthiest and most vital germs in it which have brought it to the present state of maturity. When this is done, we shall see in what manner Zen is to be recognized as one of the various phases of Buddhism and in fact as the most essential factor in it. To comprehend fully, therefore, the constitution of any existent religion that has a long history, it is advisable to separate its founder from his teaching as a most powerful determinant in the development of the latter. By this I mean, in the first place, that the founder so-called had in the beginning no idea of being the founder of any religious system which would later grow up in his name; in the second, that to his disciples, while he was yet alive, his personality was not regarded as independent of his teaching, at least as far as they were conscious of the fact; in the third, that what was unconsciously working in their minds as regards the nature of their master's personality came out in the foreground after his passing with all the possible intensity that had been latently gaining strength within them; and lastly, that the personality of the founder grew up in his disciples' minds. It is a great mistake to think that any existent religious system was handed down to posterity by its founder as the fully matured product of his mind, and, therefore, that what the followers had to do with their religious founder and his teaching was to embrace both the founder and his teaching as sacred heritage, a treasure not to be profaned by the content of their individual spiritual experience. For this view fails to take into consideration what our spiritual life is and petrifies religion to its very core. This static conservatism, however, is always opposed by a progressive party which looks at a religious system from a dynamic point of view. And these two forces, which are seen conflicting against each other in every field of human activity, weave out the history of religion as in other cases. In fact, history is the record of these struggles everywhere. But the very fact that there are such struggles in religion shows that they are here to some purpose, and that religion is a living force, for they gradually bring to light the hidden implications of the original faith and enrich it in a manner undreamed of in the beginning. This takes place not only with regard to the personality of the founder, but with regard to his teaching, and the result is an astounding complexity, or rather confusion, which sometimes prevents us from properly seeing into the constitution of a living religious system. While the founder was still walking among his followers and disciples, the latter did not distinguish between the person of their leader and his teaching, for the teaching was realized in the person, and the person was livingly explained in the teaching. To embrace the teaching was to follow his steps, that is, to believe in him. His presence among them was enough to inspire them and convince them of the truth of his teaching. They might not have comprehended it thoroughly, but his authoritative way of presenting it left in their hearts no shadow of doubt as to its truth and eternal value. So long as he lived among them and spoke to them, his teaching and his person appealed to them as an individual unity. Even when they retired into a solitary place and meditated on the truth of his teaching, which they did as a form of spiritual discipline, the image of his person was always before their mental eyes. But things went differently when his stately and inspiring personality was no more seen in the flesh. His teaching was still there, his followers could recite it perfectly from memory, but its personal connection with the author was lost. The living chain which solidly united him and his doctrine as one was forever broken. When they reflected on the truth of the doctrine, they could not help thinking of their teacher as a soul far deeper and nobler than themselves. The similarities that were, either consciously or unconsciously, recognized as existing in various forms between leader and disciple, gradually vanished, and as they vanished, the other side, that is, that which made him so distinctly different from his followers, came to assert itself all the more emphatically and irresistibly. The result was the conviction that he must have come from quite a unique spiritual source. The process of deification thus constantly went on until, some centuries after the death of the master, he became a direct manifestation of the Supreme Being himself. In fact, he was the highest one in the flesh. In him there was a divine humanity in perfect realization. He was Son of God, or the Buddha and the Redeemer of the world. He will then be considered by himself independently of his teaching. He will occupy the center of interest in the eyes of his followers. The teaching is of course important, but mainly as having come from the mouth of such an exalted spirit, and not necessarily as containing the truth of love or enlightenment. Indeed, the teaching is to be interpreted in the light of the teacher's divine personality. The latter now predominates over the whole system. He is the center whence radiate the rays of enlightenment. Salvation is only possible in believing in him as Savior. F16. Around this personality, or this divine nature, there will now grow various systems of philosophy, essentially based on his own teaching, but more or less modified according to the spiritual experiences of the disciples. This would perhaps never have taken place if the personality of the founder were not such as to stir up the deep religious feelings in the hearts of his followers, which is to say, what most attracted the latter to the teaching was not primarily the teaching itself, but that which gave life to it, and without which it would never have been what it was. We are not always convinced of the truth of a statement because it is so logically advanced, but mainly because there is an inspiring life impulse running through it. We are first struck with it and later try to verify its truth. The understanding is needed, but this alone will never move us to risk the fate of our souls. One of the greatest religious souls in Japan once confessed, F17, "I do not care whether I go to hell or elsewhere, but because my old master taught me to invoke the name of the Buddha, I practice the teaching." This was not a blind acceptance of the master, in whom there was something deeply appealing to one's soul, and the disciple embraced this something with his whole being. Mere logic never moves us. There must be something transcending the intellect. When Paul insisted that, "If Christ be not raised, your faith is vain, ye are yet in your sins," he was not appealing to our logical idea of things, but to our spiritual yearnings. It did not matter whether things existed as facts of chronological history or not. The vital concern of ours was the fulfillment of our inmost inspirations. Even so-called objective facts could be so molded as to yield the best result to the requirements of our spiritual life. The personality of the founder of any religious system that has survived through centuries of growth must have had all the qualities that fully meet such spiritual requirements. As soon as the person and his teaching are separated after his own passing in the religious consciousness of his followers, if he was sufficiently great, he will at once occupy the center of their spiritual interest, and all his teachings will be made to explain this fact in various ways. To state it more concretely, how much Christianity, for instance, as we have it today, is the teaching of Christ himself? And how much of it is the contribution of Paul, John, Peter, Augustine, and even Aristotle? The magnificent structure of Christian dogmatics is the work of Christian faith as has been experienced successively by its leaders. It is not the work of one person, even of Christ. For dogmatics is not necessarily always concerned with historical facts which are rather secondary in importance compared with the religious truth of Christianity. The latter is what ought to be rather than what is or what was. It aims at the establishment of what is universally valid, which is not to be jeopardized by the fact or non-fact of historical elements, as is maintained by some of the modern exponents of Christian dogmatics. Whether Christ really claimed to be the Messiah or not is a great historical discussion still unsettled among Christian theologians. Some say that it does not make any difference as far as Christian faith is concerned, whether or not Christ claimed to be the Messiah. In spite of all such theological difficulties, Christ is the center of Christianity. The Christian edifice is built around the person of Jesus. Buddhists may accept some of his teachings and sympathize with the content of his religious experience, but so long as they do not cherish any faith in Jesus as Christ or Lord, they are not Christians. Christianity is therefore constituted not only with the teaching of Jesus himself, but with all the dogmatical and speculative interpretations concerning the personality of Jesus and his doctrine that have accumulated ever since the death of the founder. In other words, Christ did not found the religious system known by his name, but he was made its founder by his followers. If he were still among them, it is highly improbable that he would sanction all the theories, beliefs, and practices which are now imposed upon self-styled Christians. If he were asked whether their learned dogmatics were his religion, he might not know how to answer. He would, in all likelihood, profess complete ignorance of all the philosophical subtleties of Christian theology of the present day. But from the modern Christian's point of view, they will most definitely assure us that their religion is to be referred to a unitary starting point and to an original basic character, which is Jesus as Christ, and that whatever manifold constructions and transformations that were experienced in the body of their religion did not interfere with their specific Christ faith. They are Christians just as much as the brethren of their primitive community were, for there is an historical continuation of the same faith all along its growth and development, which is its inner necessity. To regard the form of culture of a particular time as something sacred and to be transmitted forever as such is to suppress our spiritual yearnings after eternal validity. This, I believe, is the position taken up by progressive modern Christians. How about progressive modern Buddhists, then, in regard to their attitude towards Buddhist faith constituting the essence of Buddhism? How is the Buddha conceived by his disciples? What is the nature and value of Buddhahood? When Buddhism is defined merely as the teaching of the Buddha, does it explain the life of Buddhism as it moves on through the course of history? Is not the life of Buddhism the unfolding of the inner spiritual life of the Buddha himself rather than his exposition of it, which is recorded as the Dharma in Buddhist literature? Is there not something in the wordy teaching of the Buddha which gives life to it, and which lieth underneath all the arguments and controversies characterizing the history of Buddhism throughout Asia? This life is what progressive Buddhists endeavor to lay hands on. It is therefore not quite in accordance with the life and teaching of the Buddha to regard Buddhism merely as a system of religious doctrines and practices established by the Buddha himself, for it is more than that, and comprises as its most important constituent elements all the experiences and speculations of the Buddha's followers, especially concerning the personality of their master and his relations to his own doctrine. Buddhism did not come out of the Buddha's mind fully armed, as did Minerva from Jupiter. The theory of a perfect Buddhism from the beginning is the static view of it, and cuts it short from its continuous and never-ceasing growth. Our religious experience transcends the limitations of time, and its ever-expanding content requires a more vital form which will grow without doing violence to itself. Inasmuch as Buddhism is a living religion and not an historical mummy stuffed with dead and functionless materials, it must be able to absorb and assimilate all that is helpful to its growth. This is the most natural thing for any organism endowed with life, and this life may be traceable under divergent forms and constructions. According to scholars of Pali Buddhism and of the Gama literature, all that the Buddha taught, as far as his systematic teaching went, seems to be summed up by the fourfold noble truth, the 12-fold chain of causation, the 8-fold path of righteous living, and the doctrine of non-ego, an Atman and Nirvana. If this was the case, what we call primitive Buddhism was quite a simple affair when its doctrinal aspect alone is considered. There was nothing very promising in these doctrines that would eventually build up a magnificent structure to be known as Buddhism, comprising both the Hinayana and the Mahayana. When we wish to understand Buddhism thoroughly, we must dive deep into its bottom where lies its living spirit. Those that are satisfied with a superficial view of its dogmatical aspect are apt to let go the spirit which will truly explain the inner life of Buddhism. To some of the Buddha's immediate disciples, the deeper things in his teachings failed to appeal, or they were not conscious of the real spiritual forces which move them towards their master. We must look underneath if we want to come in contact with the ever-growing life impetus of Buddhism. However great the Buddha was, he could not convert a jackal into a lion, nor could a jackal comprehend the Buddha above his beastly nature. As the later Buddhists state, a Buddha alone understands another Buddha. When our subjective life is not raised to the same level as the Buddha's, many things that go to make up his inner life escape us. We cannot live in any other world than our own. There were probably other Buddhists who penetrated deeper into his life, as their own inner consciousness had a richer content. The history of religion thus becomes the history of our own spiritual unfolding. Buddhism must be conceived biologically, so to speak, and not mechanically. When we take this attitude, even the doctrine of the Fourfold Noble Truth becomes pregnant with yet deeper truths. The Buddha was not a metaphysician, and naturally avoided discussing such subjects as were strictly theoretical and had no practical bearing on the attainment of nirvana. He might have had his own views on those philosophical problems that at the time engaged Indian minds. But like other religious leaders, his chief interest was in the practical result of speculation and not in speculation as such. He was too busy in trying to get rid of the poisonous arrow that had pierced the flesh. He had no desire to inquire into the history, object, and constitution of the arrow, for life was too short for that. He thus took the world as it was, that is, he interpreted it as it appeared to his religious insight and according to his own valuation. He did not intend to go any further. He called his way of looking at the world and life Dharma, a very comprehensive and flexible term, though it was not a term first used by the Buddha, for it had been in vogue some time prior to him, mainly in the sense of ritual and law, but the Buddha gave it a deeper spiritual signification. That the Buddha was practical and not metaphysical may be seen from the criticism which was hurled at him by his opponents. As Gautama is always found alone sitting in an empty room, he has lost his wisdom. Even Sariputra, who is the wisest and best disciple of his, is like a babe, so stupid and without eloquence. For 9. If the Buddha had been given up to theorizing, his teaching never could be expected to grow. Speculation may be deep and subtle, but if it has no spiritual life in it, its possibilities are soon exhausted. The Dharma was ever maturing because it was mysteriously creative. The Buddha evidently had quite a pragmatic conception of the intellect and left many philosophical problems unsolved as unnecessary for the attainment of the final goal of life. This was quite natural with him. Whilst he was still alive among his disciples, he was the living illustration of all that was implied in his doctrine. The Dharma was manifest in him in all its vital aspects, and there was no need to indulge in idle speculation as to the ultimate meaning of such concepts as Dharma, Nirvana, Atman, Ego, Karma, Bodhi, enlightenment, etc. The Buddha's personality was the key to the solution of all these. The disciples were not fully aware of the significance of this fact. When they thought they understood the Dharma, they did not know that this understanding was really taking refuge in the Buddha. His presence somehow had a pacifying and satisfying effect on whatever spiritual anguish they had. They felt as if they were securely embraced in the arms of a loving, consoling mother. To them, the Buddha was really such. F20. Therefore, they had no need to press the Buddha very hard to enlighten them on many of the philosophical problems that they might have grown conscious of. They were easily reconciled in this respect to the Buddha's unwillingness to take them into the heart of metaphysics. But at the same time, this left much room for the later Buddhists to develop their own theories, not only as to the teaching of the Buddha, but mainly as to its relation to his personality. The Buddha's entrance into nirvana meant to his disciples the loss of the world. Light, F21, through which they had such an illuminating view of things. The Dharma was there, and in it they tried to see the Buddha as they were instructed by him, but it had no enlivening effect on them as before. The moral precepts consisting of many rules were regularly observed in the Brotherhood, but the authoritativeness of these regulations was missed somehow. They retired into a quietude and meditated on the teaching of the Master, but the meditation was not quite so life-giving and satisfying because they were ever assailed by doubts, and, as a natural consequence, their intellectual activities were resumed. Everything was now to be explained to the full extent of the reasoning faculty. The metaphysician began to assert himself against the simple-hearted devotion of the disciple. What has been accepted as an authoritative injunction from the mouth of the Buddha was now to be examined as a subject of philosophical discussion. Two factions were ready to divide the field with each other, and radicalism was opposed to conservatism, and between the two wings there were arranged schools of various tendencies. The Sthaviras were pitted against the Mahasagikas, with 20 or more different schools representing various grades of diversity, F22. We cannot, however, exclude from the body of Buddhism all the divergent views on the Buddha and his teaching as something foreign and not belonging to the constituent elements of Buddhism. For these views are exactly what support the frame of Buddhism, and without them the frame itself will be a non-entity altogether. The error with most critics of any existent religion with a long history of development is to conceive it as a completed system which is to be accepted as such, while the fact is that anything organic and spiritual, and we consider religion such, has no geometrical outline which can be traced on paper by ruler and compass. It refuses to be objectively defined, for this will be setting a limit to the growth of its spirit. Thus, to know what Buddhism is will be to get into the life of Buddhism and to understand it from the inside as it unfolds itself objectively in history. Therefore, the definition of Buddhism must be that of the life force which carries forward a spiritual movement called Buddhism. All these doctrines, controversies, constructions, and interpretations that were offered after the Buddha's death as regards his person, life, and teaching were what essentially constituted the life of Indian Buddhism, and without these there could be no spiritual activity to be known as Buddhism. In a word, what constituted the life and spirit of Buddhism is nothing else than the inner life and spirit of the Buddha himself. Buddhism is the structure erected around the inmost consciousness of its founder. The style and material of the outer structure may vary as history moves forward, but the inner meaning of Buddhahood which supports the whole edifice remains the same and ever living. While on earth, the Buddha tried to make it intelligible in accordance with the capacities of his immediate followers. That is to say, the latter did their best to comprehend the deeper significance of the various discourses of their master, in which he pointed the way to final deliverance. As we are told, the Buddha discoursed with one voice, F23, but this was interpreted and understood by his devotees in as manifold manners as possible. This was inevitable, for we have each his own inner experience which is to be explained in terms of his own creation, naturally varying in depth and breadth. In most cases, these so-called individual inner experiences, however, may not be so deep and forceful as to demand absolutely original phraseology, but may remain satisfied with new interpretations of the old terms, once brought into use by an ancient original spiritual leader. And this is the way every great historical religion grows enriched in its contents or ideas. In some cases, this enrichment may mean the overgrowth of superstructures ending in a complete burial of the original spirit. This is where critical judgment is needed, but otherwise we must not forget to recognize the living principle still in activity. In the case of Buddhism, we must not neglect to read the inner life of the Buddha himself asserting itself in the history of a religious system designated after his name. The claim of the Zen followers that they are transmitting the essence of Buddhism is based on their belief that Zen takes hold of the enlivening spirit of the Buddha, stripped of all its historical and doctrinal garments, some vital problems of Buddhism. To the earlier Buddhists, the problem did not present itself in this light. That is to say, they did not realize that the center of all their dogmatics and controversies was to ascertain the real inner life of the Buddha, which constituted their active faith in the Buddha and his teaching. Without exactly knowing why, they first entertained, after the passing of the Buddha, a strong desire to speculate on the nature of his personality. They had no power to check the constant and insistent cry of this desire brimming over in their inmost hearts. What constituted Buddhahood? What was the essence of Buddhahood? Questions like these assailed them one after another, and among those there were the following which stood out more prominently as they were more vitally interesting. They were those concerned with the enlightenment of the Buddha, his entrance into nirvana, his former life as a bodhisattva, that is, as one capable of enlightenment, and his teaching as viewed from their way of understanding the Buddha. Thus his teaching ceased to be considered independently of its author. The truth of the teaching was so organically connected with the Buddha's personality, the Dharma was to be believed because it was the very embodiment of Buddhahood, and not necessarily because it was so logically consistent or philosophically tenable. The Buddha was the key to the truth of Buddhism. When attention thus centers in the person of the Buddha as the author of the Dharma, the question of his inner experience known as enlightenment becomes the most vital one. Without this experience, the Buddha could not be called a Buddha. In fact, the term Buddha, the enlightened one, was his own making. If a man understands what enlightenment is, or really experiences it in himself, he knows the whole secret of the Buddha's superhuman nature, and with it the riddle of life and the world. The essence of Buddhism must then lie in the doctrine of perfect enlightenment. In the enlightened mind of the Buddha there were many things which he did not and could not divulge to his disciples. When he refused to answer metaphysical questions, it was not because the minds of the questioners were not developed enough to comprehend the full implications of them. If, however, the Buddhists really desired to know their master and his teaching, they had to study the secrets of enlightenment. As they had no living master now, they had to solve the problems by themselves if they could, and they were never tired of exhausting their intellectual ingenuity on them. Various theories were then advanced, and Buddhism grew richer in content. It came to reflect something eternally valid besides mere personal teaching of an individual. It ceased to be a thing merely historical, but a system ever living, growing, and energy imparting. Various Mahayana sutras and shastras were produced to develop various aspects of the content of enlightenment as realized by the Buddha. Some of them were speculative, others mystical, and still others ethical and practical. In the idea of enlightenment was thus focused all Buddhist thought. Nirvana, as the ideal of Buddhist life, next engaged the serious attention of Buddhist philosophers. Was it an annihilation of existence, or that of passions or desires, or the dispelling of ignorance, or a state of egolessness? Did the Buddha really enter into a state of utter extinction, leaving all sentient beings to their own fate? Did the love he showed to his followers vanish with his passing? Would he not come back among them in order to guide them, to enlighten them, to listen to their spiritual anguish? The value of such a grand personality as the Buddha could not perish with his physical existence. It ought to remain with us forever as a thing of eternal validity. How could this notion be reconciled with the annihilation theory of nirvana so prevalent among the personal disciples of the Buddha? When history conflicts with our idea of value, can it not be interpreted to the satisfaction of our religious yearnings? What is the objective authority of facts, if not supported by an inwardly grounded authority? Varieties of interpretation are then set forth in the Mahayana texts as to the implications of nirvana and other cognate conceptions to be found in the original teaching of the Buddha. F24. What is the relationship between enlightenment and nirvana? How did Buddhists come to realize arhatship? What convinced them of their attainment? Is the enlightenment of an arhat the same as that of the Buddha? To answer these questions and many others in close connection with them was the task imposed upon various schools of Hinayana and Mahayana Buddhism. While they quarreled much, they never forgot that they were all Buddhists, and whatever interpretations they gave to these problems, they were faithful to their Buddhist experience. They were firmly attached to the founder of their religion and only wished to get thoroughly intimate with the faith and teaching as were conservative and wished to submit to the orthodox and traditional way of understanding the Dharma. But there were others, as in every field of human life, whose inner experience meant more to them, and to harmonize this with the traditional authority they resorted to metaphysics to its fullest extent. Their efforts, there is no doubt, were honest and sincere, and when they thought they solved the difficulties or contradictions, they were satisfied inwardly as well as intellectually. In fact, they had no other means of egress from the spiritual impasse in which they found themselves through the natural and inevitable growth of their inmost life. This was the way Buddhism had to develop if it ever had in it any life to grow. While enlightenment and nirvana were closely related to the conception of Buddhahood itself, there was another idea of great importance to the development of Buddhism, which, however, had no direct connection apparently, though not in its ultimate signification, with the personality of the Buddha. This idea naturally proved to be most fruitful in the history of Buddhist dogmatics, along with the doctrines of enlightenment and nirvana. I mean by this the doctrine of non-Atman, which denies the existence of an ego substance in our psychic life. When the notion of Atman was ruling Indian minds, it was a bold announcement on the part of the Buddha to regard it as the source of ignorance and transmigration, the theory of origination, pratya, samutpada, which seems to make up the foundation of the Buddha's teaching, is thus finally resolved into the finding of a mischievous designer who works behind all our spiritual restlessness. Whatever interpretation was given to the doctrine of non-Atman in the early days of Buddhism, the idea came to be extended over to things inanimate as well. Not only there was no ego substance behind our mental life, but there was no ego in the physical world, which meant that we could not separate in reality acting from actor, force from mass, or life from its manifestations. As far as thinking goes, we can establish these two pairs of conception as limiting each other, but in the actuality of things they must all be one, as we cannot impose our logical way of thinking upon reality in its concreteness. When we transfer this separation from thought into reality, we encounter many difficulties, not only intellectual but moral and spiritual, from which we suffer unspeakable anguish later. This was felt by the Buddha, and he called this mixing up ignorance avidya. The Mahayana doctrine of Finyata was a natural conclusion. But I need not make any remark here to the effect that the Anyata theory is not nihilism or akasmism, but that it has its positive background which sustains it and gives life to it. It was in the natural order of thought now for Buddhists to endeavor to find a philosophical explanation of enlightenment and nirvana in the theory of non-Atman or Chinyata, and this to the best of their intellectual power and in the light of their spiritual experience. They finally found out that enlightenment was not a thing exclusively belonging to the Buddha, but that each one of us could attain it if he got rid of ignorance by abandoning the dualistic conception of life and of the world. They further concluded that nirvana was not vanishing into a state of absolute non-existence, which was an impossibility as long as we had to reckon with the actual facts of life, and that nirvana in its ultimate signification was an affirmation beyond opposites of all kinds. This metaphysical understanding of the fundamental problem of Buddhism marks the features of the Mahayana philosophy. As to its practical side, where the theory of Yinyata and the doctrine of enlightenment are harmoniously united and realized in life, or where the Buddhists aim to enter into the inner consciousness of the Buddha as was revealed to him under the Bodhi tree, we will refer to it in the following section. Almost all Buddhist scholars in Japan agree that all these characteristic ideas of the Mahayana are systematically traceable in Hinayana literature, and that all the reconstructions and transformations which the Mahayanists are supposed to have put on the original form of Buddhism are really nothing but an unbroken continuation of one original Buddhist spirit and life, and further that even the so-called primitive Buddhism, as is expounded in the Pali canons and in the Agama texts of the Chinese Tripitaka, is also the result of an elaboration on the part of the earlier followers of the Buddha. If the Mahayana is not Buddhism proper, neither is the Hinayana, for the historical reason that neither of them represents the teaching of the Buddha as it was preached by the Master himself. Unless one limits the use of the term Buddhism very narrowly and only to a certain form of it, no one can very well refuse to include both Mahayana and Hinayana in the same denomination. And, in my opinion, it is proper, considering the organic relation between system and experience, and the fact that the spirit of the Buddha himself is present in all these constructions, it is proper that the term Buddhism should be used in a broad, comprehensive, and inward sense. This is not the place to enter into the details of organic relationship existing between the Hinayana and the Mahayana, for the object of this essay is to delineate the course of development as traversed by Zen Buddhism before it has reached the present form. Having outlined my position with regard to the definition of Buddhism and the Mahayana in general as a manifestation of Buddhist life and thought, or rather of the inner experience of the Buddha himself, the next step will be to see where lies the source of Zen and how it is one of the legitimate successors and transmitters of the Buddha's spirit. Zen and enlightenment. The origin of Zen, as is the case with all other forms of Buddhism, is to be sought in supreme perfect enlightenment, Anuttara Samyak Salbodhi, attained by the Buddha while he was sitting under the Bodhi tree near the city of Gaya. If this enlightenment is of no value and signification to the development of Buddhism, Zen then has nothing to do with Buddhism. It was altogether another thing created by the genius of Bodhidharma who visited China early in the 6th century. But if enlightenment is the raison d'etre of Buddhism, that is to say, if Buddhism is an edifice erected on the solid basis of enlightenment, realized by the Buddha and making up his being, Zen is the central pillar which supports the entire structure. It composes the direct line of continuation drawn out from the content of the Buddha's illumined mind. Traditionally, Zen is considered to have been transmitted by the Buddha to his foremost disciple, Mahakaccapa, when the Buddha held out a bunch of flowers to his congregation, the meaning of which was at once grasped by Mahakaccapa, who quietly smiled at him. The historicity of this incident is justly criticized, but knowing the value of enlightenment, we cannot ascribe the authority of Zen just to such an episode as this. Zen was in fact handed over not only to Mahakaccapa, but to all beings who will follow the steps of the Buddha, the enlightened one. Like a true Indian, the Buddha's idea of ascetic meditation was to attain vimoksha, or simply moksha, deliverance from the bondage of birth and death. There were several ways open to him to reach the goal. According to the Brahmin philosophers of those days, the great fruit of deliverance could be matured by embracing religious truth, or by practicing asceticism or chastity, or by learning, or by freeing oneself from passions. Each in its way was an excellent means, and if they were practiced severally or all together, they might result in emancipation of some kind. But the philosophers talked about methods and did not give one any trustworthy information concerning their actual spiritual experience, and what the Buddha wished was this self-realization, a personal experience, an actual insight into truth, and not mere discoursing about methods or playing with concepts. F25. He was never satisfied until he inwardly realized the Bodhi as the truth immediately presented to his transcendental consciousness, and whose absolute nature was so inner, so self-convincing that he had no doubt whatever in regard to its universal validity. The content of this enlightenment was explained by the Buddha as the Dharma, which was to be directly perceived, sandihika, beyond limits of time, hayakalika, to be personally experienced, hippasika, altogether persuasive opanayika, and to be understood each for himself by the wise pakata veditabo vinyanuhi. This meant that the Dharma was to be intuited and not to be analytically reached by concepts. The reason why the Buddha so frequently refused to answer metaphysical problems was partly due to his conviction that the ultimate truth was to be realized in oneself through one's own efforts. F26, for all that could be gained through discursive understanding was the surface of things, and not things themselves. Conceptual knowledge never gave full satisfaction to one's religious yearning. The attainment of the Bodhi could not be the accumulation of dialectical subtleties. And this is the position taken up by Zen Buddhism as regards what it considers a final reality. Zen, in this respect, faithfully follows the injunction of the Master. That the Buddha had an insight of higher order into the nature of things than that which could be obtained through ordinary logical reasoning is evidenced everywhere, even in the so-called Hinayana literature. To cite just one instance from the Brahmajala Sutta, in which the Buddha deals with all the heretical schools that were in existence in his days, he invariably makes reference after refuting them to the Tathagata's deeper understanding which goes beyond their speculations, wriggling like an eel. What they discuss, just for the sake of discussion and to show the keenness of their analytical faculty about the soul, future life, eternity, and other important spiritual subjects, is not productive of any actual benefits for our inner welfare. The Buddha knew well where these reasonings would finally lead to and how trivial and unwholesome they were after all. So we read in the Brahmajala Sutta, "Of these, brethren, the Tathagata knows that these speculations thus arrived at, thus insisted on, will have such and such a result, such and such an effect on the future condition of those who trust in them." That does he know, and he knows also other things far beyond, far better than those speculations. And having that knowledge, he is not puffed up, and thus untarnished he has in his own heart realized the way of escape from them, has understood, as they really are, the rising up and passing away of sensations, their sweet taste, their danger, how they cannot be relied on, and not grasping after any of those things men are eager for, he, the Tathagata, is quite set free. Eve 27. While the ideal of arhatship was no doubt the entering into nirvana that leaves nothing behind, anupadishesha. Whatever this may mean, it did not ignore the significance of enlightenment. No, it could not do so very well without endangering its own reason of existence. For nirvana was nothing else in its essence than enlightenment. The content was identical in either case. Enlightenment was nirvana reached while yet in the flesh, and no nirvana was ever possible without obtaining enlightenment. The latter may have a more intellectual note in it than the former, which is a psychological state realized through enlightenment. Bodhi is spoken of in the so-called primitive Buddhism just as much as nirvana, so long as passions, klesha, were not subdued, and the mind still remained enshrouded in ignorance. No Buddhists could ever dream of obtaining a moksha deliverance, which is nirvana, and this deliverance from ignorance and passions was the work of enlightenment. Generally, nirvana is understood in its negative aspect as the total extinction of everything, body and soul, but in the actuality of life no such negativist conception could ever prevail, and the Buddha never meant nirvana to be so interpreted. If there were nothing affirmative in nirvana, the Mahayanists could never have evolved the positive conception of it later. Though the immediate disciples of the Buddha were not conscious of this, there was always the thought of enlightenment implied in it. Enlightenment attained by the Buddha after a week's meditation under the Bodhi tree could not be of no consequence to his Arhat disciples. However negatively the latter tended to apply this principle to the attainment of their life object. The true significance of enlightenment was effectively brought out by the Mahayanists, not only in its intellectual implications, but in its moral and religious bearings. The result was the conception of bodhisattvaship in contradistinction to arhatship, the ideal of their rival school. The arhat and the bodhisattva are essentially the same, but the Mahayanists, perceiving a deeper sense in enlightenment as the most important constituent element in the attainment of the final goal of Buddhism, which is spiritual freedom, cito vimutti, as the Nikayas have it, did not wish to have it operated in themselves only, but wanted to see it realized in every being sentient and even non-sentient. Not only this was their subjective yearning, but there was an objective basis on which the yearning could be justified and realized. It was the presence in every individual of a faculty designated by the Mahayanists as prajna, F28. This was the principle that made enlightenment possible in us as well as in the Buddha. Without prajna, there could be no enlightenment, which was the highest spiritual power in our possession. The intellect, or what is ordinarily known by Buddhist scholars as vijñāna, was relative in its activity, and could not comprehend the ultimate truth which was enlightenment. And it was due to this ultimate truth that we could lift ourselves above the dualism of matter and spirit, of ignorance and wisdom, of passion and non-attachment. Enlightenment consisted in personally realizing the truth, ultimate and absolute and capable of affirmation. Thus we are all bodhisattvas now, beings of enlightenment, if not in actuality, then potentially. Bodhisattvas are also prajnasattlas, as we are universally endowed with prajna, which, when fully and truly operating, will realize in us enlightenment, and intellectually in its highest sense. Lift us above appearances, which is a state designated by Nikaya Buddhists as emancipation of mind or reason, panya vimutti or samad anya vimutti. If by virtue of enlightenment Gautama was transformed into the Buddha, and then if all beings are endowed with prajna and capable of enlightenment, that is, if they are thus bodhisattvas, the logical conclusion will be that bodhisattvas are all Buddhas, or destined to be Buddhas as soon as sufficient conditions obtain. Hence the Mahayana doctrine that all beings, sentient or non-sentient, are endowed with the Buddha nature, and that our minds are the Buddha mind and our bodies are the Buddha body. The Buddha before his enlightenment was an ordinary mortal, and we, ordinary mortals, will be Buddhas the moment our mental eyes Phi-tu-9 open in enlightenment. In this do we not see plainly the most natural and most logical course of things leading up to the main teaching of Zen as it later developed in China and Japan? How extensively and intensively the concept of enlightenment influenced the development of Mahayana Buddhism may be seen in the composition of the Saddharma Puji Arka, which is really one of the profoundest Mahayana protests against the Hinayana conception of the Buddha's enlightenment. According to the latter, the Buddha attained it at Gaya while meditating under the Bodhi tree, for they regarded the Buddha as a mortal being like themselves, subject to historical and psychological conditions. But the Mahayanists could not be satisfied with such a realistic, common-sense interpretation of the personality of the Buddha. They saw something in it which went deep into their hearts and wanted to come in immediate touch with it. What they sought was finally given, and they found that the idea of the Buddha's being a common soul was a delusion, that the Tathagata arrived in his supreme perfect enlightenment many 100,000 myriads of kotis of eons ago, and that all those historical facts in his life which are recorded in the Agama or Nikaya literature are his skillful devices, Gopaya Kawalaya, to lead creatures to full ripeness and go in the Buddha way, if 30. In other words, this means that enlightenment is the absolute reason of the universe and the essence of Buddhahood, and therefore that to obtain enlightenment is to realize in one's inner consciousness the ultimate truth of the world which forever is. While the Puchaka emphasizes the Buddha aspect of enlightenment, Zen directs its attention mainly to the enlightenment aspect of Buddhahood. When this latter aspect is considered intellectually, we have the philosophy of Buddhist dogmatics, which is studied by scholars of the Tendai, Tiantai, Tiantai, Tien Avatasaka, Hosso, Dharmalaksha, and other schools. Zen approaches it from the practical side of life, that is, to work out enlightenment in life itself. Seeing that the idea of enlightenment played such an important role in the development of Mahayana Buddhism, what is the content of it? Can we describe it in an intelligible manner so that our analytical intellect could grasp it and make it an object of thought? The fourfold noble truth was not the content of enlightenment, nor was the 12-fold chain of causation, nor the 8-fold righteous path. The truth flashed through the Buddha's consciousness was not such a thought capable of discursive unfolding. When he exclaimed, "Through birth and rebirth's endless round, seeking in vain, I hastened on, to find who framed this edifice, what misery! Birth incessantly, O builder, I've discovered thee. This fabric thou shalt ne'er rebuild. The rafters all are broken now, and pointed roof demolished lies. This mind has demolition reached, and seen the last of all desire." F31. He must have grasped something much deeper than mere dialectics. There must have been something most fundamental and ultimate which at once set all his doubts at rest, not only intellectual doubts but spiritual anguish. Indeed, 49 years of his active life after enlightenment were commentaries on it, and yet they did not exhaust its content, nor did all the later speculations of Nagarjuna, Altvagosha, and Vasubandhu and Asanga explain it away. In the Laukavatara, therefore, the author makes the Buddha confess that since his enlightenment, till his passing into nirvana, he uttered not a word. F32. Therefore, Again, with all his memory and learning, Nanda could not sound the bottom of the Buddha's wisdom while the latter was still alive. According to tradition, Nanda's attainment to arhatship took place at the time of the first convocation, in which he was not allowed to take part, in spite of his 25 years' attendance upon the Buddha. Grieving over the fact, he spent the whole night perambulating in an open square, and when he was about to lay himself down on a couch, all exhausted, he all of a sudden came to realize the truth of Buddhism, which with all his knowledge and understanding had escaped him all those years. What does this mean? Arhatship is evidently not a matter of scholarship. It is something realized in the twinkling of an eye after a long, arduous application to the matter. The preparatory course may occupy a long stretch of time, but the crisis breaks out at a point instantaneously, and one is an arhat, or a bodhisattva, or even a Buddha. The content of enlightenment must be quite simple in nature and yet tremendous in effect. That is to say, intellectually, it must transcend all the complications involved in an epistemological exposition of it, and psychologically, it must be the reconstruction of one's entire personality. Such a fundamental fact naturally evades description and can be grasped only by an act of intuition and through personal experience. It is really the Dharma in its highest sense. If by the stirring of one thought, ignorance came into our life, the awakening of another thought must put a stop to ignorance and bring about enlightenment. If 33. And in this there is no thought to be an object of logical consciousness or empirical reasoning, for in enlightenment thinker and thinking and thought are merged in the one act of seeing into the very being of self. No further explanation of the Dharma is possible, hence an appeal to via negativa, and this has reached its climax in the Unyata philosophy of Nagarjuna, which is based upon the teaching of the Prajnaparamita literature of Buddhism. So we see that enlightenment is not the outcome of an intellectual process in which one idea follows another in sequence, finally to terminate in conclusion or judgment. There is neither process nor judgment in enlightenment. It is something more fundamental, something which makes a judgment possible, and without which no form of judgment can take place. In judgment there are a subject and a predicate. In enlightenment, subject is predicate, and predicate is subject. They are here merged as one, but not as one of which something can be stated, but as one from which arises judgment. We cannot go beyond this absolute oneness. All the intellectual operations stop here. When they endeavor to go further, they draw a circle in which they forever repeat themselves. This is the wall against which all philosophies have beaten in vain. This is an intellectual terra incognita, in which prevails the principle credo quia absurdum est. This region of darkness, however, gives up its secrets when attacked by the will, by the force of one's entire personality. Enlightenment is the illuminating of this dark region when the whole thing is seen at one glance, and all intellectual inquiries find here their rationale. Hitherto one may have been intellectually convinced of the truth of a certain proposition, but somehow it has not yet entered into his life. The truth still lacks ultimate confirmation, and he cannot help feeling a vague sense of indeterminateness and uneasiness. Enlightenment now comes upon him in a mysterious way, without any previous announcement, and all is settled with him. He is an arhat or even a Buddha. The dragon has got its eyes dotted, and it is no more a lifeless image painted on a canvas, but winds and rains are its willing servants now. It is quite evident that enlightenment is not the consciousness of logical perspicuity or analytical completeness. It is something more than an intellectual sense of conclusiveness. There is something in it which engages the entire field of consciousness, not only by throwing light on the whole series of links welded for the purpose of solving the problems of life, but by giving a feeling of finality to all the spiritual anguish that has ever been so disquieting to one's soul. The logical links, however accurately adjusted and perfectly wrought together, fail by themselves to be pacifying to the soul in the most thoroughgoing manner. We require something more fundamental or more immediate for the purpose, and I maintain that the mere reviewing of the fourfold noble truth or the 12-fold chain of origination does not result in the attainment of the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. The Buddha must have experienced something that went far deeper into his inmost consciousness than the mere intellectual grasping of empirical truths. He must have gone beyond the sphere of analytical reasoning. He must have come in touch with that which makes our intellectual operations possible, in fact, that which conditions the very existence of our conscious life. When Chariputra saw Alvajit, he noticed how composed the latter was, with all his organs of sense well controlled, and how clear and bright the color of his skin was. Chariputra could not help asking him who was his teacher, and what doctrine he taught. To this Alvajit replied, "The great Makyamuni, the Blessed One, is my teacher, and his doctrine in substance is this: the Buddha hath the cause told. Of all things springing from a cause, and also how things cease to be, 'tis this the mighty monk proclaims." It is said that on hearing this exposition of the Dharma, there arose in the mind of Phariputra a clear and distinct perception of the Dharma that whatever is subject to origination is subject also to cessation. Hariputra then attained to the deathless, sorrowless state, lost sight of and neglected for many myriads of kalpas. The point to which I wish to call attention here is this. Is there anything intellectually remarkable and extraordinary and altogether original in this stanza that has so miraculously awakened Phariputra from his habitually cherished way of thinking? As far as the Buddha's Dharma doctrine was concerned, there was not much of anything in these 4 lines. It is said that they are the substance of the Dharma. If so, the Dharma may be said to be rather devoid of substance, and how could Phariputra ever find here a truth concrete and efficient enough to turn him away from the old rut? The stanza, which is noted for having achieved the conversion of not only Chariputra but Maudgaliyayana, has really nothing characteristic of Buddhistic thought strong enough to produce such a great result. The reason for this, therefore, must be sought somewhere else, that is, not in the formal truth contained in the stanza, but in the subjective condition of the one to whose ears it chanced to fall and in whom it awakened a vision of another world. It was in the mind of Sariputra itself that opened up to a clear and distinct understanding of the Dharma. In other words, the Dharma was revealed in him as something growing out of himself, and not as an external truth poured into him. In a sense, the Dharma had been in his mind all the time, but he was not aware of its presence there until Alvajit's stanza was uttered. He was not a mere passive recipient into which something not native to his self was poured. The hearing of the stanza gave him an opportunity to experience the supreme moment. If Phariputra's understanding was intellectual and discursive, his dialogue with Nanda later on could not take place in the way it did. In the Sayyutta Nikaya II 235f we read, Nanda saw Pariputra coming afar off, and he said to him, "Serene and pure and radiant is your face. Brother Paripatra, in what mood has Phariputra been today?" "I have been alone in dhyana, and to me came never the thought, I am attaining it, I have got it, I have emerged from it." Here we notice the distinction between an intellectual and a spiritual understanding, which is enlightenment. When Shripatra referred to the cause of his being so serene, pure, and radiant, he did not explain it logically, but just stated the fact as he subjectively interpreted it himself. Whether this interpretation of his own was correct or not takes the psychologist to decide. What I wish to see here is that Phariputra's understanding of the doctrine of origination and cessation was not the outcome of his intellectual analysis, but an intuitive comprehension of his own inner life process. Between the Buddha's enlightenment, which is sung in the hymn of victory, and Tariputra's insight into the Dharma as the doctrine of causation, there is a close connection in the way their minds worked. In the one, enlightenment came first and then its expression. In the other, a definite statement was addressed first and then came an insight. The process is reversed here. But the inadequacy of relation between antecedent and consequence remains the same. The one does not sufficiently explain the other when the logical and intellectual understanding alone is taken into consideration. The explanation must be sought not in the objective truth contained in the doctrine of causation, but in the state of consciousness itself of the enlightened subject. Otherwise, how do we account for the establishment of such a firm faith in self-realization or self-deliverance as this? He has destroyed all evil passions, asava. He has attained to heart, emancipation, cito vimutti, and intellect, emancipation, panna vimutti. Here in this visible world he has by himself understood, realized, and mastered the Dharma. He has dived deep into it, has passed beyond doubt, has put away perplexity, has gained full confidence. He has lived the life, has done what was to be done, has destroyed the fetter of rebirth. He has comprehended the Dharma as it is truly in itself. F34. This is why the Laukavatara Saitra tries so hard to tell us that language is altogether inadequate as the means of expressing and communicating the inner state of enlightenment. While without language we may fare worse, at least in our practical life, we must guard ourselves most deliberately against our trusting it too much beyond its legitimate office. The sutra gives the main reason for this, which is that language is the product of causal dependence, subject to change, unsteady, mutually conditioned, and based on false judgment as to the true nature of consciousness. For this reason, language cannot reveal to us the ultimate signification of things, paramartha. The noted analogy of finger and moon is most appropriate to illustrate the relation between language and sense, symbol and reality. If the Buddha's enlightenment really contained so much in it that he himself could not sufficiently demonstrate or illustrate it with his long, thin tongue, prabhaptatanujiva, through his long, peaceful life given to meditation and discoursing, how could those less than he ever hope to grasp it and attain spiritual emancipation? This is the position taken up by Zen. To comprehend the truth of enlightenment, therefore, we must exercise some other mental power than intellection, if we are at all in possession of such. Discoursing fails to reach the goal, and yet we have an unsatiated aspiration after the unattainable. Are we then meant to live and die thus tormented forever? If so, this is the most lamentable situation in which we find ourselves on earth. Buddhists have applied themselves most earnestly to the solution of the problem and have finally come to see that we have, after all, within ourselves what we need. This is the power of intuition possessed by spirit and able to comprehend spiritual truth, which will show us all the secrets of life, making up the content of the Buddha's enlightenment. It is not an ordinary intellectual process of reasoning, but a power that will grasp something most fundamental in an instant and in the directest way. Prajna is the name given to this power by the Buddhists, as I said, and what Zen Buddhism aims at in its relation to the doctrine of enlightenment is to awaken prajna by the exercise of meditation. We read in the Saddharmaputta Arka, O Kariputra, the true law understood by the Tathagata cannot be reasoned, is beyond the pale of reasoning. Why? For the Tathagata appears in the world to carry out one great object, which is to make all beings accept, see, enter into, and comprehend the knowledge and insight gained by the Tathagata, and also to make them enter upon the path of knowledge and insight attained by the Tathagata. Those who learn it from the Tathagata also reach his supreme perfect enlightenment. If 35. If such was the one great object of the Buddha's appearance on earth, how do we get into the path of insight and realize supreme perfect enlightenment? And if this Dharma of enlightenment is beyond the limits of the understanding, no amount of philosophizing will ever bring us nearer the goal. How do we then learn it from the Tathagata? Decidedly not from his mouth, nor from the records of his sermons, nor from the ascetic practice, but from our own inner consciousness through the exercise of dhyana. And this is the doctrine of Zen, enlightenment and spiritual freedom. When the doctrine of enlightenment makes its appeal to the inner experience of the Buddhist, and its content is to be grasped immediately without any conceptual medium, the sole authority in his spiritual life will have to be found within himself. Traditionalism or institutionalism will naturally lose all its binding force. According to him, then, propositions will be true, that is, living, because they are in accordance with his spiritual insight, and his actions will permit no external standard of judgment. As long as they are the inevitable overflow of his inner life, they are good, even holy. The direct issue of this interpretation of enlightenment will be the upholding of absolute spiritual freedom in every way, which will further lead to the unlimited expansion of his mental outlook going beyond the narrow bounds of monastic and scholastic Buddhism. This was not, however, from the Mahayanistic point of view, against the spirit of the Buddha. The constitution of the Brotherhood will now have to change. In the beginning of Buddhism, it was a congregation of homeless monks who subjected themselves to a certain set of ascetic rules of life. In this, Buddhism was an exclusive possession of the elite and the general public or Upasaka group who accepted the threefold refuge. Formula was a sort of appendage to the regular or professional brotherhood. When Buddhism was still in its first stage of development, even nuns, bhikshu, were not allowed to come into the community. The Buddha received them only after great reluctance, prophesying that Buddhism would now live only half of its normal life. We can readily see from this fact that the teaching of the Buddha and the doctrine of enlightenment were meant to be practiced and realized only among limited classes of people. While the Buddha regarded the various elements of his congregation with perfect impartiality, cherishing no prejudices as to their social, racial, and other distinctions, the full benefit of his teaching could not extend beyond the monastic boundaries. If there was nothing in it that could benefit mankind in general, this exclusiveness was naturally to be expected. But the doctrine of enlightenment was something that could not be kept thus imprisoned. It had many things in it that would overflow all the limitations set to it. When the conception of bodhisattvahood came to be emphatically asserted, a monastic and self-excluding community could no longer hold its ground. A religion of monks and nuns had to become a religion of laymen and laywomen. An ascetic discipline leading to the Anmaipadisha, nirvaya, had to give way to a system of teaching that would make anyone attain enlightenment and demonstrate nirvana in his daily life. In all the Mahayana sutras, this general tendency in the unfoldment of Buddhism is vehemently asserted, showing how intense was the struggle between conservatism and progressivism. This spirit of freedom, which is the power impelling Buddhism to break through its monastic shell and bringing forward the idea of enlightenment ever vigorously before the masses, is the life impulse of the universe. This unhampered activity of spirit and everything that interferes with it is destined to be defeated. The history of Buddhism is thus also a history of freedom in one's spiritual, intellectual, and moral life. The moral aristocracy and disciplinary formalism of primitive Buddhism could not bind our spirit for a very long period of time. As the doctrine of enlightenment grew to be more and more inwardly interpreted, the spirit rose above the formalism of Buddhist discipline. It was of no absolute necessity for one to leave his home life and follow the footsteps of the wandering monks in order to reach the supreme fruit of enlightenment. Inward purity and not external piety was the thing needed for the Buddhist life. The upasakas were in this respect as good as the bhikshus. The fact is most eloquently illustrated in the Vimalakirti Sutra. The chief character here is Vimalakirti, a lay philosopher outside the pale of the Brotherhood. None of the Buddha's disciples were his matches in the depth, breadth, and subtleties of thought, and when the Buddha told them to visit his sick room, they all excused themselves for some reason or other, except Manju, who is Prajna incarnate in Mahayana Buddhism. That the lay devotees thus asserted themselves even at the expense of the arhats may also be gleaned from other sources than the Vimalakirti, but especially from such sutras as the Urnmala, Gahavihaviha, Vajrasamadhi, Kandrotara Darika, etc. What is the most noteworthy in this connection is that woman plays an important role on various occasions. Not only is she endowed with philosophizing talents, but she stands on equal footing with man. Among the 53 philosophers or leaders of thought visited by Sudhana in his religious pilgrimage, he interviewed many women in various walks of life, and some of whom were even courtesans. They all wisely discoursed with the insatiable seeker of truth. What a different state of affairs this was when compared with the reluctant admission of women into the Sangha in the early days of Buddhism. Later Buddhism may have lost something in austerity, aloofness, and even saintliness which appeals strongly to our religious imagination, but it has gained in democracy, picturesqueness, and largely in humanity. The free spirit which wanders out beyond the monastic walls of the Brotherhood now follows its natural consequence and endeavors to transcend the disciplinary rules and the ascetic formalism of the Hinayanists. The moral rules that were given by the Buddha to his followers, as they were called for by the contingencies of life, were concerned more or less with externalism. When the Buddha remained with them as the living spirit of the Brotherhood, these rules were the direct expressions of the subjective life. But with the Buddha's departure, they grew rigid and failed to reach the inner spirit of their author, and the followers of enlightenment revolted against them, upholding the spirit that giveth life. They advocated perfect freedom of spirit, even after the fashion of antinomians. If the spirit were pure, no acts of the body could spoil it. It could wander about anywhere it liked with absolute immunity. It would even go down to hell if it were necessary or expedient for them to do so for the sake of the salvation of the depraved. It would indefinitely postpone the entering into nirvana if there were still souls to save and minds to enlighten. According to the letter that killeth, no Buddhists were allowed to enter a liquor shop, or to be familiar with inmates of the houses barred from respectability, in short, even for a moment to be thinking of violating any of the moral precepts. But to the Mahayanists all kinds of expediency or devices were granted if they were fully enlightened and had their spirits thoroughly purified. They were living in a realm beyond good and evil, and as long as they were there, no acts of theirs could be classified and judged according to the ordinary measure of ethics. They were neither moral nor immoral. These relative terms had no application in a kingdom governed by free spirits which soared above the relative world of differences and oppositions. This was most slippery ground for the Mahayanists. When they were really enlightened and fathomed the depths of spirituality, every deed of theirs was a creative act of God. But in this extreme form of idealism, objectivity had no room, and consequently who could ever distinguish libertinism from spiritualism? In spite of this pitfall, the Mahayanists were in the right in consistently following up all the implications of the doctrine of enlightenment. Their parting company with the Hinayanists was inevitable. The doctrine of enlightenment leads to the inwardness of one's spiritual experience, which cannot be analyzed intellectually without somehow involving logical contradictions. It thus seeks to break through every intelligent barrier that may be set against it. It longs for emancipation in every form, not only in the understanding, but in life itself. The unscrupulous followers of enlightenment are thus liable to degenerate into votaries of libertinism. If the Mahayanists remained here and did not see further into the real nature of prajna, they would have certainly followed the fates of the friends of free spirit, but they knew how enlightenment realizes its true signification in love for all beings, and how freedom of spirit has its own principle to follow, though nothing external is imposed upon it. For freedom does not mean lawlessness, which is the destruction and annihilation of itself, but creating out of its inner life force all that is good and beautiful. This creating is called by the Mahayanists skillful device, upaya kavalya, in which enlightenment is harmoniously wedded to love. Enlightenment, when intellectually conceived, is not dynamical and stops at illumining the path which love will tread. But prajna is more than merely intellectual. It produces karuja, love, or pity. And with her cooperation, it achieves the great end of life, the salvation of all beings from ignorance and passions and misery. It now knows no end in devising all kinds of means to carry out its own teleological functions. The Siddharma Pucharka regards the Buddha's appearance on earth and his life in history as the skillful devices of world salvation on the part of the Supreme Being of eternal enlightenment. This creation, however, ceases to be a creation in its perfect sense when the Creator grows conscious of its teleological implications. F36, for here then is a split in his consciousness which will check the spontaneous flowing out of spirit, and then freedom will be lost at its source. Such devices as have grown conscious of their purposes are no more skillful devices, and according to the Buddhists, they do not reflect the perfect state of enlightenment. Thus the doctrine of enlightenment is to be supplemented by the doctrine of device, upaya. Or the latter may be said to evolve by itself from the first when it is conceived dynamically and not as merely a contemplative state of consciousness. The earlier Buddhists showed the tendency to consider enlightenment essentially reflective or a state of tranquility. They made it something lifeless and altogether uncreative. This, however, did not bring out all that was contained in enlightenment. The affective or will element which moved the Buddha to come out of his Sagaramudra Samadhi, a samadhi in which the whole universe was reflected in his consciousness as the moon stamps her image upon the ocean, has now developed into the doctrine of device. For the will is more fundamental than the intellect and makes up the ultimate principle of life. Without the devising and self-regulating will, life will be the mad display of a mere blind force. The wantonness of a free spirit is thus now regulated to operate in the great work of universal salvation. Its creative activity will devise all possible means for the sake of love for all beings, animate as well as inanimate. Dhyana is one of those devices which will keep our minds in balance and well under the control of the will. Zen is the outcome of the dhyana discipline applied to the attainment of enlightenment. Zen and dhyana. The term Zen, Chan in Chinese, is an abbreviated form of Zena or Chana 2.2, which is the Chinese rendering of dhyana or jhana, and from this fact alone it is evident that Zen has a great deal to do with this practice which has been carried on from the early days of the Buddha, indeed from the beginning of Indian culture. Dhyana is usually rendered in English meditation, and generally speaking, the idea is to meditate on a truth, religious or philosophical, so that it may be thoroughly comprehended and deeply engraved into the inner consciousness. This is practiced in a quiet place away from the noise and confusion of the world. Allusion to this abounds in Indian literature, and to sit alone in a quiet place and to devote oneself to meditation exclusively is the phrase one meets everywhere in the Gamas. The following conversation between Sandana, a Buddhist, and Nigrodha, an ascetic, which is recorded in the Udumbarika Suhanada Suttanta F37, will throw much light on the habit of the Buddha. Says Sandana, but the Exalted One haunts the lonely and remote recesses of the forest, where sound there hardly is, where the breezes from the pastures blow, yet which are hidden from the eyes of men, suitable for self-communing. To this the ascetic wanderer answers, "Look you now, householder, know you with whom the Samana Gotama talks, with whom he holds conversation? By intercourse with whom does he attain the lucidity and wisdom? The Samana Gotama's insight is ruined by his habit of seclusion. He is not at home in conducting an assembly. He is not ready in conversation, so he keeps apart from others in solitary places, even as a one-eyed cow that, walking in a circle, follows only the outskirts, so is the Samana Gotama." Again we read in the Samananya Phala Sutta F38, "Then the master of this so excellent body of moral precepts, gifted with this so excellent self-restraint as to the senses, endowed with this so excellent mindfulness and self-possession, filled with this so excellent content, he chooses some lonely spot to rest at on his way, in the woods, at the foot of a tree, on a hillside, in a mountain glen, in a rocky cave, in a charnel place, or on a heap of straw in the open field. And returning thither after his round for alms, he seats himself, when his meal is done, cross-legged, keeping his body erect, and his intelligence alert, intent. Further, in the days of the Buddha, miracle-working and sophistical discussions seem to have been the chief business of the ascetics, wanderers, and Brahman metaphysicians. The Buddha was thus frequently urged to join in the debates on philosophical questions, and also to perform wonders in order to make people embrace his teaching. Nigrodha's comment on the Buddha conclusively shows that the Buddha was a great disapprover of empty reasoning, devoting himself to things practical and productive of results, as well as that he was always earnestly engaged in meditation away from the world. When Chien Ku, son of a wealthy merchant in Nalanda, asked the Buddha to give his command to his disciples and make them perform for the benefit of his townspeople, the Buddha flatly refused, saying, "My disciples are instructed to sit in solitude quietly and to be earnestly meditating on the path. If they had something meritorious, let them conceal it, but if they had faults, let them confess." F39. An appeal to the analytical understanding is never sufficient to thoroughly comprehend the inwardness of a truth, especially when it is a religious one, nor is mere compulsion by an external force adequate for bringing about a spiritual transformation in us. We must experience in our innermost consciousness all that is implied in a doctrine, when we are able not only to understand it but to put it in practice. There will then be no discrepancy between knowledge and life. The Buddha knew this very well, and he endeavored to produce knowledge out of meditation. This is, to make wisdom grow from personal, spiritual experience. The Buddhist way to deliverance, therefore, consisted in threefold discipline: moral rules, tranquilization, samadhi, and wisdom, prajna. By pala, one's conduct is regulated externally, by samadhi quietude is attained, and by prajna real understanding takes place. Hence the importance of meditation in Buddhism. That this threefold discipline was one of the most characteristic features of Buddhism since its earliest days is well attested by the fact that the following formula, which is culled from the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, is repeatedly referred to in the sutra as if it were a subject most frequently discussed by the Buddha for the edification of his followers. Such and such is upright conduct. Shaya. Such and such is earnest contemplation. Samadhi, such and such is intelligence. Prajna. Great becomes the fruit, great the advantage of intellect when it is set round with earnest contemplation. The mind set round with intelligence is set quite free from the intoxications. Ahakava, that is to say, from the intoxication of sensuality. Kama, from the intoxication of becoming. Bhava, from the intoxication of delusion. Ishti, from the intoxication of ignorance. Avidya. 40. Samadhi and dhyana are to a great extent synonymous and interchangeable, but strictly samadhi is a psychological state realized by the exercise of dhyana. The latter is the process, and the former is the goal. The Buddhist scriptures make reference to so many samadhis, and before delivering a sermon, the Buddha generally enters into a samadhi F41, but never, I think, into a dhyana. The latter is practiced or exercised. But frequently in China, dhyana and samadhi are combined to make one word, shanting, 223, meaning a state of quietude attained by the exercise of meditation or dhyana. There are some other terms analogous to these two which are met with in Buddhist literature as well as in other Indian religious systems. They are sahapati, coming together, samahita, collecting the thoughts, namatha, tranquilization, sitaikagrata, concentration, dishta, dharma, sukha, vihara, abiding in the bliss of the law perceived, dharaki or dharaka, abstraction, etc. I know turned in mince with brack, with zine, with zar, tar, tur, brat, wide tar, toe. They are all connected with the central idea of dhyana, which is to tranquilize the turbulence of self-assertive passions and to bring about a state of absolute identity in which the truth is realized in its inwardness, that is, a state of enlightenment. The analytical tendency of philosophers is also evident in this when they distinguish 4 or 8 kinds of dhyana. F42. The first dhyana is an exercise in which the mind is made to concentrate on one single subject until all the coarse affective elements are vanished from consciousness except the serene feelings of joy and peace. But the intellect is still active. Judgment and reflection operate upon the object of contemplation. When these intellectual operations, too, are quieted, and the mind is simply concentrated on one point, it is said that we have attained the second dhyana, but the feelings of joy and peace are still here. In the third stage of dhyana, perfect serenity obtains as the concentration grows deeper, but the subtlest mental activities are not vanished, and at the same time a joyous feeling remains. When the fourth and last stage is reached, even this feeling of self-enjoyment disappears, and what prevails in consciousness now is perfect serenity of contemplation. All the intellectual and the emotional factors liable to disturb spiritual tranquility are successively controlled, and mind in absolute composure remains absorbed in contemplation. In this there takes place a fully adjusted equilibrium between samatha and vipassana, that is, between tranquilization or cessation and contemplation. In all Buddhist discipline this harmony is always sought after. For when the mind tips either way, it grows either too heavy, steinam, or too light, odatyam, either too torpid in mental activity or too given up to contemplation. The spiritual exercise ought to steer ahead without being hampered by either tendency. They ought to strike the middle path. there are further 4 stages of dhyana called arupa vimoksha, which are practiced by those who have passed beyond the last stage of dhyana. The first is to contemplate the infinity of space, not disturbed by the manifoldness of matter. The second is on the infinity of consciousness, as against the first. The third is meant to go still further beyond the distinction of space and thought, and the fourth is to eliminate even this consciousness of non-distinction, to be thus altogether free from any trace of analytical intellection. Besides these 8 samapatti coming together exercises, technically so-called, the Buddha sometimes refers to still another form of meditation which is considered to be distinctly Buddhist. This is more or less definitely contrasted to the foregoing by not being so exclusively intellectual but partly affective, as it aims at putting a full stop to the operation of samjanya thought. And vedita sensation, that is, of the essential elements of consciousness. It is almost a state of death, total extinction, except that one in this dhyana has life, warmth, and the sense organs in perfect condition. But in point of fact, it is difficult to distinguish this nirodha vimoksha, deliverance by cessation, from the last stage of the arupa or arupa. Meditation, in both of which consciousness ceases to function even in its simplest and most fundamental acts. Whatever this was, it is evident that the Buddha, like the other Indian leaders of thought, endeavored to make his disciples realize in themselves the content of enlightenment by means of dhyana, or concentration. They were thus made to gradually progress from a comparatively simple exercise up to the highest stage of concentration in which the dualism of the one and the many vanished, even to the extent of a total cessation of mentation. Apart from these general spiritual exercises, the Buddha at various times told his followers to meditate on such objects, F43, as would make them masters of their disturbing passions and intellectual entanglements. We can now see how Zen developed out of this system of spiritual exercises. Zen adopted the external form of dhyana as the most practical method to realize the end it had in view, but as to its content, Zen had its own way of interpreting the spirit of the Buddha. The dhyana practiced by primitive Buddhists was not in full accord with the object of Buddhism, which is no other than the attaining of enlightenment and demonstrating it in one's everyday life. To do away with consciousness so that nothing will disturb spiritual serenity was too negative a state of mind to be sought after by those who at all aspired to develop the positive content of the Buddha's own enlightened mind. Tranquilization was not the real end of dhyana, nor was the being absorbed in a samadhi the object of Buddhist life. Enlightenment was to be found in life itself, in its fuller and freer expressions, and not in its cessation. What was it that made the Buddha pass all his life in religious peregrination? What was it that moved him to sacrifice his own well-being, in fact his whole life, for the sake of his fellow creatures? If dhyana had no positive object except in pacifying passions and enjoying absorption in the unconscious, why did the Buddha leave his seat under the Bodhi tree and come out into the world? If enlightenment was merely a negative state of cessation, the Buddha could not find any impulse in him that would urge him to exertion in behalf of others. Critics sometimes forget this fact when they try to understand Buddhism simply as a system of teaching as recorded in the Agamas and in Pali Buddhist literature. As I said before, Buddhism is also a system built by his disciples upon the personality of the Buddha himself, in which the spirit of the master is more definitely affirmed. And this is what Zen has, in its own way, been attempting to do, to develop the idea of enlightenment more deeply, positively, and comprehensively by the practice of dhyana, and in conformity with the spirit of general Buddhism, in which life, purged of its blind impulses and sanctified by an insight into its real values, will be asserted. Zen and the Lakavattara. Of the many sutras that were introduced into China since the 1st century AD, the one in which the principles of Zen are more expressly and directly expounded than any others, at least those that were in existence at the time of Bodhidharma, is the Laukavatara Sutra. Zen, as its followers justly claim, does not base its authority on any written documents, but directly appeals to the enlightened mind of the Buddha. It refuses to do anything with externalism in all its variegated modes. Even the sutras, or all those literary remains ordinarily regarded as sacred and coming directly from the mouth of the Buddha, are looked down upon, as we have already seen, as not touching the inward facts of Zen. Hence, its reference to the mystic dialogue between the enlightened one and Mahakaccapa on a bouquet of flowers. But Bodhidharma, the founder of Zen in China, handed the Laukavatara over to his first Chinese disciple Huike as the only literature in existence at the time in China in which the principles of Zen are taught. When Zen unconditionally emphasizes one's immediate experience as the final fact on which it is established, it may well ignore all the scriptural sources as altogether unessential to its truth, and on this principle its followers have quite neglected the study of the Laukavatara. But to justify the position of Zen for those who have not yet grasped it and yet who are desirous of learning something about it, an external authority may be quoted, and conceptual arguments resorted to in perfect harmony with its truth. This was why Dharma selected this sutra out of the many that had been in existence in China in his day. We must approach the Laukavatara with this frame of mind. There are 3 Chinese translations of the sutra still in existence. There was a 4th one, but it was lost. The first in 4 volumes was produced during the Lu Song dynasty A.D. 443 by Guchabhadra, the dynasty A.D. 543, and the third in 7 volumes is by Shikshananda of the Tang dynasty A.D. 700 to 244. The last mentioned is the easiest to understand, and the first the most difficult, and it was this, the most difficult one, that was delivered by Dharma to his disciple Huike as containing the essence of mind. In form and in content, this translation reflects the earliest text of the sutra, and on it are written all the commentaries we have at present in Japan. The special features of this sutra which distinguish it from the other Mahayana writings are, to give the most noteworthy ones, first, that the subject matter is not systematically developed as in most other sutras, but the whole book is a series of notes of various lengths, but filled with deep philosophical and religious ideas concerning the central teaching of the sutra, which are very difficult to comprehend, due to tersity of expression and to the abstruse nature of the subject matter. Thirdly, that it is in the form of dialogues exclusively between the Buddha and the Bodhisattva Mahamati, while in the other Mahayana sutras the principal figures are generally more than. These singularities are enough to make the Laukavatara occupy a unique position in the whole lore of the Mahayana school. In this characterization of the Laukavatara Sutra, I am referring to the first Chinese text of Guchabhadra. The 2 later ones have 3 new chapters in addition, one of which, forming the first chapter, is a sort of introduction to the whole sutra, giving the main idea of what is discussed in the body of the text itself. The remaining 2 are attached to the end. Of these, the one is a short collection of Dharanis, and the other, which is the conclusion, is known as the Gatha chapter, written throughout in verse and summarizes the contents of the whole sutra. It has, however, no paragraph making up the regular ending in which the whole congregation unites in the praise of the Buddha and in its assurance of observing his instructions. There is no doubt that these 3 new chapters are of later growth. The main thesis of the Laukavatara Sutra is the content of enlightenment, that is, the Buddha's own inner experience, pratyatmagati, concerning the great religious truth of Mahayana Buddhism. Most of the readers of the sutra have singularly failed to see this and contend that it principally explains the 5 dharmas, the 3 characteristics of reality, svabhava, the 8 kinds of consciousness, vijnana, and the 2 forms of non-ego, naratmya. It is true that the sutra reflects the psychological school of Buddhism advocated by Asauga and Vasubandhu, when, for instance, it refers to the Chilaya Vijnana as the storage of all karmic seeds. But such and other references, in fact, do not constitute the central thought of the sutra. They are merely made use of in explaining the noble understanding of the Buddha's inner experience, pratyatmadya jnana. Therefore, when Mahamati finishes praising the Buddha's virtues before the whole assembly at the summit of Mount Laka, the Buddha is quite definite in his declaration of the main theme of his discourse in this sutra. Let us, however, first quote the Song of the Bodhisattva Mahamati, since it sums up in a concise and definite manner all the essentials of Mahayana Buddhism, and since at the same time it illustrates my statement concerning the union of enlightenment and love. The hymn runs as follows. When thou reviewest the world with thy wisdom and compassion, it is to thee like the ethereal flower, and of which we cannot say whether it is created or vanishing, as the categories of being and non-being are inapplicable to it. When thou reviewest all things with thy wisdom and compassion, they are like visions. They are beyond the reach of mind and consciousness, as the categories of being and non-being are inapplicable to them. When thou reviewest the world with thy wisdom and compassion, it is eternally like a dream, of which we cannot say whether it is permanent or it is subject to destruction, as the categories of being and non-being are inapplicable to it. The Dharmakaya, whose self-nature is a vision and a dream, what is there to praise? Real existence is where rises no thought of nature and no nature. He whose appearance is beyond the senses and sense objects, and is not to be seen by them or in them, how could praise or blame be predicated of him, O Muni? With thy wisdom and compassion, which really defy all qualifications, thou comprehendest the ego-less nature of things and persons, and art eternally clean of the evil passions and of the hindrance of knowledge. Thou dost not vanish in nirvana, nor does nirvana abide in thee, for it transcends the dualism of the enlightened and enlightenment, as well as the alternatives of being and non-being. Those who see the Muni so serene and beyond birth are detached from cravings and remain stainless in this life and after. After this, says the Buddha, O you sons of the Jina, question me anything you feel like asking. I am going to tell you about the state of my inner attainment, pratyatmagati gokaram. This is conclusive. Nothing is left to discussion concerning the theme of the Lakavatara. The 5 dharmas, the 3 characteristics, etc., are referred to only in the course of the Buddha's exposition of the principal matter. The 2 later translations, which, as aforementioned, contain some extra chapters, are divided regularly in the one into 10 and in the other into 18 chapters, while the earliest one of Gunabhadra has just 1 chapter title for the whole book, the gist of all the Buddha words. The first extra chapter, which is not found in Gunabhadra's text, is remarkable in this, that it gives the outlines of the whole sutra in the form of a dialogue between the Buddha and Ravana, lord of the Yakshas, in the Isle of Lauka. When the Buddha, coming out of the Naga's palace, views the castle of Lauka, he smiles and remarks that this was the place where all the Buddhas of the past preached regarding the excellent understanding of enlightenment realized in their inner consciousness, which is beyond the analysis of logic and is not the state of mind attainable by the Tirthya, Kravaka, or Pratyekabuddha. The Buddha then adds that for this reason, the same Dharma will be propounded for Ravana, lord of the Yakshas. In response to this, the latter, making all kinds of costly offerings to the Buddha, sings in the praise of his insight and virtues. O Lord, instruct me in thy system of doctrine which is based on the self-nature of mind. Instruct me in the doctrine of non-ego, free from prejudices and defilements, the doctrine that is revealed in thy inmost consciousness. In the conclusion of this chapter, the Buddha reaffirms his doctrine of inner realization, which is enlightenment. It is like seeing one's own image in a mirror or in water. It is like seeing one's own shadow in moonlight or lamplight. Again, it is like hearing one's voice echoed in the valley. As a man clings to his own false assumptions, he erroneously discriminates between truth and falsehood, and on account of this false discrimination, he fails to go beyond the dualism of opposites. Indeed, he cherishes falsity and cannot attain tranquility. By tranquility is meant singleness of purpose or oneness of things, and by singleness of purpose is meant the entrance into the most excellent samadhi, whereby is produced the state of noble understanding of self-realization, which is the receptacle of Tathagatahood Tathagatagarbha. From these quotations we can easily see why Bodhidharma recommended this sutra for the special perusal of his Zen disciples. But in order to impress the reader further with the great importance of the Lakabhatara Sutra in the historical study of Zen in India and China, I quote a few more passages showing how the teaching of self-realization is developed in the sutra. According to the author, the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi attained by the Muni of the Shakyas, whereby he became the Buddha, is realizable by transcending the ideas of being and non-being. Nesyasti Vikalpa. This being the fundamental error, this cherishing of dualism, must be got rid of as the first necessary step to reach the state of self-realization. The error comes from not perceiving the truth that all things are empty, yen, uncreated, anutpada, non-dualistic, advaya, and have no immutably individualistic enlightenment, and ignorance, enlightenment, and ignorance one. Strange though it may seem, the fact is that Buddhist scholars are engrossed too much in the study of what they regard as the Buddha's teaching and his disciples' exposition of the Dharma, so-called, while they neglect altogether the study of the Buddha's spiritual experience itself. According to my view, however, the first thing we have to do in the elucidation of Buddhist thought is to inquire into the nature of this personal experience of the Buddha, which is recorded to have presented itself to his inmost consciousness at the time of enlightenment. Sambodhi, what the Buddha taught his disciples was the conscious outcome of his intellectual elaboration to make them see and realize what he himself had seen and realized. This intellectual outcome, however philosophically presented, does not necessarily enter into the inner essence of enlightenment experienced by the Buddha. When we want, therefore, to grasp the spirit of Buddhism, which essentially develops from the content of enlightenment, we have to get acquainted with the signification of the experience of the founder, experience by virtue of which he is indeed the Buddha and the founder of the religious system which goes under his name. Let us see what record we have of this experience, and what were its antecedents and consequences. F48. There is a sutra in the Duggha Nikaya known as the Mahapadana Sutta, in which the Buddha is represented as enlightening his disciples concerning the 6 Buddhas anterior to him. The facts relating to their lives as bodhisattvas and Buddhas are almost identical in each case except some incidental details, for the Buddhas are all supposed to have had one and the same career. When therefore Gautama, the Buddha of the present Kalpa, talks about his predecessors in this wise, including the story of enlightenment, he is simply recapitulating his own earthly life, and everything he states here as having occurred to his predecessors, except such matters as parentage, social rank, birthplace, length of life, etc., must be regarded as also having happened to himself. This is especially true with his spiritual experience known as enlightenment. F49 when the bodhisattva, as the Buddha is so designated prior to his attainment of Buddhahood, was meditating in seclusion, the following consideration came upon him: "Verily this world has fallen upon trouble. Kitcha, one is born and grows old and dies and falls from one state and springs up in another. And from this suffering, moreover, no one knows of any way of escape, even from decay and death. O when shall a way of escape from this suffering be made known, from decay and death?" Thus thinking, the Bodhisattva reasoned out that decay and death arose from birth, birth from becoming, becoming from grasping, grasping from craving, until he came to the mutual conditioning of name and form, namarpa, and cognition, vijnana. 50. Then he reasoned back and forth from the coming to be of this entire body of evil to its final ceasing, to be, and at this thought there arose to the Bodhisattva an insight, kaku, F51, into things not heard of before, and knowledge arose, and reason arose, wisdom arose, light arose. Bodhisattva pabe ananusutesu damesu kaku udapadi. Udapadi, Panya Udapadi, Vijaya Udapadi, Aloka Udapadi. He then exclaimed, "I have penetrated this Dharma, deep, hard to perceive, hard to understand, calm, sublime, no mere dialectic, subtle, intelligible only to the wise. Damogamboro dudaso duranuboro, santo panito, atakka vakkaro nipuso, pandito vedanyo." But this is a race devoting itself to the things to which it clings, devoted thereto, delighting therein. And for a race devoting itself to the things to which it clings, devoted thereto, delighting therein, this were a matter hard to perceive, to wit, that this is conditioned by that, and all that happens is by way of cause. This too were a matter hard to discern. The tranquilization of all the activities of life, the renunciation of all substrata of rebirth, the destruction of craving, the death of passion, quietude of heart, nirvana. The Buddha then uttered the following verse, in which he expressed his reluctance to preach the Dharma to the world at large, the Dharma which was realized in him by Nyāha, which he saw visibly, face to face, without any traditional instruction. "This that through many toils I've won. Enough! Why should I make it known by folk with lust and hate consumed? Not this, the truth F52, that can be grasped. Against the stream of common thought. Deep, subtle, difficult, delicate, unseen 'twill be by passion's slaves cloaked in the murk of ignorance." F53. According to this report transmitted by the compilers of the Nikayas, which is also confirmed by the other literature we have of the Buddha's enlightenment, what flashed through his mind must have been an experience most unusual and not taking place in our everyday consciousness, even in the consciousness of a wise, learned, and thoughtful man. Thus he naturally wished to pass away into nirvana without attempting to propagate the Dharma. But this idea was abandoned when great Brahma spoke to the Buddha in verse, thus: "As on a crag on crest of mountain standing, a man might watch the people far below, an, so do thou, O widsome fair, ascending, O seer of all, the terraced heights of truth, look down, from grief released, upon the nations sunken in grief, oppressed with birth and age. Arise, thou hero, conqueror in the battle, thou freed from debt, lord of the pilgrim band, walk the world o'er, and sublime and blessed teacher, teach us the truth, there are who'll understand." There is no doubt that it was this spiritual experience that converted the Bodhisattva into the Buddha, the perfectly wise, the Bhagavat, the Arhat, the king of the Dharma, the Tathagata, the all-knowing one, and the conqueror. In this all the records we have, Hinayana and Mahayana, agree. Here then arises the most significant question in the history of Buddhism. What was it in this experience that made the Buddha conquer ignorance, avijja, and freed him from the defilements, asava, ashrava? What was the insight or vision he had into things which had never before been presented to his mind? Was it his doctrine of universal suffering due to thirst, taha, taisha, and grasping upadana? Was it his causation theory by which he traced the source of pain and suffering to ignorance? It is quite evident that his intellectual activity was not the efficient cause of enlightenment, not to be grasped by mere logic, atakavakara. Is the phrase we constantly encounter in Buddhist literature, Pali and Sanskrit. The satisfaction the Buddha experienced in this case was altogether too deep, too penetrating, and too far-reaching in result to be a matter of mere logic. The intellectual solution of a problem is satisfying enough as far as the blockage has been removed, but it is not sufficiently fundamental to enter into the depths of our soul life. All scholars are not saints, and all saints are by no means scholarly. The Buddha's intellectual survey of the law of origination, Pacceka Samuppada, however perfect and thoroughgoing, could not make him so completely sure of his conquest over ignorance, pain, birth, and defilements. Tracing things to their origin or subjecting them to a scheme of concatenation is one thing, but to subdue them, to bring them to subjection in the actuality of life, is quite another thing. In the one, the intellect alone is active, but in the other there is the operation of the will, and the will is the man. The Buddha was not the mere discoverer of the 12-fold chain of causation. He took hold of the chain itself in his hands and broke it into pieces so that it would never again bind him to slavery. His insight reached the bottom of his being and saw it really as it was, and the seeing was like the seeing of your own hand with your own eyes. There was no reflection, no inference, no judgment, no comparison, no moving. Either backward or forward, step by step, the thing was seen, and that was the end of it. There was nothing to talk about, nothing to argue, or to explain. The seeing was something within or beyond. And it was this completeness, this finality, that was so entirely satisfying to the Buddha, who now knew that the chain was found broken and that he was a liberated man. The Buddha's experience of enlightenment, therefore, could not be understood by referring it to the intellect, which tantalizes but fails to fulfill and satisfy. The Buddha's psychological experience of life as pain and suffering was intensely real and moved him to the very depths of his being, and in consequence the emotional reaction he experienced at the time of enlightenment was in proportion to this intensity of feeling. All the more evident, therefore, it is that he could not rest satisfied with an intellectual glancing or surveying of the facts of life. In order to bring a perfect state of tranquility over the waves of turmoil surging in his heart, he had to have recourse to something more deeply and vitally concerned with his inmost being. For all we can say of it, the intellect is after all a spectator, and when it does some work it is as a hireling, for better or for worse. Alone it cannot bring about the state of mind designated as enlightenment. The feeling of perfect freedom, the feeling that ahaha hai arahaloke aha satta anutaro could not issue from the consciousness of an intellectual superiority alone. There must have been in the mind of the Buddha a consciousness far more fundamental which could only accompany one's deepest spiritual experience. To account for this spiritual experience, the Buddhist writers exhaust their knowledge of words relating to the understanding, logical or otherwise. Knowledge, vijja, understanding, pejanana, reason. Nyasa, wisdom, panya, penetration, abhisameta, realization, abhisambuddha, perception, sanya and insight, dasana, F54, are some of the terms they use. In truth, as long as we confine ourselves to intellection, however deep, subtle, sublime, and enlightening, we fail to see into the gist of the matter. This is the reason why even the so-called primitive Buddhists, who are by some considered positivists, rationalists, and agnostics, were obliged to assume some faculty dealing with things far above relative knowledge, things that do not appeal to our empirical ego. The Mahayana account of enlightenment, as is found in the Lalita Vistara, chapter on Abhisambodhana, is more explicit as to the kind of mental activity or wisdom which converted the Bodhisattva into the Buddha. For it was through Ekasitikshana Samyukta Prajna that supreme perfect knowledge was realized, Abhisambodha by the Buddha. What is this prajna? It is the understanding of a higher order than that which is habitually exercised in acquiring relative knowledge. It is a faculty both intellectual and spiritual, through the operation of which the soul is enabled to break the fetters of intellection. The latter is always dualistic inasmuch as it is cognizant of subject and object, but in the prajna which is exercised in unison with one thought viewing, there is no separation between knower and known. These are all viewed. Ikshawa in one thought, ikasita, and enlightenment is the outcome of this. By thus specifying the operation of prajna, the Mahayanists have achieved an advance in making clearer the nature of sambodhi, for when the mind reverses its usual course of working and instead of dividing itself externally, goes back to its original inner abode of oneness, it begins to realize the state of one thought viewing, where ignorance ceases to scheme and the defilements do not obtain. Enlightenment, we can thus see, is an absolute state of mind in which no discrimination, parikalpana or vikalpa, so-called, takes place, and it requires a great mental effort to realize this state of viewing all things in one thought. In fact, our logical as well as practical consciousness is too given up to analysis and ideation. That is to say, we cut up realities into elements in order to understand them, but when they are put together to make the original whole, its elements stand out too conspicuously defined, and we do not view the whole in one thought. And as it is only when one thought is reached that we have enlightenment, an effort is to be made to go beyond our relative empirical consciousness, which attaches itself to the multitudinal. The most important fact that lies behind the experience of enlightenment, therefore, is that the Buddha made the most strenuous attempt to solve the problem of ignorance, and his utmost willpower was brought forth to bear upon a successful issue of the struggle. We read in the Katha Upanishad, as rainwater that has fallen on a mountain ridge runs down on all sides, thus does he who sees a difference between qualities run after them on all sides. As pure water poured into pure water remains the same, thus, O Gautama, is the self of a thinker who knows. This pouring pure water into pure water is, as we have it here, the viewing all qualities in one thought, which finally cuts off the hopelessly entangling logical mesh by merging all differences and likenesses into the absolute oneness of the knower. J9, and the known Jenya. This, however, in our practical dualistic life is a reversion, a twisting, and a readjustment. Eckhart, the great German mystic, is singularly one with the one thought viewing of things as done by Buddhists when he expresses his view thus: Das Auge, darin ich Gott sehe, ist dasselbe Auge, darin Gott mich sieht. Mein Auge und Gottes Auge ist ein Auge und ein Gesicht und ein Erkennen und ein Leben. Enlightenment, therefore, must involve the will as well as the intellect. It is an act of intuition born of the will. The will wants to know itself as it is in itself, yathabhatam dasana, free from all its cognitive conditions. The Buddha attained this end when a new insight came upon him at the end of his ever-circulatory reasoning from decay and death to ignorance, and from ignorance to decay and death, through the 12 links of the Pacceka Samuppada. The Buddha had to go over the same ground again and again because he was in an intellectual impasse through which he could not move further on. He did not repeat the process, as is originally imagined, for his own philosophical edification. The fact was that he did not know how to escape this endless rotation of ideas. At this end there was birth, there was decay and death, and at the other end there was ignorance. The objective facts could not be denied. They boldly and uncomfortably confronted him, while ignorance balked the progress of his cognitive faculty moving farther onward, or rather inward. He was hemmed in on both sides. He did not know how to find his way out. He went first this way and then that way, forever with the same result, the utter inutility of all his mental labor. But he had an indomitable will. He wanted, with the utmost efforts of his will, to get into the very truth of the matter. He knocked and knocked until the doors of ignorance gave way, and they burst open to a new vista never before presented to his intellectual vision. Thus he was able to exclaim to Upaka, the naked ascetic, whom he happened to meet on his way to Benares after enlightenment, "All-conqueror I, knower of all. From every soil and stain released, renouncing all, from craving ceased, self-taught, whom should I master call? That which I know I learned of none. My fellow is not on the earth, of human or of heavenly birth. To equal me there is not one. I truly have attained release, the world's unequaled teacher. I alone, enlightened perfectly, I dwell in everlasting peace." EF 56. Chu. F 56. When we speak of enlightenment or illumination, we are apt to think of its epistemological aspect and to forget the presence of a tremendous willpower behind it, the power, in fact, making up the entire being of an individual. Especially as in Buddhism, the intellect stands forth prominently, perhaps more than it ought to, in the realization of the ideal Buddhist life. Scholars are tempted to ignore the significance of the will as the essentially determinate factor in the solution of the ultimate problem. Their attention has thus been directed too much towards the doctrine of the Pacceka Samuppada, or the Arya Saka, which they considered constituted the final teaching of Buddhism. But in this they have been sadly at fault. Nor have they been right in taking Buddhism for a sort of ethical culture, declaring that it is no more than a system of moral precepts, number fives, without a soul, without a god, and consequently without a promise of immortality. But the true Buddhist ideas of ignorance, causation, and moral conduct had a far deeper foundation in the soul life of man. Ignorance was not a cognitive ignorance, but meant the darkness of spiritual outlook. If ignorance were no more than cognitive, the clearing up of it did not and could not result in enlightenment, in freedom from the fetters and defilements, or intoxicants, as some Pali scholars have them. The Buddha's insight penetrated the depths of his being as the will, and he knew what this was, yathapitam, or in its tathabhava, thatness or suchness. He rose above himself as a Buddha supreme and peerless. The expression anuttara samyak sambodhi was thus used to designate this preeminently spiritual knowledge realized by him. Ignorance, which is the antithesis of enlightenment, therefore, acquires a much deeper sense here than that which has hitherto been ascribed to it. Ignorance is not merely not knowing or not being acquainted with a theory, system, or law. It is not directly grasping the ultimate facts of life as expressive of the will. In ignorance, knowing is separated from acting, and the knower from that which is to be known. In ignorance, the world is asserted as distinct from the self. That is, there are always two elements standing in opposition. This is, however, the fundamental condition of cognition, which means that as soon as cognition takes place, there is ignorance clinging to its every act. When we think we know something, there is something we do not know. The unknown is always behind the known, and we fail to get at this unknown knower, who is indeed the inevitable and necessary companion to every act of cognition. We want, however, to know this unknown knower. We cannot let this go unknown, ungrasped, without actually seeing what it is. That is, ignorance is to be enlightened. This involves a great contradiction, at least epistemologically. But until we transcend this condition, there is no peace of mind. Life grows unbearable. In his search for the builder, Kahakara, the Buddha was always accosted by ignorance, an unknown knower behind knowing. He could not for a long time lay his hands on this one in a black mask until he transcended the dualism of knower and known. This transcending was not an act of cognition, it was self-realization. It was a spiritual awakening and outside the ken of logical reasoning, and therefore not accompanied by ignorance. The knowledge the knower has of himself, in himself, that is, as he is to himself, is unattainable by any proceedings of the intellect which is not permitted to transcend its own conditions. Ignorance is brought to subjection only by going beyond its own principle. This is an act of the will. Ignorance in itself is no evil, nor is it the source of evil. But when we are ignorant of ignorance, of what it means in our life, then there takes place an unending concatenation of evils. Tawa, craving, regarded as the root of evil, can be overcome only when ignorance is understood in its deeper and proper signification. 2. Therefore, it betrays an utter ignorance on the part of Buddhist scholars when they relegate ignorance to the past in trying to explain the rationale of the 12-fold chain of causation. Pājika Samuppada FV7 from the temporal point of view. According to them, the first two factors, Angani, of the Pasika Samuppada belong to the past, while the following 8 belong to the present, and the last 2 to the future. Ignorance from which starts the series of the Nidanas has no time limits, for it is not of time, but of the will, as is enlightenment. When time conception enters, enlightenment, which is negatively the dispelling of ignorance, loses all its character of finality, and we begin to look around for something going beyond it. The fetters would ever be tightening around us, and the defilements would be our eternal condition. No gods would sing of the awakened one as a lotus unsoiled by the dust of passion, sprung from the lake of knowledge, a sun that destroys the darkness of delusion, a moon that takes away the scorching heat of the inherent sins of existence. If enlightenment made the whole universe tremble in 6 different ways, as is recorded in the sutras, ignorance over which it finally prevailed must have as much power, though diametrically opposed to it in value and virtue, as enlightenment. To take ignorance for an intellectual term and then to interpret it in terms of time relation altogether destroys its fundamental character as the first in the series of the 12 Nidanas. The extraordinary power wielded by the Buddha over his contemporaries as well as posterity was not entirely due to his wonderful analytical acumen, though we have to admit this in him. It was essentially due to his spiritual greatness and profound personality, which came from his willpower, penetrating down into the very basis of creation. The vanquishing of ignorance was an exhibition of this power, which therefore was invincible, and against which Mara, with all his hosts, was utterly powerless, either to overwhelm or to entice. The failure to see into the true meaning of ignorance in the system of the Pacceka Samuppada or in the Araya Saka will end unavoidably in misconstruing the essential nature of enlightenment and consequently of Buddhism. In the beginning, which is really no beginning and which has no spiritual meaning except in our finite life, the will wants to know itself, and consciousness is awakened, and with the awakening of consciousness, the will is split into two. The one will, whole and inevitable, for the actor now wants to be free from the limitations under which he has been obliged to put himself in his desire for consciousness. He has, in one sense, been enabled to see, but at the same time there is something which he, as observer, cannot see. In the trail of knowledge, ignorance follows with the inevitability of fate. The one accompanies the other as shadow accompanies object. No separation can be effected between the two companions. But the will as actor is bent on going back to his own original abode where there was yet no dualism, and therefore peace prevailed. This longing for the home, however, cannot be satisfied without a long, hard, trying experience. For the thing, once divided into two, cannot be restored to its former unity until some struggle is gone through with. And the restoration is more than a mere going back. The original content is enriched by the division, struggle, and resettlement. When first the division takes place in the will, consciousness is so enamored of its novelty and its apparent efficiency in solving the practical problems of life that it forgets its own mission, which is to enlighten the will. Instead of turning its illuminating rays within itself, that is, towards the will from which it has its principle of existence, consciousness is kept busy with the objective world of realities and ideas, and when it tries to look into itself, there is a world of absolute unity where the object of which it wishes to know is the subject itself. The sword cannot cut itself. The darkness of ignorance cannot be dispelled because it is its own self. At this point, the will has to make a heroic effort to enlighten itself, to redeem itself without destroying the once awakened consciousness, or rather by working out the principle lying at the basis of consciousness. This was accomplished, as we see in the case of the Buddha, and he became more than mere Gautama. He was the awakened one and the exalted and supremely enlightened. In willing, there is really something more than mere willing. There is thinking and seeing. By this seeing, the will sees itself and is thereby made free and its own master. This is knowing in the most fundamental sense of the term, and herein consists the Buddhist redemption. Ignorance prevails as long as the will remains cheated by its own offspring or its own image, consciousness, in which the knower always stands distinguished from the known. The cheating, however, cannot last. The will wishes to be enlightened, to be free, to be by itself. Ignorance always presupposes the existence of something outside and unknown. This unknown outsider is generally termed ego or soul, which is in reality the will itself in the state of ignorance. Therefore, when the Buddha experienced enlightenment, he at once realized that there was no Atman, no soul entity as an unknown and unknowable quantity. Enlightenment dispelled ignorance, and with it all the bogies conjured up from the dark cave of ego disappeared. Ignorance in its general use is opposed to knowledge, but from the Buddhist point of view in which it stands contrasted to enlightenment, it means the ego, Vatman, which is so emphatically denied by the Buddha. This is not to be wondered at, seeing that the Buddha's teachings centered in the doctrine of enlightenment, the dispelling of ignorance. Those who only see the doctrine of non-Atman in Buddhism and fail to inquire into the meaning of enlightenment are incapable of appreciating the full significance of the Buddha's message to the world. If he simply denied the existence of an ego entity from the psychological point of view, after reducing it into its component factors, scientifically he may be called great, as his analytical faculties stood far above those of his contemporaries in this respect. But his influence as a spiritual leader would not have reached so far and endured so long. His theory of non-Atman was not only established by a modern scientific method, but essentially was the outcome of his inner experience. When ignorance is understood in the deeper sense, its dispelling unavoidably results in the negation of an ego entity as the basis of all our life activities. Enlightenment is a positive conception, and for ordinary minds it is quite hard to comprehend it in its true bearings. But when we know what it means in the general system of Buddhism, and concentrate our efforts in the realization of it, all the rest will take care of themselves, such as the notion of ego, attachment to it, ignorance, fetters, defilements, etc., moral conduct, contemplation, and higher understanding. All these are meant to bring about the desired end of Buddhism, that is, enlightenment. The Buddha's constant reiteration of the theory of causation, telling his disciples how when this is cause that is effect, and how when cause disappears, effect also disappears, is not primarily to get them acquainted with a kind of formal logic, but to let them see how enlightenment is causally related to all human happiness and spiritual freedom and tranquility. As long as ignorance is understood as logical inability to know, its disappearance can never bring out the spiritual freedom to which even the earliest known literature of Buddhism makes so frequent and so emphatic allusions. See how the Arhat's declaration of spiritual independence reads in the Nikayas. There arose in me insight. The emancipation of my heart became unshakable. This is my last birth. There is now no rebirth for me. F59. This is quite a strong statement showing how intensely and convincingly one has seized the central facts of life. The passage is indeed one of the characterizations of arhatship, and when a fuller delineation of it is made, we have something like the following: to him, thus knowing, thus seeing. F60. The heart is set free from the defilement of lust, is set free from the defilement of becoming, is set free from the defilement of ignorance. In him thus set free there arises the knowledge of his emancipation, and he knows that rebirth has been destroyed, that the higher life has been fulfilled, that what had to be done has been accomplished, and after this present life there will be no beyond. In essence, the Arhat is the Buddha and even the Tathagata, and in the beginning of the history of Buddhism the distinction between these terms did not seem quite sharply marked. Thus, to a great extent, they may be qualified in the same terms. When the Buddha was talking with his disciples concerning various speculations prevalent in his days, he made the following remarks about the knowledge of things in command by the Tathagata. That does he know, and he knows also other things far beyond, far better than those speculations, and having that knowledge he is not puffed up, and thus untarnished he has, in his own heart, realized the way of escape from them, has understood, as really they are, the rising up and passing away of sensations, their sweet taste, their danger, how they cannot be relied on, and not grasping after any of those things men are eager for. He, the Tathagata, is quite set free. These are those other things, profound, difficult to realize, and hard to understand, tranquilizing, sweet, not to be grasped by logic, subtle, comprehensible only by the wise, which the Tathagata, having himself realized and seen face to face, hath set forth, and it is concerning these that they who would rightly praise the Tathagata in accordance with the truth should speak. These virtues for which the Tathagata was to be praised were manifestly not derived from speculation and analytical reasoning. His intellectual sight was just as keen and far-reaching as any of his contemporaries, but he was endowed with a higher faculty, willpower, which was exercised to its fullest capacity in order to bring about all these virtues which belong to the entire being of Tathagatahood. And naturally there was no need for him to face these metaphysical problems that agitated the philosophers of his days. They were solved in him, when he attained his spiritual freedom and serenity, in their entirety, in their synthetic aspect, and not partially or fragmentarily, which should be the case if they were presented to the Buddha's cognition as philosophical problems. In this light is to be read the Mahali Sutta. Some scholars wonder why two entirely disconnected ideas are treated together in one body of the sutra, which, however, shows scholarly ignorance in regard to matters spiritual, as they fail to notice the true import of enlightenment in the system of Buddhist faith. To understand this, we need imaginative intuition directly penetrating the center of life, and not always do mere literary and philological talents succeed in unraveling its secrets. The Mahali Sutta is a Pali Sutra in the Duggha Nikaya, in which Mahali asks the Buddha as to the object of the religious life practiced by his disciples, and the following is the gist of his answer. The Buddhists do not practice self-concentration in order to acquire any miraculous power such as hearing heavenly sounds or seeing heavenly sights. F63. There are things higher and sweeter than that, one of which is the trust in the efficacy of good works and ceremonies, and the attainment of such a state of mind as to lead to the insight of the higher things in one's spiritual life. When this insight is gained, the heart grows serene, is released from the taint of ignorance, and there arises the knowledge of emancipation. Such questions as are asked by you, O Mahali, regarding the identity of body and soul are idle ones, for when you attain to the supreme insight and see things as they really are in themselves, that is, emancipated from the bonds, taints, and deadly flows, those questions that are bothering you at the moment will, hence no need of my answering your questions. This dialogue between the Buddha and Mahali well illustrates the relation between enlightenment and the problem of the soul. There is no need of wondering why the Buddha did not definitely solve the ever-recurring question, instead of ignoring it in the manner as he did and talking about something apparently in no connection with the point at issue. This is one of the instances by which we must try to see into the meaning of ignorance. 3. One of the reasons, however, why the Buddha left some metaphysical questions unanswered or indeterminate avyakta was due to the fact that Buddhism is a practical system of spiritual discipline and not a metaphysical discourse. The Buddha naturally had his theory of cognition, but this was secondary inasmuch as the chief aim of Buddhist life was to attain enlightenment, from which spiritual freedom ensues. Enlightenment vanquishes ignorance, lying at the root of birth and death and laying fetters of every description, intellectual as well as affective. And this vanquishing of ignorance cannot be achieved except by the exercise of one's willpower. All the other attempts, especially merely intellectual, are utterly futile. Hence the Buddha's conclusion. These questions, F64, are not calculated to profit. They are not concerned with the Dharma. They do not redound to the elements of right conduct, nor to detachment, nor to purification from lusts, nor to quietude, nor to tranquilization of heart, nor to real knowledge, nor to the insight of the higher stages of the path, nor to nirvana. Therefore is it that I express no opinion upon them. What the Buddha, on the other hand, expounded was what pain is, what the origin of pain is, what the cessation of pain is, and the method by which one may reach the cessation of pain. For these are all practical matters to be not only fully understood and realized, but actively mastered by anyone who really desires to accomplish the great deed of emancipation. that the Buddha was very much against mere knowledge and most emphatically insisted on actually seeing and personally experiencing the Dharma face to face is in evidence everywhere in the Nikayas as well as in the Mahayana texts. This has been indeed the strongest point in the teaching of Buddhism. When a Brahmin philosopher was referring to his knowledge of the three Vedas and a union with that which he has not seen, the Buddha ridiculed him in one of his strong phrases. So you say that the Brahmins are not able to point the way to union with that which they have seen, and you further say that neither any one of them, nor of their pupils, nor of their predecessors even to the 7th generation, has ever seen Brahma. And you further say that even the rishis of old, whose words they hold in such deep respect, did not pretend to know or to have seen where or whence or whither Brahma is. Yet these Brahmins, versed in the three Vedas, say, forsooth, that they can point out the way to union with that which they know not, neither have seen. They are like a string of blind men clinging one to the other. Neither can the foremost see, nor can the middle one see, nor can the hindmost see. The talk of those Brahmins versed in the three Vedas is but blind talk. The first sees not, the middle one sees not, nor can the last see. Enlightenment, or the dispelling of ignorance, which is the ideal of the Buddhist life, we can see now most clearly, is not an act of the intellect, but the transforming or remodeling of one's whole being through the exercise of the most fundamental faculty innate in every one of us. Mere understanding has something foreign in it, and does not seem to come so intimately into life. If enlightenment had really such a tremendous effect on our spiritual outlook as we read in the sutras, it could not be the outcome of just getting acquainted with the doctrine of causation. Enlightenment is the work of Panya, which is born of the will which wants to see itself and to be in itself. Hence the Buddha's emphasis on the importance of personal experience. Hence his insistence on meditation in solitude as the means of leading to the experience. Meditation, through which the will endeavors to transcend the condition it has put on itself in the awakening of consciousness, is therefore by no means the simple act of cogitating on the theory of origination or causation, which forever moves in a circle starting from ignorance and ending in ignorance. This is the one thing that is most needed in Buddhism. All the other metaphysical problems involve us in a tangled skein, in a matted mass of thread. Ignorance is thus not to be got rid of by metaphysical means, but by the struggle of the will. When this is done, we are also freed from the notion of an ego entity, which is the product, or rather the basis of ignorance, on which it depends and thrives. The ego is the dark spot where the rays of the intellect fail to penetrate. It is the last hiding layer of ignorance, where the latter serenely keeps itself from the light. When this layer is laid bare and turned inside out, ignorance vanishes like frost in the sun. In fact, these two are one and the same thing, ignorance and the idea of ego. We are apt to think that when ignorance is driven out and the ego loses its hold on us, we have nothing to lean against and are left to the fate of a dead leaf blown away hither and thither as the wind listeth. But this is not so, for enlightenment is not a negative idea meaning simply the absence of ignorance. Indeed, ignorance is the negation of enlightenment and not the reverse. Enlightenment is affirmation in the truest sense of the word, and therefore it was stated by the Buddha that he who sees the Dharma sees the Buddha, and he who sees the Buddha sees the Dharma, and again that he who wants to see the Buddha ought not to seek him in form, nor in voice, etc. When ignorance ruled supreme, the ego was conceived to be a positive idea, and its denial was nihilistic. It was quite natural for ignorance to uphold the ego where it found its original home. But with the realization of enlightenment, The whole affair changes its aspect, and the order instituted by ignorance is reversed from top to bottom. What was negative is now positive, and what was positive now negative. Buddhist scholars ought not to forget this revaluation of ideas that comes along with enlightenment. Since Buddhism asserts enlightenment to be the ultimate fact of Buddhist life, there is in it nothing negativistic, nothing pessimistic. For, as philosophy tends to emphasize unduly the importance of abstract ideas and logical inferences and forgets to keep itself constantly in touch with the actual world of experience, the Buddha, as I have repeatedly stated, flatly refused to subscribe to theorization, taka or vitaka, at the expense of practical discipline. Enlightenment was the fruit of such discipline, and the dispelling of ignorance could not be effected by any other means. If the Buddha could be said to have had any system of thought governing the whole trend of his teaching, it was what we may call radical empiricism. By this I mean that he took life and the world as they were, and did not try to read them according to his own interpretation. Theorists may say this is impossible, for we put our subjectivity into every act of perception, and what we call an objective world is really a reconstruction of our innate ideas. Epistemologically this may be so, but spiritually a state of perfect freedom is obtained only when all our egoistic thoughts are not read into life and the world is accepted as it is, as a mirror reflects a flower as flower and the moon as moon. When therefore I say Buddhism is radical empiricism, this is not to be understood epistemologically but spiritually. This is really the meaning of yathabhutam, or yathatatham, the term quite frequently used in the Buddhist canon, and in fact forming a most important refrain of Buddhist thought. In the Samamanyaphala Sutta, in the Juga Nikaya, we are told in an ascending scale what the ultimate fruits of Buddhist life are, and the scale terminates in the yathabhitam, acceptance of the world. With his heart thus serene, made pure, translucent, cultured, devoid of evil, supple, ready to act, firm and imperturbable, he directs and bends down to the knowledge of the destruction of the defilements hasava. He knows as it really is, this is pain. He knows as it really is, this is the origin of pain. He knows as it really is, this is the cessation of pain. He knows as it really is, this is the path that leads to the cessation of pain. He knows as they really are, these are the defilements. He knows as it really is, this is the origin of the defilements. He knows as it really is, this is the cessation of the defilements. He knows as it really is, this is the path that leads to the cessation of the defilements. To him, thus, karma is set free from the defilement of existence. Bhava is set free from the defilement of ignorance, avijja. In him thus set free there arises the knowledge of his emancipation, and he knows rebirth has been destroyed. The higher life has been fulfilled. What had to be done has been accomplished. After this present life there will be no beyond. How shall we understand this? As in the case of the 12 Nidanas, the fourfold noble truth will surely fail to yield up its deepest signification when we approach it intellectually. For it is no more than a restatement of the dogma of dependent origination, however different in form. The same principle is asserted both in the Pashika Samuppada and in the Ariya Saka. The latter points out the practical method of escape from the fetters of karma, while the former draws out in view the plans of its modus operandi. As concepts, both formulas remain just what they are, that is, effectless and inefficient to produce a spiritual revolution. The Buddha's idea of formulating the fourfold truth was to see it practically applied to the realization of an ideal. The elaborate mental discipline which is explained in the previous parts of the Samananyaphala is but preparatory to this final catastrophe. Without a serene, pure, and firm heart, the truth can never be grasped as it really is. A keen, penetrating intellect may know of the truth and discourse about it, but as to its realization in life, a disciplined mind is required. The passages above quoted are intelligible only when they are seen in the light of spiritual life. Buddhism may be logical, but if we fail to perceive anything further than that, we sorely distort it. The logicality of Buddhist teaching is just one aspect of it, and not a very important one. We may even regard this logicalness as incidental to Buddhism, and those who are entranced by it remain quite ignorant of the true import of Buddhism. He knows as it really is. Tiyatha bhattak pajanati. We must come to this, for yatha bhattanyata dasana is the insight that destroys the defilements haya anyana, and produces the consciousness of spiritual emancipation, sitovimutti. Without this nyasa or nyasa dasana insight or intuition, no detachment, no freedom would be possible to a Buddhist, nor would he ever be assured of his ultimate deliverance from the bondage of existence as well as of the attainment of the higher life. Brahmacharya, fires in shore. The knowing thus, seeing thus, does not mean an intellectual comprehension of facts or truths which fall outside the pale of one's own experience, but it is the perception of events that have actually taken place within oneself. Even an intellectual comprehension will be impossible when there is no experience that goes to support its validity. For those who have no spiritual training along the line of the Hindu dhyana exercises, the mental state culminating in the yathabhutam contemplation of the world will be a very difficult subject to be in sympathy with. But in this light, only the Buddha's discourse on the fruits of the samanya life is to be understood. The defilements asava, or oozings, Lu 3-2 as the Chinese translators have them, are 3, sometimes 4 in number. They are the defilements of desire, kama, existence, bhava, ignorance, avijja, and intellection, dishihi. What kind of insight is it that destroys all these defilements? And what is it that will be left in us after such a destruction? The answers may be anticipated to be thoroughly nihilistic, because nothing but absolute void will be seemingly the result of such destruction. Especially when we read a verse like the following, Sutta Nipata VV 949 and 1099, we may reasonably be tempted to regard the teaching of the Buddha as absolutely negativistic. What is before thee, lay it aside, let there be nothing behind thee. If thou wilt not grasp after what is in the middle, thou wilt wander calm. F65. But the fact is, from the spiritual point of view, that it is only after the destruction of the defilements and a release from every form of attachment that one's inmost being gets purified and sees itself as it really is, not indeed as an ego standing in contrast to the not-ego, but as something transcending opposites and yet synthesizing them in itself. What is destroyed is the dualism of things and not their oneness, and the release means going back to one's original abode. The insight, therefore, is to see unity in multiplicity and to understand the opposition of the two ideas as not conditioning each other but as both issuing from a higher principle, and this is where perfect freedom abides. When the mind is trained enough, it sees that neither negation, nirata, nor affirmation, atta, applies to reality, but that the truth lies in knowing things as they are, or rather as they become. A mind really sincere and thoroughly purified is the necessary preliminary to the understanding of reality in its suchness. As the result, we have tiyathabhatta pajanati, and this came later to be formulated by the Mahayanists into the doctrine of thatness or suchness, bitatathat. The trained mind that has gone through the 4 dhyana exercises as prescribed in the Nikayas further develops into what is known among the Mahayanists as the Chedarsha Jnanam mirror insight, which corresponds to the Bhuta Nyaya in the Anguttara Nikaya. The last simile in the Buddha's discourse on the fruits of the Samanya life, which sums up the spiritual attainment of the Buddhists, becomes now quite intelligible. It runs thus: "Just, O king, as if in a mountain fastness there were a pool of water, clear, translucent, and serene, and a man standing on the bank and with eyes to see should perceive the oysters and the shells, the gravel and the pebbles and the shoals of fish as they move about or lie within it, he would know. This pool is clear, transparent, and serene, and there within it are the oysters and the shells, and the sand and gravel and the shoals of fish are moving about or lying stills, and the sand and gravel and the shoals of fish." The radical empiricism of the Yathabtam teaching of the Buddha is here graphically presented, which reminds us of the Buddha in the Itivuttaka, v. 109, describing himself as the spectator standing on the shore. Kakuma puriso tre hito o I hito. To understand this simile intellectually will be sheer nonsense. The writer describes his mental attitude from a higher plane of thought which has been realized by him after a long training. Sambodhi, or enlightenment, is the Buddhist term given to this realization. The destruction of the four defilements is the negative phase of the experience, which is the insight to which the Buddha's serene and translucent mind was directed and bent down. When the destructive activity alone is considered, enlightenment is annihilating and negativistic, but when the insight opens to the suchness of truth, it is most emphatically affirmative. This is where lies that matchless island possessing nothing and grasping after nothing, called nirvana, the destruction of decay and death. Remember that what is here destroyed is decay and death and not life, for it is through enlightenment that life is for the first time restored to its native freedom and creativeness. The simile of mirror, Adharna, may however suggest that the Buddhist attitude towards the world is merely passive and lacking in energizing inspirations. This, however, betrays the ignorance on the part of the critic of the Buddha's own life, which was so unselfishly devoted for 49 long and peaceful years to the promotion of the general spiritual welfare of his people. Not only this, but the critic has also forgotten to notice the extraordinary missionary enterprises of the Buddha's disciples, as well as their intellectual activities which developed into the Mahayanist school of Buddhism. Whatever this be, the charge of passivity against Buddhist Weltan Shung is wrong, even when it is considered apart from the historical facts of Buddhism. Passivity, we notice in enlightenment, is merely apparent. As a general statement, a thing absolutely passive is unthinkable, unless it is a state of absolute nothingness without any kind of content in it. As long as enlightenment is the outcome of a most strenuous spiritual effort, it is a positive state of mind in which lies hidden an inexhaustible reservoir of possibilities. It is a unity in which a world of multitudinosity is lodged. Noisy go the small waters, silent goes the vast ocean. F66. In the vast ocean of enlightenment, there is the silence of unity. The Avatausaka philosophers, too, compare it to the immense expanse of an ocean, calm and translucent, which reflects all the shining bodies of heaven, but where at the same time possibilities of roaring and all-devouring waves lie innocently embosomed. So asks the Buddha in the Mahālī-sutta, when a monk knows thus and sees thus, would that make him ready to take up the question? Is the soul the same as the body, or is the soul one thing and the body another? It is thus evident that the Buddha's teaching always centered in the practical realization of enlightenment as asavemkata yanya, insight that destroys the defilements and releases one from every attachment, upadana. He did not shun the discussion of the metaphysical problems merely because they were metaphysical, but because they were not conducive to the attainment of the ultimate end of Buddhist life, which is the purification of spirit and not the display of epistemological subtlety. Ignorance was to be dispelled in our inner experience, and not by intellectually understanding the principle of dependent origination, whether expressed as the Paccika Samuppada or as the Ariya Saka. Further, that enlightenment consists in seeing into things, yathabdam or yathatatham, free from doubt, not disturbed by intellection or theorization, may be gleaned from the last gatha in the Itivuttaka, where the Buddha is praised for his various virtues. I quote the first 3 stanzas: having insight into all the world, in all the world as it really is, he is detached from all the world, and without compare in all the world. All surpassing in everything steadfast, freed from all ties, the highest repose belongs to him, who has attained nirvana, with no fear from any side. This enlightened one, with defilements destroyed, undisturbed, and free from doubt, has attained destruction of all karma, and is released in the destruction of the substratum. The viewing things, yathabhattam, is, so to speak, the intellectual or noetic aspect of enlightenment. Though not in the sense of discursive understanding, there is another aspect of enlightenment which will be the subject of consideration here. I mean its relation to samadhi or dhyana. This is preliminary, as I said before, to the realization, but it also shows that the realization thus attained is something more than merely seeing into truth. If enlightenment were just this seeing or having insight, it would not be so spiritually enlightening as to bring about a complete riddance of evil passions and the sense of perfect freedom. Intuitions could not go so penetratingly into the source of life and set all doubts at rest and sever all bonds of attachment unless one's consciousness were thoroughly prepared to take in the all in its wholeness as well as its suchness. Our senses and ordinary consciousness are only too apt to be disturbed and to turn away from the realization of truth. Mental discipline thus becomes indispensable. We must remember that the Buddha had this discipline under his 2 Samkhya teachers, and that even after his enlightenment he made it a rule for his disciples to train themselves in the dhyana exercises. He himself retired into solitude whenever he had opportunities for it. This was not, of course, merely indulging in contemplation or in making the world reflect in the mirror of consciousness. It was a kind of spiritual training even for himself and even after enlightenment. In this respect, the Buddha was simply following the practice of all other Indian sages and philosophers. This, however, was not all with him. He saw some deeper meaning in the discipline which was to awaken the highest spiritual sense for comprehending the Dharma. Indeed, without this ultimate awakening, dhyana, however exalting, was of no import to the perfection of Buddhist life. So we have in the Dhammapada v. 372, without knowledge panya, prajna, there is no meditation, jhana, dhyana, without meditation there is no knowledge. He who has knowledge and meditation is near unto nirvana. This mutual dependence of jhana and panya is what distinguished Buddhism from the rest of the Indian teachings at the time. Jhana or dhyana must issue in panya, must develop into seeing the world as it really is, yathabhata. For there is no Buddhism in meditation merely as such. And this was the reason why the Buddha got dissatisfied with the teaching of his teachers. It, to use his own words, did not lead to perfect insight, to supreme awakening, to nirvana. Na abhiminyaya, na sambodhaya, na nibbanaya sattvatati. To be abiding in the serenity of nothingness was enjoyable enough, but it was falling into a deep slumber, and the Buddha had no desire to sleep away his earthly life in a daydream. There must be a seeing into the life and soul of things. To him, Panya or Prajna was the most essential part of his doctrine, and it had to grow out of dhyana, and the dhyana that did not terminate in Panya was not at all Buddhistic. The boat was to be emptied indeed, but staying in an empty house, sunyagara, and doing nothing is blankness and annihilation. An eye must open and see the truth fully and clearly, the truth, Parama Aryasaka, that liberates life from its many bondages and encumbrances. Majjhima Nikaya 40 sings the Dhammapada again, v. 3730. A monk who has entered his empty house, and whose mind is tranquil, feels a more than human delight when he sees the truth clearly. As thus the aim of the dhyana exercises is to prepare the mind for the realization of the paramasaka which destroys and liberates, and as the truth is realizable only by the awakening of the paramapanya, which is the knowledge, jar, that puts an end to all misery, sabadukkha. The Buddha never fails to duly impress the importance of panya on the minds of his disciples, for instance, in his general disciplinary scheme given to them under the three headings, shi, mo, malate, jhana, meditation, and panya, intuitive knowledge. Whatever supersensual pleasures one may experience in the jhana exercises, the Buddha considered them to be far short of the ultimate goal of Buddhist life. Every one of such pleasures had to be abandoned, as it would entangle the mind and interrupt its ascending course to the awakening of panya. It was through this awakening alone that the consciousness of emancipation, or going back to one's original spiritual abode, could be attained. And by emancipation the Buddha meant to be free from all forms of attachment, both sensual, raipa, and intellectual, vijnana. So says he in the Majjhima Nikaya 38. Let not thy mind be disturbed by external objects, nor let it go astray among thy own ideas. Be free from attachments and fear not. This is the way to overcome the sufferings of birth and death. As long as there is the slightest trace of attachment anywhere, outwardly or inwardly, there remains the substratum of selfhood, and this is sure to create a new force of karma and involve us in the eternal cycle of birth and death. Disattachment is a form of obsession or illusion or imagination. 9 of such self-conceited illusions are mentioned in the Nikayas, all of which come out of the wrong speculations of selfhood and naturally lead to attachment in one way or another. They are the ideas that I am that, I shall be, I shall not be, I shall have form, I shall be without form, I shall have thought, I shall be without thought, I shall neither have thought nor be without thought. F67. We have to get rid of all these manyatams, arrogant, self-asserting conceptions in order to reach the final goal of Buddhist life. For when they are eliminated, we cease to worry, to harbor hatred, to be belaboring, and to be seized with fears, which is tranquilization, santi, and nirvana, and the seeing into the reality and truth of things. When panya is awakened in us, morality is abandoned, meditation left behind, and there remains only an enlightened state of consciousness in which spirit moveth as it listeth. The well-known simile of the raft Kulapama, F68, which may seem somewhat unintelligible to some of the Buddhist critics who are used to an altogether different intellectual landscape, is a good illustration of the Buddhist teaching of non-attachment. The teaching, Kulapama, Vobhikkhava ajanantehi dhamma pi vopahataba pageva adhamma. Like unto a raft, all dharmas indeed must be abandoned, much more undharmas, is really the most fundamental keynote running through the whole course of the history of Buddhist dogmatics. The philosophy of Prajnaparamita, which is considered by some quite deviating from the spirit of primitive Buddhism, is in no way behind in upholding this doctrine of non-attachment, for instance, as we see in the Vajrakadika Sutra. In fact, the theory of Chinyata, as expounded in all the Prajna-sutras, is no more than philosophizing on the doctrine of non-attachment. 69. In the simile of a raft do I teach my doctrine to you, O monks, which is designed for escape, not for retention. Listen attentively and remember well what I am going to say. Suppose that a man, coming upon a long journey, finds in his way a great broad water, the hither side beset with fears and dangers, but the further side secure and free from fears, and no boat wherewith to cross the flood, nor any bridge leading from this to the other shore. And suppose this man to say to himself, Verily this is a great and wide water, and the hither side is full of fears and dangers, but the further side secure and free from fears, and there is neither boat nor bridge to take me from this to that further shore. How if I gather some reeds and twigs and leaves and bind them together into a raft, and then, supported on that raft and laboring with hands and feet, cross in safety to that other shore? Accordingly, O monks, suppose this man to gather together reeds and twigs and leaves and branches, and bind them all together into a raft, and launching forth upon it and laboring with hands and feet, attain in safety the other shore. And now, the flood crossed, the further shore attained, suppose the man should say, Very serviceable indeed has this, my raft, been to me. Supported by this raft and working with hands and feet, I am safely crossed to this other shore. How now if I lift the raft up on my head or lay it upon my shoulder, and so proceed whithersoever I wish? What think ye, O monks? So doing, would this man be acting rightly as regards his raft? Nay, verily, O Lord, and what then ought this man to do if he would act rightly as regards the raft? Thus, O monks, ought the man to consider, Truly this raft has been serviceable to me. Supported by this raft and exerting hands and feet, I am crossed in safety to this further shore. How now if I lay this raft up on the bank, or leave it to sink in the water, and so proceed upon my journey? So doing, O monks, the man would be acting rightly as regards his raft. In like manner also do I teach my doctrine to you in the simile of a raft, which is meant, O monks, for escape and not for retention. Understanding the simile of the raft, O monks, you must leave dharmas behind, how much more undharmas. The teaching of the Buddha may now be summed up as follows. Seeing things thus, or yathabhatam, is the same as the attainment of perfect spiritual freedom, or we may say that when we are detached from evil passions based upon the wrong idea of selfhood, and when the heart grows conscious of its own emancipation, we are then for the first time fully awakened to the truth as it really is. These two events, seeing and being freed, are mutually dependent, so intimately that the one without the other is unthinkable, is impossible. In fact, they are two aspects of one identical experience, separated only in our limited cognition. Panya without jhana is no panya, and jhana without panya is no jhana. Enlightenment is the term designating the identification experience of Panya and Jhana, of seeing Yathab Hetam and abandoning the Dharma raft of every denomination. In this light should the following be understood. Therefore, O monks, whatever of matter or body, rupa, there is, whether of the past, of the future, or of the present time, whether internal or external, whether coarse or fine, mean or exalted, far or near, all matter, or body, is to be regarded as it really is, in the light of perfect knowledge, samapanya. Thus, this is not of me, this am I not, this is not myself. So with the rest of the five aggregates. Hasma, Vedana sensations, sanya concepts, sanya formative principle, and vijnana consciousness. One who thus seeing the world turns away from the world is truly freed from evil passions and has the consciousness of freedom. Such is called one who has the obstacles removed, trenches filled, one who has destroyed is free, one whose fight is over, who has laid down his burden and is detached. EF 71. In short, he has every quality of the enlightened, in whom the will and the intellect are harmoniously blended. 6. Ignorance is departure from home and enlightenment is returning. While wandering, we lead a life full of pain and suffering, and the world wherein we find ourselves is not a very desirable habitat. This is, however, put a stop to by enlightenment, as thus we are enabled once more to get settled at home where reign freedom and peace. The will negates itself in its attempt to get an insight into its own life, and dualism follows. Consciousness cannot transcend its own principle. The will struggles and grows despondent over its work. Why? The intellect asks, but it is the question no human intellect can ever hope to solve, for it is a mystery deeply inherent in the will. Why did the Heavenly Father have to send His only child to redeem the creation which was His own handiwork, and yet went further astray from its home? Why had Christ to be so dejected over the destiny of the erring children of God? This is an eternal mystery, and no relative understanding is made to grapple with these questions. But the very fact that such questions are raised and constantly threaten one's spiritual peace shows that they are not idle metaphysical problems to be solved by professional philosophers, but that they are addressed directly to one's inmost soul, which must struggle and make effort to subdue them by a higher and deeper power native to itself, far higher and deeper than mere dialectic of cognition. The story of the prodigal son Feventu Wendif 72 is such a favorite theme both for Buddhists and Christians, and in this do we not discover something eternally true, though tragic and unfathomable, which lies so deep in every human heart? Whatever this may be, the will finally succeeds in recognizing itself, in getting back to its original abode. The sense of peace one finds in enlightenment is indeed that of a wanderer getting safely home. The wandering seems to have altogether been unnecessary from the logical point of view. What is the use of losing oneself if one has to find oneself again? What boots it after all, this going over from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 1? Mathematically, all this is nonsensical. But the spiritual mystery is that returning is not merely counting backwards so many figures that were counted before in a reverse way. There is an immense difference here between physics and psychology. After returning, one is no longer the same person as before. The will, back from his excursion through time consciousness, is God Himself. In the Vajrasamadhi Sutra 3.4, Bodhisattva Apratistita 3.5 asks the Buddha why the father was so unkind as not to recall his wandering son before 50 years expired, to which the Buddha answers, 50 years is not to be understood as indicating time relation here, it means the awakening of a thought. As I would interpret, this means the awakening of consciousness, a split in the will, which now, besides being actor, is knower. The knower, however, gradually grows to be the spectator and critic, and even aspires to be the director and ruler. With this arises the tragedy of life, which the Buddha makes the basis of the fourfold noble truth, that pain, dukkha, is life itself as it is lived by most of us, is the plain, undisguised statement of facts. This all comes from ignorance, from our consciousness not being fully enlightened as to its nature, mission, and function in relation to the will. Consciousness must first be reduced to the will when it begins to work out its original vows, purva pravatidana, in obedience to its true master. The awakening of a thought marks the beginning of ignorance and is its condition. When this is vanquished, a thought is reduced to the will, which is enlightenment. Enlightenment is therefore returning. In this respect, Christianity is more symbolic than Buddhism. The story of creation, the fall from the Garden of Eden, God sending Christ to compensate for the ancestral sins, his crucifixion and resurrection, they are all symbolic. To be more explicit, creation is the awakening of consciousness, or the awakening of a thought. The fall is consciousness going astray from the original path. God's idea of sending his own Son among us is the desire of the will to see itself through its own offspring, consciousness. Crucifixion is transcending the dualism of acting and knowing, which comes from the awakening of the intellect. And finally, resurrection means the will's triumph over the intellect. In other words, the will seeing itself in and through consciousness. After resurrection, the will is no more blind striving, nor is the intellect mere observing the dancer dance. In real Buddhist life, these two are not separated. Seeing and acting, they are synthesized in one whole spiritual life, and this synthesis is called by Buddhists enlightenment, the dispelling of ignorance, the loosening of the fetters, the wiping off of the defilements, etc. Buddhism is thus free from the historical symbolism of Christianity, transcending the category of time. Buddhism attempts to achieve salvation in one act of the will, for returning effaces all the traces of time. The Buddha himself gave utterance to the feeling of return when his eye first opened to the Dharma unheard of before, at the realization of enlightenment. He said, "I am like a wanderer who, after going astray in a desolate wilderness, finally discovers an old highway, an old track beaten by his predecessors, and who finds, as he goes along the road, the villages, palaces, gardens, woods, lotus ponds, walls, and many other things where his predecessors used to have their dwellings." F73. Superficially, this feeling of returning to an old familiar abode seems to contradict the statement made concerning an insight to things never before presented to one's mind, but the contradiction, as long as the Buddha was going over the chain of origination from the epistemological point of view, that is, as long as he attempted to get back to his native will through the channel of empirical consciousness, he could not accomplish his end. It was only when he broke through the wall of ignorance by the sheer force of his will that he could tread the ancient path. The path was altogether unrecognizable by his intelligent eye, which was one of the best of the kind. Even the Buddha could not ignore the law governing its usage. The chain was not to be cut asunder by merely reckoning its links of cause and effect backward and forward. Knowledge, that is, ignorance, drove Adam from the Garden of Eden to the world of pain and patience, Sahaloka. But it was not knowledge that would reconcile him to his Father. It was the will dispelling ignorance and ushering enlightenment. The sense of return, or that of recognizing old acquaintances one experiences at the time of enlightenment, is a familiar fact to students of Zen Buddhism. To cite one instance, Chi 530-597-3.6, who is generally known by his honorary title as Chi Chi Tai Shi 3.7, was the founder of the Tiantai school of Buddhist philosophy in China. He was also trained in meditation by his teacher, Hui Sir 513-577 3.8, and though not belonging to the orthodox lineage of the Zen masters, he is reckoned as one. When he came to the master, he was set to exercise himself in a samadhi known as Fa Hua San Mei Sadharma Putyark Samadhi, the 3.9. While exercising himself in it, he came across a certain passage in the sutra, and his mind was opened, and he at once realized the statement referred to by his master, which was this: that he, with the master, personally attended the Buddha's congregation at the Vulture Peak, where the Buddha discoursed on the sutra. Then said the master, "If not for you, no one could see the truth, and if not for me, no one could testify it. It is often remarked by Zen masters that the holy congregation at the Vulture Peak is still in session. This, however, ought not to be confounded with the remembering of the past, which is one of the miraculous gifts of the Buddhist saints. It has nothing to do with such memory, for in enlightenment there are more things than are implied in mere time. Relations. Even when the Prajnaparamita expressly refer to one's previous presence at the discourse on the subject, this is not a form of mere recollection. The understanding is not a psychological phenomenon. The prajna goes much penetratingly into the depths of one's personality. The sense of return to something familiar, to the one thoroughly acquainted with, really means the will getting settled once more in its old abode, after many a venturesome wandering, with an immense treasure of experience now and full of wisdom that will light up its unending career. 7. It may not be altogether out of place here to make a few remarks concerning the popular view which identifies the philosophy of Schopenhauer with Buddhism. According to this view, the Buddha is supposed to have taught the negation of the will to live, which was insisted upon by the German pessimist, but nothing is further from the correct understanding of Buddhism than this negativism. The Buddha does not consider the will blind, irrational, and therefore to be denied. What he really denies is the notion of ego entity due to ignorance, from which notion come craving, attachment to things impermanent, and the giving way to the egotistic impulses. The object the Buddha always has in view, and never forgets to set forth whenever he thinks opportune, is the enlightenment of the will, and not its negation. His teaching is based upon affirmative propositions. The reason why he does not countenance life as it is lived by most of us is because it is the product of ignorance and egoism, which never fail to throw us into the abyss of pain and misery. The Buddha pointed the way to escape this by enlightenment and not by annihilation. The will as it is in itself is pure act, and no taint of egotism is there. This is awakened only when the intellect through its own error grows blind as to the true working of the will, and falsely recognizes here the principle of individuation. The Buddha thus wants an illumined will, and not the negation of it. When the will is illumined, and thereby when the intellect is properly directed to follow its original course, we are liberated from the fetters which are put upon us by wrong understanding, and purified of all the defilements which ooze from the will not being correctly interpreted. Enlightenment and emancipation are the two central ideas of Buddhism. The argument Alva Kosha puts into the mouth of the Buddha against Arada, or Lara Kalama, the Samkhya philosopher, is illuminating in this respect. When Arada told the Buddha to liberate the soul from the body, as when the bird flies from the cage or the reed stalk is loosened from its sheath, which will result in the abandonment of egoism, the Buddha reasons in the following way: as long as the soul continues, there is no abandonment of egoism. The soul does not become free from qualities as long as it is not released from number, and the rest. Therefore, as long as there is no freedom from qualities, there is no liberation declared for it. There is no real separation of the qualities and their subject, for fire cannot be conceived apart from its form and heat. Before the body there will be nothing embodied, so before the qualities there will be no subject. How, if it was originally free, could the soul ever become bound? The body nor the soul which is unembodied must be either knowing or unknowing. If it is knowing, there must be some object to be known, and if there is this object, it is not liberated. Or if the soul be declared to be unknowing, then what use to you is this imagined soul? Even without such a soul, the existence of the absence of knowledge is notorious as, for instance, in a log of wood or a wall. And since each successive abandonment is held to be still accompanied by qualities, I maintain that the absolute attainment of our end can only be found in the abandonment of everything. As long as the dualistic conception is maintained in regard to the liberation of the soul, there will be no real freedom as is truly declared by the Buddha. The abandonment of everything means the transcending of the dualism of soul and body, of subject and object, of that which knows and that which is known, of it is and it is not, of soul and soullessness, and this transcending is not attained by merely negating the soul or the will, but by throwing light upon its nature, by realizing it as it is in itself. This is the act of the will. An intellectual contemplation which is advocated by the Samkhya philosophers does not lead one to spiritual freedom, but to the realm of passivity which is their realm of nothingness. Buddhism teaches freedom and not annihilation. It advocates spiritual discipline and not mental torpor or emptiness. There must be a certain turning away in one's ordinary course of life. There must be a certain opening up of a new vista in one's spiritual outlook if one wants to be the true follower of the Buddha. His aversion to asceticism and nihilism, as well as to hedonism, becomes intelligible when seen in this light. The Majjhima Nikaya's account of the Buddha's interview with the Samkhya thinkers somewhat differs from the Mahayana poets, but in a way gives a better support to my argument as regards the Buddha's enlightenment. The reason why he was not satisfied with the teaching and discipline of Clara Kalama and Udaka is stated to be this: this doctrine does not lead to turning away, to dispassion, to cessation, to quietude, to perfect penetration, to supreme awakening, to nirvana, but only to attainment to the realm of nothingness. What did then the Buddha understand by nirvana, which literally means annihilation or cessation, but which is grouped here with such terms as awakening, turning away, that is, revaluation and penetration, and contrasted to nothingness? There is no doubt, as far as we can judge from these qualifications, that nirvana is a positive conception pointing to a certain determinable experience. When he came up to the bank of the Nairanjana and took his seat of soft grass on a shady, peaceful spot, he made up his mind not to leave the place until he realized in himself what he had been after ever since his wandering away from home. According to the Lalita Vistara, he at that moment made this vow, Prachedana. Let my body be dried up on this seat. Let my skin and bones and flesh be destroyed. So long as Bodhi is not attained, so hard to attain for many a kalpa, my body and thought will not be removed from this seat. Thus resolved, the Buddha finally came to realize supreme enlightenment for which he had belabored for ever so many lives. How does this vary from his former attainments under Uddaka and Lara Kalama? Let him express himself. Then, disciples, myself subject to birth, but perceiving the wretchedness of things subject to birth, and seeking after the incomparable security of nirvana which is birthless, to that incomparable security I attained, even to nirvana which is birthless. Myself subject to growth and decay, but perceiving the wretchedness of things subject to growth and decay, and seeking after the incomparable security of nirvana which is free from growth and decay, to that incomparable security I attained, even to nirvana which is free from growth and decay. Myself subject to disease, but perceiving the wretchedness of things subject to disease, and seeking after the incomparable security of nirvana which is free from disease, to that incomparable security I attained, even to nirvana which is free from disease. Myself subject to death, but perceiving the wretchedness of things subject to death, and seeking after the incomparable security of nirvana which is deathless, to that incomparable security I attained, even to nirvana which is deathless. Myself subject to sorrow, but perceiving the wretchedness of things subject to sorrow, and seeking after the incomparable security of nirvana which is sorrowless, to that incomparable security I attained, even to nirvana which is sorrowless. Myself subject to stain, but perceiving the wretchedness of things subject to stain, and seeking the incomparable security of nirvana which is stainless, to that incomparable security I attained, even to nirvana which is stainless. Then I saw anew, assured am I of deliverance, this is my final birth, nevermore shall I return to this life. F76. When nirvana is qualified as birthless, deathless, stainless, sorrowless, and free from growth and decay and disease, it looks negativistic enough. But if there were nothing affirmed even in these negations, the Buddha could not rest in the incomparable security, anuttara yogakkhamma of nirvana, and been assured of final emancipation. What thus the Buddha denied, we can see, was ignorance as to the true cause of birth and death, and this ignorance was dispelled by the supreme effort of the will, and not by mere dialectic reasoning and contemplation. The will was asserted, and the intellect was awakened to its true significance. All the desires, feelings, thoughts, and strivings thus illuminated cease to be egotistic and are no more the cause of defilements and fetters and many other hindrances, of which so many are referred to in all Buddhist literature, Mahayana and Hinayana. In this sense, the Buddha is the Jina, conqueror, not an empty conqueror over nothingness, but the conqueror of confusion, darkness, and ignorance. History of Zen. Buddhism from Bodhidharma to Hui Nenge. Yano, 520 AD, 713 AD. History of Zen. Buddhism from Bodhidharma to Hui Neng Yano, 520 AD, 730 AD. My intention here is not to make a thoroughly critical and scientific study of the history of Zen Buddhism, for this presupposes some knowledge of the development of Buddhism in China, and there are, as far as my knowledge extends, no textbooks on the subject, which are accessible to readers of this book. The main object of the present essay will therefore be to acquaint them first with the traditional history of Zen as it is told by its followers both in Japan and China. Its critical investigation will follow when readers are in a degree prepared for the task. The traditional origin of Zen in India before its introduction into China, which is recorded in Zen literature, is so mixed with legends that no reliable facts can be gathered from it. In the days when there was yet no critical study of anything, and when things, especially relating to religion, were believed in a wholesale manner, we could not expect anything else. It may now be too late to try to unravel the mysteries enveloping the origin of Zen in India, except in a general and logical way, from the historical facts already known concerning the development of Mahayana Buddhism. In fact, Zen Buddhism, as was already discussed, is the product of the Chinese mind, or rather, the Chinese elaboration of the doctrine of enlightenment. Therefore, when we want to narrate the history of Zen, it may be better in some respects not to go to India, but to stay in China and study the psychology and philosophy of her people and the surrounding conditions that made it possible for Zen to achieve a successful growth in the land of the celestials, always remembering that it is a practical interpretation of the doctrine of enlightenment. Some scholars may, however, object to this kind of treatment of the subject, on the ground that if Zen is at all a form of Buddhism, or even the essence of it as is claimed by its followers, it cannot be separated from the general history of Buddhism in India. This is quite true, but as far as facts are concerned, Zen as such did not exist in India, that is, in the form as we have it today. And therefore, when we try to go beyond China to trace its origin and development, the only way open to us will be the one I have followed in my previous essays collected here. That is to say, we must consider Zen the Chinese interpretation of the doctrine of enlightenment, which is expounded in all Buddhist literature, most intensively in the Mahayana and more or less provisionarily in the Hinayana. As time went on, this doctrine steadily grew to occupy the minds of the Buddha's followers and to control the course of development of Buddhist thought generally, for was it not through enlightenment that Gautama became the Buddha, the enlightened one? And is it not the object of Buddhism to follow the footsteps of its founder in the attainment of final emancipation? But the Chinese adherents of Bodhism 77, or the upholders of enlightenment, did not wish to swallow Indian Buddhism undigested. The practical imagination of the Chinese people came thus to create Zen and developed it to the best of their abilities to suit their own religious requirements. When we compare Zen as a finished product to the doctrine of enlightenment as the latter began to unfold itself in primitive Buddhism, we find a wide and seemingly impassable gap between the two. This was, however, naturally to be expected. Let us consider the following facts. In the beginning, the Buddha was somewhat timid to disclose the entire secrets of the reason of Buddhahood, thinking that his disciples were not quite capable of following every step he had taken himself. The feeling he first had after enlightenment governed him almost throughout the entire course of his earthly life. It was this, that the perfect supreme enlightenment attained by him was too exalted an object for sentient beings to strive after, and that even when it were disclosed to them they would not fully comprehend it, but might defile it to their own demerit. Did he not even think of passing into nirvana right after enlightenment? His whole life, in spite of the advice of the Brahmadeva, seems to have been controlled by this feeling, the reluctance to reveal the entirety of his inmost self-realization, pratyatmajnana, according to the terminology of the Lakhavatara. In point of fact, the Buddha himself might have communicated what he realized to all his disciples unreservedly, but the impression we get from the Agama or Nikaya literature is that he was actually reluctant to do so. At least, this was the way the earlier writers of the canonical books attempted to represent their master, whatever their motives might be. This being the case, the idea of enlightenment was not brought forward so fully and conspicuously in Hinayana literature as at once to command our attention. But as I pointed out, this idea lies only superficially buried among the other and less important ideas, and can easily be made manifest by logically and psychologically following up the course of events related in the canonical writings concerning the enlightenment of the Buddha. The earlier writers conceived the fourfold noble truth, or the 12-fold chain of causation, or the eightfold path of righteousness to be the central teaching of Buddhism, which also included on the psychological side the theory of non-ego, an Atman. But when we reflect, both philosophically and from the Zen point of view, on the life of the Buddha and on the ultimate principle of Buddhahood, we cannot help thinking of his enlightenment as the most significant and most essential and most fruitful part of Buddhism. Therefore, what the Buddha really wished to impart to his disciples must be said to have been the doctrine of enlightenment, in spite of the Hinayanistic interpretation or understanding of what is known as primitive Buddhism. But as long as Buddhism flourished in India, its central idea remained what it was, that is, such as is developed in most of the Mahayana sutras. It was only after Bodhidharma who brought it to China that the idea took root there and grew up to what we designate now specifically as the Zen school of Buddhism. The history of Zen, therefore, properly speaking, or in its narrower sense, may best be regarded as beginning in China. The Indian soil was too metaphysical, too rich in romantic imagination for Zen to grow as such in its pure form. While the attainment of Buddhahood or arhatship was the ultimate goal of his teaching, the Buddha was practical and always close to the facts of life, and insisted in his ordinary sermons on a life regulated by moral rules. Nor had he any desire to disclose intellectually or metaphysically the content of enlightenment which must be experienced but cannot be explained. He never neglected to emphasize the significance of self-realization, for nirvana or enlightenment was to be attained personally through one's own efforts in one's own inner consciousness. The fourfold noble truth, or the 12-fold chain of causation, or the theory of non-ego, was an intellectual guide to the realization of the Buddhist life. Such teaching could not have any practical meaning except as finally leading to enlightenment. The Buddha never thought that his followers would come to lay the entire stress of his teaching on these intellectual structures, which could not stand by themselves without being supported by an inner spirit. The Eightfold Path of Righteousness was an ethical guide to enlightenment, and as such it was regarded by the Buddha. Those who have no higher insight into his teaching than reading a moral signification in it take it for a kind of ethical culture and no more. They think that Buddhism is a positivism as philosophy and its brotherhood, Salga, a body of moral ascetics. They praise the Buddha as the originator of a scientific religious system free from spiritualistic superstitions which so frequently and abundantly grow around religion. But we know better because these comments are not in full accord with the teaching of the Buddha, for they only reflect one side of it and fail to take an inner and comprehensive view of the whole field. If these critics took up the practice of dhyana as constituting the essence of Buddhism along with the above considerations, they may be said to have come nearer to the goal, but even this dhyana is a form of spiritual exercise which will prepare the way to the final realization of nirvana. Dhyana in itself does not distinguish Buddhism from the other philosophical religious systems which existed in India in the day of the Buddha. Therefore, to understand Zen as expressing the doctrine of enlightenment, which is the reason of Buddhism, we must wait for the rise of the Mahayana movements. And when this was introduced into China by Bodhidharma, it grew up to what we now know by the name of Zen Buddhism. The legendary story of the origin of Zen in India runs as follows. Yakyamuni was once engaged at the Mount of the Holy Vulture in preaching to a congregation of his disciples. He did not resort to any lengthy verbal discourse to explain his point, but simply lifted a bouquet of flowers before the assemblage, which was presented to him by one of his lay disciples. Not a word came out of his mouth. Nobody understood the meaning of this except the old venerable Mahakasyapa, who quietly smiled at the master, as if he fully comprehended the purport of this silent but eloquent teaching on the part of the enlightened one. The latter, perceiving this, opened his golden-tongued mouth and proclaimed solemnly, "I have the most precious treasure, spiritual and transcendental, which this moment I hand over to you, O venerable Mahakasyapa." Orthodox Zen followers generally blindly take this incident to be the origin of their doctrine, in which, according to them, is disclosed the inmost mind of the Buddha as well as the secret of the religion. As Zen claims to be the inmost essence of Buddhism, and to have been directly transmitted by the Buddha to his greatest disciple Mahakaccapa, its followers naturally look for the particular occasion when this transmission took place between the master and the disciple. We know in a general way that Mahakaccapa succeeded the Buddha as the leader of the faith, but as to his special transmission of Zen, we have no historical records in the Indian Buddhist writings at present in our possession. This fact is, however, specially mentioned for the records of the spread of the lamp, 422, compiled by Li Tsun Su in 1029, and also in the accounts of the orthodox transmission of the Dharma, compiled by Chi Sung in 1064, 423, where this incident is only referred to as not quite an authentic one historically. In the records of the transmission of the lamp 44 written in 104, which is the earliest Zen history now extant, the author does not record any particular event in the life of the Buddha regarding the Zen transmission. As all the earlier histories of Zen are lost, we have at present no means to ascertain how early the Zen tradition started in China. Probably it began to be talked about among the Zen followers when their religion had been well established in China late in the 8th century. In those days, there must have been some necessity to invent such a legend for the authorization of Zen Buddhism, for as Zen grew in strength, the other schools of Buddhism already in existence grew jealous of its popular influence and attacked it as having no authorized records of its direct transmission from the founder of Buddhism, which was claimed by the devotees of Zen. This was the case especially when the latter made so light of the doctrinal teaching discussed in the sutras and jastras, as they thought that the ultimate authority of Zen issued out of their own direct personal experience. In this latter they were quite insistent, but they were not, nor could they be, so critical and independent as to ignore altogether the authority of historical Buddhism, and they wanted somehow to find the record that the Buddha handed Zen over to Mahakaccapa, and from Mahakaccapa on to the 28th patriarch, Bodhidharma, who became the first patriarch of Zen in China. A line of 28 Indian patriarchs thus came to be established by Zen historians, while, according to other schools, there were only 23 or 24 patriarchs off to the founder. When the historians had the need for the special transmission of Zen from the Buddha to Mahakaccapa, they felt it necessary to fill up the gap between the 23rd or 24th patriarch and Bodhidharma himself, who according to them was the 28th. From the modern critical point of view, it did not matter very much whether Zen originated with Bodhidharma in China or with the Buddha in India, inasmuch as Zen is true and has an enduring value. And again, from the historian's point of view, which tries scientifically to ascertain the source of development resulting in Zen Buddhism, it is only important to find a logical connection between the Mahayana doctrine of enlightenment in India and its practical application by the Chinese to the actualities of life, and as to any special line of transmission in India before Bodhidharma, as was established by the Zen devotees, it is not a matter of much concern nor of great importance. But as soon as Zen is formulated into an independent system, not only with its characteristic features, but with its historically ascertainable facts, it will be necessary for the historians to trace its line of transmission complete and not interrupted, for in Zen, as we shall see later, it is of the utmost importance for its followers to be duly certified or approved. Abhanumodana by the master as to the genuineness or orthodox character of their realization. Therefore, as long as Zen is the product of the Chinese soil from the Indian seed of enlightenment as I take it, no special line of transmission need be established in India unless it is in a general, logical manner such as was attempted in my previous essays. The 28 patriarchs of Zen regarded by its followers as the orthodox line of transmission are as follows. 1. Bhayakal 12. Alpha-Ghosha 2. Mahakauchyapa 13. Bhikshu Kapimala 3. Nanda 14. Nagarjuna 4. Tsawao 5. Upagupta 5. Upagupta 16. Riya Rahulata 6. Tajtaka 7. Saganandi 7. Michaka 18. Saghayasas 8. Buddhanandi 19. Kumarata 9. Buddhamitra 20. Jayata 10. Bhikshuparva 11. Putyayayas 22. Manura 23. Haklanayasas 26. Putyamitra 24. Bhikshu Sicha 27. Prajnatara 25. Vachasitta 28. Bodhidharma. To be consistent with the view that Zen was a special transmission from the Buddha outside of his doctrinal teaching, Zen historians have extended this transmission even beyond Sakyamuni, for, according to tradition prevalent already among primitive Buddhists, there were at least 6 Buddhas prior to the Buddha of the present Kalpa, who was the Muni of the Kaikyas, and these several Buddhas had each to leave a gatha of Dharma transmission, which is systematically preserved in Zen history. Now, if the 6 Buddhas of the past had their gathas, why not those patriarchs between Shakyamuni and Bodhidharma all inclusively? Or if any one of them had at all any kind of gatha, why not the rest of them too? So, they have all bequeathed their gathas of transmission, regularly prefaced with the words, "I now hand over to you the treasure of the great law, which you will guard and ever be mindful of." No doubt they are fictitious productions of the historical imagination, which was so highly exercised by the early writers of Zen history, evidently inspired by an extraordinary zeal for their orthodox faith. The translators of these patriarchal verses are, according to the author of the Records of the Right Transmission, Chicheng Lianglu 4.5 of the First Wei Dynasty, and Na Lianya Sha 4.6 of the Eastern Wei. The former came from Middle India and the latter from Kabul. Their book, known as the Account of Succession in the Law 4.7, disappeared after the repeated persecutions carried out by the reigning dynasties. But the stories of these patriarchs were quoted at least in the 2 books, the Pao Lin Chuan 4.8 and the Sheng Tu Chi 4.9, both compiled prior to the transmission of the lamp, in which they are referred to. But they too were lost some time after Kaisu Qishung in the Song dynasty. Therefore, at present, the transmission of the lamp is the earliest history of Zen, where the 28 patriarchs and their verses of law transmission are recorded in detail. To quote as samples 2 of the 6 Buddha's gathas, the first Buddha Vipalyi declares, "This body from within the formless is born. It is like through magic that all forms and images appear. Phantom beings with mentality and consciousness have no reality from the very beginning. Both evil and happiness are void, have no abodes." The gatha of the 6th Buddha, Kayapa, who just preceded the Muni of the Tayas, runs thus: "Pure and immaculate is the nature of all sentient beings. From the very beginning there is no birth, no death. This body, this mind, a phantom creation it is, and in phantom transformation there are neither sins nor merits, when the Buddha belonging to the present age ordered merits." When the Buddha belonging to the present age ordered Mahakayapa to be the orthodox transmitter of the good law, he uttered the following verse: "The Dharma is ultimately a Dharma which is no Dharma. A Dharma which is no Dharma is also a Dharma. As I now hand this no Dharma over to thee, what we call the Dharma, where after all is the Dharma, where after all is the Dharma." EF 78 to 412 Tuchaka has penetrate into the ultimate truth of mind, and we have neither things nor no two, things enlightened and not enlightened, they are the same, neither mind nor thing there is. To 4.13, the 22nd Patriarch Manura gave his view: "The mind moveth with the 10,000 things. Even when moving it is serene. Perceive its essence as it moveth on, and neither joy nor sorrow there is." 444. In these gathas, we notice the teaching generally characteristic of Mahayana Buddhism as it prevailed in India. As I said before, as far as the doctrinal side of Buddhism was concerned, Zen had nothing particularly to offer as its own, for its raison d'etre consists in its being a spiritual experience and not in its being a special system of philosophy or of certain dogmas conceptually synthesized. We have Zen only when the Mahayana Buddhist speculation is reduced to the actual things of life and becomes the direct expression of one's inner life. And this did not come to pass until Buddhism was transplanted into China and made there to grow nourished by a people whose practical turn of mentality refused to swallow the Indian tradition undigested. The form of thought as adopted in the so-called patriarchal verses did not appeal to the Chinese mind. When they got into the thought itself, they wished to express it in their own way. They wished to live the thought as was natural to them, and not to hoard it as something imported from abroad and not inherently belonging to their psychology. When Bodhidharma gave his full sanction to his disciples, he is supposed to have composed the following gatha. The original reason of my coming to this country was to transmit the law in order to save the confused. One flower with 5 petals is unfolded, and the bearing of fruit will by itself come. By this bearing of fruit did Dharma prophesy the full development of Zen later in China. The 5 petals are supposed to mean the 5 Zen fathers in China after Dharma, when Zen came to be recognized as a branch of Buddhism with a message of its own. Whether this gatha was really a prophetic one by Dharma himself, or whether it was composed by some Zen historian after the 6th patriarch Huineng Yeno, we have no means to decide. The one thing is certain historically that Dharma's teaching began to be naturalized in China about 200 years after him and assimilated by her people in a manner best suited to their mental idiosyncrasies. Zen in the form we have it today could not mature anywhere outside China. India was too metaphysical or too given up to mystic imagination. It was the home for the Ueshiki Yogacara, the Shingon mantra school, the Kiganavatasaka, or the Sanronyata, or Madhyamika. As for Zen, it needed a mind which had already been deeply steeped in the Laotian ideas and feelings, and yet could not detach itself from the details of daily life. Aloofness, romanticism, a certain practical temperament, and yet an even, steady, well-balanced character. These were needed to develop Zen to its present form. That is to say, if Mahayana Buddhism, as was expounded by Nagarjuna and Autvaghosha, and in the Vimalakirti, Prajnaparamita, and other sutras, especially in the Laukavatara, were not worked upon by Chinese genius, Zen as such could not at all have come into existence. It may not altogether be out of place here to show by concrete examples how much the Indian method diverges from the typically Chinese one in demonstrating the truth of Zen Buddhism. As I have repeatedly illustrated, Buddhism, whether primitive or developed, is a religion of freedom and emancipation, and the ultimate aim of its discipline is to release the spirit from its possible bondage so that it can act freely in accordance with its own principles. This is what is meant by non-attachment, apratishita sittam. The idea is negative inasmuch as it is concerned with untying the knots of the intellect and passion, but the feeling implied is positive, and the final object is attained only when the spirit is restored to its original activity. The spirit knows its own way, and what we can do is to rid it of all the obstacles our ignorance has piled before it. Throw them down is therefore the recurring note in the Buddhist teaching. The Indian Buddhist way of impressing the idea is this. A Brahmin named Black Nails came to the Buddha and offered him 2 huge flowering trees, which he carried each in one of his hands through his magical power. The Buddha called out, and when the Brahmin responded, the Buddha said, "Throw them down!" The Brahmin let down the flowering tree in his left hand before the Buddha. The latter called out again to let them go, whereupon Black Nails dropped the other flowering tree in the right hand. The Buddha still kept up his command. Said the Brahmin, "I have nothing now to let go. What do you want me to do?" "I never told you to abandon your flowering plants," said the Buddha. "What I want you to do is to abandon your 6 objects of sense, your 6 organs of sense, and your 6 consciousnesses. When these are all at once abandoned, and there remains nothing further to be abandoned, it is then that you are released from the bondage of birth and death." In contrast to this plain, though somewhat roundabout talk of the Buddha, the following case of Jiaoshu Chao Chao, F79 446, is direct and concise and disposes of the matter in a most unequivocal manner. A monk came and asked the master, 4417, "How is it when a man brings nothing with him?" "Throw it away," was Joshu's immediate response. "What shall he throw down when he is not burdened at all? If so, carry it along." The Zen masters delight in paradoxes, and Joshua's remark here is a typical one. The problem of emancipation is important, but the still more important one is, who or what is the Buddha? When this is mastered, Buddhism has rendered its full service. What did the Indian philosophers think of the Buddha? There was an old lady who lived at the time of the Buddha. She was born at the same time as the Buddha himself and lived in the eastern part of the city. She had a singular aversion against the Buddha and never wished to see him. Whenever he passed by, she would run away, but whichever way she turned, she would encounter him, east or west. She covered her face with her hands, and lo, she saw the Buddha between her fingers. This is beautiful and illuminating. What follows is the Zen way of treating the subject. A monk came to Qian, who was one of the disciples of Matsu, 4.118, and asked, "What is the original body of Vairochana?" Said the master, "Would you mind passing that water pitcher over to me?" The monk handed it to the master as asked. Then the master requested him to put it back where he got it. The monk did so, but not getting any answer as he thought to his first question, he asked again, "What is the original body of Vairochana Buddha?" The master expressed his regret, saying, "Long it is since the departure of the old Buddha. These 2 instances will suffice to illustrate where the Chinese Zen mind deviates from the Indian." 2. The history of Zen dates with the coming of Bodhidharma, Bodhidharma 4.19, from the West, 520 AD. He came to China with a special message which is summed up in the following lines. A special transmission outside the scriptures, no dependence upon words and letters, direct pointing at the soul of man, seeing into one's nature and the attainment of Buddhahood. These 4 lines, as describing the principles of Zen teaching as distinguished from other schools of Buddhism already in existence in China, were formulated later and not by Dharma himself. We cannot exactly tell who was the real author, as we have no definite information on this subject. One historian, Sun Qian 420, who compiled from the Tiantai point of view a Buddhist history entitled The Rightful Lineage of the Sakya Doctrine in 1237, ascribes it to Nansen Fulguan 421, probably the formula originated in those days when Basel. Matsu, Hyakjo, Pai Chang, Obaku, Hawangpo, Sekito, Shito, and Yakusan, Yeshan, 422 were flourishing in the west of the river and in the south of the lake. Since then they have been regarded as characteristically Zen, and it was Dharma that breathed this spirit into the minds of the Chinese Buddhists. The latter had more or less been given up, on the one hand, to philosophizing and, on the other hand, to practicing contemplation. They were not acquainted with the direct method of Zen, which was to see straightway into the truth of enlightenment and attain Buddhahood without going through so many stages of preparation prescribed by the scholars. Our knowledge of the life of Bodhidharma comes from two sources. The one which the earliest record we have of him is by Dao, Swan 423, in his Biographies of the High Priests, which was compiled early in the Tang Dynasty, A.D. 645. The author was the founder of a Vinaya sect in China and a learned scholar who, however, was living before the movement of the new school, to be known as Zen, came into maturity under Hui Neng, the sixth patriarch, who was 9 years old when Tao Oxuan wrote his biographies. The other source is the records of the transmission of the lamp, A.D. 1004, compiled by Tao Yuyen 424 early in the Sung Dynasty. This was written by a Zen monk after Zen had received full recognition as a special branch of Buddhism and contains sayings and doings of its masters. The author often refers to some earlier Zen histories as his authorities, which are, however, lost now, being known by the titles only. It is quite natural that these two accounts of the life of Bodhidharma should vary at several points. The first was written when Zen was not yet fully established as a school, and the second by one of the Zen masters. In the first, Dharma, the founder of Zen, is treated as one of the many other Buddhist priests, eminent in various fields as translators, commentators, scholars, Vinaya followers, masters of meditation, possessors of miraculous virtues, etc., and Dharma could not naturally occupy in such a history any very prominent position distinguishing himself from the other high priests. He is described merely as one of those masters of meditation whose conception of dhyana did not differ from the old traditional one as was practiced by the Hinayana followers. Dao Shun did not understand the message of Dharma in its full signification, though he could read in it something not quite of the so-called practice of meditation. And therefore it is sometimes argued by scholars that there is not much of Zen in Dao Shun's account of Dharma worthy of its first Chinese promulgator, and that therefore Dharma could not be so regarded as is claimed by the followers of the Zen school of Buddhism. But this is not doing justice to Zen, nor to Tao Xuan, who never thought of writing a Zen history before Zen came to be known as such. Tao Xuan could not be a prophetic historian. While the biographical history of Tao Yuan contains much that is to be discredited as regards the life of Bodhidharma, especially as regards that part of his life before he came to China, we have reason to believe that the greater part of Tao Yuan's account of Dharma's doings after his arrival in China is historical. In this latter respect, Dao Xuan must be taken as complimenting Tao Yuan. It is not quite in accord with the spirit of fair critical judgment to be partial to one authority at the expense of the other without duly weighing all the historically known circumstances that contributed to the making of these histories. According to Dao Xuan, Bodhidharma left many writings or sayings which were apparently still in circulation at the time of the author of the biographies of the high priests. But the only authentic writing of the Zen founders at present in our possession is a very short one which is preserved in Dao Xuan's biographies, as well as in Dao Yuan's records. There are some other essays ascribed to Dharma, F8W, but most of which, though deeply imbibing the spirit of Zen, are spurious except one which I am inclined to think to be genuinely his. It is entitled On the Pacification of the Soul. 426. Together with the first one, which is generally known under the title Meditation on 4 Acts 427, we have just two pieces of writings handed down as dharmas, though I do not think that, The meditation on 4 acts could be the best possible specimen of writing to be bequeathed by the founder of Zen, which will admit us straightway into the very essence of Zen. I will give here an English translation of it as the most reliable essay of Bodhidharma, the first patriarch of Zen in China. There are 2 versions, as I said before, of this writing, the one in the biographies and the other in the records, and they do not quite agree with each other in some points. The main drift is the same, but in detail they vary. The question now is, which is the more original one? Chronologically, the biographies were compiled earlier than the records, but the latter presupposes some earlier writings which were utilized for its compilation. We have no means to ascertain the reliability of the documents thus made use of, and then the authority of the biographies is not absolute. Therefore, the only profitable method of judging the respective merit of the 2 versions is to compare them from the literary point of view and see what light such comparison will shed on the nature of each. The result I have reached is that the author of the biographies used the one preserved in the records, which is more faithful to the original if there were any such besides this very version. The reason for this conclusion is that Dharma's writing appears much improved after the editing of Tao Aoshuan, the author of the biographies, for he had to edit it for his own purposes. Thus edited, F81 428. Dharma's writing is now in a better style, that is, more concise, more to the point, and more refined. For this reason, the following translation, 429, is made from Dao Yan's records, in which the author had every reason to reproduce the original as it stood. Bodhidharma, the teacher of the law, was the 3rd son of a great Brahmin king in South India, of the Western lands. He was a man of wonderful intelligence, bright and far-reaching. He thoroughly understood everything that he ever learned. As his ambition was to master the doctrine of the Mahayana, he abandoned the white dress of a layman and put on the black robe of monkhood, wishing to cultivate the seeds of holiness. He practiced contemplation and tranquilization. He knew well what was the true significance of worldly affairs. Inside and outside he was conspicuous. His virtues were more than a model to the world. He was grieved very much over the decline of the orthodox teaching of the Buddha in the remoter parts of the earth. He finally made up his mind to cross over land and sea and come to China and preach his doctrine in the kingdom of Wei. Those that were spiritually inclined gathered about him full of devotion, while those that could not rise above their own one-sided views talked about him slanderingly. At the time there were only 2 monks called Dao Yi and Huik, who while yet young had a strong will and desire to learn higher things. Thinking it a great opportunity of their lives to have such a teacher of the law in their own land, they put themselves under his instruction for several years. Most reverently they followed him, asked questions to be enlightened, and observed his directions well. The teacher of the law was moved by their spirit of sincerity and disciplined them in the true path, telling them, "This is the way to obtain peace of mind, and this is the way to behave in the world. This is the way to live harmoniously with your surroundings, and this is the upaya." Means. These being the Mahayana ways to keep the mind tranquil, one has to be on guard against their wrongful applications. By this mental pacification, koan, Fa2 is meant. By this behavior, the 4 acts. By this harmony with things, the protection from slander and ill disposition, and by this upaya, detachment. Thus, EF83 have briefly stated the story of what follows. There are many ways to enter the path, but briefly speaking, they are of 2 sorts only. The one is entrance by reason, and the other entrance by conduct. By entrance by reason, we mean the realization of the spirit of Buddhism by the aid of the scriptural teaching. We then come to have a deep faith in the true nature, which is one and the same in all sentient beings. The reason why it does not manifest itself is due to the overwrapping of external objects and false thoughts. When one, abandoning the false and embracing the true and in simpleness of thought abides in pi quan tro, one finds that there is neither selfhood nor otherness, that the masses and the worthies are of one essence, and firmly holds on to this belief and never moves away therefrom. He will not then be guided by any literary instructions, for he is in silent communion with the principle itself, free from conceptual discrimination, for he is serene and not acting. This is called entrance by reason. By entrance by conduct is meant the 4 acts in which all other acts are included. What are the 4? 1. How to requite hatred. 2. To be obedient to karma. 3. Not to seek after anything. And 4. To be in accord with the Dharma. 1. What is meant by how to requite hatred? Those who discipline themselves in the path should think thus when they have to struggle with adverse conditions. During the innumerable past ages I have wandered through multiplicity of existences, all the while giving myself to unimportant details of life at the expense of essentials, and thus creating infinite occasions for hate, ill will, and wrongdoing. While no violations have been committed in this life, the fruits of evil deeds in the past are to be gathered now. Neither gods nor men can foretell what is coming upon me. I will submit myself willingly and patiently to all the ills that befall me, and I will never bemoan or complain. In the sutra it is said not to worry over ills that may happen to you. Why? Because through intelligence one can survey the whole chain of causation. When this thought arises, one is in concord with the principle because he makes the best use of hatred and turns it into the service in his advance towards the path. This is called the way to requite hatred. 2. By being obedient to karma is meant this: there is no self-atman. In whatever beings that are produced by the interplay of karmic conditions, pain and pleasure we suffer are also the results of our previous action. If I am rewarded with fortune, honor, etc., this is the outcome of my past deeds, which by reason of causation affect my present life. When the force of karma is exhausted, the result I am enjoying now will disappear. What is then the use of being joyful over it? Gain or loss, let us accept karma as it brings us the one or the other. The spirit itself knows neither increase nor decrease. The wind of gladness does not move it, as it is silently in harmony with the path. Therefore this is called being obedient to karma. 3. By not seeking after anything is meant this: men of the world, in eternal confusion, are attached everywhere to one thing or another, which is called seeking. The wise, however, understand the truth and are not like the vulgar. Their minds abide serenely in the uncreated, while the body turns about in accordance with the laws of causation. All things are empty, and there is nothing desirable and to be sought after. Wherever there is the merit of brightness, there follows the demerit of darkness. This triple world where one stays too long is like a house on fire. All that has a body suffers, and who would ever know what is rest? Because the wise are thoroughly acquainted with this truth, they get never attached to anything that becomes, their thoughts are quieted, they never seek. Says the sutra, wherever there is seeking, there you have sufferings. When seeking ceases, you are blessed. Thus we know that not to seek is verily the way to the truth. Therefore I preach to you not to seek after anything. By being in accord with the Dharma is meant that the reason in its essence is pure, which we call the Dharma, and that this reason is the principle of emptiness in all that is manifested, as it is above defilements and attachments, and as there is no self or other in it. Says the sutra, In the Dharma there are no sentient beings because it is free from the stains of being. In the Dharma there is no self because it is free from the stain of selfhood. When the wise understand this truth and believe in it, their conduct will be in accordance with the Dharma. As the Dharma in essence has no desire to possess, the wise are ever ready to practice charity with their body, life, property, and they never begrudge, they never know what an ill grace means. As they have a perfect understanding of the threefold nature of emptiness, they are above partiality and attachment. Only because of their will to cleanse all beings of their stains, they come among them as of them, but they are not attached to the form. This is known as the inner aspect of their life. They, however, know also how to benefit others, and again how to glorify the path of enlightenment. As with the virtue of charity, so with the other 5 virtues in the Prajnaparamita. That the wise practice the 6 virtues of perfection is to get rid of confused thoughts, and yet they are not conscious of their doings. This is called being in accord with the Dharma. The doctrine of the 2 entrances is evidently taken from the Vajrasamadhi, Strophe 84, and that of the 4 acts is an amplification of the 2nd form of entrance, as is expounded in the sutra. A comparison with the passage 429a from it will make this point clear at once. Said the Buddha, the 2 entrances are entrance by reason and entrance by conduct. Entrance by reason means to have a deep faith in that all sentient beings are identical, in essence with the true nature which is neither unity nor multiplicity, only it is beclouded by external objects. The nature in itself neither departs nor comes. When a man in singleness of thought abides in Chue Kwanjia, he will clearly see into the Buddha nature, of which we cannot say whether it exists or exists not, and in which there is neither selfhood nor otherness. He will also find that the nature is the same both in the masses and in the worthies. He thus firmly holds the ground of the diamond heart and never moves away therefrom. He is serene and not doing and free from conceptual discrimination. This is called entrance by reason. Entrance by conduct means not to be unsteady and reclining in mind, and not to be in its shadows changing like a stream. Wherever you are, let your thought be serene and not to be seeking after anything. Let it be like unto the great earth, unmoved even in a raging storm. Giving up all thoughts of egoism in your heart, save all beings and let them cross over to the other shore. There are no births, no signs, no clinging, no abandoning. In the mind of a bodhisattva there is no going out, no coming in. When this mind, which neither goes out nor comes in, enters into that which is never entered into, it is called entering. This is the way the bodhisattva enters into the Dharma. The Dharma is not empty in form, and the Dharma of non-emptiness is not to be put aside as non-entity. Why? The Dharma that is not non-entity is filled with virtues. It is neither mind nor shadows. It is pure in its suchness. In comparing these 2 texts, the reader will be impressed with the most important and most striking change Bodhidharma made in his quotation, which is the substituting of pi quan for chue quan. Pi ordinarily means wall or precipice, and is often found in combination with li, standing, in such phrases as pi li wan jen jan, to describe an unscalable wall, or figuratively to represent the attitude, for instance, of Akala Vidyaraja standing straight up. What was the reason of Dharma's changing Chue, to awaken or to be enlightened into a word which apparently has no organic relation to the following Kwan, to perceive or to contemplate? The novel combination is a very important one, for it alters the sense of the whole context in which it occurs. Dao Xuan, The author of the biographies refers to Dharma's Tai Sheng Piquan, Mahayanistic wall contemplation, in his commentary notes to Zen as the most meritorious work Dharma achieved in China. F85. For this reason, he is often spoken of as the Piquan Brahman, that is, wall-contemplating Brahman, and in Japan the monks belonging to the Soto school of Zen are supposed to follow the example of the founder of their religion when they keep up the practice of sitting facing the wall while meditating. But this is evidently a superficial interpretation of the phrase Piquan. For how could mere wall-gazing start a revolutionary movement in the Buddhist world, as is implied in Tao Xuan's Life of Dharma? F86. How could such an innocent practice provoke a terrible opposition among scholars of those days? To my view, Pai Quan has a far deeper meaning and must be understood in the light of the following passage in the Records, which is quoted from a work known as the Piaha Chia 4-2 meaning, some special document of prior existence. The master first stayed in the Shorinji Shaolin Zerch monastery for 9 years, and when he taught the second patriarch, it was only in the following way: externally, keep yourself away from all relationships, and internally, have no pantings, yeas, or hankerings, shran in your heart. F87. When your mind is like unto a straight standing wall, you may enter into the path. Schweike tried variously to explain or to discourse on the reason of mind, but failed to realize the truth itself. The master simply said, "No, no," and never proposed to explain to his disciple what was the mind essence in its thought, less state, that is, in its pure being. Later, said Huike, I know now how to keep myself away from all relationships. You make it a total annihilation, do you not? Queried the master. No, master, replied Huike. I do not make it a total annihilation. How do you testify your statement? For I know it always in a most intelligible manner, but to express it in words, that is impossible. Thereupon, said the master, that is the mind essence itself transmitted by all the Buddhas. Harbor no doubts about it. In fact, this passage sums up the special message contained in Dharma's teaching, and in it we may get an adequate answer as to the exact meaning of Pai Quan. The term must have been a novel one in his day, and the originality of his views really lay in the creative sense of the one word pi. It was so concrete, so graphic, and there was nothing abstract and conceptual about it. Hence Tao Xuan's special reference to Dharma's teaching as the Tai Cheng Paikuan, Mahayanistic wall contemplation. While there was nothing specifically Zen in his doctrine of 2 entrances and 4 acts, the teaching of Piquan wall contemplation was what made Bodhidharma the first patriarch of Zen Buddhism in China. The author of the rightful transmission of the Chakya doctrine interprets Piquan as meaning the state of mind where no external dusts get in. Chapter 14.1. This may be all right, but we are not told where he finds the authority for this way of understanding. Had he in mind Dharma's remark to Huike as recorded in the document known as Phe? In any event, the underlying meaning of the wall contemplation must be found in the subjective condition of a Zen master, which is highly concentrated and rigidly exclusive of all ideas and sensuous images. To understand the phrase Paikuan as simply meaning wall-gazing will be sheer absurdity. If the specific message of Dharma as the founder of Zen in China is to be sought anywhere in the writings of his, which are still in existence, it must be in this Mahayanistic wall contemplation. Besides this writing, which is the only one left by Dharma in our possession at present, we have the Laukavatara Sutra, Vajrasamadhi Sutra, and Vajrakadika Sutra, through which we can also have a glimpse into the central teaching of Bodhidharma. Zen, unlike other schools of Buddhism, has no particular sutras to be called the foundation canon on which its followers would base the principal tenets of their school, but Dharma recommended the Lakavatara to his first disciple, Hui, as containing the teaching most intimately related to Zen, and after him this scriptural writing came to be studied chiefly by Zen scholars, to F88. As to the importance of the Vajra Samadhi as expounding the philosophy of Zen, we can easily understand it from Dharma's own reference to the sutra in his writing, as was already pointed out. With regard to the Vajrakadika, most people think of it as having nothing to do with Zen prior to the fifth patriarch, Hongzhen Gunen. For it was he who, for the first time, introduced it among his own disciples, while Dharma himself made no allusion whatever to this, one of the most popular Buddhist texts in China. But according to Huineng's preface to the Vajrakadika, which is still preserved, ever since the coming west of Dharma, he wanted to propagate the meaning of this sutra and lead people to understand the reason and to see into the nature. If this were actually the case, Dharma, to say the least, must have had some knowledge of this sutra from the very beginning of his career in China, and the connection in a way between this and Zen must have been more fundamental than that between the Lakavatara and Zen. The prevalent notion, then, that the Vajrakadika came only in vogue after Hongzhen and Huineng must be revised. Whatever this may be, the Lakavatara is too difficult a material for popular consumption, and it was natural that this sutra came to be gradually superseded by the Vajrakadika as Zen gained more and more in power and influence. As one of the sutras belonging to the Prajnaparamita class of Buddhist literature, the teaching of the Vajrakadika was comparatively simple and had something much akin to the Laotian ideas of emptiness and non-doing. It was not hard for the average Chinese to follow its philosophy of Yinyata. In fact, this agreed well with a certain aspect of Chinese thought at F89. However, with Zen followers, all literature was like a finger pointing at the moon, and there was not much in itself that will actually lead one to the seeing of one's own inner nature, for this seeing was a realization which must be attained by one's own personal efforts apart from the mere understanding of letters. All Buddhist sutras, including the Laukavatara, Vajrasamadhi, and Vajrakadika, could not be of much help to the real earnest seekers of the truth, so long as his idea is to grasp the naked facts with his own ungloved hands. This was possible only when his own inner consciousness opened by itself, from within, through his whole-souled efforts. Literature is helpful only when it indicates the way. It is not the thing itself. The earlier part of Bodhidharma's life while in India, as is narrated in the records, may be discredited as containing a large dose of fiction, but the latter part of it cannot so easily be disposed of. This is where it supplements the story in Tao Swan's biographies, which was written by a good historian, but by one who did not know anything about the future development of Zen. According to the records, then, the first great personage Dharma had an interview with when he came to China was the king of Liang, the greatest Buddhist patron of the time. And the interview took place in the following manner. The Emperor Wu of Liang asked Dharma, "Ever since the beginning of my reign, I have built so many temples, copied so many sacred books, and supported so many monks. What do you think my merit might be?" "No merit whatever, sire," Dharma bluntly replied. "Why?" demanded the emperor, astonished. "All these are inferior deeds," thus began Dharma's significant reply, which would cause their author to be born in the heavens or on this earth again. "They still show the traces of worldliness. They are like shadows following objects. Though they appear actually existing, they are no more than mere non-entities. As to a true meritorious deed, it is full of pure wisdom and is perfect and mysterious, and its real nature is beyond the grasp of human intelligence. Such as this is not to be sought after by any worldly achievement." The Emperor Wu thereupon asked Bodhidharma again, 4.32. What is the vast emptiness, and there is nothing in it to be called holy, sire, answered Dharma. Who is then that is now confronting me? I know not, sire. The answer was simple enough and clear enough too, but the pious and learned Buddhist emperor failed to grasp the spirit pervading the whole attitude of Dharma. Seeing that there was no further help to be given to the emperor, Dharma left his dominion and retired into a monastery in the state of Wei, where he sat quietly practicing the wall contemplation, it is said, for 9 long years, until he came to be known as the Pequan Brahmin. F90. One day, a monk, Shenquang 433, visited him and most earnestly implored him to be enlightened in the truth of Zen, but Dharma paid no attention. Shenquang was not to be disappointed, for he knew that all the great spiritual leaders of the past had gone through with many a heart-rending trial in order to attain the final object of their aspiration. One evening he stood in the midst of the snow waiting for Dharma to notice him, when at last the fast-falling snow buried him almost as deep as his knees. Finally the master turned back and said, "What do you wish me to do for you?" said Kwang. "I am come to receive your invaluable instructions. Pray open your gate of mercy and extend your hand of salvation to this poor suffering mortal." "The incomparable doctrine of Buddhism," replied Dharma, "can be comprehended only after a long, hard discipline, and by enduring what is most difficult to endure, and by practicing what is most difficult to practice. Men of inferior virtue and wisdom are not allowed to understand anything about it. All the labors of such ones will come to naught." Kwang at last cut off his left arm with the sword of 91 he was carrying, and presented it before the teacher as a token of his sincerity in the desire to be instructed in the doctrine of all the Buddhas. Said Dharma, "This is not to be sought through another. My soul is not yet pacified. Pray, Master, pacify it. Bring your soul here and I will have it pacified." Kwang hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "I have sought it these many years and am still unable to get hold of it. There. It is pacified once for all." This was Dharma's sentence, Eve 92. Dharma then told him to change his name into Huika. 9 years passed, 434, and Dharma wished to return to his native country. He called in all his disciples before him and said, "The time has come for me to depart, and I want to see what your attainments are." "According to my view," said Daofu, "the truth is above both affirmation and negation, for this is the way it moveth." Dharma said, "You have got my skin." Next came in the nun, Sungchai, and said, "As I understand it, it is like Nanda's viewing the Buddha land of Akshobhya. It is seen once and never again." Dharma said, "You have got my flesh." Dao Yu was another disciple who presented his view, saying, "Empty are the 4 elements and non-existent the 5 skandhas. According to my view, there is not a thing to be grasped as real." Dharma said, "You have got my bone." Finally, Huike, that is Shen Kuang, reverently bowing to the master, kept standing in his seat and said nothing. Dharma then announced, "You have my marrow." F93. Mystery envelops the end of Bodhidharma's life in China. We do not know how, when, and where he passed away from this earth. Some say that he was poisoned by his rivals, others say that he went back to India crossing the desert, and still others report that he came over to Japan. In one thing they all agree, which is this: he was quite old, being, according to Tao Xuan, over 150 years at his death. 3. After Bodhidharma, Huika 486, 593, 435 was the chief exponent of Zen Buddhism. He was already a learned scholar before he came to his teacher for instruction, not only in the Chinese classics but in Buddhist lore. No amount of learning, however, satisfied him. Indeed, he seems to have had a sort of enlightenment in his way, which he wanted to be testified to by Dharma. After he left the master, he did not at once begin his preaching, hiding himself among the lower strata of society. He evidently shunned being looked up to as a high priest of great wisdom and understanding. However, he did not neglect quietly preaching the law whenever he had an occasion. He was simply quiet and unassuming, refusing to show himself off. But one day, when he was discoursing about the law before a temple gate, there was another sermon going on inside the temple by a resident priest, learned and honored. The audience, however, left the reverend lecturer inside and gathered around the street. Monk probably clad in rags and with no outward signs of ecclesiastical dignity. The high priest got angry over the situation. He accused the beggar monk to the authorities as promulgating a false doctrine, whereupon Huik was arrested and put to death. He did not specially plead innocent, but composedly submitted, saying that he had, according to the law of karma, an old debt to pay up. This took place in AD 593, and he was 107 years old when he was killed. According to Dao Xuan, Hui Qi's eloquence flew directly from his heart, not encrusted with learning or scholarly discourse. While he was preaching in an important city on the meaning of Zen, those who could not rise above the letter that killeth took his teaching for heresy as the words of a devil devoid of sense. Especially among them a master of meditation called Tao Huan 436, who had about 1,000 followers about him, at once assumed an offensive attitude towards Huiki. He sent one of his disciples to the Zen exponent, perhaps to find out what kind of man he really was. As soon as the disciple learned what was the teaching of the so-called heretic, he was so deeply impressed by this man that he was converted into a Zen advocate. Tao Wan dispatched another of his followers to call the first one back, but he followed the example of the predecessor. Several other messengers were sent one after another, but the result was altogether discouraging. Later, when Tao Huan happened to meet his first messenger, he asked, "How was it that I had to send for you so many times? Did I not open your eye after taking pains so much on my part?" The former disciple, however, mystically answered, "My eye has been right from the master's ire, and it was through his machination," writes Tao Xuan, "that Huiki had to suffer official persecution." This story, taken from Dao Xuan's biographies, varies from that in the Dao Yuan's records, but they both agree in making Huika a martyr at the hands of his enemy. There is no doubt that in the Zen teaching of Bodhidharma and his first Chinese disciple, Huike, there was something that was unintelligible to most of the Buddhists of the time, who had been trained either in the abstract metaphysics or in the tranquilizing exercises or in the mere morality of Buddhism. The exponents of Zen then must have emphasized the truth to be awakened in one's inner consciousness, even at the expense of the canonical teaching, as is variously elucidated in the sutras and maestras, many of which in translations had already been in circulation. This must have excited the conservatists and literalists. Like Bodhidharma, Huiki did not leave any literary writing, though we know from their biographies that both had their sermons collected, and in the case of Huiki classified, F94437, whatever this may mean. The following extracts preserved, however, may throw light on the teaching of Huika. A lay disciple called Shang wrote a letter to Huika, 4438, "Shadow follows a body and echo rises from a sound. He who in pursuit of the shadow tires out the body does not know that the body produces the shadow, and he who attempts to stop an echo by raising his voice does not understand that the voice is the cause of the echo. In a similar way, He who seeks nirvana by cutting desires and passions is to be likened to one who seeks a shadow apart from its original body. And he who aspires to Buddhahood, thinking it to be independent of the nature of sentient beings, is to be likened to one who tries to listen to an echo by deadening its original sound. Therefore, the ignorant and the enlightened are walking in one passageway. The vulgar and the wise are not to be differentiated from each other. Where there are no names, we create names, and because of these names, judgments are formed. Where there is no theorizing, we theorize, and because of this theorizing, disputes arise. They are all phantom creations and not realities, and who knows who is right and who is wrong? They are all empty, no substantialities have they, and who knows what is and what is not? So we realize that our gain is not real gain, and our loss not real loss. This is my view, and may I be enlightened if I am at fault? To this Huike answered, You have truly comprehended the Dharma as it is. The deepest truth lies in the principle of identity. It is due to one's ignorance that the mani-jewel is taken for a piece of brick, but lo! When one is suddenly awakened to self-enlightenment, it is realized that one is in possession of the real jewel. The ignorant and the enlightened are of one essence. They are not really to be separated. We should know that all things are such as they are. Those who entertain a dualistic view of the world are to be pitied, and I write this letter for them. When we know that between this body and the Buddha there is nothing to separate one from the other, what is the use of seeking after nirvana as something external to ourselves? Next to Huike came Shengtan, died 606-4439, who succeeded as the third patriarch. The interview between master and disciple took place in this manner. A layman of 40 troubled with Feng Yang, of 95, according to the records, came to Huike and asked, I am suffering from Feng Yang. Pray cleanse me of my sins. Bring your sins here, said Huike, and I will cleanse you of them. The lay disciple was silent for a while, but finally said, As I seek my sins, I find them unattainable. I have then finished cleansing you altogether. You should thenceforth take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha brotherhood, and abide therein. As I stand before you, O Master, asked Saints, I know that you belong to the brotherhood, but pray tell me what are the Buddha and the Dharma? Replied the Master. Mind is the Buddha, mind is the Dharma, and the Buddha and the Dharma are not two. The same is to be said of the brotherhood, Sangha. This satisfied the disciple, who now said, Today for the first time I realize that sins are neither within nor without nor in the middle. Just as mind is, so is the Buddha, so is the Dharma. They are not two. Eve 9:6. He was then ordained by Huike as a Buddhist monk, and after this he fled from the world altogether, and nothing much of his life is known. This was partly due to the persecution of Buddhism carried on by the emperor of the Chu dynasty. It was in the 12th year of Kai Huan of the Sui dynasty A.D. 592 that he found a disciple worthy to be his successor. His name was Dao, Sin.44. He asked the master, Pray show me the way to deliverance. Who has ever put you in bondage? Nobody. If so, said the master, why should you ask for deliverance? This put the young novice on the way to final enlightenment, which he attained after many years' study under the master. When Sengs and thought that the time was ripe to consecrate him as his successor in the faith, he handed him as the token of the rightful transmission of the law, the robe which had come down from Bodhidharma, the first patriarch of Zen in China. He died in A.D. 606. While much of his life is obscure, his thought is gleaned from a metrical composition known as Xin, Xin, Ming, or are inscribed on the believing mind, which is one of the most valuable contributions by the masters to the interpretation of Zen teaching. Here follows a somewhat liberal translation of the poem inscribed on the believing mind. Eth 974.41. The perfect way knows no difficulties except that it refuses to make preference. Only when freed from hate and love, it reveals itself fully and without disguise. A tenth of an inch's difference, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want to see it manifest, take no thought either for or against it. To set up what you like against what you dislike, this is the disease of the mind. When the deep meaning of the way is not understood, peace of mind is disturbed and nothing is gained. The way is perfect like unto vast space, with nothing wanting, nothing superfluous. It is indeed due to making choice that its suchness is lost sight of. Pursue not the outer entanglements, dwell not in the inner void. When the mind rests serene in the oneness of things, the dualism vanishes by itself. And when oneness is not thoroughly understood, in two ways loss is sustained. The denial of reality may lead to its absolute negation, while the upholding of the void may result in contradicting itself. Wordiness and intellection. The more with them, the further astray we go. Away, therefore, with wordiness and intellection, and there is no place where we cannot pass freely. F 98. When we return to the root, we gain the meaning. When we pursue the external objects, we lose the reason. The moment we are enlightened within, we go beyond the voidness of a world confronting us. Transformations going on in an empty world which confronts us appear real, all because of ignorance. Try not to seek after the true, only cease to cherish opinions. Tarry not with dualism, carefully avoid pursuing it. As soon as you have right and wrong, confusion ensues, the mind is lost. The two exist because of the one, but hold not even to this one. When the one mind is not disturbed, the 10,000 things offer no offense. When no offense is offered by them, they are as if not existing. When the mind is not disturbed, it is as if there is no mind. The subject is quieted as the object ceases. The object ceases as the subject is quieted. The object is an object for the subject. The subject is a subject for an object. Know that the relativity of the two rests ultimately on the oneness of the void. In the oneness of the void the two are one, and each of the two contains in itself all the 10,000 things, when no discrimination is made between this and that. How can a one-sided and prejudiced view arise? The great way is calm and large-minded. Nothing is easy, nothing is hard. Small views are irresolute. The more in haste, the tardier they go. Clinging never keeps itself within bounds. It is sure to go in the wrong way. Let go loose, and things are as they may be, while the essence neither departs nor abides. Obey the nature of things, and you are in concord with the way, calm and easy and free from annoyance. But when your thoughts are tied, you turn away from the truth. They grow heavier and duller and are not at all sound. When they are not sound, the soul is troubled. What is the use of being partial and one-sided then? If you want to walk the course of the one vehicle, be not prejudiced against the six sense objects. When you are not prejudiced against the six sense objects, you, in turn, identify yourself with enlightenment. The wise are non-active, while the ignorant bind themselves up. While in the Dharma itself there is no individuation, they ignorantly attach themselves to particular objects. It is their own minds that create illusions. Is it not the greatest of self-contradictions? Ignorance begets the dualism of rest and unrest. The enlightened have no likes and dislikes. All forms of dualism are ignorantly contrived by the mind itself. They are like unto visions and flowers in the air. Why should we trouble ourselves to take hold of them? Gain and loss, right and wrong. Away with them once for all. If an eye never falls asleep, all dreams will by themselves cease. If the mind retains its oneness, the 10,000 things are of one suchness. When the deep mystery of one suchness is fathomed, all of a sudden we forget the external entanglements. When the 10,000 things are viewed in their oneness, we return to the origin and remain what we are. Forget the wherefore of things, and we attain to a state beyond analogy. Movement stopped is no movement, and rest set in motion is no rest. When dualism does no more obtain, even oneness itself remains not as such. The ultimate end of things, where they cannot go any further, is not bound by rules and measures. The mind in harmony with the way is the principle of identity, in which we find all doings in a quiescent state. Irresolutions are completely done away with, and the right faith is restored to its native straightness. Nothing is retained now. Nothing is to be memorized. All is void, lucid, and self-illuminating. There is no stain, no exertion, no wasting of energy. This is where thinking never attains. This is where the imagination fails to measure. In the higher realm of true suchness, there is neither other nor self. When a direct identification is asked for, we can only say, not two. This absolute faith is beyond quickening time and extension space. One instant is 10,000 years, no matter how things are conditioned, whether with to be or not to be. It is manifest everywhere before you. The infinitely small is as large can be. When external conditions are forgotten, the infinitely large is as small can be. When objective limits are put out of sight, what is the same with what is not. What is not is the same with what is. Where this state of things fails to obtain, be sure not to tarry. One in all in one. If only this is realized, no more worry about your not being perfect. The believing mind is not divided, and undivided is the believing mind. This is where words fail, for it is not of the past, future, or present. Under Tao Ashin 5080-651, the fourth patriarch, Zen was divided into two branches. The one known as Godzuzen Yu Tu Chan 4422 did not live long after the passing of its founder, Fa Zheng 443, who lived at Mount Niu Tu and is considered not belonging to the orthodox line of Zen. The other branch was headed by Hung Gen 424, who is regarded by historians as the fifth patriarch, and it is his school that has survived. He came to the master when he was still a mere boy, and what pleased his master at their interview was the way he answered. When Dao Chin asked, 445, what was his family name? Xing, he said. I have a nature, Xing, and it is not an ordinary one. What is that? It is the Buddha nature, 4-Xing. Then you have no name? No, master, said the boy, for it is empty in its nature. Here is a play of words, the character denoting family name, and that for nature are both pronounced Sing. When Dao Xin was referring to the family name, the young follower took it for nature purposely, whereby to express his view by a figure of speech. Dao Xin's interview with Fa Zheng, the founder of the Niu Tu school of Zen, was significant, showing where their views differed and how the one came to be converted into the orthodox understanding of Zen. It was during the Chen Quan era of the Tang dynasty that Tao Xin, learning of the presence of an extraordinary saintly man in Niu Tu mountains, decided to see who he could be. When Dao Sin came to a Buddhist temple in the mountains, he inquired after the man, and was informed of a lonely anchorite who would never rise from his seat nor salute people even when they were approaching him. When Tao Sin proceeded further into the mountains, he saw him as he was told sitting quietly and paying no attention to the presence of a stranger. He then asked the hermit what he was doing here. "I am contemplating on mind," was the reply. Tao Xin then demanded, "What is he that is contemplating? What is mind that is contemplated?" Fa Zheng was not prepared to answer such questions. Thinking that the visitor was a man of deep understanding, he rose from the seat and, saluting him, asked who he was. When he found that the visitor was no other personage than Dao Xin himself, whose reputation he was not ignorant of, he thanked him for the visit. They were now about to enter a little hut nearby where they might talk about religion, when Dao Xin saw some wild animals such as tigers and wolves wandering about the place, and he threw up his hands as if he were greatly frightened. Fa Zheng remarked, "I see this is still with you." The fourth patriarch responded at once, "What do you see yet?" No answer came from the hermit. After a while, the patriarch traced the character Buddha on the stone on which Fa Zheng was in the habit of sitting in meditation. Seeing it, the latter looked as if shocked. Said the patriarch, "I see this is still with you." But Fa Zheng failed to see the meaning of this remark and earnestly implored to be instructed in the ultimate teaching of Buddhism. This was done, and Fa Zheng became the founder of the Neo-Tu school of Zen Buddhism. Dao Xin died at the age of 72 AD 601. Humgen 605-675, the fifth patriarch, came from the same province as his predecessor Chi Chu, now in the district of Fupei. His temple was situated in Wangmei Shan, Yellow Plum Mountain, where he preached and gave lessons in Zen to his 500 pupils. He is claimed by some to have been the first Zen master who attempted to interpret the message of Zen according to the doctrine of the Vajrakadikastra. Though I cannot quite agree with this view for the reason already referred to elsewhere, we can consider the fifth patriarch the beginning of a turning in the history of Zen, which opened up to a full view under the sixth patriarch, Hui Neng. Until now, the Zen followers had kept quiet, though working steadily without arresting public attention. The masters had retired either into the mountains or in the hurly-burly of the world where nobody could tell anything about their doings. But the time had at last come for a full proclamation of Zen, and Humgen was the first who appeared in the field preparing the way for his successor, Huineng. Besides this orthodox line of patriarchs, there were some sporadic expositors of Zen throughout the 6th and the 7th century. Several of them are mentioned, but there must have been many more such who were either altogether forgotten or not at all known to the world. The two best known are Pao Qi, died 514, 446, and Fu 6, and Fu 69. 447, and their lives are recorded in the records as adepts in Zen, but not appearing in the world, though well known at the time. This is a strange phrasing, and it is hard to know definitely what not appearing in the world means. Usually it applies to one who does not occupy any recognized position in an officially registered monastery. But of those that are classed under this heading, there is one at least to whom the designation does not properly apply, for Qi was a great high priest occupying an influential ecclesiastical post in the Sui dynasty. Whatever this was, those recorded here did not belong to the orthodox Zen school. The Tendai Tiantai followers object to see two of their fathers Hui Shu and Qi mentioned as adepts in Zen but not appearing in the world, though well known at the time. They think that these two are great names in the history of their school and ought not to be so indifferently referred to in the records of the Zen masters. But from the Zen point of view, this classification is justifiable for the reason that the Tendai, except its metaphysics, is another current of Zen started independently of the line of Bodhidharma, and if this were allowed to take a more practical course of development, it should surely have resulted in Zen as we have it now. But its metaphysical side came to be emphasized at the expense of the practical, and for this reason the Tendai philosophers were ever at war with the Zen, especially with the ultra-left wing, which was inflexible in denouncing an appeal to ratiocination and literary discoursing and sutra learning. In my view, the Tendai is a variation of Zen, and its first promulgators may justly be classed as Zen masters, though not of the pedigree to which belong Shito, Ye Shan, Matsu, Lin Chi, etc. While there were thus in the 6th and the 7th century some other lines of Zen about to develop, the one started by Bodhidharma was uninterruptedly carried on by Huihi, Sheng Taozan, Taohaozan, and Hongzhen, who proved to be the most fruitful and successful. The differentiation of two schools under the fifth patriarch by Huineng and Shen Shu helped the further progress of pure Zen by eliminating unessential, or rather undigested, elements. That the school of Huineng survived the other proves that his Zen was in perfect accord with Chinese psychology and modes of thinking. The Indian elements that had been found attached to the Zen of Bodhidharma and his successors down to Huineng were something grafted and not native to Chinese genius. And therefore, when Zen came to be fully established under Huineng and his followers, it had nothing further to obstruct its free development until it became almost the only ruling power in the Chinese world of Buddhism. We must carefully watch how Huineng came to be Hongzhen's successor and where he differed from his rival school under Shen Shu. 4. Huineng 637-713-4448 came from Xinchu in the southern parts of China. His father died when he was yet young. He supported his mother by selling wood in town. When one day he came out of a house where he sold some fuel, he heard a man reciting a Buddhist sutra. The words deeply touched his heart. Finding what sutra it was and where it was possible to get it, a longing came over him to study it with the master. The sutra was the Diamond Sutra, Vajrakedika Sitra, and the master was the fifth patriarch residing at Yellow Plum in Chinchu. Huineng somehow managed to get money enough for the support of his aged mother while he was gone. It took him about a month to reach Yellow Plum, where he had once proceeded to see Hongzhen at the head of 500 monks, sometimes said to be 7 or even 1,000. At the first interview, asked the patriarch, "Where do you come from? And what do you want here? I am a farmer from Xinchu and wish to become a Buddha." "So you are a southerner," said the patriarch, "but the southerners have no Buddha nature. How could you expect to attain Buddhahood?" Meditation hall. I went about with no special purpose in the mountains, walking this way and that. I thought of the sun and the moon traversing in a day through a space 4,000 miles wide. My present abode is in China, I reflected then, and they say the district of Yang is the center of the earth. If so, this place must be 2 million miles away from where the sun rises, and how is it that as soon as it comes up, its rays lose no time in striking my face? I reflected again. The rays of my own eye must travel just as instantaneously as those of the sun as it reaches the latter. My eyes, my mind, are they not the Dharmakaya itself? Thinking thus, I felt all the bounds snapped and broken to pieces that had been tying me for so many ages. How many numberless years had I been sitting in the hole of ants? Today, even in every pore of my skin there lie all the Buddha lands in the 10 quarters. I thought within myself, even if I have no greater satori, I am now all sufficient unto myself. Here is the stanza 5.41, composed by Buko at the great moment of satori, describing his inner feelings. "With one stroke I have completely smashed the cave of the ghosts. Behold, there rushes out the iron face of the monster, Nata." Both my ears are as deaf and my tongue is tied. If thou touchest it idly, the fiery star shoots out. These cases will be sufficient to show what mental process one has to go through with before the opening of satori takes place. Of course, these are prominent examples and highly accentuated, and every satori is not preceded by such an extraordinary degree of concentration. But an experience more or less like these must be the necessary antecedent to all satori, especially to that which is to be gone through with at the outset of the study. The mirror of mind, or the field of consciousness, then seems to be so thoroughly swept clean as not to leave a particle of dust on it. When thus all mentation is temporarily suspended, even the consciousness of an effort to keep an idea focused at the center of attention is gone. That is, when, as the Zen followers say, the mind is so completely possessed or identified with its object of thought that even the consciousness of identity is lost, as when one mirror reflects another, the subject feels as if living in a crystal palace, all transparent, refreshing, buoyant, and royal. But the end has not yet been reached, this being merely the preliminary condition leading to the consummation called satori. If the mind remains in this state of fixation, there will be no occasion for its being awakened to the truth of Zen, the state of great doubt, taigi. As it is technically known, is the antecedent. It must be broken up and exploded into the next stage, which is looking into one's nature or the opening of satori. The explosion, as it is nothing else, generally takes place when this finely balanced equilibrium tilts for one reason or another. A stone is thrown into a sheet of water in perfect stillness, and the disturbance at once spreads all over the surface. It is somewhat like this. A sound knocks at the gate of consciousness so tightly closed, and it at once reverberates through the entire being of the individual. He is awakened in the most vivid sense of the word. He comes out baptized in the fire of creation. He has seen the work of God in his very workshop. The occasion may not necessarily be the hearing of a temple bell. It may be reading a stanza or seeing something moving, or the sense of touch irritated, when a most highly accentuated state of concentration bursts out into a satori. The concentration, however, may not be kept up to such an almost abnormal degree as in the case of buko. It may last just a second or two, and if it is the right kind of concentration and rightly handled by the master, the inevitable opening of the mind will follow. When the monk Jo Ting asked Rinzai, 542, "What is the ultimate principle of Buddhism?" The master came right down from his seat, took hold of the monk, slapped him with his hand, and pushed him away from him. The monk stood stupefied. A bystander suggested, "Why don't you make a bow?" Obeying the order, Joe was about to bow when he abruptly awoke to the truth of Zen. In this case, Joe's self-absorption or concentration did not seemingly last very long. The bowing was the turning point. It broke up the spell and restored him to sense, not to an ordinary sense of awareness, but to the inward consciousness of his own being. Generally, we have no records of the inner working prior to a satori, and may pass lightly over the event as a merely happy incident or some intellectual trick having no deeper background. When we read such records, we have to supply from our own experience, whatever this is, all the necessary antecedent conditions for breaking up into a satori. 9. So far, the phenomenon called satori in Zen Buddhism has been treated as constituting the essence of Zen, as the turning point in one's life which opens the mind to a wider and deeper world, as something to be gleaned even from a most trivial incident of everyday life. And then it was explained how satori is to come out of one's inner life, and not by any outside help except as merely indicating the way to it. Next, I proceeded to describe what a change satori brings in one's idea of things, that is, how it all upsets the former valuation of things generally, making one stand now entirely on a different footing. For illustrations, some verses were quoted which were composed by the masters at the moment of their attainment of satori. They are mostly descriptive of the feelings they experienced, such as those by Bukko and Yudainen and Yengo, and others are typical of this class, as they have almost no intellectual elements in them. If one tries to pick up something from these verses by a mere analytical process, one will be greatly disappointed. The psychological side of satori, which is minutely narrated by Hakuin and others, will be of great interest to those who are desirous of making a psychological inquiry into Zen. Of course, these narratives alone will not do, for there are many other things one has to consider in order to study it thoroughly, among which I may mention the general Buddhist attitude towards life and the world, and the historical atmosphere in which the students of Zen find themselves. I wish to close this essay by making a few general remarks in the way of recapitulation on the Buddhist experience known as satori. 1. People often imagine that the discipline of Zen is to induce a state of self-suggestion through meditation. This is not quite right. As we can see from the various instances above cited, satori does not consist in producing a certain premeditated condition by intensely thinking of it. It is the growing conscious of a new power in the mind, which enables it to judge things from a new point of view. Even since the unfoldment of consciousness, we have been led to respond to the inner and outer conditions in a certain conceptual and analytical manner. The discipline of Zen consists in upsetting this artificially constructed framework once for all and in remodeling it on an entirely new basis. The older frame is called ignorance, avidya, and the new one, enlightenment, sayubodhi. It is evident, therefore, that meditating on a metaphysical or symbolical statement, which is a product of our relative consciousness, plays no part in Zen, as I have touched on this in the introduction. 2. Without the attainment of satori, no one can enter into the mystery of Zen. It is the sudden flashing of a new truth hitherto altogether undreamed of. It is a sort of mental catastrophe taking place all at once after so much piling of matters intellectual and demonstrative. The piling has reached its limit, and the whole edifice has now come to the ground, when behold a new heaven is opened to your full survey. Water freezes suddenly when it reaches a certain point. The liquid has turned into a solidity, and it no more flows. Satori comes upon you unawares when you feel you have exhausted your whole being. Religiously, this is a new birth, and morally, the revaluation of one's relationship to the world. The latter now appears to be dressed in a different garment which covers up all the ugliness of dualism, which is called in Buddhist phraseology delusion, moya, born of reasoning, tarka, and error. Vikalpa. 3. Satori is the raison d'etre of Zen, and without which Zen is no Zen. Therefore, every contrivance, upaya, disciplinary or doctrinal, is directed toward the attainment of satori. Zen masters could not remain patient for satori to come by itself, that is, to come sporadically and at its own pleasure. They earnestly seek out some way to make people deliberately or systematically realize the truth of Zen. Their manifestly enigmatical presentations of it were mostly to create a state of mind in their disciples which would pave the way to the enlightenment of Zen. All the intellectual demonstrations and exhortatory persuasions so far carried out by most religious and philosophical leaders failed to produce the desired effect. The disciples were led further and further astray, especially when Buddhism was introduced into China with all its Indian equipments, with its highly metaphysical abstractions, and in a most complicated system of moral discipline. The Chinese were at a loss how to grasp the central point of the doctrine of Buddhism. Daruma, Yeno, Baso, and other masters noticed the fact. The natural outcome was the proclamation of Zen. Satori was placed above sutra reading and scholarly discussion of the Shastras, and it came to be identified with Zen. Zen, therefore, without satori is like pepper without its pungency. But at the same time we must not forget that there is such a thing as too much satori, which is indeed to be detested. 4. This emphasizing in Zen of satori above everything else makes the fact quite significant that Zen is not a system of dhyana as practiced in India and by other schools of Buddhism than the Zen. By dhyana is understood popularly a kind of meditation or contemplation, that is, the fixing of thought, especially in Mahayana Buddhism, on the doctrine of emptiness. On the doctrine of emptiness. Yaha. Niyata. When the mind is so trained as to be able to realize the state of perfect void in which there is not a trace of consciousness left, even the sense of being unconscious having departed. In other words, when all forms of mental activity are swept clean from the field of consciousness, which is now like a sky devoid of every speck of cloud, a mere broad expanse of blue, dhyana is said to have reached its perfection. This may be called ecstasy or trance, but it is not Zen. In Zen, there must be a satori, there must be a general mental upheaval which destroys the old accumulations of intellectuality and lays down a foundation for a new faith. There must be the awakening of a new sense which will review the old things from an angle of perception entirely and most refreshingly new. In dhyana there are none of these things, for it is merely a quieting exercise of the mind. As such, it has doubtless its own merits, but Zen ought not to be identified with such dhyanas. The Buddha therefore got dissatisfied with his two Sankhya teachers, in whose teaching the meditations were so many stages of self-abstraction or thought annihilation. 5. Satori is not seeing God as he is, as may be contended by some Christian mystics. Zen has from the very beginning made clear its principal thesis, which is to see into the work of creation and not interview the Creator himself. The latter may be found then busy molding his universe, but Zen can go along with its own work even when he is not found there. It is not depending on his support. When it grasps the reason of living a life, it is satisfied. Hoyen of Gosozan used to produce his own hand and asked his disciples why it is called a hand. When one knows the reason, there is satori and one has Zen. Whereas with the God of mysticism there is the grasping of a definite object, and when you have God, what is not God is excluded. This is self-limiting. Zen wants absolute freedom even from God. No abiding place means that cleanse your mouth even when you utter the word Buddha amounts to the same thing. It is not that Zen wants to be morbidly unholy and godless, but that it knows the incompleteness of a name. Therefore, when Yakusan Yue-shan was asked to give a lecture, he did not say a word, but instead came down from the pulpit and went off to his own room. Hyakujo Pai Chang merely walked forward a few steps, stood still and opened his arms, which was his exposition of the great principle of Buddhism, but 543. 6. Satori is the most intimate individual experience and therefore cannot be expressed in words or described in any manner. All that one can do in the way of communicating the experience to others is to suggest or indicate, and this only tentatively. The one who has had it understands readily enough when such indications are given, but when we try to have a glimpse of it through the indices given, we utterly fail. We are then like the man who says that he loves the most beautiful woman in the world, and yet who knows nothing of her pedigree or social position, of her personal name or family name, knows nothing of her individuality, physical as well as moral. We are again like the man who puts up a staircase in a place where four crossroads meet, to mount up thereby into the upper story of a mansion, and yet who knows not just where that mansion is, in the east or west, in the north or south. The Buddha was quite to the point when he thus derided all those philosophers and vain talkers of his day, who merely dealt in abstractions, empty hearsays, and fruitless indications. Zen therefore wants us to build the staircase right at the front of the very palace into whose upper story we are to mount up, when we can say, "This is the very personality, this is the very house," we have the satori interviewed face to face and realized by oneself. Di ichieva dhamme saya abhinya satikatva. 7. Satori is not a morbid state of mind, a fit subject for abnormal psychology. If anything, it is a perfectly normal state of mind. When I speak of a mental upheaval, one may be led to consider Zen something to be shunned by ordinary people. This is a mistaken view of Zen, unfortunately often held by prejudiced critics. As Nansen Nanchuan declared, it is your everyday thought. When later a monk asked a Master F24 what was meant by everyday thought, he said, "Drinking tea, eating rice, I pass my time as it comes. Looking down at the stream, looking up at the mountains, how serene and relaxed I feel indeed. It all depends upon the adjustment of the hinge, whether the door opens in or out. Even in the twinkling of an eye, the whole affair is changed, and you have Zen, and you are as perfect and normal as ever. More than that, you have in the meantime acquired something altogether new. All your mental activities are now working to a different key, which is more satisfying, more peaceful, and fuller of joy than anything you ever had. The tone of your life is altered. There is something rejuvenating in it. The spring flowers look prettier, and the mountain stream runs cooler and more transparent. The subjective revolution that brings out this state of things cannot be called abnormal. When life becomes more enjoyable and its expanse is as broad as the universe itself, there must be something in satori quite healthy and worth one's striving after its attainment. 8. We are supposedly living in the same world, but who can tell the thing we popularly call a stone lying before this window is the same thing to all of us? According to the way we look at it, to some the stone ceases to be a stone, while to others it forever remains a worthless specimen of geological product. And this initial divergence of views calls forth an endless series of divergencies later in our moral and spiritual lives. Just a little twisting, as it were, in our modes of thinking, and yet what a world of difference will grow up eventually between one another. So with Zen, satori is this twisting, or rather screwing, not in the wrong way, but in a deeper and fuller sense, and the result is the revelation of a world of entirely new values. Again, you and I sip a cup of tea. The act is apparently alike, but who can tell what a wide gap there is subjectively between you and me? In your drinking there may be no Zen, while mine is brimful of it. The reason is, the one moves in the logical circle and the other is out of it. That is to say, in one case, rigid rules of intellection, so-called, are asserting themselves, and the actor, even when acting, is unable to unfetter himself from these intellectual bonds, while in the other case the subject has struck a new path and is not at all conscious of the duality of his act. In him life is not split into object and subject, or into acting and acted, and subject, or into acting and acted. The drinking at the moment to him means the whole fact, the whole world. Zen lives and is therefore free, whereas our ordinary life is in bondage. Satori is the first step to freedom. 9. Satori is enlightenment saipori, As long as Buddhism is the doctrine of enlightenment, as we all know from its earliest literature as well as from its later one, and as long as Zen asserts satori to be its culmination, satori must be said to represent the very spirit of the Buddhist teaching. When it announces itself to be the transmission of the Buddha Citta for all Shin, not dependent upon the logical and discursive exposition in the canonical writings, either Hinayana or Mahayana, it is by no means exaggerating its fundamental characteristic as distinguished from the other schools of Buddhism that have grown up in Japan and China. Whatever this may be, there is no doubt that Zen is one of the most precious and, in many respects, the most remarkable spiritual possessions bequeathed to Eastern people. Even when it is considered the Buddhist form of speculative mysticism not unknown to the West in the philosophy of Plotinus, Eckhart, and their followers, its complete literature alone since the sixth patriarch, Yeno Hui Neng, 637 to 713, so well preserved, is worth the serious study of scholars and truth-seekers. And then the whole body of the koans systematically grading the progress of the spiritual awakening is the wonderful treasure in the hands of the Zen monks in Japan at present. Practical methods of Zen. Instruction. Practical methods of Zen instruction. What is Zen? This is one of the most difficult questions to answer. I mean to the satisfaction of the inquirer, for Zen refuses even tentatively to be defined or described in any manner. The best way to understand it will be, of course, to study and practice it at least some years in the meditation hall. Therefore, even after the reader has carefully gone over this essay, he will still be at sea as to the real signification of Zen. It is, in fact, in the very nature of Zen that it evades all definition and explanation. That is to say, Zen cannot be converted into ideas. It can never be described in logical terms. For this reason, the Zen masters declare that it is independent of letter, being a special transmission outside the orthodox teachings. But the purpose of this essay is not just to demonstrate that Zen is an unintelligible thing, and that there is no use of attempting to discourse about it. My object, on the contrary, will be to make it clear to the fullest extent of my ability, however imperfect and inadequate that may be, and there are several ways to do this. Zen may be treated psychologically, ontologically, or epistemologically, or historically, as I did in the first part of this book to a certain extent. These are all extremely interesting, each in its way, but they are a great undertaking requiring years of preparation. What here I propose to do, therefore, will be a practical exposition of the subject matter by giving some aspects of the modus operandi of Zen instruction as carried out by the masters for the enlightenment of the pupils. The perusal of these accounts will help us to get into the spirit of Zen to the limits of its intelligibility. As I conceive it, Zen is the ultimate fact of all philosophy and religion. Every intellectual effort must culminate in it, or rather must start from it, if it is to bear any practical fruits. Every religious faith must spring from it if it has to prove at all efficiently and livingly workable in our active life. Therefore, Zen is not necessarily the fountain of Buddhist thought and life alone. It is very much alive also in Christianity, Mohammedanism, in Taoism, and even in positivistic Confucianism. What makes all these religions and philosophies vital and inspiring, keeping up their usefulness and efficiency, is due to the presence in them of what I may designate as the Zen element. Mere scholasticism or mere sacerdotalism will never create a living faith. Religion requires something inwardly propelling, energizing, and capable of doing work. The intellect is useful in its place, but when it tries to cover the whole field of religion, it dries up the source of life. Feeling or mere faith is so blind and will grasp anything that may come across and hold to it as the final reality. Fanaticism is vital enough as far as its explosiveness is concerned, but this is not a true religion, and its practical sequence is the destruction of the whole system, not to speak of the fate of its own being. Zen is what makes the religious feeling run through its legitimate channel and what gives life to the intellect. Zen does this by giving one a new point of view of looking at things, a new way of appreciating the truth and beauty of life and the world, by discovering a new source of energy in the inmost recesses of consciousness, and by bestowing on one a feeling of completeness and sufficiency. That is to say, Zen works miracles by overhauling the whole system of one's inner life and opening up a world hitherto entirely undreamt of. This may be called a resurrection. And Zen tends to emphasize the speculative element, though confessedly it opposes this more than anything else in the whole process of the spiritual revolution, and in this respect Zen is truly Buddhistic. Or it may be better to say that Zen makes use of the phraseology belonging to the sciences of speculative philosophy. Evidently, the feeling element is not so prominently visible in Zen as in the Pure Land sects where Bhakti faith is all in all. Zen, on the other hand, emphasizes the faculty of seeing, darshana, or knowing, vidya, though not in the sense of reasoning out, but in that of intuitively grasping. According to the philosophy of Zen, we are too much of a slave to the conventional way of thinking, which is dualistic through and through. No interpenetration is allowed. There takes place no fusing of opposites in our everyday logic. What belongs to God is not of this world, and what is of this world is incompatible with the divine. Black is not white, and white is not black. Tiger is tiger, and cat is cat, and they will never be one. Water flows, a mountain towers. This is the way things or ideas go in this universe of the senses and syllogisms. Zen, however, upsets this scheme of thought and substitutes a new one in which there exists no logic, no dualistic arrangement of ideas. We believe in dualism chiefly because of our traditional training. Whether ideas really correspond to facts is another matter requiring a special investigation. Ordinarily, we do not inquire into the matter, we just accept what is instilled into our minds, for to accept is more convenient and practical, and life is, to a certain extent, though not in reality, made thereby easier. We are in nature conservatists, not because we are lazy, but because we like repose and peace, even superficially. But the time comes when traditional logic holds no more true, for we begin to feel contradictions and splits and, consequently, spiritual anguish. We lose trustful repose which we experienced when we blindly followed the traditional ways of thinking. Eckhart says that we are all seeking repose, whether consciously or not, just as the stone cannot cease moving until it touches the earth. Evidently, the repose we seemed to enjoy before we were awakened to the contradictions involved in our logic was not the real one. The stone has kept moving down towards the ground. Where then is the ground of non-dualism on which the soul can be really and truthfully tranquil and blessed? To quote Eckhart again, simple people conceive that we are to see God as if he stood on that side and we on this. It is not so. God and I are one in the act of my perceiving him. In this absolute oneness of things, Zen establishes the foundations of its philosophy. The idea of absolute oneness is not the exclusive possession of Zen. There are other religions and philosophies that preach the same doctrine. If Zen, like other monisms or theisms, merely laid down this principle and did not have anything specifically to be known as Zen, it would have long ceased to exist as such. But there is in Zen something unique which makes up its life and justifies its claim to be the most precious heritage of Eastern culture. The following mondo or dialogue, literally questioning and answering 6.1, will give us a glimpse into the ways of Zen. A monk asked Joshu Chu, one of the greatest masters in China, 620 what is the one ultimate word of truth? Instead of giving him any specific answer, he made a simple response saying, yes. The monk, who naturally failed to see any sense in this kind of response, asked for a second time, and to this the master roared back, I am not deaf. F 12:5. See how irrelevantly, shall I say? The all-important problem of absolute oneness or of the ultimate reason is treated here. But this is characteristic of Zen. This is where Zen transcends logic and overrides the tyranny and misrepresentation of ideas. As I said before, Zen mistrusts the intellect, does not rely upon traditional and dualistic methods of reasoning, and handles problems after its own original manners. To cite another instance before going further into the subject proper, Waiko, the same old Joshu, was asked another time, one light divides itself into hundreds of thousands of lights. May I ask where this one light originates? If 26, 25, 26. This question, like the last mentioned, is one of the deepest and most baffling problems of philosophy. But the old master did not waste much time in answering the question, nor did he resort to any wordy discussion. He simply threw off one of his shoes without a remark. What did he mean by it? To understand all this, it is necessary that we should acquire a third eye, as they say, and learn to look at things from a new point of view. How is this new way of looking at things demonstrated by the Zen masters? Their methods are naturally very uncommon, unconventional, illogical, and consequently incomprehensible to the uninitiated. The object of the present essay will be to describe those methods classified under the following general headings: I, verbal method, and 2, direct method. The first method may be further divided into 1. Paradox, 2. Going beyond opposites, 3. Contradiction, 4. Affirmation, 5. Repetition, and 6. Exclamation. The direct method, so-called, means a display of physical force and may be subdivided into several groups such as gesture, striking, performance of a definite set of acts, directing others to move about, etc. But as I do not mean to offer here any scientific and thoroughgoing classification of the Zen masters' ways of dealing with their pupils in order to initiate them into the mysteries of Zen, I will not attempt to be exhaustive in this article. Later I will write fully about the direct method. If I make the reader acquire here a kind of understanding as to the general tendencies and peculiarities of Zen Buddhism, I regard my task as a success. It is well known that all mystics are fond of paradoxes to expound their views. For instance, a Christian mystic may say, God is real, yet he is nothing, infinite emptiness, he is at once all being and no being. The divine kingdom is real and objective, and at the same time it is within myself. I myself am heaven and hell. Eckhart's divine darkness, or immovable mover, is another example. I believe we can casually pick up any such statements in mystic literature and compile a book of mystic irrationalities. Zen is no exception in this respect, but in its way of thus expressing the truth there is something we may designate characteristically Zen. It principally consists in the concreteness and vividness of expression. It generally refuses to lend an ear to abstractions. A few examples will be given. According to Fudaishi Fu Tashi 6.8, empty-handed I go, and yet the spade is in my hands. I walk on foot, and yet on the back of an ox I am riding. When I pass over the bridge, lo, the water floweth not, but the bridge doth flow. This sounds altogether out of reason, but in fact Zen abounds with such graphic irrationalities. The flower is not red, nor is the willow green, is one of the best-known utterances of Zen and is regarded as the same as its affirmative. The flower is red and the willow is green. To put it in logical formula, it will run like this. A is at once A and not. A, if so, I am I, and yet you are I. An Indian philosopher asserts that tat tvam asi, thou art it. If so, heaven is hell and God is devil. To pious Orthodox Christians, what a shocking doctrine this Zen is. When Mr. Chang drinks, Mr. Lee grows tipsy. The silent, thundering Vimalakirti confessed that he was sick because all his fellow beings were sick. All wise and loving souls must be said to be the embodiments of the great paradox of the universe. But I am digressing. What I wanted to say was that Zen is more daringly concert in its paradoxes than other mystical teachings. The latter are more or less confined to general statements concerning life or God or the world, but Zen carries its paradoxical assertions into every detail of our daily life. It has no hesitation in flatly denying all our most familiar facts of experience. I am writing here, and yet I have not written a word. You are perhaps reading this now, and yet there is not a person in the world who reads. I am utterly blind and deaf, but every color is recognized and every sound discerned. The Zen masters will go on like this indefinitely. Basho Pa Chao, a Korean monk of the 9th century, once delivered a famous sermon which ran thus: If you have a staff, shujo, or chu chang in Chinese, I will give you one. If you have not, I will take it away from you. 6.9. When Joshu, the great Zen master of whom mention was repeatedly made, was asked what he would give when a poverty-stricken fellow should come to him, he replied, "What is wanting in him?" F27, 627. When he was asked on another occasion, when a man comes to you with nothing, what would you say to him? His immediate response was, "Cast it away." 620 was, we may ask him, when a man has nothing, what will he cast? When a man is poor, can he be said to be sufficient unto himself? Is he not in need of everything? Whatever deep meaning there may be in these answers of Joshu, the paradoxes are quite puzzling and baffle our logically trained intellect. "Carry away the farmer's oxen and make off with the hungry man's food" is a favorite phrase with the Zen masters who think we can thus best cultivate our spiritual farm and fill up the soul hungry for the substance of things. It is related that Tsukubo Shibun, famous for painting bamboo, was requested to execute a kakemono representing a bamboo forest. Consenting, he painted with all his known skill a picture in which the entire bamboo grove was in red. The patron, upon its receipt, marveled at the extraordinary skill with which the painting had been executed, and, repairing to the artist's residence, he said, "Master, I have come to thank you for the picture, but, excuse me, you have painted the bamboo red." "Well," cried the master, "in what color would you desire it?" "In black, of course," replied the patron. "And who," answered the artist, "ever saw a black-leaved bamboo? When one is so used to a certain way of looking at things, one finds it so full of difficulties to veer round and start on a new line of procedure. The true color of the bamboo is perhaps neither red nor black nor green nor any other color known to us. Perhaps it is red, perhaps it is black just as well. Who knows? The imagined paradoxes may be after all really not paradoxes. 3. The next form in which Zen expresses itself is the denial of opposites, somehow corresponding to the mystic via negativa. The point is not to be caught, as the masters would say in any of the 4 propositions. Katushkatika, 1. It is A, 2. It is not A, 3. It is both A and not A and 4. It is neither A nor not. A. When we make a negation or an assertion, we are sure to get into one of these logical formulas according to the Indian method of reasoning. As long as the intellect is to move along the ordinary dualistic groove, this is unavoidable. It is in the nature of our logic that any statement we can make is to be so expressed. But Zen thinks that the truth can be reached when it is neither asserted nor negated. This is indeed the dilemma of life, but the Zen masters are ever insistent on escaping the dilemma. Let us see if they escape free. According to Umman 6:12, in Zen there is absolute freedom. Sometimes it negates and at other times it affirms. It does either way at pleasure. A monk asked, "How does it negate? With the passing of winter there cometh spring. What happens when spring cometh? Carrying a staff across the shoulders, let one ramble about in the fields, east or west, north or south, and beat the old stumps to one's heart's content." This was one way to be free, as shown by one of the greatest masters in China. Another way follows. The masters generally go about with a kind of short stick known as shippe chuppe, or at least they did so in old China. It does not matter whether it is a shippe or not, anything in fact will answer our purpose. Shuzan, a noted Zen master of the 10th century, held out his stick and said to a group of his disciples, 621 tree, "Call it not a shippe if you do, you assert. Nor do you deny its being a shippe. If you do, you negate. Apart from affirmation and negation, speak, speak." The idea is to get our heads free from dualistic tangles and philosophic subtleties. A monk came out of the rank, took the shippe away from the master's hand, and threw it down on the floor. Is this the answer? Is this the way to respond to the master's request to speak? Is this the way to transcend the four propositions, the logical conditions of thinking? In short, is this the way to be free? Nothing is stereotyped in Zen, and somebody else may solve the difficulty in quite a different manner. This is where Zen is original and creative. Oman expressed the same idea with his staff, which he held up, saying, 6.4 tier. What is this? If you say it is a staff, you go right to hell, but if it is not a staff, what is it? Haima's P-mo. Wei somewhat deviated from this. He used to carry a forked stick, and whenever a monk came up to him and made a bow, he applied the stick on the neck of the monk and said, 6.5, "What devil taught you to be a homeless monk? What devil taught you to go round? Whether you can say something or whether you cannot say anything, all the same you are to die under my fork. Speak, speak, be quick!" Tokusan Tashan was another master who flourished a stick to the same effect, for he used to say 6.6006, "No matter what you say or what you say not, just the same 30 blows for you." When the ownership of a kitten was disputed between two parties of monks, the master Nansen, Nan Chuan Puyen, 749-835, came out, took hold of the animal, and said to them, 6.17, "If you can say a word, this will be saved. If not, it will be slain. By a word." Of course, he meant one that transcended both affirmation and negation, as when Joshua was asked for one word of the ultimate truth. No one made a response, whereupon the master slew the poor creature. Nansen looks like a hard-hearted Buddhist, but his point is, to say it is, involves us in a dilemma. To say it is not, puts us in the same predicament. To attain to the truth, this dualism must be avoided. How do you avoid it? It may not only be the loss of the life of a kitten, but the loss of your own life and soul if you fail to ride over this impasse. Hence Nansen's drastic procedure. Later in the evening, Joshu, who was one of his disciples, came back, when the master told him of the incident of the day. Joshu at once took off one of his straw sandals and, putting it over his head, began to depart. "Papandis," said the master, "what a pity you were not today with us, for you could have saved the kitten." This strange behavior, however, was Joshua's way of affirming the truth, transcending the dualism of to be. Sat and not to be, a sat. While Kyozan Yangshan, 804-890, was residing at Tohei Tongping. Of Xiao Chu, his master Isan Weishan, 771-853, both of whom were noted Zen masters of the Tang dynasty, sent him a mirror accompanied with a letter ... 6.1. Kyozan held forth the mirror before a congregation of monks and said, "O monks, Isan has sent here a mirror. Is this Isan's mirror or mine own? If you say it is Isan's, how is it that the mirror is in my hands? If you say it is mine own, has it not come from Isan? If you make a proper statement, it will be retained here. If you cannot, it will be smashed in pieces." He said this for 3 times, but nobody even made an attempt to answer. The mirror was then smashed. This was somewhat like the case of Nansen's kitten. In both cases, the monks failed to save the innocent victim or the precious treasure simply because their minds were not yet free from intellectualism and were unable to break through the entanglements purposely set up by Nansen in one case and by Kyozan in the other. The Zen method of training its followers thus appears so altogether out of reason and unnecessarily inhuman. But the master's eyes are always upon the truth, absolute and yet attainable in this world of particulars. If this can be gained, what does it matter whether a thing known as precious be broken and an animal be sacrificed? Is not the recovering of the soul more important than the loss of a kingdom? Kyogen, Xiangyan, 6219, a disciple of Isan Weishan, with whom we got acquainted just now, said in one of his sermons, "It is like a man over a precipice 1,000 feet high. He is hanging himself there with a branch of a tree between his teeth. The feet are far off the ground, and his hands are not taking hold of anything. Suppose another man coming to him to propose a question. What is the meaning of the open? The mouth to answer, he is sure to fall and lose his life. But if he would make no answer, he must be said to ignore the inquirer. At this critical moment, what should he do? This is putting the negation of opposites in a most graphically illustrative manner. The man over the precipice is caught in a dilemma of life and death, and there can be no logical quibblings. The cat may be sacrificed at the altar of Zen. The mirror may be smashed on the ground. But how about one's own life? The Buddha in one of his former lives is said to have thrown himself down into the maw of a man-devouring monster in order to get the whole stanza of the truth. Zen, being practical, wants us to make the same noble determination to give up our dualistic life for the sake of enlightenment and eternal peace. For it says that its gate will open when this determination is reached. The logical dualism of to be, asti, and not to be, nasti, is frequently expressed by Zen masters by such terms of contrast as are used in our daily parlance: taking life and giving life, capturing and releasing, giving and taking away, coming in contact and turning away from, 620, etc. Omon once held up his staff and declared, "The whole world, heaven and earth, altogether owes its life and death to this staff." A monk came out and asked, "How is it killed?" Writhing in agony. "How is it restored to life? You had better be a chef. When it is neither put to death nor living, what would you say?" Omon rose from his seat and said, "Moha Banje Bo Lomita, Mahaprajna Paramita." 621. This was Amon's synthesis, the one word of the ultimate truth, in which thesis and antithesis are concretely unified, and to which the 4 propositions are inapplicable. Rahita.
Hey.
4. We now come to the 3rd class I have styled contradiction, by which I mean the Zen master's negation, implicitly or expressly, of what he himself has stated, or what has been stated by another. To one and the same question, his answer is sometimes no, sometimes yes, or to a well-known and fully established fact, he gives an unqualified denial. From an ordinary point of view, he is altogether unreliable, yet he seems to think that the truth of Zen requires such contradictions and denials, for Zen has a standard of its own, which, to our common-sense minds, consists just in negating everything we properly hold true and real. In spite of these apparent confusions, the philosophy of Zen is guided by a thoroughgoing principle which, when once grasped, its topsy-turviness becomes the plainest truth. A monk asked the sixth patriarch of the Zen sect in China, who flourished late in the 7th and early in the 8th century, who has attained to the secrets of Wobai Huangmei. Wobai is the name of the mountain where the fifth patriarch Hongzhen used to reside, and it was a well-known fact that Huineng, the sixth patriarch, studied Zen under him and succeeded in the orthodox line of transmission. The question was, therefore, really not a plain regular one, seeking an information about facts. It had quite an ulterior object. The reply of the sixth patriarch was, "One who understands Buddhism has attained to the secrets of Wobai. Have you then attained them?" "No, I have not." "How is it," asked the monk, "that you have not?" The answer was, "I do not understand Buddhism." 428, 622. Did he not really understand Buddhism? Or is it that not to understand is to understand? This is also the philosophy of the Kena Upanishad. The self-contradiction of the sixth patriarch is somewhat mild and indirect when compared with that of Dogo Tao Wu Nao, Hu Nao. He succeeded to Yakusan Yesh and Wei Yen 751 to 834, but when he was asked by Gohu Wufeng whether he knew the old master of Yakusan, he flatly denied it, saying 623, "No, I do not." Goho was, however, persistent. "Why do you not know him?" I do not, was the emphatic statement of Dogo. The latter thus, singularly enough, refused to give any reason except simply and forcibly denying the fact which was apparent to our common-sense knowledge. Another emphatic and unequivocal contradiction by Teshikaku Tie Tsui Chiao is better known to students of Zen than the case just cited. 624. He was a disciple of Joshu Chao, Ju-a. When he visited Hogen Fayen when Yi died 958, another great Zen master, the latter asked him what was the last place he came from. Teshikaku replied that he came from Joshu. Said Hogen, "I understand that a cypress tree once became the subject of his talk. Was that really so?" Teshikaku was positive in his denial, saying he had no such talk. Hogen protested, "All the monks coming from Joshu lately speak of his reference to a cypress tree in answer to a monk's question, what was the real object of the coming east of Bodhidharma? How do you say that Joshu made no such reference to a cypress tree?" Whereupon Teshikaku roared, "My late master never made such a talk, no slighting allusion to him, if you please." Hogen greatly admired this attitude on the part of the disciple of the famous Joshu and said, "Truly you are a lion's child." In Zen literature, dharmas coming from the West, that is, from India, is quite frequently made the subject of the discourse. When a question is asked as to the real object of his coming over to China, it refers to the ultimate principle of Buddhism, and has nothing to do with his personal motive which made him cross the ocean, landing him at some point along the southern coast of China. The historical fact is not the issue here. And to this all-important question numerous answers are given, but so varied and so unexpectedly odd, yet according to Zen masters all expressive of the truth of their teaching. This contradiction, negation, or paradoxical statement is the inevitable result of the Zen way of looking at life. The whole emphasis of its discipline is placed on the intuitive grasping of the inner truth deeply hidden in our consciousness. And this truth thus revealed or awakened within oneself defies intellectual manipulation, or at least cannot be imparted to others through any of dialectical formulas. It must come out of oneself, grow within oneself, and become one with one's own being. What others, that is, ideas or images, can do is to indicate the way where lies the truth. This is what Zen masters do, and the indicators given by them are naturally, unconventionally free and refreshingly original. As their eyes are always fixed on the ultimate truth itself, anything and everything they can command is utilized to accomplish the end, regardless of its logical conditions and consequences. This indifference to logic is sometimes asserted purposely, just to let us know that the truth of Zen is independent of the intellect. Hence the statement in the Prajnaparamita Sutra that, not to have any Dharma to discourse about, this is discoursing about the Dharma. Dharma deyaneti subhaute nasti sakasi dharmoyo dharma dayana namutpalabhyate. Heikyu Peishu, a state minister of the Tang dynasty, was a devoted follower of Zen under Baku. One day, 625, he showed him a manuscript in which his understanding of Zen was stated. The master took it, and setting it down beside him, made no movement to read it, but remained silent for some little while. He then said, "Do you understand?" "Not quite," answered the minister. "If you have an understanding here," said the master, "there is something of Zen. But if it is committed to paper and ink, nowhere is our religion to be found." Something analogous to this we have already noticed in Hakuin's interview with Shoju Ronin. Being a living fact, Zen is only where living facts are handled. Appeal to the intellect is real and living as long as it issues directly from life. Otherwise, no amount of literary accomplishment or of intellectual analysis avails in the study of Zen. V. So far, Zen appears to be nothing but a philosophy of negation and contradiction, whereas in fact it has its affirmative side, and in this consists the uniqueness of Zen. In most forms of mysticism, speculative or emotional, their assertions are general and abstract, and there is not much in them that will specifically distinguish them from some of the philosophical dictums. Sings Blake, for instance, "To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour." Again, listen to the exquisite feelings expressed in the lines of Wither, by the murmur of a spring, or the least boughs rustling, by a daisy whose leaves spread shut when Titan goes to bed, or a shady bush or tree she could more infuse in me than all nature's beauties can in some other wiser man. It is not very difficult to understand these poetic and mystical feelings as expressed by the highly sensitive souls, though we may not all realize exactly as they felt. Even when Eckhart declares that the eye with which I see God is the same with which God sees me, or when Plotinus refers to that which mind, when it turns back, thinks before it thinks itself, we do not find it altogether beyond our understanding to get at their meaning as far as the ideas are concerned which they try to convey in these mystical utterances. But when we come to statements by the Zen masters, we are entirely at sea how to take them. Their affirmations are as irrelevant, so inappropriate, so irrational, and so nonsensical, at least superficially, that those who have not gained the Zen way of looking at things can hardly make, as we say, heads or tails of them. The truth is that even with full-fledged mystics they are unable to be quite free from the taint of intellection, and leave as a rule traces by which their holy abode could be reached. Plotinus's flight from alone to alone is a great mystical utterance, proving how deeply he delved into the inner sanctuary of our consciousness. But there is still something speculative or metaphysical about it, and when it is put side by side with the Zen utterances to be cited below, it has, as the masters would say, a mystic flavor on the surface. So long as the masters are indulging in negations, denials, contradictions, or paradoxes, the stain of speculation is not quite washed off of them. Naturally, Zen is not opposed to speculation, as it is also one of the functions of the mind. But Zen has traveled along a different path altogether, unique, I think, in the history of mysticism, whether Eastern or Western, Christian or Buddhist. A few examples will suffice to illustrate my point. A monk asked Joshu 626, I read in the sutra that all things return to the One, but where does this One return to? Answered the master, when I was in the province of Qing, I had a robe made which weighed 7 chin. When Korin, Huan Lin Yuan, 627, was asked what was the signification of Bodhidharma's coming from the West, his reply was, after a long sitting one feels fatigued. What is the logical relation between the question and the answer? Does it refer to Dharma's 9 years sitting against the wall as the tradition has it? If so, was his propaganda much ado for nothing except his feeling fatigued? When Kwazan He Shan 628 was asked what the Buddha was, he said, I know how to play the drum, rub-a-dub, rub-a-dub. Nichitaku. When Baso Doichi was sick, 629, one of his disciples came and inquired about his condition. How do you feel today? Nichimen Butsu, Guachimen Butsu, was the reply, which literally means sun-faced Buddha, moon-faced Buddha. A monk asked Joshu, 630. When the body crumbles all to pieces and returns to the dust, there eternally abides one thing. Of this I have been told, but where does this one thing abide? The master replied, It is windy again this morning. When Shuzan Shoshan was asked what was the principal teaching of Buddhism, he quoted a verse, 631, By the castle of the king of Chu, eastward flows the stream of Ju. Who is the teacher of all the Buddhas? 632I was the question put to Bokuju Mu, Chu, who in reply merely hummed a tune, ting ting tang tang kuti kuti kutang. To the question what Zen was, the same master gave the following answer, Namu Sambo Namoratnatrayaya. The monk, however, confessed that he could not understand it, whereupon the master exclaimed, O you miserable frog, whence is this evil karma of yours? On another occasion, the same question called out a different answer, which was, Makahanya Haramiai, Mahaprajna Paramita. When the monk failed to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the phrase, the master went on, My robe is all worn out after so many years' usage, and parts of it in shreds loosely hanging have been blown away to the clouds. To quote another case from Bokuju, he was once asked by a monk, What is the doctrine that goes beyond the Buddhas and Fathers? The master, immediately holding up his staff, said to the congregation, I call this a staff, and what would you call it? No answer was forthcoming, whereupon the master, again holding forth the staff, asked the monk, Did you not ask me about the doctrine that goes beyond the Buddhas and Fathers? When Nan Yin Yegu Nan Yen Yuan Hui Yung 633 was once asked what the Buddha was, he said, What is not the Buddha? Another time his answer was, I never knew him. There was still another occasion when he said, Wait until there is one, for then I will tell you. So far, Nanyin does not seem to be so very incomprehensible, but what follows will challenge our keenest intellectual analysis. When the inquiring monk replied to the master's third statement, saying, If so, there is no Buddha in you, the master promptly asserted, You are right there. This evoked a further question, Where am I right, sir? This is the 30th day of the month, replied the master. Kisu Chijo, Kei Tsung Chi Cheng, was one of the able disciples of Baso Ma Tzu. 624. When he was weeding in the garden, a Buddhist scholar versed in the philosophy of Buddhism came to see the master. A snake happened to pass by them, and the master at once killed it with a spade. The philosopher monk remarked, How long I have heard of the name of Kisu, and how reverently I have thought of it. But what do I see now but a rude-mannered monk? "Oh, my scholar monk," said the master, "you had better go back to the hall and have a cup of tea over there." Kisu's retort as it stands here is quite unintelligible as far as our common-sense knowledge of worldly affairs goes, but according to another informant, Kisu is reported, when he was reproached by the monk, to have said this: "Who is the rude-mannered one, you or I?" Then said the monk, "What is rude-mannered?" The master held up the spade. "What is refined?" He now assumed the attitude as if to kill the snake. "If so," said the monk, "you are behaving according to the law." "Enough with my lawful or unlawful behavior," demanded the master. "When did you see my killing the snake anyway?" The monk made no answer. 634a. Perhaps this is sufficient to show how freely Zen deals with those abstruse philosophical problems which have been taxing all human ingenuity ever since the dawn of intelligence. Let me conclude this part with a sample sermon delivered by Goso Hoyen Wu Su Fa Yen. For a Zen master occasionally, no, quite frequently, comes down to the dualistic level of understanding and tries to deliver a speech for the edification of his pupils. But being a Zen sermon, we naturally expect something unusual in it. Goso was one of the ablest Zen masters of the 12th century. He was the teacher of Yengo Yuan Wu, famous as the author of the Hekiganshu. One of his sermons runs thus: 635. Yesterday I came across one topic which I thought I might communicate to you, my pupils, today. But an old man such as I am is apt to forget, and the topic has gone off altogether from my mind. I cannot just recall it. So saying, Goso remained quiet for some little time, but at last he exclaimed, I forget, I cannot remember." He resumed, however, "I know there is a mantram in one of the sutras known as the King of Good Memory. Those who are forgetful may recite it, and the thing forgotten will come again. Well, I must try." He then recited the mantram, Om Ololok Ke Svaha. Clapping his hands and laughing heartily, he said, I remember, this it was. When you seek the Buddha, you cannot see him. When you look for the patriarch, you cannot see him. The muskmelon is sweet even to the stems. The bitter gourd is bitter even to the roots." He then came down from the pulpit without further remark. 6. In one of his sermons, Eckhart, referring to the mutual relationship between God and man, says, "It is as if one stood before a high mountain and cried, 'Art thou there?' The echo comes back, 'Art thou there?' If one cries, 'Come out!' the echo answers, 'Come out!' Something like this is to be observed in the Zen master's answers, now classified under repetition. It may be found hard for the uninitiated to penetrate into the inner meaning of those parrot-like repetitions which sometimes sound like mimicry on the part of the master. In this case, indeed, the words themselves are mere sounds, and the inner sense is to be read in the echoing itself, if anywhere. The understanding, however, must come out of one's own inner life, and what the echoing does is to give this chance of self-awakening to the earnest seekers of truth. When the mind is so timed as to be all ready to break into a certain note, the master turns the key and it sings out its own melody, not learned from anybody else but discovered within itself. And this, turning the key in the form of repetition in this case, is what interests us in the following quotations. Shu Sui, Chong Shui Tru Susuen, 636, once asked Yekaku, Hui Chao, of Mount Royalangye, who lived in the first half of the 11th century, how is it that the originally pure has all of a sudden come to produce mountains and rivers and the great earth? The question is taken from the Nurangama Setra, in which Purna asks of the Buddha how the Absolute came to evolve this phenomenal world. For this is a great philosophical problem that has perplexed the greatest minds of all ages. So far, all the interpretations making up the history of thought have proved unsatisfactory in one way or another. Shui, also being a student of philosophy, in a way has now come to his teacher to be enlightened on the subject. But the teacher's answer was no answer as we understand it, for he merely repeated the question, "How is it that the originally pure has all of a sudden come to produce mountains and rivers and the great earth?" Translated into English, this dialogue loses much of its zest. Let me write it down in Japanese. Chinese, Chosui asked, "Shoujo honnen onga kosho sen ga daiji?" And the master echoed, "Shoujo honnen onga kosho sen ga daiji." This was not, however, enough. Later, in the 13th century, another great Zen master, Kido Hushu Tang, commented on this in a still more mystifying manner. To 627. His sermon one day ran in this wise: when Chushui asked Yekaku, "Shoujo honen unga ko sho senga dai?" The question was echoed back to the questioner himself, and it is said that the spiritual eye of the disciple was then opened. I now want to ask you how this could have happened. Were not the question and the answer exactly the same? What reason did Chosui find in this? Let me comment on it. Whereupon he struck his chair with the hasu and said, "Shoujo onnen unga ko sho senga daiji." His comment complicates the matter instead of simplifying it. This has ever been a great question of philosophy, this question of unity and multiplicity, of mind and matter, of thought and reality. Zen, being neither idealism nor realism, proposes its own way of solution, as is illustrated in the case of the originally pure. The following one solves the problem also in its own way. A monk asked Chosuke Shin 638, "How do we, transforming Chuan? Mountains and rivers and the earth, reduce them into the self?" replied the master. "How do we, transforming the self, produce mountains and rivers and the earth?" The monk confessed ignorance, whereupon said the master, "In this city south of the lake people are thriving well, cheap rice and plentiful fuel and prospering neighborhood." Tosudaido Tutsu Tai Tung 639 of the Tang dynasty, who died in the year 914, answered, "The Buddha, when he was questioned, 'What is the Buddha?' he said Tao when the question was, 'What is Tao?' He answered the Dharma to the question, 'What is the Dharma?'" When Joshu asked Quanshu, Taitsu Huan Zheng 640 of the 9th century, "What is the being or substance of prajna?" Quanzhu, without giving any answer, simply echoed the question, "What is the being of prajna?" And this brought out a hearty laugh on the part of Joshu. Prajna may be translated supreme intelligence, and Manjushir is regarded by the Mahayanists as the embodiment of prajna. But in this case, Manjushir has nothing to do with it. The question is concerned with the substantial conception of prajna, which, being a form of mental activity, requires something to abide in. According to Buddhist philosophy, there are three fundamental conceptions to explain: the problem of existence, substance or being, bhava, appearance or aspect, lakshana, and function or activity, ketya. Or, to use the terms of the Madhyamika, the three conceptions are actor, act, and acting. Prajna being an intellectual acting, there must be an agent or substance back of it. Hence the question, what is the being or body of prajna? Now, the answer or echo given out by Quanzhu does not explain anything. We are at a loss as far as its conceptual signification goes. The Zen masters do not give us any literary clue to get around what we see on the surface. When we try to understand it intellectually, it slips away from us. It must be approached, therefore, from another plane of unconsciousness. Unless we move on to the same plane where the masters stand, or unless we abandon so-called common-sense way of reasoning, there is no possible bridge which will carry us over the chasm dividing our intellection from their apparently citacine repetitions. In this case, as in other cases, the idea of the masters is to show the way where the truth of Zen is to be experienced, but not in and through the language which they use and which we all use, as the means of communicating ideas. Language, in case they resort to words, serves as an expression of feelings or moods or inner states, but not of ideas, and therefore it becomes entirely incomprehensible when we search its meaning in the words of the masters as embodying ideas. Of course, words are not to be altogether disregarded, inasmuch as they correspond to the feelings or experiences. To know this is more important in the understanding of Zen. Language is then with the Zen masters a kind of exclamation or ejaculation, as directly coming out of their inner spiritual experience. No meaning is to be sought in the expression itself, but within ourselves, in our own minds, which are awakened to the same experience. Therefore, when we understand the language of the Zen masters, it is the understanding of ourselves, and not the sense of the language which reflects ideas, and not the experienced feelings themselves. Thus, it is impossible to make those understand Zen who have not had any Zen experience yet, just as it is impossible for the people to realize the sweetness of honey who have never tasted it before. With such people, sweet honey will ever remain as an idea altogether devoid of sense. That is, the word has no life with them. Goso Hoyan first studied the Yogacara school of Buddhist philosophy and came across the following passage. When the bodhisattva enters on the path of knowledge, he finds that the discriminating intellect is identified with reason, and that the objective world is fused with intelligence, and there is no distinction to be made between the knowing and the known. The anti-Yogacarans refuted this statement, saying that if the knowing is not distinguished from the known, how is knowledge at all possible? The Yogacarans could not answer this criticism when Xuan Chang, who was at the time in India, interposed and saved his brethren in faith from the quandary. His answer was, "It is like drinking water, one knows by oneself whether it is cold or not." When Goso read this, he questioned himself, "What is this that makes one know thus by oneself?" This was the way he started on his Zen tour, for his Yogacara friends, being philosophers, could not enlighten him, and he finally came to a Zen master for instruction. Before we proceed to the next subject, let me cite another case of echoing. Hogen Monyeki, Fa Yen Wen Yi, the founder of the Hogen branch of Zen Buddhism, flourished early in the 10th century. He asked one of his disciples, "What do you understand by this? Let the difference be even 1/10 of an inch, and it will grow as wide as heaven and earth." The disciple said, "Let the difference be even 1/10 of an inch, and it will grow as wide as heaven and earth." Hogan, however, told him that such an answer will never do. Said the disciple, "I cannot do otherwise. How do you understand?" The master at once replied, "Let the difference be even 1/10 of an inch, and it will grow as wide as heaven and earth." If 129641. Hogan was a great master of repetitions, and there is another interesting instance. After trying to understand the ultimate truth of Zen under 54 masters, 642, Tokusho, Teishao, 907-971, finally came to Hogan, but tired of making special efforts to master Zen, he simply fell in with the rest of the monks there. One day, when the master ascended the platform, a monk asked, "What is one drop of water dripping from the source of Sof 30ot Priol?" "Sao," said the master. "That is one drop of water dripping from the source of So." The monk failed to make anything out of the repetition and stood as if lost, while Tokusho, who happened to be by him, had for the first time his spiritual eye opened to the inner meaning of Zen, and all the doubts he had been cherishing secretly down in his heart were thoroughly dissolved. He was altogether another man after that. Such cases as this conclusively show that Zen is not to be sought in ideas or words, but at the same time they also show that without ideas or words, Zen cannot convey itself to others. To grasp the exquisite meaning of Zen as expressing itself in words and yet not in them is a great art which is to be attained only after so many vain attempts. Tokusho, who after such an experience finally came to realize the mystery of Zen, did his best later to give vent to his view which he had gained under Hogen. It was while he was residing at the monastery of Prajna that he had the following mondo and sermon, 643. When Tokusho came out into the hall, a monk asked him, "I understand this was an ancient wise man's saying, when a man sees Prajna he is tied to it, when he sees it not he is also tied to it. Now I wish to know how it is that a man seeing Prajna could be tied to it," said the master. "You tell me what it is that is seen by Prajna," asked the monk. "When a man sees not Prajna, how could he be tied to it?" "You tell me," said the master, "if there is anything that is not seen by Prajna." The master then went on. "Prajna seen is no Prajna, nor is Prajna seen is no Prajna, nor is Prajna unseen Prajna. How could one apply the predicate seen or unseen to Prajna? Therefore it is said of old that when one thing is missing, the Dharmakaya is not complete. When one thing is superfluous, the Dharmakaya is not complete. And again, that when there is one thing to be asserted, the Dharmakaya is not complete. When there is nothing to be asserted, the Dharmakaya is not complete. This is indeed the essence of Prajna. The repetition, seen in this light, may grow to be intelligible to a certain degree." As was explained in the preceding section, the principle underlying the various methods of instruction used by the Zen masters is to awaken a certain sense in the pupil's own consciousness, by means of which he intuitively grasps the truth of Zen. Therefore, the masters always appeal to what we may designate direct action, and are loath to waste any lengthy discourse on the subject. Their dialogues are always pithy and apparently not controlled by rules of logic. The repetitive method, as in other cases, conclusively demonstrates that the so-called answering is not to explain, but to point the way where Zen is to be intuited. To conceive the truth as something external which is to be perceived by a perceiving subject is dualistic and appeals to the intellect for its understanding. But according to Zen, we are living right in the truth, by the truth, from which we cannot be separated. Says Gensha, Huensha, 644. We are here as if immersed in water head and shoulders underneath the great ocean, and yet how piteously we are extending our hands for water. Therefore, when he was asked by a monk, 644, "What is my self?" he at once replied, "What would you do with a self?" When this is intellectually analyzed, he means that when we begin to talk about self, we immediately analyzed. He means that when we begin to talk about self and not self, thus falling into the errors of intellectualism. We are in the water. This is the fact, and let us remain so, Zen would say, for when we begin to beg for water, we put ourselves in an external relation to it, and what has hitherto been our own will be taken away from us. The following case may be interpreted in the same light. A monk came to Gensha and said, 644, "I understand you to say this, that the whole universe is one conspicuous crystal. How do I get at the sense of it?" Said the master, "The whole universe is one conspicuous crystal, and what is the use of understanding it?" The day following, the master himself asked the monk, "The whole universe is one conspicuous crystal, and how do you understand it?" The monk replied, "The whole universe is one conspicuous crystal, and what is the use of understanding it?" Whatever this is, Zen never appeals to our reasoning faculty, but points directly at the very object one wants to have. While Gensha, on a certain occasion, was treating an army officer called Wei to tea, the latter asked, "What does it mean when they say that in spite of our having it every day, we do not know it?" Gensha, without answering the question, took up a piece of cake and offered it to him. After eating the cake, the officer asked the master again, who then remarked, "Only we do not know it, even when we are using it every day." 6.44. This is evidently an object lesson. Another time a monk came to him and wanted to know how to enter upon the path of truth. Gensha asked, "Do you hear the murmuring of the stream?" "Yes, I do," said the monk. "There is a way to enter," was the master's instruction. 6.44. Gensha's method was thus to make the seeker of the truth directly realize within himself what it was, and not to make him merely the possessor of a second-hand knowledge. "Ein begriffener Gott ist kein Gott," declares Tersteegen. It is thus no wonder that the Zen masters frequently make an exclamatory utterance F31 in response to questions, instead of giving an intelligible answer. When words are used, if at all intelligible, we may feel that we can somehow find a clue to get at the meaning. But when an inarticulate utterance is given, we are quite at a loss how to deal with it, unless we are fortified with some previous knowledge such as I have at some length attempted to give to my readers. Of all the Zen masters who used to give exclamatory utterance, the most noted ones are Umun and Rinzai, the former for his koan, and the latter for his quats. At the end of one summer sojourn, Suigan Suiyen made the following remark. 6.25. Since the beginning of this summer sojourn I have talked much. See if my eyebrows are still there. This refers to the tradition that when a man makes false statements concerning the Dharma of Buddhism, he will lose all his hair in the face. As Suigan gave many sermons during the summer for the edification of his pupils, while no amount of talk can ever explain what the truth is, his eyebrows and beard might perhaps by this time have altogether disappeared. This, as far as its literary meaning is concerned, is the idea of his remark, whatever Zen may be concealed underneath. Hofuku pao fush, one of the masters said. One who turns into a highwayman has a treacherous heart. Tokei Chongqing, another master, remarked, "How thickly they are growing." Amun, one of the greatest masters towards the end of the Tang dynasty, exclaimed, "Quan, Quan, literally means the gate on a frontier pass where travelers and their baggage are inspected." In this case, however, the term does not mean anything of the sort. It is simply Quan, an exclamatory utterance which does not allow any analytical or intellectual interpretation. Sekko, the original compiler of the Hekigen, comments on this. He is like one who, besides losing his money, is incriminated, while Hakuin has this to say, "Even an angry fist does not strike a smiling face." Something like this is the only comment we can make on such an utterance as Amun's. When we try anything approaching a conceptual interpretation on the subject, we shall be 10,000 miles away beyond the clouds, as the Chinese would say. While Rinzai is regarded as the author of Quats, we have an earlier record of it for Baso, successor to Nangaku Nanwai, and an epoch-maker in the history of Zen, uttered Quats to his disciple Hyakjo Pai Cheng when the latter came up to the master for a second time to be instructed in Zen. This Quats is said to have deafened Hyakujo's ear for the following 3 days. But it was principally due to Rinzai that this particular cry was most effectively and systematically made use of, and later came to be one of the special features of the Rinzai Zen in distinction to the other schools. In fact, the cry came to be so abused by his followers that he had to make the following remark, 646. "You are all so given up to learning my cry. But I want to ask you this. Suppose one man comes out from the eastern hall and another from the western hall, and suppose both give out the quats simultaneously, and yet I say to you that subject and predicate are clearly discernible in this. But how will you discern them? If you are unable to discern them, you are forbidden hereafter to imitate my cry. Rinzai distinguishes 4 kinds of quats, 647. The first, according to him, is like the sacred sword of Vajraraja. The second is like the golden-haired lion squatting on the ground. The third is like the sounding rod or the grass used as a decoy. And the fourth is the one that does not at all function as a quats. Rinzai once asked his disciple Rakuho Lepur, 648, "One man has been using a stick and another resorting to the quats. Which of them do you think is the more intimate to the truth?" Answered the disciple, "Neither of them. What is the most intimate then?" Rakuho cried out, "Quats!" Whereupon Rinzai struck him. This swinging of a stick was the most favorite method of Tokusan and stands generally contrasted to the crying utterance of Rinzai, but here the stick is used by Rinzai, and the latter's speciality is taken up in a most telling manner by his disciple Rakuho. Ga. Besides these skillful contrivances, Upaya Kaojalya so far enumerated under 7 headings, there are a few more contrivances, though I am not going to be very exhaustive here on the subject. One of them is silence. Vimalakirti was silent when Manjushri asked him as to the doctrine of non-duality, and his silence was later commented upon by a master as deafening like thunder. A monk asked Basho Yesi Pa Chio Hui Ching 649 to show him the original face, without the aid of any intermediary conception, and the master keeping his seat remained silent, When Shifuku Tsise Fu 6 Fu was asked as to a word befitting the understanding of the inquirer, he did not utter a word, he simply kept silent. Banki Wenshi of Koshu Hangchu 651 was a disciple of Kyozan Yangshan. He was asked by a monk, "What is the self?" But he remained silent. As the monk did not know what to make of it, he asked again, to which the master replied, "When the sky is clouded, the moon cannot shine out." A monk asked Sozan Sitsi C6C2, "How is the silence inexpressible to be revealed?" "I do not reveal it here." "Where would you reveal it here?" "Where would you reveal it?" "At midnight last night," said the master, "I lost 3 pennies by my bed." Sometimes the masters sit quiet for some little while. Yin, di, yin, yin, yi. I liang chu, either in response to a question or when in the pulpit. This lian chu does not always merely indicate the passage of time, as we can see in the following cases. A monk came to Shuzan Shaoshan and asked 653, "Please play me a tune on a stringless harp." The master was quiet for some little while and said, "Do you hear it?" "No, I do not hear it." "Why," said the master, "did you not ask louder?" A monk asked Hofuku. Pao Fu 654. I am told that when one wants to know the path of the uncreate, one should know the source of it. "What is the source, sir?" Hofuku was silent for a while, and then asked his attendant, "What did the monk ask me now?" When that monk repeated the question, the master ejected him out, exclaiming, "I am not deaf." Next, we may mention the method of counter-questioning, wherein questions are not answered by plain statements, but by counter-questionings. In Zen, generally speaking, a question is not a question in its ordinary sense. That is, it is not simply asked for information, and therefore it is natural that what ordinarily corresponds to an answer is not an answer at all. Some Zen authority enumerates 18 different kinds of questions, against which we may distinguish 18 corresponding answers. Thus, a counter-question itself is in its way an illuminating answer. A monk requested Jimyo Tsi Ming to set forth the idea of dharmas coming from the West, and the master said, "When did you come?" 655. When Rasan Dokan Loshan Taoshan was asked, "Who is the master of the triple world?" he said, "Do you understand how to eat rice?" 656 Sus. Tenryu Tianlung, the teacher of Gute, was hailed by a monk who asked him 657, "How are we released from the triple world?" he retorted. "Where are you this very moment?" a monk asked Joshua. "What would you say when a man is without an inch of cloth on him? What did you say he has not on him?" "An inch of cloth on him, sir." "Very fine this not to have an inch of cloth," responded the master. 658 Teeth. When we go on like this, there may be no end to this way of treating the various contrivances devised by the Zen masters for the benefits of their truth-thirsty pupils. Let me conclude this section by quoting two more cases in which a kind of reasoning in a circle is employed, but from another point of view we may detect here a trace of absolute monism in which all differences are effaced. Whether the Zen masters agree with this view, however, remains to be seen, for while the absolute identity of meum et tuum is asserted, facts of individualization are not ignored either. A monk asked Taisui 659, "What is my pupil's self?" "That is my master's self," answered the master. "How is it that my self is your self?" The ultimate dictum was, "That is your self." To understand this in a logical fashion, put ignorant or confused or human in place of my pupil's self, and in place of your master's self, and in place of your master's self, put enlightened or Buddha's or divine, and we may have a glimpse into what was going on in the mind of Daizui. But without his last remark, "That is yourself," the whole affair may resolve into a form of pantheistic philosophy. In the case of Sansho Yenin, Sansheng Huijian, and Kyozan Yejaku Yang Shan Huiqi, the thought of Daizui is more concretely presented. Yejaku asked Yenin 6.62, "What is your name?" And Yenin replied, "My name is Yejaku." Yejaku protested, "Yejaku is my name." Thereupon said Yenin, "My name is Yenin," which brought out a hearty laugh from Yejaku. These dialogues remind one of the famous Hindu saying, "Tativam asi." But the difference between this and "My name is Yejaku" is that between Vedanta philosophy and Zen Buddhism, or that between Indian idealism and Chinese realism or practicalness. The latter does not generalize, nor does it speculate on a higher plane which has no hold on life as we live it. According to the philosophy of the Kigon, Avatamsaka, school of Buddhism, there is a spiritual world where one particular object holds within itself all other particular objects merged, instead of all particular objects being absorbed in the great all. Thus, in this world it so happens that when you lift a bunch of flowers or point at a piece of brick, the whole world in its multitudinosity is seen reflected here. If so, the Zen masters may be said to be moving also in this mystic realm which reveals its secrets at the moment of supreme enlightenment, Anuttara, Samyak, Sambodhi, 8. We now come to the most characteristic feature of Zen Buddhism, by which it is distinguished not only from all the other Buddhist schools, but from all forms of mysticism that are ever known to us. So far, the truth of Zen has been expressed through words, articulate or otherwise, however enigmatic they may superficially appear. But now the masters appeal to a more direct method instead of verbal medium. In fact, the truth of Zen is the truth of life, and life means to live, to move, to act, not merely to reflect. Is it not the most natural thing for Zen, therefore, that its development should be towards acting, or rather living its truth, instead of demonstrating or illustrating it in words, that is to say, with ideas? In the actual living of life there is no logic, for life is superior to logic. We imagine logic influences life, but in reality man is not a rational creature so much as we make him out. Of course he reasons, but he does not act according to the result of his reasoning pure and simple. There is something stronger than ratiocination. We may call it impulse, or instinct, or, more comprehensively, will. Where this will acts, there is Zen. But if I am asked whether Zen is a philosophy of will, I rather hesitate to give an affirmative answer. Zen is to be explained, if at all explained it should be, rather dynamically than statically. When I raise the hand thus, there is Zen. But when I assert that I have raised the hand, Zen is no more there. Nor is there any Zen when I assume the existence of somewhat that may be named will or anything else. Not that the assertion or assumption is wrong, but that the thing known as Zen is 3,000 miles away, as they say. An assertion is Zen only when it is in itself an act and does not refer to anything that is asserted in it. In the finger pointed at the moon there is no Zen, but when the pointing finger itself is considered, altogether independent of any external references, there is Zen. Life delineates itself on the canvas called time, and time never repeats, once gone, forever gone. And so is an act, once done, it is never undone. Life is a sumiye painting, which must be executed once and for all time, and without hesitation, without intellection, and no corrections are permissible or possible. Life is not like an oil painting which can be rubbed out and done over time and again until the artist is satisfied. With a sumi painting, any brush stroke painted over a second time results in a smudge. The life has left it. All corrections show when the ink dries. So is life. We can never retract what we have once committed to deeds. Nay, what has once passed through consciousness can never be rubbed out. Zen, therefore, ought to be caught while the thing is going on, neither before nor after. It is an act of one instant. When Dharma was leaving China, as the legend has it, he asked his disciples what was their understanding of Zen, and one of them, who happened to be a nun, replied, "It is like Nanda's looking into the kingdom of Akshobhya Buddha. It is seen once and has never been repeated." This fleeting, unrepeatable, and ungraspable character of life is delineated graphically by Zen masters who have compared it to lightning or spark produced by the percussion of stones. Maku, Shan, Tian, Kuang, Qi, Shi, Huo is the phrase. The idea of direct method appealed to by the masters is to get hold of this fleeting life as it flees, and not after it has flown. While it is fleeing, there is no time to recall memory or to build ideas. No reasoning avails here. Language may be used, but this has been associated too long with ideation and has lost directness or being by itself. As soon as words are used, they express meaning, reasoning. They represent something not belonging to themselves. They have no direct connection with life, except being a faint echo or image of something that is no longer here. This is the reason why the masters often avoid such expressions or statements as are intelligible in any logical way. Their aim is to have the pupil's attention concentrated in the thing itself which he wishes to grasp, and not in anything that is in the remotest possible connection liable to disturb him. Therefore, when we attempt to find meaning in dharanis or exclamations or a nonsensical string of sounds taken as such, we are far away from the truth of Zen. We must penetrate into the mind itself as the spring of life, from which all these words are produced. The swinging of a stick, the crying of a koans, or the kicking of a ball must be understood in this sense, that is, as the directest demonstration of life, no, even as life itself. The direct method is thus not always the violent assertion of life force, but a gentle movement of the body, the responding to a call, the listening to a murmuring stream, or to a singing bird, or any of our most ordinary everyday assertions of life. Reyunling Yun, 662 was asked, "How were things before the appearance of the Buddha in the world?" He raised his hasu. "How were things after the appearance of the Buddha?" He again raised the hasu. This raising of the hasu was quite a favorite method with many masters to demonstrate the truth of Zen. As I stated elsewhere, the hasu and the staff were the religious insignias of the master, and it was natural that they would be in much display when the monks approached with questions. One day, Bakukyun Huangpo, Sikiyan 663, ascended the pulpit, and as soon as monks were gathered, the master took up his staff and drove them all out. When they were about all out, he called them, and they turned their heads back. The master said, "The moon looks like a bow, less rain and more wind." The staff was thus wielded effectively by the masters, but who would ever have thought of a cane being made an instrument of illustrating the most profound truth of religion? Joshu was the readiest master for pithy retorts, and his sayings, Goroku, is filled with them, but he was also an adept at the direct method. When he was in his pulpit one day, a monk came out of the rank and made bows to him. Without waiting, however, for further movements on the part of the monk, Joshu folded his hands and a parting salutation was given. Hayakujo Issei's Pai Chang Wei Cheng. 664 Wei was somewhat different. He said to the monks, "You open the farm for me, and I will talk to you about the great principle of Zen." When the monks finished attending to the farm and came back to the master to discourse on the great principle, he merely extended his open arms and said nothing. A monk came to Yanquan, An, 6 Foits Fife, the national teacher, and wanted to know what was the original body of Vairochana Buddha. The teacher told him to pass the pitcher, which he did. The teacher then said, "Put it back where you got it." The monk faithfully obeyed, but not being told what was the original body of the Buddha, he proposed the question once more. "Who is the Buddha?" answered the master. "Long gone is he." In this case, the direct method was practiced more by the monk himself under the direction of the master, but unfortunately the pupil's spiritual condition was not ripe enough to grasp the meaning of his own direct method, and alas, let go the old Buddha. Something similar to this case may be found in the following one. Sakiso Shishuang 62666 asked Yenchi Shi 627, who was a disciple of Yakusan Ye Shan. "If someone after your death asked me about the ultimate fact, what should I say to him?" The master gave no answer, but instead called up the boy attendant, who at once responded. He said, "Fill up the pitcher," and remained quiet for some little while. He now asked Sakiso, "What did you ask me before?" Sakiso restated the question, whereupon the master rose from his seat and left the room. As some Zen masters remarked, Zen is our ordinary mindedness. That is to say, there is in Zen nothing supernatural or unusual or highly speculative that transcends our everyday life. When you feel sleepy, you retire. When you are hungry, you eat, just as much as the fowls of the air and the lilies of the field, taking no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. This is the spirit of Zen. Hence, no specially didactic or dialectical instruction in the study of Zen, except such as is given below by Dogo. Ryatan Soshin Lungtan Sui, Sin 6-8, was a disciple of Tenno Dogo Dao Wu. He served the master as one of his personal attendants. He was with him for some time when one day he said to the master, "Since I came to you, I have not at all been instructed in the study of mind." Replied the master, "Ever since you came to me, I have always been pointing to you how to study mind." "In what way, sir?" "When you brought me a cup of tea, did I not accept it? When you served me with food, did I not partake of it? When you made bows to me, did I not return them? When did I ever neglect in giving you instructions?" Ryotan kept his head hanging for some time when the master told him, "If you want to see, see directly into it, but when you try to think about it, it is altogether missed." Dogo Yenshi, Tao Wu Yenchi, and Ungen Donjo Yun Yen Tansheng were standing by the master Yakusan Ye Shun as attendants when Yakusan remarked, 669, "Where our intellect cannot reach, I verily tell you to avoid talking about it. When you do, horns will grow on you." "Oh, Yenchi, what will you say to this?" Yenchi thereupon rose from his place and left the room. Ungen asked the master, "How is it, sir, that Brother Chi does not answer you?" "My back aches today," said Yakusan. "You better go to Yenchi himself, for he understands." Ungen came to his brother monk and inquired thus, "O brother senior, why did you not answer our master now?" "You better go back to the master himself and ask, was all that poor Ungen could get out of his senior brother." There was another favorite movement often practiced by Zen masters, which was to call out to the questioner or somebody else. One case of this has already been given somewhere else in another connection. The following are the typical and classical ones. Chu, the national teacher, called out to his attendant monk 3 times, to which the latter responded regularly. Said the teacher, "I thought I was not fair to you, but it was you that were not fair to me." 432, 6 Sword 7. This calling and responding took place also 3 times between Myoku, Maku, and Ryosui, Liangsui, which at last made the latter exclaim, "Oh, this stupid fellow!" 6 Sword 7-1. This trick of calling out and responding was frequently practiced, as is seen in the following cases. A high government dignitary called upon Ungo Doyo Yin Chu Tao Ying and asked, 6172, "I am told that the world-honored one had a secret phrase and Mahakachapa did not keep it hidden. What was the secret phrase?" The master called out, "Oh, honored officer," and the officer responded. "Do you understand?" demanded the master. "No, reverend sir," was his natural answer. "If you do not understand, there is the secret phrase. If you understand, there is Mahakachapa in full revelation." Haikyu, Paishu, 6003, was a local governor in Shinan, before he was appointed a state minister. He once visited a Buddhist monastery in his district. While going around in the premises of the monastery, he came across a fine fresco painting and asked the accompanying priests whose portrait this was. "He was one of the high priests," they answered. The governor now turned towards them and questioned, "Here is his portrait, but where is the high priest himself?" They all did not know how to answer him. He then further asked if there were any Zen monks about here. They replied, "We have recently a newcomer in this monastery. He does some menial work for us and looks very much like a Zen monk." He was then brought in the presence of the governor, who at once spoke to him. "I have one question in which I wish to be enlightened, but the gentlemen here grudge the answer. May I ask you to give me a word for them?" "I humbly wish you to ask," politely requested the monk. The officer repeated the first question, whereupon the monk loudly and clearly called out, "Oh, Haikyu!" Haikyu responded at once, "Here, sir. Where is the high priest now?" Cross-questioned the monk. This opened the governor's eye to the sense of the monk's counter-question, in which he could now read the solution of his first query. The case between Yisan Weishan and Kyozan Yangshan was more intellectual and to that extent more intelligible than this mere calling and responding. Kaizan was the chief disciple of Yisan, and one of the peculiar features of this school was to demonstrate the truth of Zen concordantly both by the master and disciple. "They once went out picking tea leaves," the master said to Kyozan 6174. "Picking tea leaves all day, I hear only your voice and do not see your body. Manifest your original body and let me see it." Kyozan shook the tea plant. Said Yisan, "You have only got its function, you have not got the substance." Kyozan said, "Master, how with you then?" The master was quiet for a while, whereupon the disciple said, "O master, you have got only the substance, you have not got the function." "You will be spared of my 20 blows," concluded the master. In Buddhist ontology, 3 conceptions are distinguished, as was referred to previously: substance or body, appearance, and function or activity. Body or bhava corresponds to the idea of mass or being, appearance, lakshana, to that of form, and function, chitta, to that of force. Every reality is regarded by Buddhist philosophers as analyzable into these 3 notions. Sometimes, however, the second conception, appearance, is absorbed in that of being or body. Without functioning, no objects exist, but functioning cannot take place without something functioning. The 2 ideas, according to Buddhist philosophers, are thus inseparable for our understanding of the universe. But Yi-san and Kyo-san were not metaphysicians and would not argue on the subject. The one shook the tree and the other stood still. We cannot say that there is Zen in this standing and shaking as we may interpret them philosophically, but we may glean something of Zen in their remarks on body and function together with their direct method. So far, the direct method has not been of any violent character as to involve a bodily injury or nervous shock, but the masters had no qualms if they thought necessary to shake the pupils roughly. Rinzai, for one, was noted for the directness and incisiveness of his dealings. The point of his sword cut through the heart of the opponent. The monk, Jo Ting, 6'75", was one of his disciples, and when he asked the master what the fundamental principle of Buddhism was, Rinzai came down from his straw chair and, taking hold of the monk, slapped him with the palm of his hand and let him go. Joe stood still without knowing what to make of the whole procedure when a bystanding monk blamed him for not bowing to the master. While doing so, Joe all of a sudden awoke to the truth of Zen. Later, when he was passing over a bridge, he happened to meet a party of 3 Buddhist scholars, one of whom asked, "Joe, the river of Zen is deep, and its bottom must be sounded. What does this mean?" Ju, disciple of Rinzai, at once seized the questioner and was at the point of throwing him over the bridge when his 2 friends interceded and asked Ju's merciful treatment of the offender. Joe released the scholar, saying, "If not for the intercession of his friends, I would at once let him sound the bottom of the river himself." With these people, Zen was no joke, no mere play of ideas. It was, on the contrary, a most serious thing on which they would stake their lives. Rinzai was a disciple of Baku Huangpo. But while under the master, he did not get any special instruction on Zen, for whenever he asked him as to the fundamental truth of Buddhism, he was struck by Baku. But it was these blows that opened Rinzai's eye to the ultimate truth of Zen and made him exclaim, "After all, there is not much in the Buddhism of Hubaku, 6'76". In China and in Korea, what little of Zen is left mostly belongs to the school of Rinzai. In Japan alone, the Soto branch is flourishing as much as the Rinzai. The rigor and vitality of Zen Buddhism that is still present in the Rinzai school of Japan comes from the 3 blows of Pabaku so mercifully dealt out to his poor disciple. There is, in fact, more truth in a blow or a kick than in the verbosity of logical discourse. At any rate, the Zen masters were in dead earnest whenever the demonstration of Zen was demanded. See the following instance. When To Impo Teng Yin Feng Shik 677 was pushing a cart, he happened to see his master Basso stretching his legs a little too far out in the roadway. He said, "Will you please draw your legs in?" replied the master. "A thing once stretched out will never be contracted." "If so," said To, "a thing once pushed will never be retracted." His cart went right over the master's legs, which were thus hurt. Later, Basso went up to the preaching hall where he carried an axe and said to the monks gathered, "Let the one who wounded the old master's legs a while ago come out of the congregation." To came forth and stretched his neck ready to receive the axe, but the master, instead of chopping the disciple's head off, quietly set the axe down. 2. Impo was ready to give up his life to reassert the truth of his deed, through which the master got hurt. Mimicry or simulation was rampant everywhere, and therefore Baso wanted to ascertain the genuineness of To's understanding of Zen. When the thing is at stake, the masters do not hesitate to sacrifice anything. In the case of Nansen, a kitten was done away with. Kyozan broke a mirror into pieces. A woman follower of Zen burned up a whole house, and another woman threw her baby into a river. This latter was an extreme case, and perhaps the only one of the kind ever recorded in the history of Zen. As to minor cases, such as mentioned above, they are plentiful and considered almost matters of course with Zen masters. 9. While I have not attempted to be very exhaustive in describing all the different methods of demonstration, or rather realization, of the truth of Zen, resorted to by the masters of various schools, the statements so far made in regard to them may suffice to give us at least a glimpse into some of the peculiar features of Zen Buddhism. Whatever explanations may be given by critics or scholars to the philosophy of Zen, we must first of all acquire a new point of view of looking at things, which is altogether beyond our ordinary sphere of consciousness. Rather, this new viewpoint is gained when we reach the ultimate limits of our understanding, within which we think we are always bound and unable to break through. Most people stop at these limits and are easily persuaded that they cannot go any further. But there are some whose mental vision is able to penetrate this veil of contrasts and contradictions. They gain it abruptly. They beat the wall in utter despair, and lo, it unexpectedly gives way, and there opens an entirely new world. Things hitherto regarded as prosaic and ordinary and even binding are now arranged in quite a novel scheme. The old world of the senses has vanished, and something entirely new has come to take its place. We seem to be in the same objective surroundings, but subjectively we are rejuvenated, we are born again. Wu Tao Tzi, or Godoshi, was one of the greatest painters of China, and lived in the reign of the Emperor Xuan Sung of the Tang dynasty. His last painting, according to legend, was a landscape commissioned by the emperor for one of the walls of his palace. The artist concealed the complete work with a curtain till the emperor's arrival, then drawing it aside, exposed his vast picture. The emperor gazed with admiration on a marvelous scene, forests and great mountains, and clouds in immense distances of sky, and men upon the hills, and birds in flight. "Look," said the painter, "in the cave at the foot of this mountain dwells a spirit." He clapped his hands. The door at the cave's entrance flew open. "The interior is beautiful beyond words," he continued. "Permit me to show the way." So saying, he passed within. The gate closed after him, and before the astonished emperor could speak or move, all had faded to white wall before his eyes, with not a trace of the artist's brush remaining. Wu Tao Tzi was seen no more. The artist has disappeared, and the whole scene has been wiped out. But from this nothingness there arises a new spiritual world, abiding in which the Zen masters perform all kinds of antics, assert all kinds of absurdities, and yet they are in perfect accord with the nature of things, in which a world moves on, stripped of all its falsehoods, conventions, simulations, and intellectual obliquities. Unless one gets into this world of realities, the truth of Zen will be eternally a sealed book. This is what I mean by acquiring a new point of view, independent of logic and discursive understanding. Emerson expresses the same view in his own characteristic manner. Foremost among these activities, that is, mathematical combination, great power of abstraction, the transmutings of the imagination, even versatility and concentration, are the somersaults, spells, and resurrections wrought by the imagination. When this wakes, a man seems to multiply 10 times or 1,000 times his force. It opens the delicious sense of indeterminate size and inspires an audacious mental habit. We are as elastic as the gas of gunpowder, and a sentence in a book or a word dropped in conversation sets free our fancy, and instantly our heads are bathed with galaxies, and our feet tread the floor of the pit. And this benefit is real because we are entitled to these enlargements and, once having passed the bounds, shall never again be quite the miserable pedants we were. Here is a good illustration of the difference between a miserable pedant and one who has passed the bounds. There was a monk called Gensoku Huan Sei, 6.78, who was one of the chief officials of the monastery under the Zen master Hogen Fa-yen of the early 10th century. He never came to the master to make inquiries about Zen, so the master one day asked him why he did not come. The chief official answered, "When I was under Seiho Ching-feng, I got an idea as to the truth of Zen." "What is your understanding, then?" demanded the master. When I asked my master who was the Buddha, he said, "Ping Ting Tung Tzu comes for fire." "It is a fine answer," said Hogan, "but probably you misunderstand it. Let me see how you take the meaning of it." "Well," explained the official, "Ping Ting is the god of fire. When he himself comes for fire, it is like myself who, being a Buddha from the very beginning, wants to know who the Buddha is. No questioning is then needed, as I am already the Buddha himself." "There," exclaimed the master, "just as I thought. You are completely off." Soku, the chief official, got highly offended because his view was not countenanced and left the monastery. Hogan said, "If he comes back, he may be saved. If not, he is lost." Soku, after going some distance, reflected that a master of 500 monks, as Hogan was, would not chide him without cause, and returned to the old master and expressed his desire to be instructed in Zen. Hogan said, "You ask me, and I will answer. Who is the Buddha?" The question came from the lips of the now penitent monk. "Ping Ting Tong Tzu comes for fire." This made his eyes open to the truth of Zen, quite different from what he formerly understood of it. He was now no more a second-hand pedant, but a living creative soul. I need not repeat that Zen refuses to be explained, but that it is to be lived. Without this, all talk is nothing but an idea, woefully inane and miserably unsatisfactory. Below is another story illustrating the peculiarity of Zen understanding as distinguished from our ordinary intellectual understandings, which are based on ideas and representations. The same phrase is repeated here as in the preceding case, and as far as its literal meaning goes, we have no reason to suppose it producing different effects on the mind of the recipient. But as I said elsewhere, Zen is the opening of one's own inner consciousness occasioned by some external incidental happening which may be of purely physical nature but may invoke some mental operation. This opening is therefore something we, as outsiders not belonging to the inner life of the individual concerned, have no means to judge beforehand. We know only when it is opened. But the masters seem to know when this opening is going to take place and how it is to be brought about from their own experience. Students of the psychology of Zen will here find an interesting problem to investigate. Sui Gan, Kashin, Tsui Yen, K. Chain, 6-79, was a disciple of Zimyo, Tzu Ming, 986-240, who was one of the greatest Sung masters and under whom the Rinzai school of Zen was divided into two branches, Wuryu, Huanglong and Yogi Yang Chai 680. Kashin was quite proud of being one of the disciples of the master. He was not yet really a master himself, but he thought he was. When he had a talk with another of Zimyo's disciples, he was found out and laughed at. When they were having a walk together one day, they discussed Zen. His friend picked up a piece of a broken tile and putting it on a flat rock said, "If you can say a word at this juncture, I will grant your really being Zimyo's disciple." Kashin wavered, looked this way and that, trying to make some answer. His friend was impatient, who broke out, hesitating and wavering, "You have not yet penetrated through illusion. You have never yet even dreamt as to what the true insight of Zen is." Kashin was thoroughly ashamed of himself. He at once returned to the master, who severely reproached him, saying that he came before the termination of the summer session, which was against the regulations. Full of tears, he explained how he was taken to task by his fellow monk, and that it was the reason why he was here, even against the monastery rules. The master abruptly asked him, "What is the fundamental principle of Buddhism?" replied Kashin. "No clouds are gathering over the mountain peaks, and how serenely the moon is reflected on the waves." The master's eyes flashed with indignation, and he thundered, "Shame on you! To have such a view for an old seasoned man like you! How can you expect to be delivered from birth and death?" Kashin earnestly implored to be instructed. Said the master, "You ask me." Thereupon he repeated the master's first question, "What is the fundamental principle of Buddhism?" The master roared, "No clouds are gathering over the mountain peaks, and how serenely the moon is reflected on the waves." This opened Kashin's eye, and another man was he after that. Let me conclude with a sermon from Goso Utsu, of whom mention has already been made. If people ask me what Zen is like, I will say that it is like learning the art of burglary. The son of a burglar saw his father growing older and thought, "If he is unable to carry out his profession, who will be the breadwinner of this family except myself? I must learn the trade." He intimated the idea to his father, who approved of it. One night the father took the son to a big house, broke through the fence, entered the house, and opening one of the large chests, told the son to go in and pick out the clothings. As soon as he got into it, the lid was dropped and the lock securely applied. The father now came out to the courtyard, and loudly knocking at the door woke up the whole family, whereas he himself quietly slipped away from the former hole in the fence. The residents got excited and lighted candles, but found that the burglars had already gone. The son, who remained all the time in the chest securely confined, thought of his cruel father. He was greatly mortified when a fine idea flashed upon him. He made a noise which sounded like the gnawing of a rat. The family told the maid to take a candle and examine the chest. When the lid was unlocked, out came the prisoner, who blew out the light, pushed away the maid, and fled. The people ran after him. Noticing a well by the road, he picked up a large stone and threw it into the water. The pursuers all gathered around the well, trying to find the burglar drowning himself in the dark hole. In the meantime, he was safely back in his father's house. He blamed him very much for his narrow escape. Said the father, "Be not offended, my son. Just tell me how you got off." When the son told him all about his adventures, the father remarked, "There you are, you have learned the art, the meditation hall, and the ideals of the monkish discipline." The meditation hall and the ideals of the monkish discipline. 1111111111111111111. To get a glimpse into the practical and disciplinary side of Zen, we have to study the institution known as the meditation hall. It is an educational system quite peculiar to the Zen sect. Most of the main monasteries belonging to this sect are provided with meditation halls, and in the life of the Zen monk more than anywhere else we are reminded of that of the Buddhist Brotherhood. Saga in India, this system was founded by the Chinese Zen master Hyakujo Paichang 720-814 more than 1,000 years ago. Until his time, the monks used to live in monasteries belonging to the Vinaya sect, which were governed by a spirit not quite in accordance with the principles of Zen. As the latter grew more and more flourishing and its followers kept on increasing in number and in influence, there was need for its own institution, exclusively devoted to the promotion of its objects. According to Hyakujo, the Zen monasteries were to be neither Hinayanistic nor Mahayanistic, but they were to unite the disciplinary methods of both schools in a new and original manner, best suited to the realization of the Zen ideals as they were conceived by the masters of the earlier days. The original book compiled by Hyakujo giving detailed regulations of the Zen monastery was lost. The one we have now was compiled during the Yuan dynasty from the actual life in the monastery at the time, which was then supposed to be a faithful continuation of the old institution, though naturally with some modifications and transformations due to historical exigencies. This book was compiled under the auspices of the reigning Emperor Shu, and is known as the Imperial Edition of the Regulations in the Zen Monastery, 7.1. In Japan, the Zen monasteries have never been established on such a grand scale as in China, and as the result, all the regulations as detailed in the Imperial Edition were not practiced. But their spirit and all that was applicable to Japanese life and conditions were adopted. The ideals of Zen life were never lost sight of anywhere. And before I proceed further, I wish to speak briefly of one of such ideals set before the eyes of all Zen students, for it is really the most important and noteworthy feature in the monastery life of Zen. It is indeed this that distinguishes Zen from the other Buddhist schools originated in China, and is to be considered most characteristically Zen and at the same time animating its long history. By this I mean the notion of work or service. Hyakujo left a famous saying which was the guiding principle of his life, and is preeminently the spirit of the meditation hall. It is this: no work, no eating. When he was thought by his devoted disciples too old to work in the garden, which was his daily occupation besides lecturing and educating the monks in Zen, they hid all his garden implements, as he would not listen to their repeated oral remonstrances. He then refused to eat, saying, "No work, no eating." At all the meditation halls, work is thus considered a vital element in the life of a monk. It is altogether a practical one, and chiefly consists in manual labor, such as sweeping, cleaning, cooking, fuel gathering, tilling the farm, or going about begging in the villages far and near. No work is considered beneath their dignity, and a perfect feeling of brotherhood and democracy prevails among them. How hard or how mean from the ordinary point of view a work may be, they will not shun it. They believe in the sanctity of manual labor. They keep themselves busy in every way they can. They are no idlers, as some of the so-called monks or mendicants are, physically at least, as in India, for instance. We can see in this sanctification of work the practical attitude of the Chinese mind well reflected. When I said that Zen was the Chinese interpretation of the doctrine of enlightenment, the Zen conception of work did not essentially or theoretically enter into my conclusion. But from the practical point of view, work is such an integral part of the Zen life now that the one cannot be conceived as independent of the other. In India, the monks are mendicants. When they meditate, they retire into a quiet corner from worldly cares, and inasmuch as they are supported economically by their secular devotees, they do not propose to work in any menial employment such as Chinese and Japanese Zen monks are used to. What saved Zen Buddhism from deteriorating into quietism or mere intellectual gymnastics, which was more or less the fate befalling other schools of Buddhism, was surely due to the gospel of work. Apart from its psychological value, it proved an efficient agency in preserving the health and sanity of Zen Buddhism throughout its long history of growth. Whatever may be this historical importance of work, Hyakujo must have had a profound knowledge of human psychology when he made work the ruling spirit of the monastery life. His idea of no work, no eating, F133.7.2 did not necessarily originate from an economic or ethical valuation of life. His sole motive was not that nobody deserved his daily bread if he did not earn it with the sweat of his face. True, there is a virtue in not eating the bread of idleness, and there have been so many Buddhists since the early days of Buddhism who thought it a most disgraceful thing to be living on others' earnings and savings. Hyakujo's object, while it might have been unconsciously conceived, was more psychological in spite of his open declaration: no work, no eating. It was to save his monks from a mental inactivity or an unbalanced development of mind, which too often results from the meditative habit of the monkish life. When the muscles are not exercised for the execution of spiritual truths, or when the mind and body is not put to practical test, the severance generally issues in inimical results. As the philosophy of Zen is to transcend the dualistic conception of flesh and spirit, its practical application will naturally be, dualistically speaking, to make the nerves and muscles the most ready and absolutely obedient servants of the mind, and not to make us say that the spirit is truly ready, but the flesh is weak. Whatever religious truths of this latter statement, psychologically it comes from the lack of a ready channel between mind and muscles. Unless the hands are habitually trained to do the work of the brain, the blood ceases to circulate evenly all over the body. It grows congested somewhere, especially in the brain. The result will be not only an unsound condition of the body in general, but a state of mental torpidity or drowsiness in which ideas are presented as if they were wafting clouds. One is wide awake, and yet the mind is filled with the wildest dreams and visions, which are not at all related to realities of life. Fantasies are fatal to Zen, and those who practice Zen considering it a form of meditation are too apt to be visited upon by this insidious enemy. Hyakujo's insistence upon manual work has saved Zen from falling into the pitfalls of antinomianism as well as a hallucinatory mode of mind. Apart from these psychological considerations, there is a moral reason which ought not to escape attention in our estimate of Hyakujo's wisdom in instituting work as a vital part of Zen life. For the soundness of ideas must be tested finally by their practical application. When they fail in this, that is, when they cannot be carried out in everyday life, producing lasting harmony and satisfaction, and giving real beneficence to all concerned, to oneself as well as to others, no ideas can be said to be sound and practical. While physical force is no standard to judge the value of ideas, the latter, however logically consistent, have no reality when they are not joined to life. Especially in Zen, abstract ideas that do not convince one in practical living are of no value whatever. Conviction must be gained through experience and not through abstraction, which means that conviction has no really solid basis except when it can be tested in our acting, efficient life. Moral assertion or bearing witness ought to be over and above an intellectual judgment. That is to say, the truth must be the product of one's living experiences. An idle reverie is not their business, the Zen followers will insist. They, of course, sit quiet and practice zazen, Father 34.7.3, for they want to reflect on whatever lessons they have gained while working. But as they are against chewing the cud all the time, they put in action whatever reflections they have made during hours of quiet sitting and test their validity in the vital field of practicality. It is my strong conviction that if Zen did not put faith in acting its ideas, the institution would have long before this sunk into a mere somniferous and trance-inducing system, so that all the treasure thoughtfully hoarded by the masters in China and Japan would have been cast away as heaps of rotten stuff. Perhaps unwittingly supported by these reasons, the value of work or service has been regarded by all Zen followers as one of their religious ideals. No doubt the idea was greatly enforced by the characteristic industry and practicalness of the Chinese people by whom Zen was mainly elaborated. The fact is that if there is any one thing that is most emphatically insisted upon by the Zen masters as the practical expression of their faith, it is serving others, doing work for others, not ostentatiously indeed, but secretly, without making others know of it. Says Eckhart, what a man takes in by contemplation he must pour out in love. Zen would say pour it out in work, meaning by work the active and concrete realization of love. Taller made spinning and shoemaking and other homely duties, gifts of the Holy Ghost. Brother Lawrence made cooking sacramental, George Herbert wrote. Who sweeps a room as to thy laws, makes that and the action fine. These are all expressive of the spirit of Zen, as far as its practical side is concerned. Mystics are thus all practical men. They are far from being visionaries whose souls are too absorbed in things unearthly or of the other world to be concerned with their daily life. The common notion that mystics are dreamers and stargazers ought to be corrected, as it has no foundation in facts. Indeed, psychologically, there is a most intimate and profound relationship between a practical turn of mind and a certain type of mysticism. The relationship is not merely conceptual or metaphysical. If mysticism is true, its truth must be a practical one, verifying itself in every act of ours, and, most decidedly, not a logical one, to be true only in our dialectics. Sings a Zen poet known as Hokoji, F135 574 So. How wondrously supernatural, and how miraculous this, I draw water, and I carry fuel. 752. The meditation hall, 746, Zendo in Japanese and Chantang in Chinese, as it is built in Japan, is generally a rectangular building of various size according to the number of monks to be accommodated. One at Engakuji, F136, Kamakura, was about 36 feet by 65 feet. The floors, about 8 feet wide and 3 feet high, are raised along the longer sides of the building, and an empty space is left in the middle throughout the entire length of the hall. This space is used for practicing an exercise known as Kinhin 7.7 Ching Sing, which means literally sutra walking. The space allotted to each monk on the tatami floor does not exceed one mat 3 by 6 feet, where he sits, meditates, and sleeps at night. The bedding for each is never more than one large wadded quilt, summer or winter. He has no regular pillow, except that which is temporarily made up by himself out of his own private possessions. These latter, however, are next to nothing, for they are keza, kashaya in Sanskrit, and koromo, priestly robe. A few books, a razor, and a set of bowls, all of which are put up in a box about 3 by 10 by 3.5 inches large. In traveling, this box is carried in front, supported with a sash about the neck. The entire property thus moves with the owner. One dress and one bowl, under a tree and on a stone, 7.8 was the graphical description of the monkish life in India. Compared with this, the modern Zen monk must be said to be abundantly supplied. Still, his wants are reduced to a minimum, and no one can fail to lead a simple, perhaps the simplest, life, if he models his after that of the Zen monk. The desire to possess is considered by Buddhism to be one of the worst passions mortals are apt to be obsessed with. What in fact causes so much misery in the world is due to a strong impulse of acquisitiveness. As power is desired, the strong always tyrannize over the weak. As wealth is coveted, the rich and poor are always crossing their swords of bitter enmity. International wars rage, social unrest ever goes on, unless the impulse to have and hold is completely uprooted. Cannot a society be reorganized upon an entirely different basis from what we have been used to see from the beginning of history? Cannot we ever hope to stop the amassing of wealth and the wielding of power merely from the desire for individual or national aggrandizement? Despairing of the utter irrationality of human affairs, the Buddhist monks have gone to the other extreme and cut themselves off even from reasonable and perfectly innocent enjoyments of life. However, the Zen ideal of putting up the monk's belongings in a tiny box a little larger than a foot square and 3 inches high is their mute protest, though so far ineffective, against the present order of society. In this connection, it will be of interest to read the admonition left by Daito the national teacher, 1282 to 337, 729, to his disciples. He was the founder of Daitokuji, Kyoto, in 1326, and is said to have spent about 1/3 of his life, which was not a very long one, among the lowest layers of society under the Gojo Bridge, begging his food, doing all kinds of menial work, and despised by the so-called respectable people of the world. He did not care for the magnificence of a prosperous and highly honored temple life led by most Buddhist priests of those days, nor did he think much of those pious and sanctimonious deeds that only testified to the superficiality of their religious life. He was for the plainest living and the highest thinking. The admonition reads, "O you monks, who are here in this mountain monastery, remember that you are gathered for the sake of the religion, and not for the sake of clothes and food. As long as we have shoulders, that is, the body, we have to wear clothes, and as long as we have a mouth, we have to eat, but be ever mindful, throughout the 12 hours of the day, to apply yourselves to the study of the unthinkable. Time passes like an arrow. Never let your minds be disturbed by worldly cares. Ever, ever be on the lookout. After my wandering away, some of you may have fine temples in prosperous conditions, towers and halls and holy books all decorated in gold and silver, and devotees may noisily crowd into the grounds. Some may pass hours in reading the sutras and reciting dharanis, and sitting long in contemplation, may not give themselves up to sleep. They may, eating once a day and observing the fast days, and throughout the 6 periods of the day, practice all the religious deeds. Even when they are thus devoted to the cause, if their thoughts are not really dwelling on the mysterious and intransmissible way of the Buddhas and Fathers, they may yet come to ignore the law of moral causation, ending in a complete downfall of the true religion. Such all belong to the family of evil spirits. However long my departure from the world may be, they are not to be called my descendants. Let, however, there be just one individual who may be living in the wilderness in a hut thatched with one bundle of straw and passing his days by eating the roots of wild vegetables cooked in a pot with broken legs. But if he single-mindedly applies himself to the study of his own spiritual affairs, he is the very one who has a daily interview with me and knows to be grateful for his life. Who should ever despise such a one? O monks, be diligent, be diligent." F-137. In India, the Buddhist monks never eat in the afternoon. They properly eat only once a day, as their breakfast is no breakfast in the sense that an English or American breakfast is. So, the Zen monks too are not supposed to have any meal in the evening. But the climatic necessity in China and Japan could not be ignored, and they have an evening meal after a fashion, but to ease their conscience it is called medicinal food. Yesh. 7:10. The breakfast, which is taken very early in the morning while it is still dark, consists of rice, gruel, and pickled vegetables, sukemono. The principal meal at 10 a.m. is rice or rice mixed with barley, vegetable soup, and pickles. In the afternoon at 4 they have only what is left of the dinner. No special cooking is done. Unless they are invited out or given an extra treatment at the house of some generous patrons, their meals are such as above described year in year out. Poverty and simplicity is their motto. One ought not, however, to consider asceticism the ideal life of Zen. As far as the ultimate signification of Zen is concerned, it is neither asceticism nor any other ethical system. If it appears to advocate either the doctrine of suppression or that of detachment, the supposed fact is merely on the surface, for Zen as a school of Buddhism more or less inherits the odium of a Hindu discipline. The central idea, however, of the monkish life is not to waste, but to make the best possible use of things as they are given us, which is also the spirit of Buddhism in general. In truth, the intellect, imagination, and all other mental faculties, as well as the physical objects surrounding us, our own bodies not excepted, are given us for the unfolding and enhancing of the highest powers possessed by us as spiritual entities, and not merely for the gratification of our individual whims or desires, which are sure to conflict with and injure the interests and rights asserted by others. These are some of the inner ideas underlying the simplicity and poverty of the monkish life. 3. As there is something to be regarded as peculiarly Zen in the table manners of the monks, some description of them will be given here. At mealtimes a gong is struck, and the monks come out of the meditation hall, in procession carrying their own bowls to the dining room. The low tables are laid there all bare. They sit when the leader rings the bell. The bowls are set, which by the way are made of wood or paper and well lacquered. A set consists of 4 or 5 dishes, one inside the other. As they are arranging the dishes and the waiting monks go around to serve the soup and rice, the prajna paramita hu idaya stra F138 is recited, followed by the 5 meditations on eating, which are, first, of what worth am I? Whence is this offering? Secondly, accepting this offering, I must reflect on the deficiency of my virtue. Thirdly, to guard over my own heart, to keep myself away from faults such as covetousness, etc. This is the essential thing. Fourthly, this food is taken as good medicine in order to keep the body in a healthy condition. Fifthly, to ensure spiritual attainment, this food is accepted. After these meditations, they continue to think about the essence of Buddhism. The first mouthful is to cut off all evils. The second mouthful is to practice every good. The third mouthful is to save all sentient beings, so that everybody will finally attain to Buddhahood. They are now ready to take up their chopsticks, but before they actually partake of the sumptuous dinner, the demons or spirits living somewhere in the triple world are remembered, and each monk, taking out about 7 grains from his own bowl, offers them to those unseen, saying, "O you, demons and other spiritual beings, I now offer this to you, and may this food fill up the 10 quarters of the world, and all the demons and other spiritual beings be fed therewith." While eating, quietude prevails. The dishes are handled noiselessly, no word is uttered, no conversation goes on. Eating is a serious affair with them. When a second bowl of rice is wanted, the monk folds his hands before him. The monk waiter notices it, comes round with the rice receptacle called ohachi, and sits before the hungry one. The latter takes up his bowl and lightly passes his hand around the bottom before it is handed to the waiter. He means by this to take off whatever dirt that may have attached itself to the bowl and that is likely to soil the hand of the serving monk. While the bowl is filled, the eater keeps his hands folded. If he does not want so much, he gently rubs the hands against each other, which means, "Enough, thank you." Nothing is to be left when the meal is finished. The monks eat up all that is served them, gathering up of the fragments that remain. This is their religion. After a 4th helping of rice, the meal generally comes to an end. The leader claps the wooden blocks, and the serving monks bring hot water. Each diner fills the largest bowl with it, and in it all the smaller dishes are neatly washed and wiped with a piece of cloth which each monk carries. Now a wooden pail goes around to receive the slops. EF 39.9. Each monk gathers up his dishes and wraps them up once more, saying, I have now finished eating, and my physical body is well nourished. I feel as if my willpower would shake the 10 quarters of the world and dominate over the past, present, and future, turning both the cause and the effect over to the general welfare of all beings. May we all unfailingly gain in powers miraculous. The tables are now empty as before, except those rice grains offered to the spiritual beings at the beginning of the meal. The wooden blocks are clapped, thanks are given, and the monks leave the room in orderly procession as they came in. 4. Their industry is proverbial. When the day is not set for study at home, they are generally seen soon after breakfast, about 5:30 in summer and about 6:30 in winter, out in the monastery grounds or in the neighboring villages for begging or tilling the farm attached to the zendo. They keep the monastery, inside as well as outside, in perfect order. When we sometimes say, this is like a Zen monastery, it means that the place is kept in the neatest possible order. When begging, they go miles away. Commonly, attached to a zendo, there are some patrons whose houses the monks regularly visit and get a supply of rice or vegetables. We often see them along the country road pulling a cart loaded with pumpkins or potatoes. They work as hard as ordinary laborers. They sometimes go to the woods to gather kindlings or fuel. They know something of agriculture, too. As they have to support themselves in these ways, they are at once farmers, laborers, and skilled workmen. For they often build their own meditation hall under the direction of an architect. These monks are a self-governing body. They have their own cooks, proctors, managers, sextons, masters of ceremony, etc. In the days of Hyakujo, there seem to have been 10 such offices, though the details are not now known due to the loss of his regulations. While the master or teacher of a zendo is its soul, he is not directly concerned with its government. This is left to the senior members of the community, whose character has been tested through many years of discipline. When the principles of Zen are discussed, one may marvel at their deep and subtle metaphysics, if there is any, and imagine what a serious, pale-faced, head-drooping, and world-forgetting group of thinkers these monks are. But in their actual life they are, after all, common mortals engaged in menial work. But they are cheerful, cracking jokes, willing to help one another, and despising no work which is usually considered low and not worthy of an educated hand. The spirit of Hyakujo is ever manifest among them. It was not only the monks that worked, but the master himself shared their labor. This was according to Hyakujo to cooperate in and equalize the work among all concerned without distinction of rank. 7.11. Therefore the master, together with his disciples, tilled the farm, planted trees, weeded the garden, picked tea leaves, and was engaged in all other kinds of manual work. Making use of such opportunities, he gave them practical lessons in the study of Zen, and the disciples too did not fail to appreciate his instructions. When Joshu was sweeping the courtyard, a monk asked him, "How does a speck of dust come into this holy ground?" To this Joshu answered, "Here comes another." On another occasion, when the master was found again sweeping the ground, Liu, minister of state, paid a visit to the temple and said to the master gardener, "How is it that a great wise man like you has to sweep off the dust? It comes from the outside." F147, 19-19, replied Joshu. When Nansen was working outdoors with his monks, 7.1, Joshu, who was told to watch over a fire, suddenly cried out, "Fire! Fire!" The alarm made all the monks rush back to the dormitory hall. Seeing this, Joshu closed the gate and declared, "If you could say a word, the doors would be opened." The monks did not know what to say. Nansen, the master, however, threw the key into the hall through a window. Thereupon Joshu flung open the gate, While working on the farm, a monk happened to cut an earthworm in twain with his spade, whereupon he asked the master Chosa Chang Sha Chang. The earthworm is 7.4, cut in twain, and both parts are still wriggling. In which of them is the Buddha nature present? The master said, "Have no illusion." But the monk insisted, "I cannot help this wriggling, sir. Don't you see that fire and air elements have not yet been dispersed? When Shiko, Su, He, and Shoku, Shang, Kuang, 7-5 Fiend were out gardening, a similar thing happened, and Shoko asked the master concerning the real life of the earthworm. Without answering him, the master took up the rake, first struck the one end of the worm, then the other, and finally the space between the two. He then threw down the rake and went away. One day Baku was weeding with a hoe, and seeing Rinzai without one asked, "How is it that you do not carry any hoe?" Answered Rinzai, "Somebody has carried it away, sir." Thereupon Baku told him to come forward, as he wanted to discuss the matter with him. Rinzai stepped forward. Said Baku, lifting his hoe, "Only this, but all the world's unable to hold it up." Rinzai took the hoe away from the master and lifted it up, saying, "How is it that it is now in my own hands?" Baku remarked, "Here is a man doing a great piece of work today." He then returned to his own room. 746. Another day, observing Rinzai resting on a hoe, Baku said to him, "Are you tired?" Rinzai replied, "I have not even lifted my hoe, and how should I be tired?" Baku then struck him, who, however, snatching the stick away from the master, pushed him down. Baku called out to the Yino Kamadana to help him up from the ground. The Yino responded to the call and helped up the master, saying, "Why do you permit this crazy fellow's rudeness?" As soon as the master was again on his feet, he struck the Yino. Rinzai then began to dig the earth and made this announcement, "In other places they cremate, but here you will all be buried alive." 727. The story of Isan and Kyozan while they were out picking tea leaves has already been told in one of the preceding essays. Zen history indeed abounds with such incidents as here referred to, showing how the masters try to discipline their pupils on every possible occasion. The events of daily life, manifestly trivial on the surface, thus handled by the masters, grow full of signification. At any rate, all these mondos most eloquently illustrate the whole trend of the monastery life in olden days, where the spirit of work and service was so thoroughly and harmoniously blended with the high thinking on matters deeply spiritual. The monks thus develop their faculties all round. They receive no literary, that is, formal education, which is gained mostly from books and abstract instruction. But their discipline and knowledge are practical and efficient, for the basic principle of the Zendo life is learning by doing. They despise the so-called soft education, which is like those pre-digested foods meant for the convalescent. When a lioness gives birth to her children, it is proverbially believed that after 3 days she will push them down over a deep precipice and see if they can climb up to her. Those that fail to come out of this trial are not taken care of anymore. Whether this is true or not, something like that is aimed at by the Zen master, who will treat the monks with every manner of seeming unkindness. The monks have not enough clothes to put on, not enough food to indulge in, not enough time to sleep, and, to cap these, they have plenty of work to do, menial as well as spiritual. The outer needs and the inward aspirations, if they work on harmoniously and ideally, will finally end in producing fine characters well trained in Zen as well as in the real things of life. This unique system of education, which is still going on at every Zendo, is not so well known among the laity even in this country. And then the merciless tides of modern commercialism leave no corner uninvaded, and before long the solitary island of Zen may be found buried, as everything else, under the waves of sordid materialism. The monks themselves are beginning not to understand the great spirit of the successive masters. Though there are some things in the monastic education which may be improved, its highly religious and reverential feeling must be preserved if Zen is at all to live for many years yet to come. Theoretically, the philosophy of Zen transcends the whole range of discursive understanding and is not bound by rules of antithesis. But this is very slippery ground, and there are many who fail to walk erect. When they stumble, the result is sometimes disastrous. Like some of the medieval mystics, the Zen students may turn into libertines, losing all control over themselves. History is a witness to this, and psychology can readily explain the process of such degeneration. Therefore, says a Zen master, let one's ideal rise as high as the crown of Vairochana, the highest divinity, while his life may be so full of humility as to make him prostrate before a baby's feet. 7.8. Which is to say, if any man desire to be first, the same shall be last of all, and servant of all. Therefore the monastery life is minutely regulated, and all the details are enforced in strict obedience to the spirit already referred to: humility, poverty, and inner sanctification. These ideals of Zen are what saves Zen from sinking into the level of the medieval antinomians. Thus, we can see how the Zendo discipline plays a great part in the teachings of Zen and their practical application to our daily life. When Tanka 7:19, Tansha, Tianzhan, 738 AT-24 of the Tang dynasty stopped at Yerinji of the capital, it was so severely cold that he finally took one of the Buddha images enshrined there and made a fire with it in order to warm himself. The keeper of the shrine, seeing this, was greatly exercised. "How dare you burn up my wooden Buddha?" said Tanka, who looked as if searching for something with his stick in the ashes. "I am gathering the holy I-Raz F444 in the burnt ashes." "How," said the keeper, "could you get Saraz by burning a wooden Buddha? If there are no Karas to be found in it, may I have the remaining 2 Buddhas for my fire?" retorted Tanka. The shrine keeper later lost his eyebrows for remonstrating against the apparent impiety of Tanka, while the Buddha's wrath never was visited upon the latter. Though one may doubt its historical occurrence, this is a notable story, and all the Zen masters agree as to the higher spiritual attainment of the Buddha desecrating Tanka. When later a monk asked a master 7.20 about Tanka's idea of burning a Buddha's statue, said the master, "When cold, we sit around the hearth with burning fire. Was he then at fault or not? When hot, we go to the bamboo grove by the stream." This was the answer. I cannot help quoting another comment on the story, as this is one of the most significant subjects in the study of Zen. When Suibi Mugaku Tsuiwe Wu Sao 721, a disciple of Tanka, was making offerings to the arhats, probably carved in wood, a monk came up and asked, "Tanka burned a wooden Buddha, and how is it that you make offerings to the arhats?" The master said, "Even when it was burned, it could not be burned up, and as to my making offerings, just leave me alone as I please. When these offerings are made to the arhats, would they come to receive them or not? Do you eat every day or not? Do you eat every day or not?" the master demanded. As the monk remained silent, the master declared, "Intelligent ones are hard to be met with. Whatever the merit of Tanka from the purely Zen point of view, there is no doubt that such deeds as his are to be regarded as highly sacrilegious and to be avoided by all pious Buddhists. Those who have not yet gained a thorough understanding of Zen may go all lengths to commit every manner of crime and excess, even in the name of Zen. For this reason, the regulations of the monastery are very rigid, that pride of heart may depart and the cup of humility be drunk to the dregs." When Shuko Chuhang, 722 of the Ming dynasty, was writing a book on the 10 laudable deeds of a monk, one of those high-spirited, self-assertive fellows came to him, saying, What is the use of writing such a book when in Zen there is not even an atom of thing to be called laudable or not? The writer answered, the 5 aggregates, skandha, are entangling, and the 4 elements, mahabhata, grow rampant, and how can you say there are no evils? The monk still insisted. The 4 elements are ultimately all empty, and the 5 aggregates have no reality whatever. Shuko, giving him a slap on his face, said, so many are mere learned ones, you are not the real thing yet. Give me another answer. But the monk made no answer and went off filled with angry feelings. There, said the master smilingly, why don't you wipe the dirt off your own face? In the study of Zen, the power of an all-illuminating insight must go hand in hand with a deep sense of humility and meekness of heart. Let me cite, as one instance of teaching humility, the experience which a new monk applicant is first made to go through when he, equipped with certificates of his qualifications and with his monkish paraphernalia consisting of such articles, are already mentioned, but the Zendo authorities will not admit him at once into their company. Generally, some formal excuse will be found. They may tell him that their establishment is not rich enough to take in another monk, or that the hall is already too full. If the applicant quietly retires with this, there will be no place for him anywhere, not only in that particular Zendo which was his first choice, but in any other Zendo throughout the land. For he will meet a similar refusal everywhere. If he wants to study Zen at all, he ought not to be discouraged by any such excuse as that. The persistent applicant will now seat himself at the entrance porch and, putting his head down on the box which he carries in front of him, calmly wait there. Sometimes a strong morning or evening sun shines right over the recumbent monk on the porch, but he keeps on in this attitude without stirring. When the dinner hour comes, he asks to be admitted in and fed. This is granted, for no Buddhist monasteries will refuse food and lodging to a traveling monk. After eating, however, the novice goes out again on the porch and continues his petition for admittance. No attention will be paid to him until the evening, when he asks for lodging. This being granted as before, he takes off his traveling sandals, washes his feet, and is ushered into a room reserved for such purposes. But most frequently he finds no bedding there, for a Zen monk is supposed to pass his night in deep meditation. He sits upright all night, evidently absorbed in the contemplation of a koan, 442-723. In the following morning he goes out, as on the previous day, to the entrance hall and resumes the same posture as before, expressive of an urgent desire to be admitted. This may go on 3 or 5 or sometimes even 7 days. The patience and humility of the new applicant are tried thus hard until finally he will be taken in by the authorities, who, apparently moved by his earnestness and perseverance, will try somehow to accommodate him. This procedure is growing somewhat a formal affair, but in olden days, when things were not yet settled into a mere routine, the applicant monk had quite a hard time, for he would actually be driven out of the monastery by force. We read in the biographies of the old masters of still harder treatments which were mercilessly dealt out to them. The meditation hall is regulated with militaristic severity and precision to cultivate such virtues as humility, obedience, simplicity, and earnestness in the monkish hearts that are ever prone to follow indiscriminately the extraordinary examples of the old masters, or that are liable to put in practice in a crude and undigested manner the high doctrines of a Chinyata philosophy such as is expounded in the Prajñata philosophy such as is expounded in the Prajñaparamita class of Mahayana literature. A partial glimpse of such life we have already gained in the description of the table manners as above. 6. There is a period in the monastic life exclusively set apart for mental discipline, and not interrupted by any manual labor except such as is absolutely needed. It is known as Great Sesshin. Shin. F143724, and lasts a week, taking place once a month during the season called the summer sojourn and the winter sojourn. The summer sojourn begins in April and ends in August, while the winter one begins in October and ends in February. Sesshin means collecting or concentrating the mind. While this period is lasting, the monks are confined at the zendo, get up earlier than usual, and sit further into the night. There is a kind of lecture every day during the period. Textbooks are used, the most popular of which are the Hekiganshu and Rinzai Roku 725, the two being considered the most fundamental books of the Rinzai school. The Rinzai Roku is a collection of sermons and sayings of the founder of the Rinzai Zen sect. The Hekiganshu, as has been noted elsewhere, is a collection of 100 Zen cases or themes with critical annotations and poetical comments. It goes without saying that there are many other books used for the occasion. To an ordinary reader, such books generally are a sort of obscurum per obscurius. After listening to a series of lectures, he is left in the lurch as ever. Not necessarily that they are too abstruse, but that the reader is still wanting an insight into the truth of Zen. The lecture is a solemn affair. Its beginning is announced by a bell which stops ringing as soon as the master appears in the hall where what is known as Taisho F144726 takes place. While the master is offering incense to the Buddha and to his departed master, the monks recite a short Dharani Sutra called Daihiju F145, which means the Dharani of great compassion. Being a Chinese transliteration of the Sanskrit original, mere recitation of the sutra does not give any intelligent sense. Probably the sense is not essential in this case. The assurance is sufficient that it contains something auspicious and conducive to spiritual welfare. What is more significant is the way in which it is recited. Its monotone punctuated with a wooden timekeeper known as mokugyo, wooden fish. Prepares the mind of the audience for the coming event. After the Dharani, which is recited 3 times, the monks read in chorus generally the exhortatory sermon left by the founder of the monastery. In some places nowadays, Hakuin's Song of Zazen is often chanted. The following are translations of Hakuin and of Musokokushi F146, whose last exhortatory sermon is one of the most popular. Musokokushi's exhortatory sermon 727s. I have 3 kinds of disciples, those who, vigorously shaking off all entangling circumstances, and with singleness of thought apply themselves to the study of their own spiritual affairs, are of the scattering, their attention are fond of book learning, are of the occupied with the dribblings of the Buddhas, and fathers are called the lowest. As to those minds that are intoxicated by secular literature and engaged in establishing themselves as men of letters, are simply laymen with shaven heads, they do not belong even to the lowest. As regards those who think only of indulging in food and sleep, and give themselves up to indolence, could such be called members of the Black Robe? They are truly, as were designated by an old master, clothes racks and rice bags. Inasmuch as they are not monks, they ought not to be permitted to call themselves my disciples and enter the monastery and sub-temples as well. Even a temporary sojourn is to be prohibited, not to speak of their application as student monks. When an old man like myself speaks thus, you may think he is lacking in all-embracing love, but the main thing is to let them know of their own faults, and, reforming themselves, to become growing plants in the patriarchal gardens. Hakuin's Song of Meditation 7.28. All sentient beings are from the very beginning the Buddhas. It is like ice and water. Apart from water, no ice can exist. Outside sentient beings, where do we seek the Buddhas? Not knowing how near the truth is, people seek it far away. What a pity! They are like him who, in the midst of water, cries in thirst so imploringly. They are like the son of a rich man who wandered away among the poor. The reason why we transmigrate through the 6 worlds is because we are lost in the darkness of ignorance, going astray further and further in the darkness. When are we able to get away from birth and death? As regards the meditation practiced in the Mahayana, we have no words to praise it fully. The virtues of perfection, such as charity and morality, and the invocation of the Buddha's name, confession, and ascetic discipline, and many other good deeds of merit, all these issue from the practice of meditation. Even those who have attained it, even for one sitting, will see all their evil karma wiped clean. Nowhere they will find the evil paths, but the pure land will be near at hand. With a reverential heart, let them to this truth listen even for once, and let them praise it and gladly embrace it, and they will surely be blessed most infinitely. For such as, reflecting within themselves, testify to the truth of self-nature, to the truth that self-nature is no nature, they have really gone beyond the ken of sophistry. For them opens the gate of the oneness of cause and effect, and straight runs the path of non-duality and non-trinity. Abiding with the not particular in particulars, whether going or returning, they remain forever unmoved, taking hold of the not thought in thoughts. In every act of theirs they hear the voice of truth. How boundless the sky of samadhi unfettered! How transparent the perfect moonlight of the fourfold wisdom! At that moment what do they lack? As the truth eternally calm reveals itself to them, this very earth is the lotus land of purity, and this body is the body of the Buddha. The lecture lasts about an hour. It is quite different from an ordinary lecture on a religious subject. Nothing is explained, no arguments are set forward, no apologetics, no reasonings. The master is supposed simply to reproduce in words what is treated in the textbook before him. When the lecture ends, the 4 great vows are repeated 3 times, and the monks retire to their quarters. The vows are, "How innumerable sentient beings are, I vow to save them all. How inexhaustible our evil passions are, I vow to exterminate them. How immeasurable the holy doctrines are, I vow to study them. How inaccessible the path of Buddhas is, I vow to attain it." 7. During the session, they have besides lectures what is known as Sanzen 447-729. To do Sanzen is to go to the master and present one's views on a koan for his critical examination. In those days, when a special session is not going on, Sanzen will probably take place twice a day, but during the period of thought collection, which is the meaning of session, the monk has to see the master 4 or 5 times a day. This seeing the master does not take place openly. F 148. The monk is required to come up individually to the master's room, where the interview goes on in a most formal and solemn manner. When the monk is about to cross the threshold of the master's room, he makes 3 bows, prostrating himself on the floor. He now enters the room, keeping his hands folded palm to palm before the chest, and when he comes near the master, he sits down and makes another bow. Once in the room, all worldly convention is disregarded. If absolutely necessary from the Zen point of view, blows may be exchanged. To make manifest the truth of Zen with all sincerity of heart is the sole consideration here, and everything else receives only a subordinate attention. Hence this elaborate formalism. The presentation over, the monk retires in the same way as before. One sanzen for over 30 monks will occupy more than 1 hour and a half, and this is the time of the utmost tension for the master too. To have this 4 or 5 times a day must be a kind of ordeal for the master himself, if he is not of robust health. An absolute confidence is placed in the master as far as his understanding of Zen goes. But if the monk has sufficient reason to doubt the master's ability, he may settle it personally with him at the time of Sanzen. This presentation of views, therefore, is no idle play for either of the parties concerned. It is indeed a most serious affair, and because it is so, the discipline of Zen has a great moral value outside its philosophy. How serious this is may be guessed from the famous interview between the Venerable Shoju 730 and Hakuin, father of modern Zen in Japan. One summer evening when Hakuin presented his view to the old master who was cooling himself on the veranda, the master said, "Stuff and nonsense." Hakuin echoed this loudly and rather satirically, "Stuff and nonsense!" Thereupon the master seized him, boxed him several times, and finally pushed him off the veranda. It was soon after the rainy weather, and poor Hakuin rolled in the mud and water. Having recovered himself after a while, he came up and reverentially bowed to the teacher, who then remarked again, "O you, denizen of the dark cavern." Another day, Hakuin thought that the master did not know how deep his knowledge of Zen was, and decided to have a settlement with him anyhow. As soon as the time came, Hakuin entered the master's room and exhausted all his ingenuity in contest with him, making his mind up not to give way an inch of ground this time. The master was furious, and finally taking hold of Hakuin gave him several slaps and let him go over the porch again. He fell several feet at the foot of the stone wall, where he remained for a while almost senseless. The master looked down and heartily laughed at the poor fellow. This brought Hakuin back to consciousness. He came up again all in perspiration. The master, however, did not release him yet, and stigmatized him as ever with, "O you, denizen of the dark cavern." Hakuin grew desperate, and thought of leaving the old master altogether. When one day he was going about begging in the village, a certain accident, F149, made him all of a sudden open his mental eye to the truth of Zen, hitherto completely shut off from him. His joy knew no bounds, and he came back in a most exalted state of mind. Before he crossed the front gate, the master recognized him and beckoned to him, saying, "What a good news have you brought home today? Come right in, quick, quick." Hakuin then told him all about what he went through with that day. The master tenderly stroked him on the back and said, "You have it now, you have it now." After this, Hakuin was never called names. Such was the training the father of modern Japanese Zen had to go through. How terrible the old shoju was when he pushed Hakuin down the stone wall. But how motherly when the disciple, after so much of ill treatment, finally came out triumphantly. There is nothing lukewarm in Zen. If it is lukewarm, it is not Zen. It expects one to penetrate into the very depths of truth, and the truth can never be grasped until one comes back to one's native nakedness, shorn of all trumperies, intellectual or otherwise. Each slap dealt by Shoju stripped Hakuin of his insincerities. We are all living under so many casings which really have nothing to do with our inmost self. To reach the latter, therefore, and to gain the real knowledge of ourselves, the Zen masters resort to methods seemingly inhuman. In this case, however, there must be absolute faith in the truth of Zen and in the master's perfect understanding of it. The lack of this faith will also mean the same in one's own spiritual possibilities. "So," exclaims Rinzai, "O you men of little faith! How can you ever expect to fathom the depths of the ocean of Zen?" 8. In the life of the Zendo, there is no fixed period of graduation as in a school education. With some, graduation may not take place even after his 20 years boarding there. But with ordinary abilities and a large amount of perseverance and indefatigability, one is able to probe into every intricacy of the teachings of Zen within a space of 10 years. To practice the principle of Zen, however, in every moment of life, that is, to grow fully saturated in the spirit of Zen, is another question. One life may be too short for it is said that even Shakyamuni and Maitreya themselves are yet in the midst of self-training. To be a perfectly qualified master, a mere understanding of the truth of Zen is not sufficient. One must go through a period which is known as the long maturing of the sacred womb, 731. The term must have originally come from Taoism, and in Zen nowadays it means, broadly speaking, living a life harmonious with the understanding. Under the direction of a master, a monk may finally attain to a thorough knowledge of all the mysteries of Zen, but this is more or less intellectual, though in the highest possible sense. The monk's life, in and out, must grow in perfect unison with this attainment. To do this, a further training is necessary, for what he has gained at Zendo is after all the pointing of the direction where his utmost efforts have to be put forth. But it is not at all imperative now to remain in the Zendo. On the contrary, his intellectual attainments must be further put on trial by coming into actual contact with the world. There are no prescribed rules for this maturing. Each one acts on his own discretion in the accidental circumstances in which he may find himself. He may retire into the mountains and live a solitary hermit, or he may come out into the market and be an active participant in all the affairs of the world. The sixth patriarch is said to have been living among the mountaineers for 15 years after he left the fifth patriarch. He was quite unknown in the world until he came out to a lecture by Inshu. Yinsung, 732. Chu, the national teacher of Nanyang, spent 40 years in Nanyang and did not show himself out in the capital. But his holy life became known far and near, and at the urgent request of the emperor he finally left his hut. Isan Weishan spent several years in the wilderness, living on nuts and befriending monkeys and deer. However, he was found out and big monasteries were built about his anchorage. He became master of 1,500 monks. Kwanzan, 733, the founder of Myoshinji, Kyoto, retired in Mino province and worked as day laborer for the villagers. Nobody recognized him until one day an accident brought out his identity and the court insisted on his founding a monastery in the capital, 2F150. F-150 temple in Suruga, which was his sole heritage in the world. We can picture to ourselves the scene of its dilapidations when we read this. There were no roofs, and the stars shone through at night, nor was there any floor. It was necessary to have a rain hat and to put on a pair of high getas when anything was going on while raining in the main part of the temple. All the property attached to it was in the hands of the creditors, and the priestly belongings were mortgaged to the merchants. This was the beginning of Hakuin's career. There are many other notable ones. The history of Zen abounds with such instances. The idea, however, is not to practice asceticism, it is the maturing, as they have properly designated, of one's moral character. Many serpents and adders are waiting at the porch, and if one fails to trample them down effectively, they raise the heads again, and the whole edifice of moral culture built up in vision may collapse even in one day. Antinomianism is also the pitfall for Zen followers, against which a constant vigil is needed, hence this maturing. 9. In some respects, no doubt, this kind of education prevailing at the Zendo is behind the times. But its guiding principles, such as simplification of life, not wasting a moment idly, self-independence, and what they call secret virtue, are sound for all ages. Especially, this latter is one of the most characteristic features of Zen discipline. Secret virtue means practicing goodness without any thought of recognition, neither by others nor by oneself. The Christians may call this the doing of thy will. A child is drowned, and I get into the water, and it is saved. What was to be done was done. Nothing more is thought of it. I walk away and never turn back. A cloud passes, and the sky is as blue and as broad as ever. Zen calls it a deed without merit, and compares it to a man's work who tries to fill up a well with snow. This is the psychological aspect of secret virtue. When it is religiously considered, it is to regard and use the world reverentially and gratefully, feeling as if one were carrying on one's shoulders all the sins of the world. An old woman asked Joshua 7:34, I belong to the sex that is hindered in 5 ways from attaining Buddhahood, and how can I ever be delivered from them? Answered the Master. Oh, let all other people be born in heaven, and let me, this humble self, alone continue suffering in this ocean of pain. This is the spirit of the true Zen student. There is another story illustrating the same spirit of long suffering. The district of Joshu, where this Zen master's monastery was situated and where he got his popular title, was noted for a fine stone bridge. A monk one day came up to the master and asked, 745, we hear so much of the splendid stone bridge of Joshu, but I see here nothing but a miserable old rustic log bridge. Joshu retorted, you just see the rustic log bridge and fail to see the stone bridge of Joshu. What is the stone bridge then? Horses go over it, asses go over it, was Joshu's reply. This seems to be but a trivial talk about a bridge, but considered from the inner way of looking at such cases, there is a great deal of truth touching the center of one's spiritual life. We may inquire what kind of bridge is represented here. Was Joshu speaking only of a stone bridge in his monastery premises, which was strong enough for all kinds of passengers over it? Let each one of us reflect within himself and see if he is in possession of one bridge over which pass not only horses and asses, men and women, carts heavy and light, but the whole world with its insanities and morbidities, and which is not only thus passed over but quite frequently trampled down and even cursed. A bridge which suffers all these treatments, good as well as despised, patiently and uncomplainingly. Was Joshu referring to this kind of bridge? In any event, we can read something of the sort in the cases above cited. But this Zen spirit of self-suffering ought not to be understood in the Christian sense that a man must spend all his time in prayer and mortification for the absolution of sin. For a Zen monk has no desire to be absolved from sin. This is too selfish an idea, and Zen is free from egotism. The Zen monk wishes to save the world from the misery of sin, and as to his own sin he lets it take care of itself, as he knows it is not a thing inherent in his nature. For this reason, it is possible for him to be one of those who are described as they that weep as though they wept not, and they that rejoice as though they rejoiced not, and they that buy as though they possessed not, and they that use this world as not abusing it. Says Christ, when thou doest alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth, that thine alms may be in secret. This is a secret virtue of Buddhism. But when he goes on to say that thy Father who seeth in secret shall recompense thee, there we see a deep cleavage between Buddhism and Christianity. As long as there is any thought of anybody, whether he be God or devil, knowing of your doings, Zen would say, you are not yet one of us. Deeds that are accompanied by such thought are not meritless deeds, but full of tracks and shadows. If a spirit is tracing you, he will in no time get hold of you and make you account for what you have done. The perfect garment shows no seams, inside and outside. It is one complete piece, and nobody can tell where the work began and how it was woven. In Zen, therefore, there ought not to be left any trace of consciousness after the doing of alms, much less the thought of recompensation even by God. The Zen ideal is to be the wind that bloweth where it listeth, and the sound of which we hear, but cannot tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth. The Tsu, The Chinese philosopher describes this frame of mind in a figurative manner as follows. I allowed my mind without restraint to think of whatever it pleased, and my mouth to talk about whatever it pleased. I then forgot whether the this, and not this was mine or others, whether the gain and loss was mine or others, nor did I know whether Lao Shang Xin was my teacher, and whether Pa Kao was my teacher, and whether Pa Kao was my friend. In and out I was thoroughly transformed, and then it was that the eye became like the ear, and the ear like the nose, and the nose like the mouth, and there was nothing that was not identified. The mind was concentrated, and the form dissolved, and the bones and flesh all thawed away. I did not know where my form was supported, where my feet were treading. I just moved along with the wind, east and west, like a leaf of a tree detached from the stem. I was not conscious whether I was riding on the wind or the wind riding on me. As I stated before, Zen followers do not approve of Christians, even Christian mystics being too conscious of God, who is the creator and supporter of all life and all being. Their attitude towards the Buddha and Zen is that of Lietza, riding on the wind. A complete identification of the self with the object of thought is what is aimed at by the disciples of Joshu, Omen, and other leaders of Zen. This is the reason why they are all loath to hear the word Buddha or Zen mentioned in their discourse, not because indeed they are anti-Buddhist, but because they have so thoroughly assimilated Buddhism in their being. Listen to the gentle remonstrance given by Hoyen of Gosozan to his disciple Yengo. Gosa said, 736, "You are all right, but you have a trivial fault." Yengo asked 2 or 3 times what that fault was. Said the master at last, "You have altogether too much of Zen." "Why," protested the disciple, "if one is studying Zen at all, don't you think it the most natural thing for one to be talking of it?" "Why do you dislike it?" replied Goso. "When it is like an ordinary everyday conversation, it is somewhat better." A monk happened to be there with them who asked, "Why do you specially hate talking about Zen?" "Because it turns one's stomach," was the master's verdict. Rinzai's way of expressing himself in regard to this point is quite violent and revolutionary. And if we were not acquainted with the methods of Zen teachings, such passages as are quoted below would surely make our teeth chatter and our hair stand on end. The reader may think the author simply horrible, but we all know well how earnestly he feels about the falsehoods of the world, and how unflinchingly he pushes himself forward through its confusion, worse confounded. His hands may be compared to Jehovah's in trying to destroy the idols and causing the images to cease. Read the following, for instance, in which Rinzai endeavors to strip one's spirit off its last raiment of falsehood. "O you followers of truth, if you wish to obtain an orthodox understanding of Zen, do not be deceived by others. Inwardly or outwardly, if you encounter any obstacles, lay them low right away. If you encounter the Buddha, slay him. If you encounter the patriarch, slay him. If you encounter the arhat or the parent or the relative, slay them all without hesitation, for this is the only way to deliverance. Do not get yourselves entangled with any object, but stand above, pass on, and be free. As I see those so-called followers of truth all over the country, there are none who come to me free and independent of objects. In dealing with them, I strike them down any way they come. If they rely on the strength of their arms, I cut them right off. If they rely on their eloquence, I make them shut themselves up. If they rely on the sharpness of their eyes, I will hit them blind. There are indeed so far none who have presented themselves before me all alone, all three, all unique. They are invariably found caught by the idle tricks of the old masters. I have really nothing to give to you. All that I can do is to cure you of the diseases and deliver you from bondage. O you, followers of truth, show yourselves here, independent of all objects. I want to weigh the matter with you. For the last 5 or 10 years I have waited in vain for such, and there are no such yet. They are all ghostly existences, ignominious gnomes haunting the woods or bamboo groves. They are elfish spirits of the wilderness. They are madly biting into all heaps of filth. O you mole-eyed, why are you wasting all the pious donations of the devout? Do you think you deserve the name of a monk when you are still entertaining such a mistaken idea of Zen? I tell you, no Buddhas, no holy teachings, no discipline, no testifying. What do you seek in a neighbor's house? O you mole-eyed, you are putting another head over your own. What do you lack in yourselves? O you followers of truth, what you are making use of at this very moment is none other than what makes a patriarch or a Buddha. But you do not believe me and seek it outwardly. Do not commit yourselves to an error. There are no realities outside, nor is there anything inside you may lay your hands on. You stick to the literal meaning of what I speak to you, but how far better it is to have all your hankerings stopped and be doing nothing whatever, etc., etc. This was the way Rinzai wanted to wipe out all trace of God consciousness in the mind of a truth-seeker. How he wields Thor like his thunderbolt of harangue. 11. The state of mind in which all traces of conceptual consciousness are wiped out is called by the Christian mystics poverty, and Tauler's definition is, absolute poverty is thine when thou canst not remember whether anybody has ever owed thee or been indebted to thee for anything, just as all things will be forgotten by thee in the last journey of death. The Zen masters are more poetic and positive in their expression of the feeling of poverty. They do not make a direct reference to things worldly. Sings Mumon Wumen 7.37. Hundreds of spring flowers, the autumnal moon, a refreshing summer breeze, winter snow, free thy mind of all idle thoughts, and for thee how enjoyable every season is. Or according to Shuan 7:38. At Nantai I sit quietly with an incense burning. One day of rapture, all things are forgotten. Not that mind is stopped and thoughts are put away, but that there is really nothing to disturb my serenity. This is not to convey the idea that he is idly sitting and doing nothing particularly, or that he has nothing else to do but to enjoy the cherry blossoms fragrant in the morning sun, or the lonely moon white and silvery. He may be in the midst of work, teaching pupils, reading the sutras, sweeping and farming as all the masters have done, and yet his own mind is filled with transcendental happiness and quietude. He is living in God, as Christians may say. All hankerings of the heart have departed. There are no idle thoughts clogging the flow of life activity, and thus he is empty and poverty-stricken. As he is poverty-stricken, he knows how to enjoy the spring flowers and the autumnal moon. When worldly riches are amassed in his heart, there is no room left there for such celestial enjoyments. The Zen masters are wont of speaking positively about their contentment and unworldly riches. Instead of saying that they are empty-handed, they talk of the natural sufficiency of things about them. Yogi Yang-chi, however, refers to his deserted habitation where he found himself to be residing as keeper. One day he ascended the lecturing chair in the hall and began to recite his own verse 7.439. My dwelling is now here at Yogi, the walls and roof how weather-beaten. The whole floor is covered white with snow crystal, shivering down the neck. I am filled with thoughts. After a pause he added the fourth line. How I recall the ancient masters whose habitat was no better than the shade of a tree. Kyogen. Shangyan 740E is more direct, apparently, in his allusion to poverty. My last year's poverty was not poverty enough. My poverty this year is poverty indeed. In my poverty last year there was room for a gimlet's point, but this year even the gimlet is gone. Later, a master called Koboku Gen Kamu Yen 741 commented on this Song of Poverty by Kyogen in the following verse. Neither a gimlet's point nor the room for it. Some sing, but this is not yet real poverty. As long as one is conscious of having nothing, there still remains the guardian of poverty. I am lately poverty-stricken in all conscience, for from the very beginning I do not see even the one that is poor. Amun was not poverty-stricken, but lean and emaciated, for when a monk asked him what were the special features of his school, the master answered, "My skin is dry and my bones are sticking out." Corpulence and opulence have never been associated with spirituality, at least in the East. As a matter of fact, they are not inconsistent ideas, but the amassing of wealth under our economic conditions has always resulted in producing characters that do not go very well with our ideals of saintliness. Perhaps our too emphatic protest against materialism has done this. Thus, not to have anything, even wisdom and virtue, has been made the object of Buddhist life, though this does not mean that it despises them. In despising, there is in a large measure something impure, not thoroughly purgated, as true bodhisattvas are even above purity and virtuousness. How much more so they would be above such petty weaknesses of human being. When the Buddhists are thus cleansed of all these, they will truly be poverty-stricken and thin and transparent. The aim of Zen discipline is to attain to the state of non-attainment, sitah no palabayate, as is technically expressed. All knowledge is an acquisition and accumulation, whereas Zen proposes to deprive one of all one's possessions. The spirit is to make one poor and humble, thoroughly cleansed of inner impurities. Learning, on the contrary, makes one rich and arrogant, because learning is earning. The more learned, the richer, and therefore in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. It is after all vanity and a striving after wind. Zen will heartily endorse this too. Says Lao Tzu, "Scholars gain every day while the Taoists lose every day." 52. The consummation of this kind of loss is non-attainment, which is poverty. Poverty, in another word, is emptiness, shinyata. When the spirit is all purged of its filth accumulated from time immemorial, it stands naked, with no raiments, with no trappings. It is now empty, free, genuine, assuming its native authority. And there is a joy in this, not that kind of joy which is liable to be upset by its counterpart, grief, but an absolute joy which is the gift of God, which makes a man enjoy good in all his labor, and from which nothing can be taken, to which nothing can be put, but which shall stay forever. Non-attainment, therefore, in Zen is positive conception, and not merely privative. The Buddhist modes of thinking are sometimes different from those of the West, and Christian readers are often taken aback at the idea of emptiness and at the too unconditioned assertion of idealism. Singularly, however, all the mystics, Buddhist or no, agree in their idea of poverty being the end of their spiritual development. In Christianity, we seem to be too conscious of God, though we say that in Him we live and move and have our being. Zen wants to have even this last trace of God, consciousness, if possible, obliterated. That is why Zen followers advise us not to linger even where the Buddha is, and to pass quickly away where he is not. All the training of the monk in the Zendo, in theory as well as in practice, is based in the notion of meritless deed. Poetically, this idea is expressed as follows. The bamboo shadows are sweeping the stairs, but no dust is stirred. The moonlight penetrates deep in the bottom of the pool, but no trace is left in the water. When this is expressed in the more Indian and technical terms of the Laukavatara straw, it is as follows. Habit energy is not separated from mind, nor is it together with mind, though enveloped in habit. Energy mind has no marks of difference. Habit energy, which is like a soiled garment produced by manovijñāna, keeps mind from shining forth, though mind itself is a robe of the utmost purity. I state that the alaya is like empty space, which is neither existent nor non-existent, for the alaya has nothing to do with being or no being. Through the transformation of manovijñāna, mind is cleansed of foulness. It is enlightened as it now thoroughly understands all things. This I preach. Bifwin 5:3-12. The monastery life is not all working and sitting quiet meditating on the koan. There is something of intellectual life in the form of lecturing, as has already been referred to. Anciently, however, there was no regular session, and all the lecturing or giving sermons to the congregation was carried on the feast days, memorial days, or on other auspicious occasions such as receiving visitors, honorably discharging the officials, or completing given pieces of work. Every available opportunity was thus used intellectually to enlighten earnest seekers of the truth. These discourses, sermons, exhortations, and short pithy remarks so characteristic of Zen are recorded in its literature, the bulk of which indeed consists of nothing but these. While claiming to be above letters, Zen is filled with them, almost overfilled. Before giving some of such sermons, let me digress and say a few words about the Chinese language as the vehicle of Zen philosophy. To my mind, the Chinese language is preeminently adapted for Zen. It is probably the best medium of expression for Zen as long as its literary side alone is thought of. Being monosyllabic, the language is terse and vigorous, and a single word is made to convey so much meaning in it. While vagueness of sense is perhaps an unavoidable shortcoming accompanying those advantages, Zen knows how to avail itself of it, and the very vagueness of the language becomes a most powerful weapon in the hand of the master. He is far from wanting to be obscure and misleading, but a well-chosen monosyllable grows when it falls from his lips into a most pregnant word loaded with the whole system of Zen. Amen is regarded as the foremost adept in this direction. To show the extreme laconism of his sayings, the following 742 are quoted. When he was asked what was the sword of Amen, he replied, Hung. What is the one straight passage to Amen? Most intimate. Which one of the Trikaya, 3 bodies of Buddha, is it that will sermonize? I understand this is said by all the old masters that when you know the truth, all the karma hindrances are empty from the beginning, but if you do not, you have to pay all the debts back. I wonder if the second patriarch knew this or not, replied the master. Most certainly. What is the eye of the true Dharma? Everywhere. When one commits patricide or matricide, one goes to the Buddha to confess the sin. When, however, one murders a Buddha or patriarch, where should one go for confession? Exposed. What is the Tao path, way, or truth? Walk on. What is the Tao path, way, or truth? How is it that without the parents' consent one cannot be ordained? How shallow, I cannot understand. How deep? What kind of phrase is it that does not cast any shadow? Revealed. How do you have an eye in a question F154? Blind. Just one monosyllable, and the difficulties are disposed of. The Zen master has generally nothing to do with circumlocution. If anyone is a direct and plain speaker, he is the directest in hitting the point, and the plainest in expressing his thoughts without any encumbering appendages. To these purposes the Chinese language is eminently suited. Brevity and forcefulness are its specific qualities, for each single syllable is a word, and sometimes even makes a complete sentence. A string of a few nouns with no verbs or with no connectives is often sufficient to express a complex thought. Chinese literature is naturally full of trenchant epigrams and pregnant aphorisms. The words are unwieldy and disconnected. When they are put together, they are like so many pieces of rock with nothing cementing them to one another. They do not present themselves as organic. Each link in the chain has a separate, independent existence. But as each syllable is pronounced, the whole effect is irresistible. Chinese is a mystic language par excellence. As terseness and directness is the life of Zen, its literature is full of idiomatic and colloquial expressions. The Chinese, as you all know, being such partisans to classic formalism, scholars and philosophers did not know how to express themselves but in elegant and highly polished style. And consequently all that is left to us in ancient Chinese literature is this classicism. Nothing of popular and colloquial lore had come down to posterity. Whatever we have of the latter from the Tang and the Sung dynasty is to be sought in the writings of the Zen masters. It is an irony of fate that those who so despised the use of letters as conveyor of truth and directly appealed to the understanding of an intuitive faculty became the bearers and transmitters of ancient popular idioms and expressions which were thrown away by the classical writers as unworthy and vulgar from the main body of literature. The reason, however, is plain. The Buddha preached in the vernacular language of the people. So did Christ. The Greek or Sanskrit or even Pali texts are all later elaboration when the faith began to grow stale and scholasticism had the chance to assert itself. Then the living religion turned into an intellectual system and had to be translated into a highly but artificially polished and therefore more or less stilted formalism. This has been what Zen most emphatically opposed from the very beginning, and the consequence was naturally that the language it chose was that which most appealed to the people in general, that is, to their hearts open for a new living light. The Zen masters, whenever they could, avoided the technical nomenclature of Buddhist philosophy. Not only did they discuss such subjects as appealed to a plain man, but they made use of his everyday language, which was the vehicle appreciated by the masses, and at the same time most expressive of the central ideas of Zen. Thus Zen literature became a unique repository of ancient wisdom. In Japan, too, when Hakuin modernized Zen, he utilized profusely slangy phrases, colloquialisms, and even popular songs. This neological tendency of Zen is inevitable, seeing that it is creative and refuses to express itself in the worn-out, lifeless language of scholars and stylists. As the result, even learned students of Chinese literature these days are unable to understand the Zen writings and their spiritual meanings as well. Thus has Zen literature come to constitute a unique class of literary work in China, standing all by itself outside the main bulk of classical literature. As I said elsewhere, Zen became truly the product of the Chinese mind by thus creating a unique influence in the history of Chinese culture. As long as Indian influence predominated, Zen could not be free from the speculative abstraction of Buddhist philosophy, which meant that Zen was not Zen in its specialized sense. Some scholars think that there is no Zen in the so-called primitive Buddhism, and that the Buddha was not at all the author of Zen. But we must all remember that such critics are entirely ignoring the fact that religion, when transplanted, adapts itself to the genius of the people among whom it is introduced, and that unless it does so, it gradually dies out, proving that there was no life-giving soul in that religion. Zen has claimed from the beginning of its history in China that it is transmitting the spirit and not the letter of the Buddha, by which we understand that Zen, independent of traditional Buddhist philosophy including its terminology and modes of thinking, wove out its own garment from within just as the silkworm weaves its own cocoon. Therefore, the outer garment of Zen is original, befitting itself wonderfully well, and there are no patchings on it, nor any seams either. Zen is truly the traditional celestial robe. 13. Before closing, I must not forget to give some of the sermons by the masters which are recorded chiefly in the record of the transmission of the lamp as well as in the sayings. Joshua says, 743, "This thing is like holding up a transparent crystal in your hand. When a stranger comes, it reflects him as such. When a native Chinese comes, it reflects him as such. I pick up a blade of grass and make it work as a golden-bodied one 55, 16 feet high. I again take hold of a golden-bodied one 16 feet high and make him act as a blade of grass. The Buddha is what constitutes human desires, and human desires are no other than Buddhahood." A monk asked, F67. "For whom are the Buddha's desires roused? His desires are roused for all sentient beings." "How does he get rid of them, then? What is the use of getting rid of them?" answered the master. On another occasion he said, "Kachapa handed the law over to Nanda, and can you tell me to whom Bodhidharma handed it over?" A monk interposed, "How is it that we read about the second patriarch's getting its marrow from Dharma, F57? "Don't disparage the second patriarch," Joshua continued. "Dharma claims that the one who was outside got the skin and the inside one got the bone. But can you tell me what the inmost one gets?" A monk said, "But don't we all know that there was one who got the marrow?" retorted the master. "He has just got the skin. Here in my place I do not allow even to talk of the marrow." "What is the marrow, then? If you ask me thus, even the skin you have not traced." "How grand, then, you are," said the monk. "Is this not your absolute position, sir? Do you know there is one who will not accept you? If you say so, there must be one who will take another position." "Who is such another?" demanded the master. "Who is not such another?" retorted the monk. "I will let you talk all you like. The sermons are generally of this nature, short and to outsiders unintelligible or almost nonsensical. But, according to Zen, all these remarks are the plainest and most straightforward exposition of the truth. When the formal, logical modes of thinking are not resorted to, and yet the master is asked to express himself what he understands in his inmost heart, there are no other ways but to speak in a manner so enigmatic and so symbolic as to stagger the uninitiated. However, the masters themselves are right in earnest, and if you attach even the remotest notion of reproach to their remarks, 30 blows will be instantly on your head. The next are from Amun.744. Amun ascended the platform and said, "Oh, you venerable monks, don't get confused in thought. Heaven is heaven, earth is earth, mountains are mountains, water is water, monks are monks, laymen are laymen." He paused for a while and continued, "Bring me out here that hill of Ansan and let me see." Another time he said, "Bodhisattva Vasudeva turned without any reason into a staff." So saying, he drew a line on the ground with his own staff and resumed, "All the Buddhas as numberless as sands are here talking all kinds of nonsense." He then left the hall. One day when he came out in the hall as usual to give a sermon, a monk walked out of the congregation and made bows to him, saying, "I beg you to answer." Uman called out aloud, "O monks!" The monks all turned towards the master, who then came down from the seat. Another day, when he was silent in his seat for a while, a monk came out and made bows to him. Said the master, "Why so late?" The monk made a response, whereupon the master remarked, "Oh, you good-for-nothing simpleton! Sometimes his sermon would be quite disparaging to the founder of his own faith, for he said, Idvara, great lord of heaven, and the old Mayakyamuni are in the middle of the courtyard, discoursing on Buddhism. Are they not noisy? Are they not noisy? All the talk so far I have had. What is it all about, anyway? Today again, not being able to help myself, I am here to talk to you once more. In this wide universe, is there anything that comes up against you or puts you in bondage? If there is ever a thing as small as the point of a pin lying in your way or obstructing your passage, get it out for me. What is it that you call a Buddha or a patriarch? What are they that are known as mountains, rivers, the earth, sun, moon, or stars? What are they that you call the four elements and the five aggregates? I speak thus, but it is no more than the talk of an old woman from a remote village. If I suddenly happen to meet a monk thoroughly trained in this matter, he will, on learning what I have been talking to you, carry me off the feet and throw me down the steps. And for this would he be blamed? Whatever this may be, for what reason is it so? Don't be carried away by my talk and try to make nonsensical remarks. Unless you are the fellow who has really gone through with the whole thing, you will never do. When you are caught unawares by such an old man as myself, you will at once lose your way and break your legs. And for that, am I to be at all blamed? This being so, is there any one among you who wants to know a thing or two about the doctrine of our school? Come out and let me answer you. After this you may get a turning and be free to go out in the world, east or west. A monk came out and was at the point of asking a question when the master hit his mouth with the staff and descended from the seat. One day when Amun was coming up to the lecture hall, he heard the bell, whereupon he said, In such a wide, wide world, why do we put our monkish robes on when the bell goes like this? Another time he simply said, Don't you try to add frost over snow. Take good care of yourselves. Goodbye, and went out. Lo and behold, the Buddha hall has run into the monks' quarters. Later his own remark was, They are beating the drum at La Fu, Lo Fu, and a dance is going on at Shoju Shao Chochuo. Amun seated himself in a chair before the congregation. There was a pause for a while, and he remarked, Raining so long, and not a day has the sun shone. Another time, lo and behold, no life's left. So saying, he acted as if he were falling. Then he asked, Do you understand? If not, ask this staff to enlighten you. As soon as Yogi Young Chai 745, a great master of the 11th century under the Sung dynasty, got seated in his chair, he laughed loudly, Ha ha ha, and said, What is this? Go back to your dormitory hall and each have a cup of tea. One day Yogi ascended the seat, and the monks were all assembled. The master, before uttering a word, threw his staff away and came right down, jumping from the chair. The monks were about to disperse when he called out, O monks! The latter turned back, whereupon said the master, Take my staff in, O monks! This said, the master went off. Yakusan, Yeshan, 751, 834, 746 gave no sermons for some little time, and the chief secretary came up to him asking for one. The master said, Beat the drum, then. As soon as the congregation was ready to listen to him, he went back to his own room. The secretary followed him and said, You gave consent to give them a sermon, and how is it that you uttered not a word? Said the master, The sutras are explained by the sutra specialists, and the chastras by the chastra specialists. Why then do you wonder at me? Am I not a Zen master? One day Gosso Fa Yen 747 entered the hall and seated himself in the chair. He looked one way over the shoulder and then the other. Finally he held out his staff high in his hand and said, Only 1 foot long. And without a further comment he descended. The foregoing selections from Amun and Joshu and others will be sufficient to acquaint the reader with what kind of sermons have been carried on in the monastery for the intellectual or super-intellectual consumption of the monks. They are generally short. The masters do not waste much time in explaining Zen, not only because it is beyond the ken of human discursive understanding, but because such explanations are not productive of any practical and lasting benefits for the spiritual edification of the monks. The master's remarks are therefore necessarily laconic. Sometimes they do not even attempt to make any wordy discussion or statement, but just raising the staff, or shaking the hasu, or uttering a cry, or reciting a verse is all that the congregation gets from the master. Some, however, seem to have their own favorite way of demonstrating the truth of Zen. For instance, Rinzai is famous for his kwatsu-hei in Chinese. Tokusan for his flourishing staff, Gute for his lifting up a finger, Hima for a bifurcate stick, Kwasan for beating a drum, and so on. Taking it all in all, Zen is emphatically a matter of personal experience. If anything can be called radically empirical, it is Zen. No amount of reading, no amount of teaching, and no amount of contemplation will even make one a Zen master. Life itself must be grasped in the midst of its flow. To stop it for examination and analysis is to kill it, leaving its cold corpse to be embraced. Therefore, everything in the meditation hall and every detail of its disciplinary curriculum is so arranged as to bring this idea into the most efficient prominence. The unique position maintained by the Zen sect among other Mahayana schools in Japan and China throughout the history of Buddhism in the Far East is no doubt due to the institution known as the meditation hall, or Zendo, the Tenkao. Herding pictures. The Tenkao. Herding pictures. The attainment of Buddhahood or the realization of enlightenment is what is aimed at by all pious Buddhists, though not necessarily during this one earthly life, and Zen, as one of the Mahayana schools, also teaches that all our efforts must be directed towards this supreme end. While most of the other schools distinguish so many steps of spiritual development and insist on one's going through all the grades successively in order to reach the consummation of the Buddhist discipline, Zen ignores all these and boldly declares that when one sees into the inmost nature of one's own being, one instantly becomes a Buddha, and that there is no necessity of climbing up each rung of perfection through eternal cycles of transmigration. This has been one of the most characteristic tenets of Zen ever since the coming east of Bodhidharma in the 6th century. See into thy own nature and be a Buddha has thus grown the watchword of the sect. And this seeing was not the outcome of much learning or speculation, nor was it due to the grace of the Supreme Buddha conferred upon his ascetic followers, but it grew out of the special training of the mind prescribed by the Zen masters. This being so, Zen could not very well recognize any form of gradation in the attainment of Buddhahood. The seeing into one's nature was an instant act. There could not be any process in it which would permit scales or steps of development. But in point of fact, where the time element rules supreme, this was not necessarily the case. As long as our relative minds are made to comprehend one thing after another by degrees and in succession, and not all at once and simultaneously, it is impossible not to speak of some kind of progress. Even Zen, as something possible of demonstration in one way or another, must be subjected to the limitations of time. That is to say, there are, after all, grades of development in its study, and some must be said to have more deeply, more penetratingly realized the truth of Zen. In itself, the truth may transcend all form of limitation, but when it is to be realized in the human mind, its psychological laws are to be observed. The seeing into thy nature must admit degrees of clearness. Transcendentally, we are all Buddhas just as we are, ignorant and sinful if you like. But when we come down to this practical life, pure idealism has to give way to a more particular and palpable form of activity. This side of Zen is known as its constructive aspect, in contradistinction to its all-sweeping aspect. And here Zen fully recognizes degrees of spiritual development among its followers, as the truth reveals itself gradually in their minds until the seeing into one's nature is perfected. Technically speaking, Zen belongs to the group of Buddhist doctrines known as discrete or discontinuous or abrupt, tun in Chinese, in opposition to continuous or gradual, qian. F59. And naturally the opening of the mind, according to Zen, comes upon one as a matter of discrete or sudden happening and not as the result of a gradual, continuous development whose every step can be traced and analyzed. The coming of satori is not like the rising of the sun gradually bringing things to light, but it is like the freezing of water which takes place abruptly. There is no middle or twilight condition before the mind is open to the truth, in which there prevails a sort of neutral zone or a state of intellectual indifference. As we have already observed in several instances of satori, the transition from ignorance to enlightenment is so abrupt, the common cur, as it were, suddenly turns into a golden-haired lion. Zen is an ultra-discreet wing of Buddhism. But this holds true only when the truth of Zen itself is considered, apart from its relation to the human mind in which it is disclosed. Inasmuch as the truth is true only when it is considered in the light it gives to the mind and cannot be thought of at all independent of the latter, we may speak of its gradual and progressive realization in us. The psychological laws exist here as elsewhere. Therefore, when Bodhidharma was ready to leave China, he said that Dofuku got the skin, the Nan-soji got the flesh, and Doiku the bone, while Yeka had the marrow or essence. Of Zen, 568 Tuan Nangaku, who succeeded the sixth patriarch, had 6 accomplished disciples, but their attainments differed in depth. He compared them with various parts of the body and said, "You all have testified to my body, but each has grasped a part of it. The one who has my eyebrows is the master of manners. The second who has my eyes knows how to look around. The third who has my ears understands how to listen to reasoning. The fourth who has my nose is well versed in the act of breathing. The fifth who has my tongue is a great arguer. And finally, the one who has my mind knows the past and the present." This gradation was impossible if seeing into one's nature alone was considered, for the seeing is one indivisible act, allowing no stages of transition. It is, however, no contradiction of the principle of satori, as we have repeatedly asserted, to say that in fact there is a progressive realization in the seeing, leading one deeper and deeper into the truth of Zen, finally culminating in one's complete identification with it. Lieh the Sea, the Chinese philosopher of Taoism, describes in the following passage certain marked stages of development in the practice of Tao. The teacher of Lieh was Lao Shangxi and his friend Pai Kao Che. When Lieh was well advanced in the teachings of these two philosophers, he came home riding on the wind. Yin Sheng heard of this and came to Lieh to be instructed. Yin Sheng neglected his own household for several months. He never lost opportunities to ask the master to instruct him in the arts of riding on the wind. He asked 10 times and was refused each time. Yin Sheng grew impatient and wanted to depart. Lieh Zhao did not urge him to stay. For several months, Yin Sheng kept himself away from the master, but did not feel any easier in his mind. He came over to Lietza again. Asked the master, "Why this constant coming back and forth?" Yin Sheng replied, "The other day I, Cheng Tai, wished to be instructed by you, but you refused to teach me, which I did not naturally like. I feel, however, no grudge against you now, hence my presence here again." "I thought the other time," said the master, "you understood it all. But seeing now what a commonplace mortal you are, I will tell you what I have learned under the master. Sit down and listen. It was 3 years after I went to my master Lao Sheng and my friend Pai Kao that my mind began to cease thinking of right and wrong, and my tongue talking of gain and loss, whereby he favored me with just a glance. At the end of 5 years, my mind again began to think of right and wrong, and my tongue to talk about gain and loss. Then, for the first time, the master relaxed his expression and gave me a smile. At the end of 7 years, I just let my mind think of whatever it pleased, and there was no more question of right and wrong. I just let my tongue talk of whatever it pleased, and there was no more question of gain and loss. Then, for the years, just letting my mind think of whatever it pleased, and letting my tongue talk of whatever it pleased, I was not conscious whether I or anybody else was in the right or wrong, whether I or anybody else gained or lost, nor was I aware of the old masters being my teacher or the young Pai Kaos being my friend. Both inwardly and outwardly I was advanced. It was then that the eye was like the ear, and the ear like the nose, and the nose like the mouth, for they were all one and the same. The mind was in rapture, the form dissolved, and the bones and flesh all thawed away, and I did not know how the frame supported itself and what the feet were treading upon. I gave myself away to the wind, eastward or westward, like leaves of a tree or like a dried chaff. Was the wind riding on me, or was I riding on the wind? I did not know either way. Your stay with the master has not covered much space of time, and you are already feeling grudge against him. The air will not hold even a fragment of your body, nor will the earth support one member of yours. How, then, could you ever think of treading on empty space and riding the wind?" Yin Sheng was much ashamed and kept quiet for some time, not uttering even a word. Shen. The Christian and Mohammedan mystics also mark the stages of spiritual development. Some Sufis describe the 7 valleys, 61 to traverse in order to reach the court of Simberg, where the mystic birds find themselves gloriously effaced and yet fully reflected in the awful presence of themselves. The 7 valleys are 1. The Valley of Search, 2. The Valley of Love, which has no limits, 3. The Valley of Knowledge, 4. The Valley of Independence, 5. The Valley of Unity, pure and simple, 6. The Valley of Amazement, and 7. The Valley of Poverty and Annihilation, beyond which there is no advance. According to Saint Teresa, there are 4 degrees of mystic life: meditation, quiet, a numberless intermediate degree, and the orison of unity, while Hugo of St. Victor has also his own 4 degrees: meditation, soliloquy, consideration, and rapture. There are other Christian mystics having their own 3 or 4 steps of ardent love or of contemplation. Nicholson gives in his Studies in Islamic Mysticism a translation of Ibn Farid's The Poem of the Mystic's Progress, Ta'iyya, parts of which at least are such exact counterparts of Buddhist mysticism as to make us think that the Persian poet is simply echoing the Zen sentiment. Whenever we come across such a piece of mystic literature, we cannot help being struck with the inmost harmony of thought and feeling resonant in the depths of human soul, regardless of its outward accidental differences. The verses 326 and 327 of the Taya read, "From I am she, I mounted to where is no two, and I perfumed phenomenal existence by my returning. And I returned from I am I for the sake of an esoteric wisdom and external laws which were instituted that I might call the people to God." The passage as it stands here is not very intelligible, but read the translator's comments, which throw so much light on the way the Persian thought flows. 3 stages of oneness ittihad are distinguished here. 1. I am she, i.e. union jam, without real separation, tafrika, although the appearance of separation is maintained. This was the stage in which al-Hallaj said, Ana-i hak, I am God. 2. I am I, i.e. pure union without any trace of separation, individuality. This stage is technically known as the intoxication of union, sukru ijam. 3. The sobriety of union, sawu ijam, i.e., the stage in which the mystic returns from the pure oneness of the second stage to plurality in oneness and to separation in union and to the law in the truth, so that while continuing to be united with God, he serves him as a slave, serves his Lord, and manifests the divine life in its perfection to mankind. Where is no toe, i.e., the stage of I am I, beyond which no advance is possible except by means of retrogression. In this stage, the mystic is entirely absorbed in the undifferentiated oneness of God. Only after he has returned, i.e., entered upon the third stage, plurality in oneness, can he communicate to his fellows some perfume, hint of the experience through which he has passed. An esoteric wisdom, i.e., the divine providence manifested by means of the religious law. By returning to consciousness, the united mystic is enabled to fulfill the law and to act as a spiritual director. When this is compared with the progress of the Zen mystic, as is pictorially illustrated and poetically commented in the following pages, we feel that the comments were written expressly for Zen Buddhism. During the Song dynasty, a Zen teacher called Seikyo 8.2 illustrated stages of spiritual progress by a gradual purification or whitening of the cow until she herself disappears. But the pictures, 6 in number, are lost now. F163. Those that are still in existence, illustrating the end of Zen discipline in a more thorough and consistent manner, come from the ingenious brush of Kokuon, 8.3, a monk belonging to the Rinzai school. His are in fact a revision and perfection of those of his predecessor. The pictures are 10 in number, and each has a short introduction in prose followed by a commentary verse, both of which are translated below. There were some other masters who composed stanzas on the same subjects using the rhymes of the first commentator, and some of them are found in the popular edition of the 10 Cow-Herding Pictures. The cow has been worshipped by the Indians from very early periods of their history. The allusions are found in various connections in the Buddhist scriptures. In a Hinayana Sutra entitled On the Herding of Cattle, F. 64, 11 ways of properly attending them are described. In a similar manner, a monk ought to observe 11 things properly in order to become a good Buddhist. And if he fails to do so, just like the cowherd who neglects his duties, he will be condemned. The 11 ways of properly attending cattle are 1. To know the colors. 2. To know the signs. 3. Brushing. 4. Dressing the wounds. 5. Making smoke. 6. Walking the right path. 7. Tenderly feeling for them. 8. Fording the streams. 9. Pasturing. 10. Milking. 11. Selecting. Some of the items cited here are not quite intelligible. In the Sadharma Pucharka Sutra, Chapter 3, a parable, The Buddha gives the famous parable of 3 carts, bullock carts, goat carts, and deer carts, which a man promises to give to his children if they come out of a house on fire. The finest of the carts is the one drawn by bullocks or cows, Goratha, which represents the vehicle for the bodhisattvas, the greatest and most magnificent of all vehicles, leading them directly to the attainment of supreme enlightenment. The cart is described thus in the sutra: made of 7 precious substances, provided with benches, hung with a multitude of small bells, lofty, adorned with rare and wonderful jewels, embellished with jewel wreaths, decorated with garlands of flowers, carpeted with cotton mattresses and woolen coverlets, covered with white cloth and silk, having on both sides rosy cushions, yoked with white, very fair and fleet bullocks, led by a multitude of men. Thus reference came to be made quite frequently in Zen literature to the white cow on the open-air square of the village, or to the cow in general. For instance, Taian of Fuchu asked Pai Chang 84 bus, "I wish to know about the Buddha. What is he?" answered Pai Chang. "It is like seeking for an ox while you are yourself on it. What shall I do after I know? It is like going home riding on it. How do I look after it all the time in order to be in accordance with the Dharma?" The master then told him, "You should behave like a cowherd who, carrying a staff, sees to it that his cattle won't wander away into somebody else's rice fields." The 10 cow-herding pictures showing the upward steps of spiritual training is doubtless another such instance, more elaborate and systematized than the one just cited. The 10 stages of spiritual cow, herding F, 65, I face P 357. Looking for the cow. She has never gone astray, and what is the use of searching for her? We are not on intimate terms with her because we have contrived against our inmost nature. She is lost, for we have ourselves been led out of the way through the deluding senses. The home is growing farther away, and byways and crossways are ever confusing. Desire for gain and fear of loss burn like fire. Ideas of right and wrong shoot up like a phalanx. Alone in the wilderness, lost in the jungle, he is searching, searching. The swelling waters, faraway mountains, and unending path. Exhausted and in despair, he knows not where to go. He only hears the evening cicadas singing in the maple woods. Two-Face P. 358. Seeing the traces of the cow. By the aid of the sutras and by inquiring into the doctrines, he has come to understand something. He has found the traces. He now knows that things, however multitudinous, are of one substance, and that the objective world is a reflection of the self. Yet he is unable to distinguish what is good from what is not. His mind is still confused as to truth and falsehood. As he has not yet entered the gate, he is provisionally said to have noticed the traces. By the water, under the trees, scattered are the traces of the lost. Fragrant woods are growing thick. Did he find the way? However remote, over the hills and far away, the cow may wander. Her nose reaches the heavens, and none can conceal it. Seeing the cow. He finds the way through the sound. He sees into the origin of things, and all his senses are in harmonious order. In all his activities, it is manifestly present. It is like the salt in water and the glue in color. It is there, though not separably distinguishable. When the eye is properly directed, he will find that it is no other thing than himself. Yonder, perching on a branch, a nightingale sings cheerfully. The sun is warm. The soothing breeze blows through the willows green on the bank. The cow is there all by herself. Nowhere is there room to hide herself. The splendid head decorated with stately horns. What painter can reproduce her? 4-Face P 360. catching the cow. After getting lost long in the wilderness, he has at last found the cow and laid hand on her. But owing to the overwhelming pressure of the objective world, the cow is found hard to keep under control. She constantly longs for sweet grasses. The wild nature is still unruly and altogether refuses to be broken in. If he wishes to have her completely in subjection, he ought to use the whip freely. With the energy of his whole soul, he has at last taken hold of the cow, but how wild her will, ungovernable her power. At times she struts up a plateau, when lo, she is lost in a misty, unpenetrable mountain pass, V-phase P 361, herding the cow. When a thought moves, another follows, and then another. There is thus awakened an endless train of thoughts. Through enlightenment all this turns into truth, but falsehood asserts itself when confusion prevails. Things oppress us not because of an objective world, but because of a self-deceiving mind. Do not get the nose string loose, hold it tight, and allow yourself no indulgence. Never let yourself be separated from the whip and the tether, lest she should wander away into a world of defilement. When she is properly tended, she will grow pure and docile. Even without chain, nothing binding, she will by herself follow you. 6 Face P 362. Coming home on the cow's back. The struggle is over, gain and loss he is no more concerned with. He hums a rustic tune of the woodman, he sings simple songs of the village boy. Saddling himself on the cow's back, his eyes are fixed at things not of the earth, earthy. Even if he is called to, he will not turn his head. However enticed, he will no more be kept back. Riding the cow, he leisurely wends his way home. Enveloped in the evening mist, how tunefully the flute vanishes away, singing a ditty, beating time. His heart is filled with a joy indescribable. That he is now one of those who know, need it be told. 7 Face P 3633. The cow forgotten, leaving the man alone. Things are one, and the cow is symbolic. When you know that what you need is not the snare or set net, but the hare or fish, it is like gold separated from the dross. It is like the moon rising out of the clouds. The one ray of light, serene and penetrating, shines even before days of creation. Riding on the cow, he is at last back in his home, where, lo, there is no more the cow, and how serenely he sits all alone. Though the red sun is high up in the sky, he seems to be still quietly asleep. Under a straw-thatched roof are his whip and rope idly lying beside him. 8 Face P 3064. The cow and the man, both gone out of sight. All confusion is set aside, and serenity alone prevails. Even the idea of holiness does not obtain. He does not linger about where the Buddha is, and as to where there is no Buddha, he speedily passes on. When there exists no form of dualism, even a thousand-eyed one fails to detect a loophole. A holiness before which birds offer flowers is but a farce. F 66. All is empty, the whip, the rope, the man, and the cow. Who has ever surveyed the vastness of heaven? Over the furnace burning ablaze, not a flake of snow can fall. When this state of things obtains, manifest is the spirit of the ancient master. Returning to the origin, back to the source. From the very beginning, pure and immaculate, he has never been affected by defilement. He calmly watches the growth and decay of things with form, while himself abiding in the immovable serenity of non-assertion. When he does not identify himself with magic-like transformations, what has he to do with artificialities of self-discipline? The water flows blue, the mountain towers green. Sitting alone, he observes things undergoing changes. To return to the origin, to be back at the source. Already a false step, this. Far better it is to stay home, blind and deaf, straightway and without much ado, sitting within the hut he takes no cognizance of things outside. Behold the water flowing on, whither nobody knows, and those flowers red and fresh, for whom are they? X-Face P. 366, entering the city with bliss bestowing hands. His humble cottage door is closed, and the wisest know him not. No glimpses of his inner life are to be caught, for he goes on his own way without following the steps of the ancient sages. Carrying a gourd, he goes out into the market. Leaning against a stick, he comes home. He is found in company with wine-bibbers and butchers. He and they are all converted into Buddhas. Bare-chested and barefooted, he comes out into the marketplace, daubed with mud and ashes. How broadly he smiles! There is no need for the miraculous power of the gods, for he touches, and lo, the dead trees come into full bloom. Chin's Notes. Chin's Notes. Note. Here are given all the principal Chinese characters and quotations in order to facilitate the identification of the original terms and passages found in the text where they are given in their Japanese pronunciation or in the Mandarin dialect, generally according to the Wade system. The sources of the Chinese quotations are also given for the benefit of those readers who wish to study the subject further in the original. Nampetition, people, nammation, people, people, people way, people, 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 tipo, people, pupo, fipo, fupo, tipo, people, people, fipo, call, plipo, tipo, call, namesha, call, namesha, people, fa, Y2, Daija, 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 Y, Jaija, Daija, Y, Jaija, Y, Jaija, cells, Daija, Nija, La, Daija, Y, Ja, so, Tloja, Y, Ja, Luz, Daija, La, Za, We, Ja, Sha, Za, Y, Ja, Luz, Y, Ja, La, Za, Ra, La, Za, 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 La, Za, 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 Wa, Za, Ja, Za, 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 Sa, Za, Za, Ja, Da, Ja, 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 Za, Za, Vi, Ja, Za, Za, Sel, Za, Za, Sai, Ro, Za, Zan, Nai. My best class. Bus sectors a mem and 12s a mem. My bus is re. My bus is a memment, mem and tree. My bus is a mem and tree. I bus is nem and tree. Yeah, mammon tree. Yeah, nammon tree. Wire bess, nammon tree. Sha, nammon tree. Myobes, 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 myopes, myobes, myobes is a bees. You are myobes, myobes, myopes, biobes. Myobes, myopes, your bees, myobese, farobese, shu, marobese, shu, marobe, jaru, marobe, shu, marobe, shu, marobe, shu, farode, number meet dasper, der Reimen. Number meetas das per houses. Number susper. Numbers zozes gozers. Yours gozers. Number suspertishi. Century. Percy. Number suspersi. Number sozo. Ryman. Nigh. I may. Nigh. My. By may. My why. By may. Thy may. Why. By may. By may why. By maydi. My rye, by matey, my rye, by rye, say, I by rye, my rye, Bermady, my rye, Barai, Devai, Nai, Yi, Saw, Tsa, Diabas, Diabas. Radish is off 4, off 4, off 4, off 4 is off 4 to ye. Mayabas, si, Nayabas, she, Nayabas, Diabas, Nayabas, Kas, she, Nayabas, Shu, Mayabas, she, Kas, This is about 60. Context I can see, context I can 60. Context I can 66, context I can 66, will buying's less, I can 66, I can 66, I can 66, text I can 66, I can 66, their convictions, I can 66, their convictions, I can 66, their convictions, their trachtex, their convictions, I can 66, homtage their considers, their considera, on mind dex theirs, their considera, the ardo, subaldo, zu, heil z, subaldo z, zyl z, cy dos, heil z's, zu, subaldos, heil she z's, lyso, 430, by trady, existent, 430, by trady, 430, by trady, 430, by trady, 430, by treaty, Sester, 30, by treaty, 431, by treaty, Thirjidu, by Drijidu, by Driju, 431, 431, 431. Wars the political, Kundargo ors the pors the political, 433, 434 supports the pose, the platicos, the bubbies, suppose the pose, the post, the pace, the pose, the tistigos, the post, the posts, in Dargo, mouses, and the rago, mouses, in Dargaro, mouses, you raise, and the posts, mouses is the posts, you raises, no worse, you raiser, shago, Shagar, Nayu, 4, Nayu, 435, Nair, 435, Nair, 436, Nadir, 437, U, Shaw, Pair, U, floor 438, minor, psi, how easer, minor and ners, minor psi, minors, psi, how psi or call, minor, .38, minor psi, site, minor psi, ass, inner psi, site, call roja, minor psi, to winer psi, do roja, winer site, biner psi, do psi, dogro, winer psi, minor psi, dogro, winers, letur. Why here a and vinya? Why how psi? Why how psi, Candesia? Why psi, SARS? 439. How psi, zar, how psi, zar, farzar, in bi, psi, zar, pami, zar, Majar, Sarzar, Pamar, Zar, Thorn 9 Lars, Y Zar, Majar. Number 4, but symbol, number 4, but symbol, 440, double 4, number 4 over a T, double 4, slope, clope, with a U-ru, Mei, slope, plope, with a U, slow, Meir, with a U, Meir, Meidru, with a U, slow de U, Meidru, major, slow deo, major, 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 majana, slow day, lying in non-supping for, rede, legan, rede, buying non, rede, by non, by non, by non, by non, by non, hor, by non, nono, by non, thy no, thy non, zino, thy no, rede, by non, thy no, noda, by nodo, thy noda, sapinos, thy nodos, sapinodos, /snow, your, perspector, your, perspector, your, perspector, here, sun, here, car, sun, cow, ka, cow, cull, 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 tull, cullo, cull, cullo, cullo, perspector, cullo, perspector, mal, perspector, sonnal, cullo, perspect, cullo, gallo, Hubard, Wade apart, ariety, mincestry, say, mincestry, say, mincesture, why, mincestreter, say, minor, har, minor, why, minor, say, ter, bar, minor, say, niner, say, minor, har, bar, minor, far, harai, minor, harai, yarai, niner, harai, farai, jer. Now my 5 day semi 5442 Samai knows, I your die jar you 442 y you are 601 605 you yo Samai no you Samai you yo 444 ties 440 414 447 is 442 447 440 is 637 no 440d 637 719 440 6 lurs 6 450 t 6 lurs thurs 450 burster shakes lurster shakes 6 thurs 77 450 452 452 442 4.53 4.54, 4.54, 4.55, 4.55, Shyamel, 4.53, Shyamel, 4.53, 4.54, 4.54, 4.54, Shyamel, 4.54, Shyamel, 4.53, Shyamel, while I, 4, by, 4, fear, poor, 4, by, sorry, poor, by, sorry, channe, 4, 5, 8, channe, 2, 4, 58, channe, nay, Channe, for deny, will most to person, and though research, more to person 9, more to person 9, more to person 9, more to person, 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 more to burst, port 6e, 4.61, Tajia, 4.62, Tajia, 4.63, Tajia, 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 4.64, tajia, tram 64, Plodamluhusnatas, Y River, 4, 6, 5, Inausis, Peels, Rivers, Y, Inausis, Non, Mongols, Inausis, Non, and I Rivers, Y Zeus, Y Huz, Y Sikton, Y ZZZ, in I Rivers, Quasi-ZZZ, in I Rivers, Quasi-Z, Port, in I Rivers, Searchnon, and I Rivers, Yours, Code. All four I sinned. Wow, daddies, all four I sinned. 4.66, 4.6 sinned. 4, 6 and 7, 744. On satori, 5.1, 5.2, 5 tall, 5 tall, 5.5, 5.5, 5.6 tall, 5 ton. 48. Write some allowance into. White sum allowance into 48 for some. Fine time sign. Fine T8. Some mao. Yate some. Mao. Fine teed. Mao. Vong. Pon teed. Mao. Mono. Pon. Yate some. Coon. Bono. Cool. Cool way. Cool. Pon. Cool so. Cool so. Cool. Pone. Cool. We are meow. We are meow 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 yo 1 meow meow 5-9 yo 5-10 yo bia no we are 5-10 yo John yo John yon some yon no yo John yo 1 yon John yo ron yo shon yon we are John yo we are John yo shon yon plush chess Nicaror plush chess s Eva plush chess s whoa plush chess s and z 512 plush chess 7 plush chess 7 z 9 865 5 chess s Nika Sevi Shasa 7 z 9 414 Tabia Port 14 Tabia now 14 Tibia 144 Tibia 144 Tibia 144 Tavia 1 now on 89 1163 5 via 6 Tavia ga no sticks by sticks cars sticks oars sticks hars sticks foo par sticks hars sticks hars Faditjena, commenter, 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 commentla, commenter, 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 commento, commenter, commento, 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 commentor, gomentor, commentor, commento, commentor, commentor, Homentor, Somentor, Commentor, Commentor, Gomentor. 1 of 4 reges, you, presbytery, and ages, you, man of 4 reges, presbytery, you, 1 of 4 tree, burgery, sway, man over tree, mono, 4, presbytery, no, mono, 15, mono, tles now, janao, wire run, janao, 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 Shamo no, Janao, 5 to 9, Shano, 5 to 9, Shonao, 5 to 0, Shonao, 5 to twin, by 20, by twin, by 21, by 21, by 21, by 20, 521, 521, by 20, 520, 522, 525, 524, 524, Buwarsta you say around, say around, 525, around, you 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 around, nightly, 527, my 27, my 27 is 1,000, my 2n, my 2n is 1,000, my 2n, my 2n, my 2n 7, my 2n 2n, my 2n, my 2n, my 2n 2n, my 2n, my 2n, Korea, Joe, Clotion, is and Dao Raymond, but find us, Heian Soshin, who yis you, Soshin, but free Menander, who we you, but free we you. We on Soshin, but free Menan, Hilton, we Remenan. You, does Jew, here Remena, and Denender, does Jew. Less was. W is, W is, W is. W is, W is, W was, W is, W ace, W3, 529, W ace, 529, W6 and W8, W6 and W8, W6 and W8, W was, W6 and W8, W was, W6 and W was, W8, 533, Naya, Mayo, Barayo, Mayo, 534, Mayo, Barayos, UAC, UECO, Barayo, CACO, Barayos, Nios to 7 turn, the Rayos to 7 turns, Barayos to CAT3, Nios to Canayo, to 7 turns turn, to 7 turn, 535, Trive, 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 Thrive, 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 Tribe, Thrive, Tribe, Prive 35, Shrive, Sive, Shribe, Shrime, Scythe, 536, Time 68 3 537, Scytherd 7, Tedro 538, 3 7. Oh, I brive, brive, rive, rive, brive, rive, 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 drive, rive, rhyme, rive, rive, rhyme, yo, low, rive, jar, nigh, rive, low, jar, nigh, so, low, low, zo, low, roll, low, roll, low, roll, roll, low, low, roll, low, roll, low, roll, low, roll, low, roll, low, zo, do, roll, roll, solo, Sertu, we are power, Sertu, Catures, Sertzes, 541, I Rinkan, 542, Sertzes how, Sertzes majors, in 90C, Sertzes, Certes, Sotus, so I Rankan, Certes Actures 543, Certes in 90s, so to CR rank, Siri, Notis, Y through, 53, so to civis, a gooder, Y. Tidurs is vision. Tidurs, thitterers, tidurezer. My, tidurezer. Of I gooder is a vision, usererzers, of I gooders, drezerezer. Nematices, duezerezeraz, naspu. My year, part 4, 544, shak ra, wa, shak ra, my jack row, 5, shak row, jack row, part 444, sekal jack row, shakaru jack sek, shakaloo, pyractical, methods of Zen. Instructions 6.1, 6.1, 6.2, Myers 6.2, Pyres, Chicks 3, Pyrical, Myers fires, Pyres, 6.3, Pyres, Tricks 3, Myers, Pyres, ease. My was Zen instruction 6.2. Pyres Zen instruction 6.3.0 the Zen. 6.4 right amenti to 6.993. Parson amenti 4 white amendlum. 6 parson amendment E6 parson 6 parson 9 to 6 parson 9 to again E6 parson 6 to raise and 9 to 6 amendment 9 to 6 easy can enter radum white can intermentary parson Nows, Rachel, Nauza, 6, 7, Ho, 6, 7, Ho, Taman, 6 Taman, Nauza, 6 Taman, Ho, 6 Taman, Ho 497569, Nauza, Taman, 6, Taman, Noun, Taman, Daman 7, Noun, Daman Zo, Daman, blow, Myci, bow, Myci vile, bow while, cho, 610, Myci vile wire, 6-1 Myci, ball zew, Myci vile, Nici, Myci vile, C viles, ball zew, Myci viles, Nici, Myci viles, tone, Myciu, calls you. Donna formanta, plor, hoba manta, foba manta, 6-1 manta, foba manda, 6-1 man, foba man plum, huba mana, 6-1, huba manda, huba mina nan, foba manda, huba mana nan, 6-ananta, foba manda, 6-ramanda, ram 6-1 nunner, halminda, nanda, fubamana, huvana, 6-ram, supamanda, hobamanda, not 6-6, bos nesta, mia, bos nesta, y 6-7, Mio's nesta, 6-7, Mio's nesta, Y's nesto's nest, 6-6, thestals nesto, more's nesto zen, fu, calda fu, non, war, non, war of whose, war, non, Portlon, afu, Portlon, more, Bordeaux.